Chapter 001 When the leader falls, do I suffer? Executive Vice Mayor Siar Yuan Waste Ken away Bethesdarf of Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission during the municipal government's executive meeting. At in the morning, this news wept through the political area of Yunjian City, Dongjiang Province, like a tempest. Linitas Bantobi implicated by Mayor Xiao's predicament. Summoned the municipal government office Eri Revlingin Skaden Freud, while a Calarguis in the Scon's secretary's office turned their gaze Esther Ward Linyi, who's at his desk, seeming lost in thought, utterly motionless. Linyi, the deputy section chief of the Second's secretary's office, also served as secretary Siar Yuan side. Not long ago, the mayor resigned due to liver cancer, and Siar Yuan had been overseeing the city's affairs, making it highly likely he would assume the position of mayor of Yunjian City. At just 28 years old, Linyi was thus regarded as Shaven Gas under the political leader, with a promising future ahead. But now, Linyi's ascent come at and halt. After all, when a leader falters, there's a criteria inevitably of resorg no norm in the political realm. Linyi paid Nahi top glances off his colleagues, heppenshot himself, then stared blankly at the Olympics Hemid calendar on his desk. May 28, 2008. He had been reborn from 2024 to 16 years Celia, at the pivotal juncture of his fate. In his previous life, Linyi believed that Siar Yuan, taken away by the staff the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, had not committed any wrongdoing and was merely a victim of conspiracy, had that there would be no repercussions. However, one day later, while at the Municipal Party Committee guest house, Siar Yuan suffered a cerebral hemorrhage during an interrogation with Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, and before he called Bruchet to the hospital, he passed away. Following Siar Yuan's death, the Central Discipline Inspection Commission dispatched a special task force to thoroughly investigate his case. According to the task force's investigation report, Siar Yuan had been framed for corruption. His death was not an accident but a premeditated murder. Yet, justice was delayed. Siar Yuan, a selfless and diligent public servant, died wrongfully. And Linyi, on the day of Siar Yuan's death, was resigned to the Municipal Water Conservancy Bureau, banished Torimo Tirito Gardersavoir, effectively ending his political career. During his time at Reservoir, Linyi often rectored in Siar Yuan's case, suffering from Zeva Mentalanguish, finding salvation in reading and keeping up with the news, ultimately squandering his life away. As murmurous of his past life fluttered his mind, Linyi clenched his fists in insolence. In his previous existence, when Siar Yuan fell from grace, he himself was dragged down powerless against the crushing weight of fate. Now, heaven had granted him a scant chance he would not allow trage day to repeat himself. At that moment, someone pushed a door apparent entered the office. Yi Hao. There's so enough the director of the Yunjian City Public Security Bureau Yi Hao served as a deputy section chief in the Municipal Development and Reform Commission. Yi Hao is notorious in Yunjian City as Asperlechen, taking advantage of his further position to engage in criminal activities, leaving many young women victims by his predatory behavior. 2 years ago, Yi Hao had the sights on Lin Yishik's school classmate, Shen Chuchu. Shen Chuchu worked at the police station, and Yi Hao exploited his connections to have the station chief bring her to dinner where incited he others together drunk. After that dinner, Yi Hao forcibly dragged the intoxicated Shen Chuchu to a hotel, intending to assault her. Shen Chuchu fought back desperately, retreating to the restroom to Linyi war of just intimato with Yi Hao's intentions. However, afterward, Yi Hao turned at tables, claiming that Shen Chuchu had been the Aneto's Jew's heim while intoxicated. With no solid evidence in Yi Hao's father shielding him, Linyi was uniblatosi custis for Shen Chuchu, on the managing to inca Yi Hao's wrath. Previously, Linyi had been Siar Yuan's side, and Yi Hao had refrained from overstepping. Now that Siar Yuan had fallen, Yi Hao felt emboldened and rushed to see Linyi's misfortune. Ireland Section Chief, I just heard that Mayor's IRS Kenner way Bethesdarf of Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission waven due goni to cooperate with investigation, Yi Hao asked, entering the office with a gleeful smirk. Yi Hao is a contemptible scoundrel. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Second Secretary's office silently cursed him in their hats. Since Siar Yuan had become the executive vice mayor of Yunjian City, he had devoted himself to serving the public, diligently planning for the city's economic development, and showing genuine concern for the lives of grassroots workers, earning high prospect. Lin Yi, too, had treated him with kindness and never flaunted his position. They were already feeling disheartened, and Ichiho hard to bring up such a sensitive topic. However, despite thy ranger, they dared not voice their discontent, feigning ignorancy and even avoiding looking Ichiho. Is this a me thing you can inquiry bite? Lin Yi guided Ichiho with indifference. Seeing that Lin Yi showed no sign of panic, but rather an air of calm authority, Ichiho's momentary lit aback. Shouldn't Lin Yi be anxious now that Sir Yuan was in trouble? Why did he be so composed? Har, Lin Yi, you're still trying to play it cool. Let me tell you, you're a leaky grasshoppery norton. I won't be hopping ground for long. After a brief moment of surprise, Ichiho sneered. From had understood, Sir Yuan had not in lie obstructed others bertadel suffended the interest grips in Yunjian and the entire Dongjiang province, sealing his tragic fate. Lin Yi was banned to be implicated, yet they still pretended to be loof. Called it Bethatzer Manelikier, a scoundrel, is the real grasshoppery nortum, Lin Yi narrowed highs, fixating Ichiho. According to his memories from his past life, Wu Jiqiang, the deputy secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, was the mastermind behind the conspiracy against Sir Yuan. And Ichiho's father, Yunfeng, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, was any of Wu Jiqiang's most capable subordinates. Ichiho laughed as if he had heard a bay joke, his anger placed with amusement har, Lin Yi are still dreaming of being mayor's confident. I'd visit to learn about mayor's background before you come here to boast. Lin Yi replied coldly, attempting to muddy future sang by time for Sir Yuan's rescue. Sir Yuan had powerful connections that remain unknown to us for specific reasons. After Xiao Yuan's death, the Central Authority issued a direct investigation into Sir Yuan's case with Bithra, with no lenience of Iranian involved. This led to the shocking anti-corruption campaign in Dongjiang that reverberated across the nation. How's Mayor Schausbacher? Hearing Lin Yi's words again, both Ichiho and the members of the Second Secretary's office were taken aback. They looked at Lin Yi in unison, eager to hear him unveil the mystery. Yet Lin Yi's gaze shifted toward the office door. According to his memory, the staff of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission weighs about Torif. His earliest statement was but a warning to Ichiho and a message for the officials outside. As Lin Yi finished speaking, Director Wang of the First Supervision Office of the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, accompanied by Tommy Deligidman, arrived at the door of the Second Secretary's office. All three had heard Lin Yi's earlier words, their impressions filled with intrigue and skepticism asked to look at them. Comrade Lin Yi, the set war leaders from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, they wish to discuss matters with you, Director Wang said, regaining his composure and explaining their purpose. One of the staff members from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission added, Comrade Lin Yi, please come with us. Of course, leaders. Lin Yi responded calmly before rising to toward Heathreman. Lin Yi, don't worry, we'll take care of your girlfriend. As Lin Yi had passed Ichiho, hasn't back to reality. Facing away from the officials, hello disversi and sneered. After the initial shock, Ichiho believed Lin Yi was merely posturing, trying to save face. Moreover, even if Lin Yi spoke the truth, Ichiho doubted that Sir Yuan's back could rival the powerful figure in the province. That figure was the Desisian maker of Dongjiang faction. Lin Yi paused, casting a cold glare at Ichiho. Just wait and see. Yuandia real quill soon face the judgment of party discipline and national law. Chapter 002 Betrayal comes swiftly, do not seek my aid. Ichiho's smile instantly froze, as if he had just received a poor blight humiliation from Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi paid no further attention to Ichiho, not even casting out in any direction, with an air of calm determination, Hestra direct light award the staff of Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. This and left Director Wang and that were staff members from the commission somewhat astonished. Into massive crisis, Secretary S. typically exhibited fear and anxiety, yet the Ruer's Lin Yi displaying remarkable composure. Moreover, he appeared genuinely unfeigned. Cooled it by that Sir Yuan truly hard formidable backing. At that moment, there called Lin Yi's earlier words, their minds swirling with confusion. Before long, Linju Wei's escorted on Stadsbythet were staff members, Hothan issued Imento business vehicle bound for the Municipalpartijkomitee's guest house. Onsen side ethiker, Linju disregarded the scrutiny of the official and began to reflect on the details surrounding Seryuan's case. According to the investigation report from the Central Discipline Inspection Commission, in his previous life, during a visit to Guangming town, the town's party secretary Wu Yong had sent 2 boxes of local specialty as to Seryuan. Initially, Seryuan had declined, but usual to swayed by the enthusiasm of the grassroots worker sang villagers, allowing the driver to load the box and to the very clue highly instructing him to pay the farmers. In this manner, he effectively purchased the specialties from the farmers at exceeding market value, which technically did not constitute a violation. Seryuan had managed the situation well, yet there many oblivious to Wu Yong's collusion with the driver, were conspired to ensnare him. As for Seryuan's demise, someone had surreptitiously added a substance to his food, causing a spike in his blood pressure, which led to a cerebral hemorrhage during an intense interrogation. With only 24 hours Mayer's death, in mistake to save him, preserving his life is my foremost priority. What must he do? Linju's mind raced threatened trickers off the case as contemplated his next steps. Half an hour later, the business vehicle entered the courtyard of the Municipalpartijkomitee's guest house. After disembarking, Linju was leading Torum that been hastily converted from receptionary into an interrogation chamber. Seated in a chair, he faced head officials had brought him. One of them produced a notebook to take notes, while the other introduced himself and initiated the questioning. Comrade Linju, my name is Zhu Hong, and I work in the supervision office of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. You understand why we've sumo media here, correct? It concerns me as you. Since you were aware, please disclose everything you know. I'm like now that I is under investigation with Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, but I am unaware of the specific reasons for this inquiry. Linju gently shook his head, though he was fully aware of the circumstances, he hard not in time of revealing the truth. Zhu Hong raised a brow and inquired, on May 27 th, where were you, why did you not accompany Comrade Seryuan to Guangming town? My father was experiencing heart discomfort, so I took him to the hospital for an examination and informed Meroxia in advance that he would be sent from Guangming town. Did you hear anything from us regarding Comrade Seryuan's alleged bribery? No. Are you aware of any other bribery incidents involving Comrade Seryuan? I'm not. Are you certain you do not know? Linju's lack of knowledge frustrated Zhu Hong, and his tone grew increasing liston. Linju, we have information indicating that your memory is particularly sharp. Would you like to take your moment to reflect and see if I overlooked any crucial details? I'm certain. Then tell me, you previously mentioned in the office that Comrade Seryuan herself were a fullbacker. What did you own by that? Zhu Hong's voice turned fixed his gaze on Linju, scrutinizing his subtle expressions. Linju met Zhu Hong stare without flinching, articulating clearly, Messiah support comes from the people. The people. To officials, the Prashivthikam and folk outweighs any gold or silver accolades. Linju's expression turned serious as she continued, Mayors yo gulliats a frugal life, diligently serving the public, and enjoys an excellent reputation among Timuses. In my view, than 7 million citizens Sofyunjin Situri his true support. Comrade Linju, everything has two sides, men I matters but judge its all by their surface. Zhu Hong regarded Linju thoughtfully, as if weighing the truth of his words. Linju fell silent. As the saying goes, when truth appears false, falsehoods can seem true. If you were at divul get the truth about Seryuan's connections, neither Zhu Hong nor Host Blotti against Seryuan would necessarily believe him. After all, such revelations would be too shocking. Moreover, by normal logic, he called not possible the true eaten of Seryuan's background. Instead, Thai's approach would create a sense of intrigue, prompting them to invest time in investigation. In this way, Linju would have ample opportunity to execute the plan he had devised in his way rescuing Seryuan. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the staff of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission concluded their questioning of Linju. Exiting the Municipalpartijkomitee's guest house, Linju felt this for never bright in his bucket. During the interrogation, the staffer confiscated his phone, and he had just retrieved it upon leaving. Appalato theder VC and was surprised to seat he corler ID Liu Li. Liu Li weighs University class match of Linyi's, now working Gathianjian City Tax Bureau. After Linyi became secretary Yuan side, Liu Li hard pursued him and eventually became his girlfriend. In his previous life, following the conclusion of Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's questioning, Linyu hard also received a call from Liu Li. That had been the last conversation they shared before his demotion to the mountains to Garde Savoir. And the day he was sent away, Liu Li had texted him Linyi, Europe in the mountains say chingaries of war while I work at the tax bureau, we have no bright future together, let's break up. As the summary surfaced, Linyu most instinctively and swit a call. Linyi, I heard Tate you were at a can away for questioning but Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, what's going, is Maizia in trouble, or are you implicated? Liu Li's voice a quickly come at the receiver, revealing her conscience and the other father had urged her to press. Initially, she had no shortage of admirers, but she cosito pursue Linyi at the father's behest. Her father had said, Sir Li, from Laxbauer, not money. You underestimated the significance of for a 4-year-old Sir Yuan as executive vice mayor, and you have a great lie underestimated Linyi's potential. Not long after Liu Li and Linyi established their relationship, her further readvertent like infirmity disorders. Taking advantage of Sir Yuan's visit of the construction committee, Liu Li's father let his lip that he was Linyi's future father-in-law. A month later, Liu Li's father was promoted from director of the Municipal Construction Committee office to deputy director of the same committee. Now that Sir Yuan was under investigation with Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, both Liu Li and her father were concerned that Linyi, once seen as a promising prospect, might become a ability, potentially jeopardizing their own standing. Iho told you, didn't? Linyi smirked mockingly. In his previous life, on the day he was sent to the countryside to get a reservoir, Liu Li had not in lies and time a break up text but had also taken another step. Shad immediately turned to Yihao her betrayal of her ring with a swiftness that surpassed event as Peter Twitcher club hostess accept scash. Liu Li hesitated before responding, Linyi, so has if Yihao told me, doest have matter, shouldn't have prioritized you heatheria while be implicated. I usually painted a grim picture for you, so I do we ask, Linyi retorted. Linyi. Liu Li's voice grew urgent, her tone turning accusatory. If I told you humanist how did nothing to your high school classmates and chuchush did you see dim while intoxicated, yet you reveal with our board prejudice against ye how could it be beer caught off something between ya and Shinchuchu. Liu Li, I can understand the hour from a self-serving actions and the hour decision to break up with him, but o alleviate our own guilt, you slander Shinchuchu and malign my relationship with her, placing the blame on me doesn't that seem a bit cruel, Linyi stone at an edestiny. Linyi, you think I'm cruel, you have a twofer. You must apologize at home or we'll break up. Liu Li erupted, Heringer Kinto Akat whose tail had been stepped on. Linyi chuckled coldly, no need form a store otherwise, after today, there will be no relationship between us. Furthermore, let me remind you he the approaches our pursuit you solely because your my girlfriend is exto manipulate our same and soft revenge against him. Linyi, don't yadder is out scored. Let me tell you, and see your Mr. Falls you will willfully k-dog humbly and pitifully. This time, without allowing Linyi to finish, Yiheo's cold voice interrupted. Liu Li was taken aback. Since the outcome of the Sir Yuan case remained uncertain, Shadieto decided opened and Linyi, Sosh had specifically instructed Yiheo to remain silent. She did not want Linyi to know that Yiheo surrender. This way, even if she were in her commitment to Linyi, he could still visa back up. Little did imagine that Linyi was already aware if he has great pursuit of her undertaken the initiative at his footies. Liu Li, don't let that scoundrel affect you mood. Let's shave dinner together tonight. No Wayne Liapind Western restaurant with excellent steaks. Yi Haro Sito comfort Liu Li. Although Linyi spoke the truth that he had pursued Liu Li out of spite, Yiheo felt it unnecessary. No Linyi was destined to fall. Yet they had already invested in his endeavor and intended to ensure that Liu Li would willingly pay hirams to him. All right. Liu Li barely hesitated before accepting Yiheo's invitation. Then she remembered she had not yet hung up the phone and wanted to defend herself. Linyi. Remember, do not seek my aid again. Linyi coldly interrupted, decisively severing ties with Liu Li and officially initiating his plan to rescue Sir Yuan.
Chapter 003, a provocative move that shakes the Titans. Although Lin Yi was unaware of the reasons behind Xiao Yuan's concealed background, he was acutely aware that in his previous life, Xiao Yuan's demise was entirely due to the corrupt and unscrupulous individuals who were oblivious to his true identity. Furthermore, the powerful figures backing Xiao Yuan had failed to grasp the situation surrounding his case in a timely manner, thereby missing the optimal opportunity to rescue him. As long as Lin Yi could resolve this pivotal issue, all other problems would naturally unravel. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi alighted from his vehicle at a mobile electronics market in the city center, where he procured a second-hand phone and a SIM card. Upon completing these tasks, he did not return to his workplace but instead headed straight home. He stored his own phone in the wardrobe of his bedroom, then made his way to the living room, where he inserted the newly acquired SIM card into the second-hand phone, ultimately dialing a number. His caution stemmed from the concern that the Provincial Disciplinary Committee might be monitoring his previous phone number or even have installed listening devices on it. "Who is this?" The call was answered promptly, greeted by a rather impatient voice on the other end. "It's me, Lao He. You don't even state your name, and you expect me to know who you are. It's your brother helping me out with something." Lin Yi revealed his online moniker. To be precise, it was his gaming alias from years past. He and Lao He had initially met while playing a legendary game. Lin Yi played as a warrior while Lao He took on the role of a female priestess known by the name. Initially, Lin Yi had assumed Lao He to be a 17-year-old girl harboring romantic inclinations, and would frequently invite Lao He to form parties for experience grinding and combat. However, during a subsequent video call on QQ, Lin Yi discovered that Lao He was, in fact, a Bali man, leading him to promptly block Lao He. Lao He had then requested to add Lin Yi as a friend. "I consider you a brother, yet you wish to court me." From that moment onward, they became close comrades, and Lin Yi learned more about Lao He's background. Lao He was a hacker and had risen to prominence as one of the renowned leaders of online trolls. "Damn, brother, why did you change your number?" Lao He, roused from his slumber, sat up suddenly. Lin Yi got straight to the point. "Lao He, to make a long story short, I have an article that I will send to your email shortly. Regardless of the means you employ, it must go viral across the internet before nightfall. Consider it done. However, let us be clear, my brother, you'll need to cover the costs. Money is not an issue, but remember, you must not expose yourself." Lin Yi cautioned before concluding the call. At 4:30 p.m., a post titled "Shocking, the Most Notorious Corrupt Official Emerges" surfaced online. According to a report by Reuters, Xiao Yuan, the executive deputy mayor of Yunchuan City in Dongjiang Province, indulged in a feast of rabbit, consumed Moutai liquor, and smoked Huasi cigarettes after conducting an inspection in Guangming town. As he departed, the party secretary of Guangming town presented our esteemed mayor with a gift, allegedly local specialties, but the box contained cash. Brothers, can you believe it? A staggering 800,000 yuan in cash from just one town. How much would that be from 10 towns? My elementary math was taught by a physical education teacher, so help me calculate. Even more outrageous is what transpired the following day. The mayor was reported by his own driver and is now under investigation by the Dongjiang Provincial Disciplinary Committee. This is utterly absurd. The mayor accepted the money but spent not a single penny, and now he is behind bars. It reminds me of a story about a friend of mine who was tricked at a train station. Just to clarify, it was my friend, not me. He and a girl checked into a room, paid the fee, and when she said, "I'll go wash up fast," suddenly a group of Bali men barged in claiming my friend had assaulted his girlfriend. Brothers, what do you think? Is this unjust or what? Let us start a discussion. Do you believe Deputy Mayor Xiao Yuan of Yunchuan City is genuinely guilty of accepting bribes, or has he been set up? Please provide your reasoning. Guansu Boji. The content of the post was penned by Lin Yi, infused with the sensational elements characteristic of viral short video scripts from a decade later. The title was coined by Lao He, who had already grasped the art of shock-inducing headlines. The poster's ID, Guansu Boji, was a moniker pilfered from a prominent figure in the online realm by Lao He. After the post was published, Lin Yi opened his computer, meticulously monitoring the post's dissemination across the internet. By 5 p.m., merely half an hour had elapsed, and the post had spread like wildfire across various online forums and communities. Even several major news websites had begun to carry related reports. In stark contrast to the unanimous condemnation of corrupt officials found on online forums, the comments on major news portals included voices advocating for Xiao Yuan's vindication, which quickly gained traction as popular comments. "I am from Yunchuan. I know Mayor Xiao Yuan. He is a good official, an upright man, and I absolutely do not believe he would accept bribes. The development of Yunshun over the past 3 years has been evident to all of us locals. Do not tarnish the reputation of our esteemed mayor. My fellow brothers and sisters of Yunshun, we cannot allow Mayor Shao to suffer injustice. Let us collectively petition the city government. As Lin Yi observed the spontaneous comments from the citizens of Yunshun, the image of Shao Yuan surfaced in his mind. He had become Shao Yuan's secretary due to his adept writing skills and remarkable memory. On one occasion, during an inspection, when Shao Yuan inquired about relevant data, the other accompanying staff were left speechless, while Lin Yi effortlessly provided the answers, earning Shao Yuan's recognition. Subsequently, he was appointed as Shao Yuan's secretary, when Shao Yuan quickly assisted him in securing the position of deputy section chief of the secretary's office. A few days prior, news of Lin Yi's father's illness had somehow reached Shao Yuan. The day before the inspection in Guoming town, Shao Yuan instructed Lin Yi not to accompany him but rather to take his father for medical treatment, even personally calling the hospital's director to ensure everything was arranged. Mayor Shao, some say that good men do not live long while the wicked endure for 1,000 years. Yet I believe that a leader and official of your caliber should not meet such an end. Reflecting on Shao Yuan's kindness towards him, Lin Yi felt a swell of emotion, his eyes glistening, yet his resolve remained steadfast. He rose from his desk, stepping out onto the balcony outside. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows as darkness loomed over the land. Have you all seen the powerful figures behind Mayor Shao? Lin Yi stood on the balcony, gazing in the direction of the municipal guest house, murmuring to himself. Jiangnan Provincial Party Building. Secretary, the executive deputy mayor of Yunshun City, Shao Yuan, whom you instructed me to monitor, has encountered a scandal, and it has sparked considerable public discourse online. The secretary handed a report to Su Hongrui, the secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Committee. Su Hongrui's pupils dilated slightly as he accepted the document, swiftly perusing its contents. I understand, you may leave now. Su Hongrui set down the report and dismissed the secretary. His expression darkened as he picked up his phone and directly dialed the number of Liang Yumin, the secretary of the Dongjiang Provincial Committee. Chapter 004, Disturbing the Hornet's Nest, Anger of the Beijing Tycoon. I'm sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. The voice prompt soon emanated from the receiver. Su Hongrui furrowed his brow. Buzz, at that moment, the sound of his phone vibrating signaled an incoming call. Su Hongrui snapped back to reality, glancing at the caller ID to find it was an old acquaintance, Wang Hongtao, currently the deputy minister at the organization department. Hello, Su Hongrui answered the call. Brother Hongrui, something has happened to Xiao Yuan. Are you aware? Wang Hongtao's tone was unusually anxious, a stark contrast to his usual composed demeanor. Su Hongrui frowned and replied, I just saw it as well. I was planning to inquire about Liang Yumin, but I couldn't get through to him. Liang Yumin is leading a delegation on an overseas inspection. He should be in the air right now, Wang Hongtao quickly explained. The organization department maintains a keen awareness of the movements of centrally managed officials. Then Wang Hongtao was fully informed of Liang Yumin's overseas trip, even knowing the specific itinerary and flight details. Upon hearing Wang Hongtao's words, Su Hongrui's pupils dilated. Years of political acumen cultivated in the bureaucratic arena alerted him to the unusual circumstances surrounding the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline inspection investigating Shao Yuan during Liang Yumin's absence. Brother Hongrui, there is absolutely no way Xiao Yuan is guilty of bribery. Since we cannot reach Liang Yumin, should we have Zhong Wei call the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline inspection to inquire about the situation? Wang Hongtao proposed his assessment and suggestion. I will think it over, Su Hongrui replied without committing, then ended the call. Soon, his phone vibrated again. This time, the caller was Zhong Wei, as mentioned by Wang Hongtao. Brother Hongrui, what is the situation with Xiao Yuan? Upon connection, Zhong Wei, the deputy secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, was the first to inquire. Su Hongrui replied solemnly, I just attempted to call Liang Yumin but could not get through. Hongtao informed me that Liang Yumin is leading a delegation abroad and is currently on a flight. Therefore, I have not yet clarified the matter. Brother Hongrui, shall I call Yan Hai, the secretary of the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection? Zhong Wei offered proactively. Su Hongrui frowned slightly, is that appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Given the significant online outcry regarding Xiao Yuan's situation, it is entirely normal for the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to take notice and seek clarification. In fact, it would be reasonable for the Commission to supervise this case based on public sentiment. I am not concerned about that. Are you worried about Xiao Yuan's feelings? Yes. Xiao Yuan has a strong character, he has always been reluctant to depend on us and dislikes our interference in his work. Moreover, if this were a standard investigation, Xiao Yuan would certainly have no issues. Brother Hongrue, you mentioned it is a standard investigation. What if it is not? In Zhong Wei's view, the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation into Xiao Yuan during Liang Yumin's absence was indeed unusual. Xiao Yuan's status, including Liang Yumin's, was something no one in the entire East River province was aware of. Mother is calling. I will return your call shortly. Su Hongrue interrupted Zhong Wei mid-sentence as he noticed his mother's call. Quickly, Su Hongrue ended the call with Wang Hongtao and returned his mother's call. Hongrue, I just heard that Xiao Yuan has been implicated in an 80,000 yuan bribery case and has been taken in for investigation by the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Has this been clarified? Has he been released? The matriarch of the Su family fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Mom, I am currently looking into this matter. Xiao Yuan is a child raised by several families. Who is unaware of his character? What is there to investigate? The Su family matriarch interrupted Su Hongrue, her tone resolute. You tell Liang Yumin from East River that if Xiao Yuan is wrongfully accused and suffers any injustice, he should never set foot in the capital again. Beep beep. With that, the matriarch hung up the phone abruptly. Su Hongrue sighed, but recalling his mother's words about suffering any injustice, he raised an eyebrow and swiftly redialed Zhong Wei's number. Zhong Wei, mother is furious. Proceed as you suggested. You must personally inquire with the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection to ascertain the situation. Brother Hongrue, given that mother is already upset, merely asking may not suffice. I must lead a team down there. Zhong Wei decisively declared, his expression icy. Bullying my nephew, have they consulted with any of us? Su Hongrue refrained from further comments. After ending his call with Zhong Wei, he received 2 more calls, both inquiring about Xiao Yuan's situation. The online post had stirred a hornet's nest, inciting anger among all who cared for Xiao Yuan. As the Deputy Secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Zhong Wei, having concluded his call with Su Hongrue, promptly dialed Yan Hai, the Secretary of the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection. Hello, Secretary Zhong. Secretary Yan, I have received reports that your East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection is investigating the case of Xiao Yuan, the Executive Vice Mayor of Yunshun, regarding bribery, which has caused quite a stir and incited significant public discourse online. What is going on? Zhong Wei interjected coldly, cutting off Yan Hai's words. In Su Hongrue's presence, he was a brother. To certain local officials, he was a veritable cold-faced yama. Secretary Zhong, I was just about to report this matter to you. Yan Hai immediately began to brief Zhong Wei on Xiao Yuan's case, including some details. Secretary Yan, Comrade Xiao Yuan is a key candidate nurtured by the organization department. We must investigate and handle his case with a sense of responsibility towards the organization and our comrades. After hearing the briefing, Zhong Wei first issued a formal statement, then gave his directive. In light of the immense negative impact caused by the online discussion surrounding the bribery case, I will personally lead a team to East River for an investigation tomorrow. Secretary Zhong, on behalf of the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, I welcome your team to East River to provide guidance. Yan Hai immediately welcomed him, then swiftly added before Zhong Wei could hang up, Secretary Zhong, there is one more matter I must report to you. Speak. Secretary Zhong, Secretary Liang is currently leading a delegation abroad and Governor Hon is temporarily on sick leave. Secretary Guangming is presently in charge. Following the incident involving Comrade Xiao Yuan, I intended to report to you, but Secretary Guangming advised that we should investigate and handle it fast, and report back once the results are in. Therefore, I did not contact you immediately. Yan Hai, upon hearing Zhong Wei's intention to conduct an on-site investigation, connected the dots regarding a subordinate's report that Xiao Yuan had powerful backing, and suddenly felt uneasy. He promptly distanced himself from the matter, shifting all responsibility onto the provincial deputy secretary, Chen Guangming. Silence ensued. Zhong Wei remained quiet. Yan Hai felt a chill run down his spine, holding his breath. Secretary Yan, during my investigation in East River, the research team will supervise the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection throughout the investigation and handling of Comrade Xiao Yuan's case. You inform Chen Guangming that before the research team arrives, the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection must suspend all inquiries and investigations into Comrade Xiao Yuan. If he has any objections, let him contact me or go directly to the higher-ups. After a brief silence, Zhong Wei spoke again, his tone unequivocal. Understood, Secretary Zhong. Yan Hai promptly acknowledged, the sense of impending storm clouds gathering in his heart intensifying. Once Zhong Wei had hung up, he set down his phone, lost in thought. Minutes later, he requested Lin Yi's contact information from his subordinates and dialed directly. "Hello, Comrade Lin Yi, this is Yan Hai from the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection." "Hello, Secretary Yan." Lin Yi was taken aback by the unexpected call, then realized the impact of his significant move. The powerful figure behind Xiao Yuan had taken notice of that post, otherwise, it was unlikely that Secretary Yan would personally call him, even if the East River Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection sought him out. "Comrade Lin Yi, both I and the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection are very concerned about Comrade Xiao Yuan's case. This morning, staff from the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection contacted you to gather some information. I would also like to discuss your perspective on Comrade Xiao Yuan's case," Yan Hai inquired nonchalantly. Lin Yi responded earnestly, "Secretary Yan, I wasn't in Guoming town that day, so I am unaware of the specific details. However, I firmly believe that a public servant who has earned the admiration of 5 million citizens in Yunshun, a leader respected by us grassroots workers, would never engage in bribery. Comrade Lin Yi, we share the same opinion. Let us leave it at that for now. We will have the opportunity to discuss it face to face." Yan Hai concluded, then hung up the phone. Lin Yi's heart stirred. He immediately grasped the purpose of Yan Hai's call. The influential figure behind Xiao Yuan was taking action, and Yan Hai sought to use him to signal his position. After all, if the higher-ups were to conduct a thorough investigation into Xiao Yuan's case, they would undoubtedly seek him out for a discussion. As this thought flashed through his mind, Lin Yi felt a surge of exhilaration, murmuring to himself, "Now, even if you had 10 times the courage, would you still dare to touch Mayor Xiao?" Chapter 005. Without a warrant, get out of my sight. Lin Yi believed that since Yan Hai, the secretary of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, had already acquired some information and was anxious enough to call him, those who intended to take action against Xiao Yuan must be as frightened as startled birds. At the Yunshun Municipal Committee, Deputy Secretary and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Wu Jiqiang, had just learned that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's research team was coming to Dongjiang to oversee the investigation and handling of Xiao Yuan's case by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, leaving him with a chilling sense of dread. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resonated through the office. Wu Jiqiang composed himself and replied, "Come in." "You were looking for me?" A young woman entered, closing the door behind her. She greeted Wu Jiqiang without addressing his title or using the honorific you. She was Xia Hong, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee and Director of the Reception Office. Though nearing 40, she was exceptionally well preserved, with smooth, supple skin and a curvaceous figure, adept at embellishing her appearance. Dressed in a striking red dress, her slender legs were encased in sheer nude stockings, complemented by light-colored high heels. She resembled a ripe peach, ready to burst with juice. Wu Jiqiang, however, was not in the mood for such delights. His countenance was grim as he anxiously inquired, "Has dinner been delivered?" "I would never neglect the arrangements you've made. I have ensured it will be delivered promptly at 6:30. Noticing Wu Jiqiang's discontent, Xia Hong hurriedly halted, offering a serious report. She was acutely aware of her position. When Wu Jiqiang was pleased, she could be his beloved, a little sister, or a cherished daughter, but when he was displeased, she was nothing at all. Of course, she could also transform herself into a nuclear option at a critical moment. Upon hearing Xia Hong's words, Wu Jiqiang glanced at his watch, realizing it was only 6 o'clock, then sighed in relief. He commanded, "Cancel dinner. Do not inquire as to why, just take care of it." "Understood, Secretary Jiqiang." Xia Hong immediately acknowledged the order and exited the office, her previously charming smile replaced by an unmistakable look of panic. For Wu Jiqiang, the dinner referred to was a special meal prepared for Xiao Yuan at the Municipal Committee's guest house. His sudden cancellation signified a shift in plans. Seeing Xia Hong leave, Wu Jiqiang promptly dialed the phone number of Yi Yunfeng, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. "Yi Yunfeng, what on earth are you doing? Why haven't you deleted that post online in a timely manner?" "Secretary Jiqiang, by the time we discovered the post, it had already gone viral. Moreover, the post is mixed with a virus, making it exceedingly difficult to remove," Yi Yunfeng, the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau, lamented. "Typically, once such posts ignite public opinion, they are nearly impossible to erase swiftly, especially when some contain viruses akin to last year's panda burning incense virus. I called you to hear your explanations." Wu Jiqiang coldly interrupted Yi Yunfeng, commanding, "Do everything possible to delete the post as quickly as you can, and track down the person who posted it." "Secretary Jiqiang, I suspect it was an insider, most likely someone from the Second Secretariat." Yi Yunfeng had already contemplated this issue and immediately voiced his deduction. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiqiang envisioned a figure and inquired, "Are you referring to Xiao Yuan's secretary, Lin Yi?" "Yes, Secretary Jiqiang, I believe he is the prime suspect." Two-pronged approach. On one hand, have someone trace the leads online. On the other, send someone to investigate Lin Yi. Understood, Secretary Jiqiang. Yi Yunfeng acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had received a call from Zhong Wei and left his home to visit the municipal hospital. The day before, when Xiao Yuan had gone to Guoming town, Lin Yi had accompanied his father, Lin Zhongguang, for a checkup at the hospital. The examination revealed that Lin Zhongguang's heart vessels were narrow and blocked. The hospital director arranged for Lin Zhongguang to be admitted, providing him with a private room, intending to perform an angiogram once his blood sugar levels dropped. Upon entering the hospital room, Lin Yi found not only his father, Lin Zhongguang, and mother, Feng Lon, but also another individual, Shen Chuchu. Shen Chuchu had likely come straight from work, still clad in her police uniform, though not particularly tall, standing at approximately 1.65 meters, she possessed a remarkable figure, embodying a near-perfect golden ratio. The uniform suited her exquisitely, exuding an indescribable charm. With a standard oval face and delicately arched eyebrows, she seemed perpetually contemplative, invoking a sense of sympathy, yet her bright, intelligent eyes sparkled with wisdom and determination, reflecting a woman of both gentleness and strength, akin to a plum blossom blooming in the frigid wind, steadfast and unyielding. In the hospital room, Shen Chuchu sat by the bed, engaging in conversation with Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon. Upon noticing Lin Yi's entrance, the three fell silent. Shen Chuchu stood up nervously, staring intently at Lin Yi, as if attempting to discern something from his expression. "Hello, Dad, Mom," Lin Yi greeted his parents before turning to the visibly anxious Shen Chuchu and asking, "Chuchu, what brings you here?" "Chuchu has been coming every day to chat with your dad and me, while Luli has been nowhere to be seen," Feng Lon interjected before Shen Chuchu could respond. Although Luli was Lin Yi's girlfriend, Feng Lon held a poor opinion of her, deeming Luli overly materialistic and unsuitable for marriage. In contrast, Shen Chuchu, with her gentleness, kindness, and domesticity, was Feng Lan's ideal daughter-in-law. I always check with Auntie before coming, knowing Luli isn't around. That's why I came," Shen Chuchu explained softly, her demeanor reminiscent of a child who had erred. She was aware that Luli harbored a strong dislike for her and wished to avoid any misunderstandings regarding her relationship with Lin Yi. "She won't be coming, nor is it possible." Lin Yi shook his head and, without waiting for his parents' inquiries, stated, "Dad, Mom, I've broken up with Luli." Oh, Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon were somewhat taken aback, but, given Shen Chuchu's presence, they refrained from probing further, merely responding softly. However, Shen Chuchu's expression changed dramatically. She had heard about Xiao Yuan's bribery case and was aware that Lin Yi had been taken away by the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission's personnel that morning. She also understood that Luli was interested in Lin Yi primarily for his future prospects. Now that Lin Yi had ended his relationship with Luli, did this not imply that he was implicated in Xiao Yuan's scandal? In that moment, Shen Chuchu's heart raced like an ant on a hot pan, yet she knew she must not let Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon discover this, her eyes anxiously fixed on Lin Yi, suddenly glistening with unshed tears. Just then, the door to the hospital room was abruptly pushed open. 4 police officers entered. Upon seeing Shen Chuchu, they were taken aback. Yi Hao had nearly been subdued by Shen Chuchu, who was quite well known in the Yunshan Municipal Public Security Bureau. They had all heard of her reputation and had seen her photograph on the internal network out of curiosity. After a brief moment of surprise, the 4 officers ignored Shen Chuchu and turned their attention to Lin Yi. "Lin Yi, we are from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Someone has maliciously spread rumors online regarding the bribery case of Executive Vice Mayor Xiao Yuan, and we need your cooperation in the investigation." The lead officer introduced himself and coldly outlined their purpose. Previously, even if he knew of the conflict between Lin Yi and Yi Hao, he would not have acted so rudely in front of Lin Yi, especially given that he was operating under the orders of Director Yi Yunfeng. However, times had changed. With Xiao Yuan's predicament, Lin Yi was akin to a grasshopper in autumn. He wouldn't last long. Upon hearing the lead officer's words, Feng Lan's face paled in fright, and she stood up abruptly. Lin Zhongguang struggled to rise as well. Shen Chuchu noticed the couple's concern and tension, quickly interjecting, "Lin Yi is Mayor Zhao's secretary. How could he possibly spread rumors? You must be mistaken." Shen Chuchu, silence. "Do you have any right to speak here?" The lead officer frowned and chastised her. "This is a hospital. You barged into the room without knocking and are shouting within it. Is this the working style of your Municipal Public Security Bureau?" Lin Yi furrowed his brow and coldly remarked, "Furthermore, do you possess a search warrant for your investigation?" The four officers exchanged glances, taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lin Yi was so well versed in police procedure. They had come in response to orders without any relevant documentation. "Without a search warrant, get out of my sight." Lin Yi's gaze swept over the four of them, his tone chillingly resolute. The officers' expressions shifted, their anger rising, yet they were left speechless and could only turn to leave, for according to regulations, if police sought the cooperation of public officials in an investigation, they were required to either possess a signed search warrant or provide an introduction letter from the official's organization requesting cooperation. However, as they reached the door of the hospital room, Lin Yi's voice echoed once more, "Please convey to your superiors that I will certainly report this incident to higher authorities and the Discipline Inspection Commission." We apologize, Lin Ku. We are merely executing orders from above. Please show leniency and do not hold this against us." Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, the lead officer's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, and he turned to Lin Yi to apologize profusely. For he suddenly realized that the case involving Xiao Yuan had not yet reached a conclusion, and Lin Yi had not yet suffered any repercussions. He remained the deputy section chief of the second secretariat and could very well carry out everything he had just stated. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Yi coldly interjected a single word, "Get out." Chapter 006. The slap in the face comes too swiftly. The four policemen left in a dejected manner. Lin Zhongguang, Feng Lon, and Shen Chuchu exchanged worried glances, their expressions filled with concern as they looked at Lin Yi. "Dad, Mom, Chuchu, please don't worry. I'm fine." Upon witnessing their anxiety, Lin Yi preemptively reassured them before they could voice their concerns. Feng Lon, still uneasy, inquired, "Xiao Yi, are you truly all right? You've heard what our son said. Why do you still question him?" Lin Zhongguang shot a stern look at Feng Lon. He had faith in Lin Yi. After all, if Lin Yi were indeed in trouble, their worry would not be of any help. "Mom, I assure you, there's nothing to worry about." Lin Yi offered a faint smile before turning to Shen Chuchu, saying, "Chuchu, thank you for keeping my parents company these past few days." "There's no need for thanks." Shen Chuchu instinctively shook her head, her demeanor suggesting she had more to say but hesitated. "Chuchu, it's getting late. You should head home and rest, or I'll walk you out." Understanding her concern for him, Lin Yi decided to speak with Shen Chuchu privately. "All right." Shen Chuchu nodded absent-mindedly and then addressed Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon, "Uncle Lin, please take care of yourselves. I will visit again tomorrow. Aunt Feng, I'm leaving now." "Take care." Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon waved as Shen Chuchu departed. Lin Yi accompanied Shen Chuchu outside the hospital, where she anxiously fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, gazing at him with an expression that was almost on the verge of tears. Observing her distress, Lin Yi chuckled softly, "Chuchu, I know you must have heard about Mayor Zhao's situation. Rest assured, I will be fine, and so will Mayor Xiao." "Really?" Shen Chuchu gasped, her eyes widening with excitement. "Yes," Lin Yi affirmed with a nod. "Phew, then I'll head back now. Goodbye." Shen Chuchu exhaled a sigh of relief, waved goodbye to Lin Yi, and hurried away. As dusk faded into night, the streetlights along the hospital's path illuminated the surroundings. Beneath the starry sky, the girl's face radiated joy, as if she were conversing with the brilliant stars in the darkness. "Lin Yi, everything is all right. How wonderful." The following morning, Lin Yi arrived at the office punctually, as was his custom. However, upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. His colleagues' gazes were oddly pointed towards him. "Lin Ku, Chief Xia just mentioned that you should visit his office as soon as you arrived," a female colleague informed him as he settled into his seat. The Chief Xia she referred to, Xia Li, was the head of the second secretary division and had just returned from an inspection with a deputy mayor. Normally, Xia Li was expected to serve as Xiao Yuan's secretary, but Lin Yi had taken that position from him. This incident had left Xia Li feeling quite disgruntled with Lin Yi. Nevertheless, despite Xia Li's higher rank and familial connections to a deputy secretary general at the municipal committee, he had refrained from confronting Lin Yi directly until this morning. Upon arriving at the office, he had immediately ordered everyone to distance themselves from Lin Yi and had instructed someone to relay the message for Lin Yi to see him at once. "Understood, thank you." Lin Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, fully aware of the implications. He realized that Xia Li had likely said something to shift the colleagues' attitudes towards him and alter the office's atmosphere. However, he bore no ill will towards his co-workers. After all, self-preservation is a fundamental aspect of human nature and a survival tactic within the system. Soon, Lin Yi rose and approached the door to the adjacent office, knocking lightly 3 times. "Come in." Xia Li's voice rang out from within. Upon entering, Lin Yi discovered that, in addition to Xia Li, Yi Hao was also present. This revelation caused Lin Yi's brow to frown slightly as he inquired, "Chief Xia, did you need something?" "Lin Yi, I have to say, your girlfriend is quite alluring." Before Xia Li could respond, Yi Hao interjected with a smirk, clearly reveling in his triumph from the previous night. He had successfully seduced Lu Li and was eager to share his joy with his good friend, Xia Li, and to publicly humiliate Lin Yi in the process. Lin Yi frowned at Yi Hao's comment, retorting, "Congratulations, you finally managed to wear the shoes I discarded. Ha, even if the shoes are worn out, they can still be cleaned and worn again, but you'll never have the chance to wear them again in your lifetime. Meanwhile, I can wear them whenever I please." Yi Hao, fully aware of Lin Yi's sarcasm, grinned maliciously, adding, "Of course, I also enjoy new shoes, such as." As he trailed off, he mouthed the name Shen Chuchu, deliberately mocking and challenging Lin Yi. "I will ensure you meet your demise." Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone as frigid as ice. "Ha, Lin Yi, without the support of Xiao Yuan, what do you have to contend with me? Your father, the worker, or your mother, the teacher?" Yi Hao erupted into a boisterous laugh, unrestrained in his derision. Xia Li, maintaining a facade of amusement, produced a document, stating, "Lin Yi, the Public Security Bureau sent an introduction letter this morning for you to assist the Criminal Investigation and Cyber Monitoring Divisions with an ongoing case. You need to go there immediately." Lin Yi's eyes narrowed. After he had expelled those 4 policemen the previous night, it appeared that the Bureau had wasted no time in bringing forth an introduction letter for him to cooperate in the investigation regarding that online post. Lin Yi found it hard to believe that his association with the post had been exposed. First, he trusted the skills of Lao He. Second, Lao He had assured him that everything was normal. This left only one possibility: someone at the Public Security Bureau aimed to use coercive methods to extract a confession. The individual behind this was likely Yi Hao's father, Yi Yunfeng, the chief of the Public Security Bureau. This also explained why Yi Hao felt so brazen. The current situation was unlike anything Lin Yi had encountered in his previous life. However, he knew all too well that if he fell into the hands of Yi Yunfeng and his ilk before Xiao Yuan returned, he would not only be in dire straits but might face dire consequences. Just then, as Lin Yi sensed the impending danger, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. He pulled it out to check, his pupils dilating in shock as his face reflected disbelief. The caller ID displayed Xiao Yuan's number. Could it be that Mayor Xiao was unharmed? Amid his astonishment, a thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind, and he held his breath, promptly answering the call. "Xiao Lin, come to the Municipal Reception Center to pick me up right now," came Xiao Yuan's familiar voice on the line. "Okay, understood, Mayor Xiao." Lin Yi responded immediately, his face lighting up with excitement. Mayor Xiao was safe. Moreover, Xiao Yuan's return was even sooner than Lin Yi had anticipated. This could help him navigate the crisis brewing at the Public Security Bureau. A call from Mayor Xiao? This defied logic. Meanwhile, Yi Hao and Xia Li stared at Lin Yi, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief as if they had witnessed a ghost. According to protocol, public officials undergoing investigation by the disciplinary committee were strictly prohibited from contacting the outside world. "Chief Xia, Mayor Xiao has instructed me to go to the Municipal Reception Center to pick him up. The Public Security Bureau wants me to assist them with an investigation, so why don't you have the Bureau leaders consult with Mayor Xiao?" As Yi Hao and Xia Li were still reeling from shock, Lin Yi tucked his phone away and spoke coolly. Lin Yi, wasn't Mayor Xiao under investigation? How could he possibly call you?" Xia Li exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, still unable to comprehend how Lin Yi had received a call from Xiao Yuan. "Why don't you call Mayor Xiao yourself and ask?" Lin Yi held his phone up to Xia Li, the screen displaying his call history with Xiao Yuan. Xia Li's eyes widened, his expression akin to someone who had just eaten something foul. Moments ago, he had wielded his authority to order Lin Yi to cooperate with the investigation at the Public Security Bureau. Now, Lin Yi had turned the tables on him. Should he heed Xia Li's orders or those of Mayor Xiao? Was it truly a call from Xiao Yuan? Yi Hao's incredulity mirrored Xia Li's reaction. As if to affirm Yi Hao's disbelief, Lin Yi coldly stated, "Yi Hao, would you like me to have your father, the chief of the Public Security Bureau, issue a command to have me forcibly taken away?" Yi Hao, seething with rage, instinctively wanted to lash out but could only utter a single syllable, his face darkening to an extreme. For once Xiao Yuan returned safely, not only would he be unable to act against Lin Yi, but even his father, the chief, would be powerless to lay a finger on him. The slap in the face had come all too quickly. Chapter 007 Surprises. One after another, the atmosphere in the office seemed to have frozen, with Yi Hao and Xia Li's mouths tightly shut, akin to the legs of a maiden. Lin Yi refrained from uttering another word and simply turned to leave the office, heading to the municipal reception center to fetch Xiao Yuan. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the municipal reception center in a Passat bearing the license plate Yunsan 4, instructing the driver to wait in the car while he ascended the stairs alone. Upon reaching the suite at the reception center, Lin Yi found the door ajar, revealing Xiao Yuan seated in the living room, engaged in conversation with a woman. Xiao Yuan, donning a pair of spectacles, appeared rosy-cheeked and in good spirits, exuding an aura of scholarly elegance. Seeing Xiao Yuan, Lin Yi exhaled deeply, his heart racing with excitement. According to the trajectory of his previous life, Xiao Yuan had already been drugged at this moment and would suffer a cerebral hemorrhage mere hours later, departing from this world. Meanwhile, Lin Yi would be reassigned to the CTS Water Conservancy Bureau, stationed in a remote area to oversee a reservoir. But now, everything had changed. Lin Yi had altered the course of events, setting his own fate into motion. Xiao Lin, come in. Xiao Yuan beckoned with a smile upon noticing Lin Yi. Director Lin has arrived. The woman accompanying Xiao Yuan also stood, revealing herself to be Xia Hong, the deputy secretary of the municipal committee and director of the reception office. Clad in her usual red dress paired with light-colored high heels, her meticulously applied makeup radiated an alluring charm. Mayor Xiao, Director Xia, Lin Yi regained his composure, courteously greeting them as he stepped into the room. Mayor Xiao, please converse with Director Lin. I shall wait for you downstairs, Xia Hong said with a smile, her gaze towards Xiao Yuan imbued with both respect and admiration. Very well, thank you, Director Xia. Xiao Yuan nodded slightly. Xia Hong offered Lin Yi a faint smile before gracefully swaying her hips and exiting the room. She paused at the door, thoughtfully closing it behind her for Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan. What a skilled actress. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi couldn't help but silently deride her. In his previous life, after Xiao Yuan's demise, Xia Hong was the first to be taken away by the disciplinary inspection team. She had orchestrated the staff at the municipal reception center to poison Xiao Yuan's meal, being one of the principal culprits in his untimely death. Mayor Xiao, are you unwell? Lin Yi inquired after hearing Xia Hong's footsteps fade away. Xiao Yuan gently shook his head. I am fine. Last night, Wu Yong, the party secretary of Guangming Town, and his driver turned themselves into the Municipal Disciplinary Inspection Committee, admitting to falsely accusing me of bribery. The organization has concluded its investigation into me. Has the scent of danger been sensed, leading to the abandonment of pawns? Lin Yi's heart stirred. Xiao Lin, are you aware of that post about me circulating online? Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, Xiao Yuan suddenly posed the question. After the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Committee concluded its investigation, Xiao Yuan retrieved his phone and received a call from Zhong Wei, the Deputy Secretary of the Central Disciplinary Inspection Committee, who revealed some hidden truths. Had it not been for Zhong Wei personally contacting Yan Hai, the Secretary of the Provincial Disciplinary Inspection Committee, to indicate his intent to lead a team to Dongjiang for an investigation, the inquiry into him would not have been resolved so swiftly. Moreover, it was due to that viral post that both Zhong Wei and other elders became aware of his predicament. Mayor Xiao, I was the one who arranged for that post to be published. Lin Yi volunteered. You arranged for it to be published? Xiao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Xiao Lin, from a personal standpoint, I am immensely grateful for all you have done for me. However, from a broader perspective, your actions are misguided. This post will negatively impact the political ecology and urban image of Yunsan. Mayor Xiao, the situation was urgent at the time, Lin Yi began to explain. Yet this time, before he could finish, Xiao Yuan interjected. Xiao Lin, you must believe that I am not corrupt and that the organization would not wrong me. Mayor Xiao, I trust the organization. Initially, I intended to await the results of your investigation in silence, but something compelled me to change my mind. Lin Yi inhaled deeply, resolved to disclose the harsh truth to Xiao Yuan. What matter? Xiao Yuan inquired. I have received news that the staff at the Municipal Reception Center planned to poison your dinner from last night. Lin Yi articulated each word deliberately. Upon hearing Lin Yi's revelation again, Xiao Yuan was stunned for several seconds, taken aback by this sudden information. Xiao Lin, where did you hear this? Are you certain? Xiao Yuan regained his composure, his expression turning grave. He was dedicated to the people and mindful of the greater good, but that did not imply he was oblivious to the struggles for power. Otherwise, he would never have attained the position of executive vice mayor of a prefecture-level city at the mere age of 34. He understood who was scheming against him and grasped their motives, but he could hardly believe they would dare to brazenly violate the rules and trample over political red lines. Mayor Xiao, I am certain, the individual responsible is Su Xiulian from the Municipal Reception Center, Lin Yi affirmed, even naming the individual explicitly. According to the memories of his previous life, on the very day Xia Hong was taken away for investigation by the disciplinary inspection team, Su Xiulian had voluntarily turned herself in. Su Xiaolian was a contractual worker at the Municipal Reception Center, lacking formal employment status, and receiving significantly lower wages than her officially employed counterparts. In her quest for regularization, Su Xiaolian chose to take a risk, serving Xia Hong and adding a substance that would spike blood pressure to Xiao Yuan's dinner. Xiao Yuan fell silent once more. He understood Lin Yi and knew that Lin Yi would never trivialize such serious matters. He trusted Lin Yi. From both a personal and a pragmatic standpoint, Lin Yi had no reason to deceive him. Moreover, such matters could be easily verified. I apologize, Xiao Lin, I misjudged you. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yuan rose to apologize to Lin Yi. Originally, he had thought Lin Yi's arrangement of that post was superfluous, but now it appeared to be a timely intervention. Were it not for Lin Yi's post, drawing the attention of those elders behind him and intervening in his case, he could have potentially faced life-threatening danger. Lin Yi quickly shook his head. Mayor Xiao, you flatter me. Xiao Lin, thank you. Xiao Yuan stepped forward, firmly patting Lin Yi's shoulder, expressing his gratitude once more, but this time, the gratitude carried an entirely different significance. Lin Yi had effectively saved his life. Mayor Xiao, this is what I ought to do. You are an exemplary leader and a benevolent official. The development plan and new development philosophy you have proposed for Yunsan will benefit the 5 million citizens. If anything were to happen to you, it would be a loss not only for the people of Yunsan but also for Dongjiang, Lin Yi declared with unwavering determination. In recent years, Yunsan's pillar industries had been coal mining and its extended industrial chain. In 2007, the global commodities market surged, benefiting Yunsan immensely, leading to a rapid GDP growth. However, after the mayor of Yunsan was diagnosed with liver cancer and Xiao Yuan temporarily assumed control of the municipal government, he recognized that many small private coal mines in Yunsan were operating unsafely, causing frequent accidents and severely impacting the ecological environment. He proposed their closure, advocating for economic transformation, asserting that the boom in commodity prices was fleeting and unsustainable. I initially believed someone was attempting to contest the mayoral position, orchestrating a scheme to frame me. Now, it seems I have offended the entire interest group of Yunsan by disrupting their profits. With Lin Yi's subtle reminder, Xiao Yuan quickly clarified his thoughts, perceiving the truth of the matter with a grave expression. Mayor Xiao, it's not just Yunsan, you have offended the entire interest group of Dongjiang province. This thought flashed through Lin Yi's mind, though he refrained from voicing it, for, by normal logic, it was improbable for Lin Yi to possess such insider knowledge. While Lin Yi remained silent, Xiao Yuan once more patted Lin Yi's shoulder, saying, Xiao Lin, before you arrived, Secretary Liang called me, indicating that the organization intends to appoint me as the mayor of Yunsan, and the relevant procedures are underway. Prior to my official appointment, I would like you to adapt to the work in the first secretary's office. Thank you, Mayor Xiao. Lin Yi's heart soared with joy. The first secretary's office was dedicated to serving the mayor. By having Lin Yi acclimate to the secretary's office, Xiao Yuan was implicitly suggesting that Lin Yi would assume the role of chief secretary. At the age of 28, he would be the mayor's chief secretary. Such a rapid advancement and potential development, even across the entire Dongjiang province, who were among the best, this was a stark contrast to Lin Yi's previous experience. However, just as Lin Yi reveled in the swift onset of happiness, Xiao Yuan made another astonishing proclamation. Xiao Lin, from now on, you shall be my sworn brother. In non-work settings, there is no need to address me by my title, simply call me brother for a sense of familiarity. Lin Yi stared blankly at Xiao Yuan, his mind buzzing. To be the sworn brother of Xiao Yuan held far more prestige than being the mayor's chief secretary. He was overwhelmed by a succession of surprises. Chapter 008 Mayor Xiao returns. As Lin Yi accompanied Xiao Yuan downstairs, Xia Hong had been waiting for quite some time with the manager of the municipal party committee's guest house. Director Xia, there's no need to be so courteous. Please attend to your duties, Xiao Yuan replied with a faint smile. Although he had learned from Lin Yi about the assassination plot orchestrated by political adversaries, leading him to deduce Xia Hong's complicity, his demeanor towards her remained unchanged, displaying neither joy nor anger. This is an essential skill for those within the system, one that Xiao Yuan had naturally mastered long ago. Mayor Xiao, my duty is to serve you, Xia Hong said with a flirtatious smile, preemptively opening the car door for Xiao Yuan before he and Lin Yi got in. After they settled, she waved them goodbye. As the car drove away, Xia Hong's expression shifted dramatically, reminiscent of a Sichuan opera performer changing her face. The smile vanished, replaced by a menacing scowl. Was she merely spreading her legs for Wu Jiqiang for a fleeting 30 seconds of satisfaction? No, she aimed for advancement alongside him. She had envisioned Wu Jiqiang as mayor while she would ascend to the role of Secretary General of the municipal government. However, with Xiao Yuan's situation seemingly resolved, her aspirations were thwarted, her smiles in front of Xiao Yuan were mere professional decorum, her true feelings steeped in resentment. Unbeknownst to Xia Hong, her dramatic change of expression had been clearly observed by Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan through the car's rearview mirror. Buzz. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw that it was a call from Xia Wen. Xia Wen served as the Deputy Secretary General of the Yunshan Municipal Committee and also as the Secretary to the Committee Secretary, Wang Haifeng. Lin Yi answered the call. Hello, Director Xie. Lin, are you with Mayor Xiao? Yes, Director Xie, we are currently in the car. What is the matter? It's like this, a crowd of over 1,000 has gathered outside the Municipal Party Committee and government offices, holding banners to demand justice for Mayor Xiao. Director Guo of the Municipal Letters and Calls Bureau and Director Yi of the Municipal Public Security Bureau are trying to negotiate with them, but the crowd refuses to disperse, insisting on seeing Mayor Xiao. Please inform him. Understood, Director Xie. Lin Yi promptly responded, ending the call and briefing Xiao Yuan on the situation. Xiao Yuan immediately instructed the driver to accelerate. 20 minutes later, their vehicle arrived at the Municipal Party Committee and government offices. Just as Xia Wen had reported, the entrance was packed to the brim with people, a sea of heads stretching endlessly. Lin Yi peered through the car window and saw individuals raising their arms in fervent calls, while others brandished banners with slogans clearly visible. Mayor Xiao is a good servant of the people, he could never be bribed. Self-disciplined and diligent for the public, Yunshan needs Mayor Xiao. Please return Mayor Xiao to us. Directors Yi Yunfeng and Guo Guangda of the Municipal Public Security Bureau and Letters and Calls Bureau were shouting into megaphones, but the crowd dismissed their words as mere bluster. Stop the car. Xiao Yuan, seeing the situation, wore a grave expression and immediately signaled to the driver. Yes, Mayor Xiao. The driver complied, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Without waiting for Lin Yi to exit and open the door for him, Xiao Yuan stepped out himself. Mayor Xiao. Mayor Xiao has returned. As soon as he appeared, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, their voices resonating into the heavens. The throng surged towards Xiao Yuan and Lin Yi like a tidal wave, encircling Xiao Yuan as if he were the moon surrounded by stars. Seeing this, directors Guo and Yi hurried over. Everyone, please be quiet. Xiao Yuan, moved by the display, raised his hands to signal for silence. His gesture seemed to possess a certain enchantment, quickly calming the agitated crowd. My friends, I appreciate your trust and support regarding my situation. However, I must remind you that your actions are misguided and unlawful. You are disrupting public order and impeding the work of the Municipal Party Committee and government. As for my circumstances, rest assured that the organization has thoroughly investigated and I am back to serve you. Now, I kindly ask everyone to leave in an orderly manner. Thank you. With a firm tone and resounding voice, he spoke clearly enough for everyone to hear. After finishing, he bowed deeply to the crowd that had come to support him. All right. We will listen to Mayor Xiao. Everyone, please disperse. At his words, some in the crowd immediately responded, and soon they began to disperse in an orderly fashion. This was the true essence of a servant of the people. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi quietly clenched his fists. In his rebirth, he had numerous choices. Regardless of which path he chose, he could thrive by leveraging the power of foresight. Ultimately, he opted for the most perilous route, rescuing Xiao Yuan and continuing in politics. This decision would embroil him in the power struggles of Yunshan City and even the Dongjiang province. A moment's carelessness could lead to his ruin, yet he felt no hesitation or regret, for he believed that exceptional leaders like Xiao Yuan should not perish. The true culprits deserving of condemnation were Yi Hao and the scoundrels behind him. Additionally, he sought to rectify the regrets of his past life, yearning to make a difference but lacking a position, with ambitions and ideals left unfulfilled. Now, upon witnessing the scene before him, he felt grateful for his choice. Not only had he saved Xiao Yuan's life and altered his own fate, but he had also brought benefits to the people of Yunshan. Mayor Xiao. As the crowd began to disperse, Yi Yunfeng and Guo Guangda finally squeezed their way to Xiao Yuan's side, their expressions grim. They had been talking tirelessly, yet the crowd remained immovable as if they were statues. In contrast, Xiao Yuan resolved the matter with just a few words. Xiao Yuan paid them no mind, instead smiling and waving at the onlookers who occasionally glanced back. Please return to your work. 5 minutes later, after all the gathered crowds had left, Xiao Yuan issued instructions to Yi Yunfeng and Guo Guangda. Yes, Mayor Xiao. They both responded immediately. Xiao Yuan said nothing further and led Lin Yi into the municipal party committee and government compound. The mayor had returned. Within the offices of the municipal party committee and government, many staff members who had silently worried for Xiao Yuan were filled with exhilaration upon his safe return. However, some were in a rather dismal mood, for power struggles are not merely the affairs of two individuals but rather those of two factions, where the slightest disturbance affects the entire body. Xiao Yuan's safe return would shatter the dreams of individuals like Xia Hong, potentially robbing them of peace and sleep. Upon returning to his office, Lin Yi noticed that the oppressive atmosphere had dissipated, replaced by a sense of lightness and joy. Yet, when Xia Li appeared at the office door, the smiles vanished from the faces of his cheerful colleagues, who averted their gazes and resumed their work. Frowning, Xia Li scanned the room before hastily approaching Lin Yi's desk, forcing a smile as he said, "Lin, I've coordinated with the Public Security Bureau, so you need not assist them with the investigation anymore. Focus on your work." "All right, Director Xia, I will brief Mayor Xiao on this matter shortly," Lin Yi replied impassively. Xia Li's smile faltered. "Lin, does this really need to be reported to Mayor Xiao?" "Director Xia, the Public Security Bureau's investigation into the online posts regarding Mayor Xiao must surely be conveyed to him." Lin Yi responded with a slight smile, relishing Xia Li's reaction. "Of course, Director Xia, rest assured that I will inform Mayor Xiao of your robust support for the Public Security Bureau's efforts. I appreciate it." Though Xia Li verbally expressed gratitude, the smile had vanished from his face. He had intended to calm and ease tensions with Lin Yi, only to find himself served a bitter pill instead. Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Not at all, Director Xia." Xia Li inhaled sharply in frustration but ultimately refrained from exploding, leaving with a darkened expression instead. Watching Xia Li's retreating figure, Lin Yi's eyes sparkled with insight. In his previous life, Xia Li had fallen from grace during the anti-corruption campaign in Dongjiang, a mere fly swatted away, accused of embezzlement, bribery, and corrupt dealings. Reflecting on this, Lin Yi suddenly pondered, in his past life, the anti-corruption storm that swept through Yunshun and Dongjiang was ignited by Mayor Xiao's demise. Now, with Mayor Xiao's safe return, would adversaries abandon their pawns and settle matters quietly, or would the nationwide anti-corruption fervor still persist? If not, how could he ensure that scoundrels like Yi Hao and Xia Li faced the judgment of party discipline and the law? Chapter 009. The promotion comes sooner than anticipated. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yi arrived at the municipal hospital to accompany Lin Zhongguang for a contrast examination. This minor procedure, including anesthesia, took about an hour and a half. Once the examination was complete, the head of the cardiology department summoned Lin Yi to his office to discuss the results. It was revealed that 2 blood vessels in Lin Zhongguang's heart were 50% blocked, and while a stent procedure was not currently necessary, medication was required to prevent further blockage. Gratefully, Lin Yi thanked the doctor and returned to the ward, cheerfully announcing, "Dad, the results of your examination are quite good, no need for a stent, just medication will suffice." "I understand," Lin Zhongguang replied, gently nodding, his brows furrowed tightly together in a frown. His wife, Feng Lon, wore a similarly troubled expression. "Dad, Mom, what is the matter?" Lin Yi inquired, puzzled given that his father's examination results were benign. "Shouldn't they be fair? He informed me that your superior has been placed under investigation for bribery, and you may be implicated as well. There is a strong possibility you could lose your job or even face imprisonment." Feng Lan's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed at Lin Yi. "Xiao Yi, please tell us the truth. Is it really possible you could be implicated?" Lin Zhongguang also looked at Lin Yi with evident worry. Realization dawned upon Lin Yi. His uncle, Feng Li, served as the deputy director of the Qinghe County Hospital in Yunshun City and had heard some rumors, which he relayed to his mother. Buzz, just as Lin Yi was about to explain, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and saw it was a call from Zhang Rue, the secretary of the municipal government. Zhang Rue was a key figure in the city government and also Lin Yi's direct supervisor. "Hello, secretary," Lin Yi answered promptly. "Xiao Lin, I heard from Mayor Xiao that you went to the hospital. How is your father's condition?" Zhang Rue inquired with a warm tone, expressing genuine concern. "Thank you for your concern, Secretary. My father has completed his examination. There is some blockage in his heart vessel. He just needs medication and will be discharged tomorrow." Lin Yi expressed gratitude before sharing his father's condition, then proactively asked, "Secretary, is there anything you need from me?" "Lin Yi, the reason I called is to share some good news. This afternoon, Mayor Xiao presided over a municipal government executive meeting, during which a series of personnel appointments were approved, including yours. Congratulations, Xiao Lin, you will serve as the head of the first secretary's office. Th. Although he had heard about this arrangement from Xiao Yuan earlier that morning, he hadn't anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Shaolin, there is no need to thank me, this is the result of your own hard work. Your diligence and composure in handling matters have not gone unnoticed by the leadership, Zhang Rui replied with a smile. However, with your new role as the head of the First Secretary's office, you will still need to continue serving as Mayor Zhao Secretary, which means your responsibilities will increase, and you must work even harder. Rest assured, Secretary, I will diligently fulfill my duties and complete all tasks assigned by the leadership. Excellent. Please extend my regards to your father and wish him a swift recovery. Thank you, Secretary. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude once more before ending the call. Xiao Yi, you've been promoted. Feng Lon asked eagerly as soon as Lin Yi set down his phone. Lin Zhongguang also sat up, visibly excited. They had both gleaned much from the conversation. Yes, the secretary just informed me that the organization has decided to promote me to the position of head of the First Secretary's office, while I will also continue my role as Mayor Zhao Secretary, Lin Yi confirmed with a nod. He had intended to explain Xiao Yuan's case to his parents, but the call from Zhang Rui had conveniently alleviated their concerns. My Xiao Yi is truly remarkable. Feng Lon exclaimed, trembling with excitement. Just moments ago, she had been worried about Lin Yi's situation due to her brother Feng Li's words, yet now, in the blink of an eye, not only was Lin Yi unscathed, but he was also being elevated to a leadership position. How could she not be thrilled? Lin Zhongguang felt similarly, the slight smile creeping onto his lips, one that was more difficult to suppress than an AK-47. Nonetheless, he endeavored to maintain the composure expected of a father, solemnly stating, Xiao Yi, this promotion is indeed a good thing and worthy of celebration. However, your responsibilities will be greater moving forward, and you must strive even harder. I understand, Dad, Lin Yi replied with a smile. As a railway worker, his father, like many from the older generation, had a limited education but was principled, steadfast, and favored a more authoritative form of parenting. They were typically more inclined to criticize than to praise, fearing that their children might become complacent. Yet, when conversing with colleagues or relatives, they would boast, my son, daughter, dad, mom, although my promotion has been approved, it has not yet been formally announced, and there will be a public notice in the coming days. According to personnel regulations, this news must remain confidential, therefore, you must keep it a secret, otherwise, it could cause trouble for the secretary and adversely affect my promotion. Lin Yi specifically cautioned them. All right, understood. Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon had already concocted plans on how to boast to their colleagues, but upon hearing Lin Yi's words, they felt a jolt and nodded vigorously in agreement. Suddenly, Feng Lon recalled something and asked, Xiao Yi, did Luli break up with you because of your superior situation? Does she think you will be implicated? Mom, that is all in the past, Lin Yi replied. If Luli were to learn that Xiao Yi not only escaped unscathed but was also promoted to head of the office, she would surely regret her decision. Lin Zhongguang scoffed, his disdain evident. He cared little for Luli, who hadn't even visited him during his hospital stay. However, he was quite displeased with her decision to end things with Lin Yi immediately after the incident involving Xiao Yuan. At the West Bank restaurant, a newly opened eatery in Yunshun, business was thriving. In 2008, following China's entry into the World Trade Organization, the economy soared, and many individuals began to pursue Western lifestyles and cultures. Fast food chains and restaurants became symbols of this new trend. After their meeting yesterday afternoon, Luli and Yihao arranged to dine once more at the West Bank restaurant. Luli left work an hour early, arriving at the booth well ahead of Yihao. However, he arrived fashionably late, his expression quite grim. Yihao, has the investigation into Mayor Xiao's case yielded any results? Luli inquired impatiently as soon as Yihao sat down. She had yet to inform her parents about her breakup with Lin Yi and her subsequent relationship with Yihao, knowing that her father, Lu Guoquan, would remain hopeful about Lin Yi. Her plan was to wait until the fallout from Xiao Yuan's case became clear, when once Lin Yi faced inevitable misfortune, she'd introduce Yihao to her parents. At that point, they would not only refrain from blaming her but would commend her foresight. I'll wait another minute. Perhaps the next moment before Yihao could respond, Luli's phone rang. Her device, the trendy Nokia N95, blared the tune of "Wait a minute. It's my dad calling, I need to step outside to take this," Luli said, glancing at the caller ID before rising to answer the call. "Shaoli, where are you?" Upon connecting, Lu Guoquan, the deputy director of the construction committee, inquired eagerly. Luli hesitated before responding, "Dad, I'm at the West Bank restaurant having dinner with a friend. What's up?" Stop eating and come back quickly. Your mother and I are taking you to the municipal hospital to visit Lin Yi's father. Liu Guoquan exclaimed excitedly. Just moments ago, he had received a call from the head of the construction committee, who informed him that Lin Yi was about to be promoted to head of the first secretary's office and congratulated him on the news. Liu Li flatly refused. Dad, you know that Mayor Shao is in trouble. Lin Yi will surely be implicated. It's inappropriate for us to visit his father right now. What trouble, Shaoli? Don't speak. Mayor Shao is fine, and Lin Yi has been promoted. He is about to become the head of the first secretary's office and will also serve as the mayor's chief secretary. Lin Yi is being promoted to department head, and he will serve as the mayor's chief secretary. Dad, are you absolutely sure you are not mistaken? Liu Li gasped, her face a mask of disbelief. Chapter 010. Some hearts are as malevolent as serpents and scorpions, while others are as benevolent as the sun. Shaoli, let me tell you, just now the director of the construction committee called me, informing me about Lin Yi's promotion. He even congratulated me on finding a good son-in-law. How could this possibly be false? Liu Guoquan exclaimed, brimming with excitement as if he had just been invigorated by a shot of adrenaline. How could this be? Hearing her father's words again, Liu Li was left dumbfounded, mistaking her shock for surprise at such unexpected news. Liu Guoquan continued to boast, Shaoli, now you understand how discerning your father is, right? A 28-year-old section chief, the mayor's chief secretary, marrying such a man will ensure a lifetime of unending wealth and grandeur. Dad, I'll call you back shortly. Liu Li felt her heart bleed. She hastily interrupted Liu Guoquan and hung up the phone, turning on her heel and racing into the West Bank restaurant, breathlessly approaching Yihao, her face a mask of panic. Yihao, my dad just called, saying Mayor Shao is fine, and Lin Yi has been promoted to the head of the secretarial section and the mayor's chief secretary. Is that true? Yes. But you said Mayor Shao would definitely not come out, and Lin Yi was doomed. How can this be? You ask me, who the hell should I ask? Yihao, visibly agitated, extinguished his cigarette and stood up to leave. Initially, he was troubled by Lin Yi's situation and sought to vent his frustration on Liu Li. Now that she was aware of Lin Yi's promotion, she would undoubtedly not be complicit in his plans. Why was I so foolish to believe his nonsense? As expected, watching Yihao's retreating figure, Liu Li felt a deep regret. If only time could rewind, she would certainly choose to heed Liu Guoquan's words instead of throwing herself into Yihao's embrace. I'll wait just one more minute. Perhaps the next moment the ringtone of her phone interrupted Liu Li's thoughts. Glancing at the caller ID, she hesitated briefly before answering her father's call. Liu Li, your mother and I are heading to the supermarket to buy some gifts, and then we'll come to the West Bank restaurant to pick you up. We are going to the hospital to visit Lin Yi's father. Dad, we can't go to the hospital anymore. Liu Li's heart felt as though it had been pierced, her voice tinged with tears. Liu Guoquan was taken aback. Why not? I broke up with Lin Yi yesterday. Liu Li, don't scare me like that. Liu Guoquan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Taking a deep breath, Liu Li replied, Dad, it's true, I broke up with him. Why did you break up? I was deceived by that swindler Yihao. Liu Li summoned her courage to explain her situation with Yihao, placing all the blame on him. Have you lost your mind? I told you, until the truth about Mayor Zhao's case comes to light, you must maintain your attitude towards Lin Yi, yet you turned around and got involved with Yihao. You do realize he is a notorious playboy, right? Liu Guoquan's blood pressure soared in anger, feeling as though he might require hospitalization himself. Liu Li quietly explained, Dad, I thought, don't think anything. Hurry back and come with your mother and me to the hospital to apologize to Lin Yi and make amends. Liu Guoquan interjected, exasperated. Liu Li was momentarily stunned before responding, Dad, when I broke up with Lin Yi over the phone yesterday, Yihao was right beside me, and Lin Yi heard him speak. Furthermore, I was with Yihao last night. How could Lin Yi possibly reconcile with me? Remember, you must not let Lin Yi know about this. If you sincerely apologize to him, there is still hope for reconciliation. Liu Guoquan patiently instructed. Liu Li's mother chimed in, Shaoli, your father is right, men can be soothed, as long as you make him happy. Do you think he wouldn't reconcile with you? Once you make up, if you become pregnant with his child, marrying him will be a piece of cake, and everything that happened before will be inconsequential. That does make sense. Liu Li's eyes brightened. Dad, Mom, please wait for me at home. I'm heading back now to touch up my makeup and change my clothes, and then we'll go to the hospital together. Liu Li spoke rapidly, her previous sadness and regret dissipating. She felt that by lowering her pride and comforting Lin Yi, they would undoubtedly rekindle their relationship. At the municipal hospital, Shen Chuchu rode her electric bike to the inpatient building. After packing, she grabbed 2 lunch boxes and hurried inside. Arriving at Lin Zhangguang's hospital room, unable to knock on the door with both hands full, she gently tapped her forehead against it 3 times. A few seconds later, Lin Yi opened the door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shen Chuchu holding 2 lunch boxes, each stacked several layers high. I called your aunt this afternoon, and she mentioned you were in the hospital. I thought since you were there, you must be fine, so I went home to cook for uncle and auntie. Shen Chuchu's forehead flashed slightly as she spoke softly. Upon seeing Shen Chuchu, Feng Lon quickly approached, saying, Shao Yi, your father and I have been eating the meals that Chuchu brought us for the past couple of days. Chuchu, aren't you working? Lin Yi asked, puzzled. Shen Chuchu mumbled, I finish my work ahead of time every day and leave a bit early for lunch and in the afternoon after informing my colleagues. It's fine. Thank you, Chuchu. Lin Yi felt warmth in his heart and hurriedly invited her inside. Shen Chuchu, carrying the lunch boxes, quickly walked to the bedside and asked with concern, Uncle, how are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? Chuchu, I'm fine. The doctor said I don't need a stent. Just some medication will suffice, Lin Zhangguang replied with a smile, shaking his head. That's great, Uncle. I've made you hen soup and crucian cap soup. Be sure to eat plenty while it's hot. As Shen Chuchu spoke, she opened the lunch boxes to reveal a feast. Hen soup, crucian cap soup, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried greens, and rice, all aromatic and plentiful. Once she finished, she turned to Lin Yi. Lin Yi, I've prepared so much, you and auntie should join me. Okay. Lin Yi, indeed hungry, nodded in agreement. Feng Lon handed a portion of rice to Lin Zhangguang and then asked Shen Chuchu, Chuchu, have you eaten? Auntie, I had something before coming here, you all should eat, Shen Chuchu replied with a smile, though her expression was slightly tense. After all, she was not adept at lying. The truth was, she hadn't eaten at all. After preparing the meals, she would rush to deliver them to the hospital, sitting beside Lin Zhangguang and Feng Lon while they ate, engaging in conversation before returning home. Once home, she would reheat the little leftovers in the pot for herself. This had been her routine for the past few days. Lin Yi, Lin Zhangguang, and Feng Lon had no idea that the gentle and kind Shen Chuchu was lying. They assumed she had indeed eaten and did not press further. Sitting not far away, Shen Chuchu watched Lin Yi devour his food and felt immense joy, secretly swallowing her own saliva. She was hungry too. How she wished to share a meal with them. Had she known, she would have brought 3 lunch boxes. Shen Chuchu's mind was racing with thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, after Lin Yi and the others finished their meal, there came a knock on the door. 3 gentle raps followed by the door opening revealed Luli, holding gifts, accompanied by her parents, at the threshold of the hospital room. Shen Chuchu, what are you doing here? Who allowed you to come? Luli stormed in, her anger flaring upon seeing Shen Chuchu in the room, feeling as though something that belonged to her had been snatched away. Get out, came a sharp retort in response to Luli's outburst. Lin Yi stood up, positioning himself protectively beside Shen Chuchu. Chapter 011 Because of your ignorance, you have missed out on boundless wealth. Lin Yi's words fell upon Luli like a bucket of icy water, awakening her from her state of fury. Lin Yi had already severed ties with her. She had come today to seek forgiveness and reconciliation with him. How could she lose her temper and confront Shen Chuchu in front of Lin Yi? Shao Li, Miss Shen is Shao Yi's classmate, here to visit Shao Yi's father. What is so unusual about that? Lu Guoquan responded swiftly, reprimanding Luli without hesitation. Despite knowing that his daughter was accustomed to being self-centered and domineering, he questioned the wisdom of her actions in the current situation. Where did she find the audacity to express jealousy and rage in front of Lin Yi? I am sorry, Lin Yi, Miss Shen, I was overly agitated just now. Upon hearing Lu Guoquan's words, Luli's demeanor took a complete turn, as she hurried to apologize to Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu. It's quite all right, Shen Chuchu replied with a subdued expression. Though she harbored no fondness for Luli and was aware of Lin Yi's breakup, she sensed that Luli's visit with her parents to see Lin Zhangguang was not a simple matter and instinctively wished to avoid causing trouble for Lin Yi. Chuchu, I've already ended things with her. Your visit to see my father has nothing to do with her. What right does she have to question you? Lin Yi gazed at Shen Chuchu's gloomy visage, feeling a mix of anger and sympathy. Shen Chuchu was too kind and magnanimous. While kindness and generosity are virtues when directed towards morally corrupt individuals, they only invite further transgressions. Yet, Lin Yi understood that Shen Chuchu possessed principles and boundaries. She acted as she did for her own sake. Xiao-Yi, after I heard about your situation with Xiaoli, I gave her a thorough talking to. She has been spoiled since childhood and is far too willful. I have asked her, and she told me that she and that Yihao are merely high school alumni. There must be a misunderstanding between you two. Seeing Lin Yi's anger and his protective stance towards Shen Chuchu, Lu Guoquan felt a sense of foreboding and quickly sought to clarify, then turned to Lu Li. Xiaoli, explain yourself to Xiao-Yi and apologize. Lin Yi, I'm sorry. Lu Li hastily began her apology, appearing as docile as a little lamb. However, before she could complete her sentence, Lin Yi coldly interrupted, Director Lu, there is no misunderstanding. Mayor Xiao has been taken away for investigation by the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, and your daughter believes I will be implicated, facing a bleak future, so she turned to Yihao. I did not. Lu Li interjected passionately, her eyes brimming with tears, as if she had suffered a grievous injustice, and she began to defend herself. After Mayor Zhao's incident, I was worried about you and afraid of bothering you, so I approached Yihao to inquire about the situation. You were in bed with him, helping me gather information. Lin Yi's gaze pierced through Lu Li. At his words, her complexion paled, but recalling her parents' previous admonitions, she resolutely denied. Lin Yi, you must believe me, there is nothing between Yihao and me. Yihao came to see me this morning and claimed you were together last night. Would you like me to call him now for confirmation? Lin Yi's tone was frigid. Lu Li trembled in fear, rendered speechless. Lu Guoquan and his wife were equally astounded. They had assumed Lin Yi lacked evidence and that as long as their daughter family denied the accusations, they could evade the situation. They never anticipated that Yihao would approach Lin Yi and voluntarily disclose this information. This caught them off guard and left them at a loss for how to proceed. At that moment, Lin Zhongguang suddenly spoke, his tone resolute. Although the Lin family has been farmers for 3 generations, living modestly in the countryside, we still adhere to family rules. Promiscuous women are absolutely unfit to marry into the Lin family. You accuse me of being promiscuous, yet what does that make your son? He has long been entangled with that vixen, Shen Chuchu. Lu Li, initially contemplating how to salvage her relationship with Lin Yi through deceit, felt as if her lungs had been punctured upon hearing Lin Zhongguang's words, and she erupted with anger. The working class serves as the vanguard of the people. However, in Lu Li's eyes, Lin Zhongguang, a railway worker, was impoverished, powerless, and insignificant, living at the bottom of society. Throughout, she held a deep-seated contempt for Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon. Lin Zhongguang's expression shifted. He was unaware of the true nature of Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu's relationship and was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Shen Chuchu stepped forward, indignantly retorting, do not speak recklessly, Lin Yi and I are merely classmates. Vixen, do you think I would believe you? Lu Li scoffed, utterly unconvinced. Slap. The response to Lu Li was a resounding slap across the face. Lu Guoquan, furious, struck Lu Li with all his might, nearly toppling her to the ground. Dad, why are you hitting me? I was only stating the truth. Lu Li stumbled, her vision swelling with stars, instinctively covering her face, feeling utterly aggrieved. Be quiet. Lu Guoquan bellowed, hastily silencing Lu Li, wishing he could tear her mouth apart. Then, filled with trepidation, he turned to Lin Yi, apologizing, I'm sorry, Lin Ku, I had no prior knowledge of my daughter's disgraceful actions, which is why I, along with her mother, brought her to the hospital. I apologize for the trouble caused to you and your parents. Lu Li, I warn you, if you dare to insult or bully Chuchu again, you will regret it. Lin Yi ignored Lu Guoquan and coldly cautioned Lu Li. Yes, Lin Ku, I will take her away immediately. Lu Guoquan nodded deferentially, then seized Lu Li by the arm, dragging her away like a lifeless dog. As Lu Li and her family departed, the hospital room fell silent, and the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Shen Chuchu lowered her head, preparing to tidy up the meal boxes used by Lin Yi's family. Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon exchanged glances, uncertain of how to break the silence. Chuchu, remember, do not compromise your dignity for my sake in the future, Lin Yi interjected, blocking Shen Chuchu's path, offering a gentle reminder. I understand. Shen Chuchu initially froze, then realized something, her cheeks flashing crimson. She lowered her gaze, bashful and anxious, nodding her head softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Meanwhile, Lu Li was being dragged out of the hospital by Lu Guoquan, resembling a slaughtered pig. She cried out, Dad, you are hurting me. Now that we are outside, why are you still pulling Xiaoli? Lu Li's mother frowned, casting an accusatory glance at Lu Guoquan, then gently caressed Lu Li's swollen face, asking, Xiaoli, is your face all right? She has disgraced our family. Lu Guoquan scolded in exasperation. Liu Li's mother, protective of her daughter, countered, setting aside Xiao Li's actions. What about Lin Yi? From my perspective, Xiao Li has not spoken falsely. Lin Yi must certainly be involved with that Shen Chuchu. Otherwise, why would she bring food to the hospital? Exactly. Liu Li, feeling validated by her mother's words, eagerly concurred. You two truly possess the intellect of swine. Liu Guoquan, incensed, felt his blood pressure surge, trembling with rage. At this point, does that even matter? Lin Yi has made up his mind, he will not reconcile with Xiao Li. So what if he doesn't reconcile? I can still find a good husband. Liu Li, provoked, interrupted Liu Guoquan. Huh? A 28-year-old department head, the mayor's secretary, can you name even a few comparable individuals across the entire Dongjiang province? Even if there are, do you think they would deign to notice you? Liu Guochuan's face turned pale with anger as he rebuked, let us consider this. Even if you seek a partner of matching status, do you think the other family values you for yourself, or because you have a deputy director of the construction committee as a father? Liu Li was rendered speechless. Liu Li's mother also recognized Liu Guochuan's intention and ceased to defend her daughter. Perhaps you have forgotten how I became the deputy director of the construction committee. The more Liu Guoquan spoke, the more agitated he became, his finger nearly jabbing Liu Li's face. Even if you aren't with Lin Yi, you must not offend him. With his current status and position, if he holds a grudge, I can't even guarantee that you will retain your deputy position. Dad, has he truly become that formidable? Liu Li's eyes widened in shock. She understood the power of authority but was not particularly well versed in the intricacies of the political arena. Let me assure you, with his position as the mayor's secretary, the secretaries and mayors of Yunshan's various districts, as well as the directors of major bureaus in the city, must show him respect. Respect, do you understand? And this may be merely the beginning of his political journey. Because of your ignorance and promiscuity, you have squandered boundless wealth, and the Liu family will miss the opportunity for great advancement. As Liu Guoquan concluded, he felt as though his heart was bleeding, wishing he could strangle Liu Li. Liu Li appeared bewildered. In that moment, she still failed to comprehend the significance of the boundless wealth Liu Guoquan spoke of. Not long after, as Lin Yi ascended rapidly in his career, she would come to realize just how foolish she had been, regretting her decisions deeply. Chapter 012, Teetering on the Edge of Destruction. The following morning at 11 o'clock, Lin Yi completed the discharge formalities for Lin Zhongguang, the hospital director, accompanied by the department head, escorted. After bidding farewell to the hospital director and his colleagues, Feng Lon, with a hint of confusion, remarked, by the way, Xiao Yi, Chuchu mentioned she would come over this morning, yet she hasn't arrived yet. Lin Zhongguang shot Feng Lon a disapproving glance, retorting, Chuchu has work. She can't be expected to revolve around us all day. That's not what I meant. My point is, Chuchu is a person of integrity, always meticulous in her thoughts. Even if she couldn't come, she would at least call to inform us, Feng Lon countered, articulating her concerns. Dad, Mom, I'll give Chuchu a call, Lin Yi suggested, feeling a twinge of unease. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Chuchu's number, only to find that she did not answer after 3 attempts. Meanwhile, Shen Chuchu found herself taken to the Criminal Investigation Division of the Yunshan City Public Security Bureau, confined within an interrogation room. Earlier that morning, shortly after arriving at her workplace, she was apprehended by personnel from the investigation unit under the pretense of an inquiry and was currently undergoing questioning. Ye Hao lounged in the office of the division chief, Zhang Biao, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his feet unceremoniously propped on the coffee table, holding Shen Chuchu's phone in his hand. Young Master Yi, Shen Chuchu remains tight-lipped, revealing nothing. What should we do next? Zhang Biao inquired, casting a glance at how Xiao Yuan's safe return had disrupted Wu Jiqiang's plans, inciting the wrath of the Dongjiang gang, represented by Wu Jiqiang himself. The source of all this turmoil was the individual behind the online post. They were determined to unearth this person and ensure they faced dire consequences. Lin Yi was designated as the primary suspect. Consequently, the director of the city's police department, Yi Yunfeng, instructed Zhang Biao to conduct a thorough investigation into Lin Yi, although he withheld any pertinent information from him. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Biao found himself at a loss regarding how to initiate the inquiry into Lin Yi. Ye Hao posited that Shen Chuchu, having cared for Lin Yi's father in recent days, must possess some insider knowledge, suggesting that they utilize her as a means to investigate Lin Yi. Zhang Biao deemed Yi Hao's analysis sound and promptly dispatched personnel to bring Shen Chuchu to the division for questioning early that morning, yet he did not anticipate her utter lack of cooperation. Every inquiry related to Lin Yi was met with silence from Shen Chuchu. Zhonggu, since that little vixen refuses to speak voluntarily, we must find a way to pry the truth from her. You are an expert in criminal investigations, surely you are more adept in this regard than I. Yi Hao quipped with a smirk, tossing Shen Chuchu's domestic phone onto the coffee table. Xiao Hao, while extracting her confession may be feasible, as you just witnessed, Lin Yi has been incessantly calling her. What if he pursues this matter later? Zhang Biao hesitated. Coercive interrogation was one of their methods for solving cases. This approach was effective against truthless criminals, yet he harbored reservations regarding applying it to Shen Chuchu. His apprehension stemmed not only from her status as an officer but also due to Lin Yi's involvement. Previously, Lin Yi had resolutely endeavored to vindicate Shen Chuchu, insisting on sending Yi Hao to prison, thereby severing ties with Yi Yunfeng, which had stirred quite a commotion. Moreover, Lin Yi had just made 3 consecutive calls to Shen Chuchu. It would not be long before he discovered her whereabouts. Zhonggu, in the Yunshan City Public Security Bureau, do we serve the Yi family or the Lin family? Yi Hao raised an eyebrow, his tone turning frosty as he altered his address for Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao frowned, contemplating before replying. Xiao Hao, let me give the director a call for guidance. Feel free, Yi Hao retorted, offering a cool reminder. However, Zhonggu, I must caution you, the investigation into the post is not at my father's behest but rather the directive of Secretary Jiqiong. Should your performance falter and displease Secretary Jiqiong, the consequences could be severe. I'll conduct the interrogation personally. Zhang Biao's heart skipped a beat, halting his call, pocketing his phone, and rising to head towards the interrogation room. Yi Hao also stood, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Zhonggu, I shall accompany you. I wish to witness the pitiable state of that vixen, Chuchu. Very well, Zhang Biao acquiesced, leading Yi Hao to the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, Shen Chuchu sat on a black leather stool, facing 2 detectives. Captain, the detectives greeted Zhang Biao promptly upon his arrival. He nodded slightly, then took a seat alongside Yi Hao, his gaze icy as it fell upon Shen Chuchu. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice low and commanding. Shen Chuchu, the online post concerning Mayor Xiao has inflicted significant harm on both the mayor personally and the city's image. The city leadership has instructed us to thoroughly investigate this matter. Should you continue to refuse cooperation, do not expect us to remain courteous. Captain Zhang, allow me to remind you that I am not a criminal suspect, and you have no authority to detain or interrogate me. Shen Chuchu replied defiantly, her diminutive frame radiating strength akin to plum blossoms blooming amidst the biting cold. She concluded, directing her gaze towards Yi Hao. Moreover, he is not a member of your investigation unit. What is he doing here? Zhonggu, not only is she uncooperative with the investigation, but she also dares to invoke legalities, showing utter disregard for your division. Yi Hao scoffed. Zhang Biao, clearly provoked, darkened his expression and retorted, Shen Chuchu, I shall give you one final chance. If you persist in your obstinacy and refusal to cooperate, we will be compelled to resort to measures. You intend to use torture to extract confessions. Shen Chuchu's expression shifted slightly, her eyes fixed intently on Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao sneered, how could we possibly resort to torture? We merely wish to enlighten you on how to cooperate with the investigation, otherwise, the truth shall remain elusive. Torture is illegal, and should you dare to engage in such practices, not only will you be expelled from the police force, but you will also face legal repercussions. Shen Chuchu felt a surge of indignation, yet her countenance remained unyielding. Zhang Biao dismissed her with a scoff, you prattle on about the law. Who do you think you are? Can you embody the law? Bring in a basin of water for her to wash her face and clear her mind. Ding-ling-delling, as Zhang Biao's words echoed, a piercing ringtone abruptly shattered the tension. Zhang Biao's brow furrowed as he pulled out his phone, revealing an incoming call from Lin Yi. This revelation instantly altered Zhang Biao's demeanor. He pondered for a moment, exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Hao, then hurriedly exited the room. Yi Hao, perplexed by the sudden shift, followed closely behind Zhang Biao. After stepping out of the interrogation room, Zhang Biao spoke in a flustered tone, Young Master Yi, the call was from Lin Yi. He must have already learned about Shen Chuchu's situation. What shall we do now? Chapter 013 What belief sustains her? Yi Hao cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Biao, remarking, so what, he is merely a staff member of the municipal government as secretariat. Can he truly interfere with your criminal investigation team's cases? I am concerned, Brother Zhang, do not fret, consider this. Why is Secretary Jiqiong so adamant about investigating the individual who posted that message? Surely, you can fathom the underlying reasons. Yi Hao coldly interrupted Zhang Biao's words. Zhang Biao was acutely aware that the posts circulating online had escalated to the point where the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection intervened in Xiao Yuan's case, thereby jeopardizing the plans of influential figures above and inciting the wrath of the entire Yunsan interest group. The Yunsan interest group seeks to retaliate against the poster. Even if the poster is Lin Yi, they will not let him off lightly. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Biao ceased his idle chatter and promptly connected the call. Hello, Captain Zhang, this is Lin Yi from the municipal office. Lin Yi introduced himself and swiftly got to the point. I have heard that my classmate Shen Chuchu was taken to your criminal investigation team early this morning. Is that true? We have a case that requires her cooperation in the investigation, Zhang Biao replied indifferently, omitting any honorifics. As the head of the municipal criminal investigation team, his rank is at the deputy division level, while Lin Yi's latest appointment has yet to be finalized, leaving him merely a deputy section level cadre. Were it not for Lin Yi being Xiao Yuan's secretary, Zhang Biao would have disregarded him entirely. Upon hearing that Shen Chuchu was cooperating in an investigation, Lin Yi's unease surged. He coldly inquired, Captain Zhang, I would like to know what case you require Shen Chuchu's cooperation for. When has our criminal investigation team ever needed to report to you about our cases? Zhang Biao scoffed, not only failing to respond to Lin Yi's inquiry but also mocking him. With that, Zhang Biao abruptly ended the call. Following Yi Hao's earlier reminder, he had resolutely decided to take action against Shen Chuchu. After all, he was aligned with Yi Yunhao, and Yi Yunhao was under Wu Jiqiang's command. Being part of this faction, he had no choice but to plunge headlong into the fray. Captain Zhang, now you are speaking my language. Yi Hao smiled faintly before re-entering the interrogation room with Zhang Biao. Inside the interrogation room, a police officer placed a basin of water in front of Shen Chuchu's chair. Another officer stood beside her, holding handcuffs. Observing this, Zhang Biao coldly issued his directive, commence. Understood, Captain. Both officers acknowledged in unison. One of them promptly placed the handcuffs on Shen Chuchu. What you are doing is illegal. Shen Chuchu struggled violently, shouting hoarsely. However, her voice was soon silenced. An officer pressed her head into the basin filled with cold water. Instantly, Shen Chuchu found herself unable to breathe, choking on the water, her chest constricted with discomfort. Nevertheless, she refused to yield, gritting her teeth and choosing to fight to the bitter end. No matter what, she would not divulge a single piece of information about Lin Yi. A minute passed. Shen Chuchu felt as if her lungs were about to burst, her body uncontrollably trembling, her hands flailing, but she could not break free. Suddenly, just as Shen Chuchu was on the brink of asphyxiation and losing consciousness, the officer yanked her head out of the water. Cough, gasp, gasp. Shen Chuchu regained her senses, coughing violently while gasping for air. Tears and snot streamed down her face, her hair half soaked, presenting a pitiful sight. You little wretch, is it worth enduring this for Lin Yi? Just honestly tell us everything he has disclosed to you. At that moment, Yi Hao coldly pressed her father. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, once I am out, I will certainly report all of you by name, ensuring you all end up in prison. Shen Chuchu remained unyielding, her gaze fixed defiantly upon Yi Hao and the others, as if memorizing their faces. Will reporting do you any good? Who can prove everything we have done to you? Rest assured, we will leave no traces. As for leaving, haha, if you do not cooperate, do not expect to step out of this room. Zhang Biao sneered before issuing another command. Since she is still not quite lucid, let us give her a dose of fresh air. Yes, Captain. The two officers complied, moving Shen Chuchu beneath the air conditioning unit. Having done this, they switched on the air conditioning, setting it to the coldest temperature. Soon, frigid air blasted from the unit, chilling Shen Chuchu's damp head. In an instant, she felt as if needles were stabbing her skull, causing her to shiver uncontrollably, her facial muscles contorting in agony. Observing Shen Chuchu's torment, Yi Hao felt an inexplicable thrill and sneered once more. How does it feel, little wretch? Is it refreshing? Do you wish to end this suffering? No response. Shen Chuchu clamped her mouth shut, gritting her teeth as she endured the torment. This scene caused both Yi Hao and Zhang Biao to frown, while the other two officers appeared somewhat moved. In their recollection, many suspects subjected to such methods could not endure for long. Yet, Shen Chuchu persisted in her defiance. Brother Zhang, since this little wretch is so resilient, let us switch to hot air and give her a taste of comfort. Seeing Shen Chuchu's unwavering spirit, Yi Hao's expression darkened as he proposed. Switch to hot air. Zhang Biao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced to Yi Hao's suggestion. Though he was aware that alternating between cold and hot air could potentially damage Shen Chuchu's neural pathways, leaving her with lasting repercussions, he had no choice but to carry out the task assigned by his superiors. As long as the leadership was pleased, even if Lin Yi caused a ruckus afterward, there would be protection from above. Oh! As the air conditioning switched from cold to hot, Shen Chuchu's blood pressure surged, her head feeling as though it would explode. Little wretch, if you are willing to speak, we will cease this. Yi Hao noted her limits had been reached and again attempted to coax her with words. Still, no response. Shen Chuchu's expression grew somewhat dazed, her gaze becoming unfocused. She resembled a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Am I going to die? She silently questioned herself, the image of Lin Yi surfacing in her mind. Lin Yi, I may never see you again, please take care of yourself. Do you know, every time you spoke to me, I felt so nervous, as if my heart would leap out of my chest. I think this is what it means to like someone. Lin Yi, I like you. It began back in high school. I wish I could tell you this in person, but there may be no chance left. I am about to leave, yet I am not afraid, I merely feel a twinge of sadness. Why do good people not live long, while evildoers persist for 1,000 years? Lin Yi, once you become a high-ranking official, do not let the wicked prevail, all right? Shen Chuchu recited in her heart, the image of Lin Yi gradually fading, becoming increasingly blurred. She desperately tried to grasp Lin Yi's shadow but was unable to. Her eyelids felt heavy, threatening to close at any moment. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, in a taxi, hurriedly rushed to the Municipal Police's Criminal Investigation Team headquarters. Chapter 014. You truly have the audacity of dogs. As the afternoon work hours approached, Lin Yi, having made several unsuccessful attempts to reach Shen Chuchu by phone, decided to contact the police station where she was employed. It was there that he learned she had been taken away that morning by personnel from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. This revelation intensified his unease, prompting him to swiftly acquire the contact information for team leader Zhang Biao. During their conversation, Lin Yi confirmed that Shen Chuchu was at the criminal investigation team, compelling him to rush over immediately. Upon arriving at the office building of the criminal investigation team, Lin Yi spotted Yi Hao's Audi A4 parked in the courtyard, causing his expression to shift dramatically. His initial fears regarding Shen Chuchu's safety were further corroborated by the presence of Yi Hao's vehicle. Without hesitation, Lin Yi dashed into the building, sprinting up to the third floor and arriving at Zhang Biao's office door, where he knocked forcefully. Bang! Bang, bang. The sound echoed through the corridor, yet there was no response from within the office. Frowning, Lin Yi took out his phone, preparing to call Zhang Biao again. Just then, the police officer emerged from another office and inquired, "Who are you looking for?" "I am Lin Yi, secretary to Mayor Shao, and I need to speak with your team leader, Zhang Biao." Lin Yi replied, his voice steady but firm. The officer paused momentarily before responding, "Please hold on, the team leader is in the interrogation room, let me inform him." "There's no need to call, take me to the interrogation room." Upon hearing Zhang Biao was in the interrogation room, Lin Yi's heart sank, his tone turning as cold as ice. The officer hesitated. Noticing this, Lin Yi's voice turned sharp, "I must convey an important directive from higher authorities. If this interferes with the tasks assigned by the leadership, neither you, nor Zhang Biao, nor Yi Yunfeng will be able to explain yourselves to the higher-ups." "All right. I will take you there." Startled by Lin Yi's words, the officer instinctively agreed and quickly led the way. 1 minute later, they arrived at the door of the interrogation room, where the officer said, "The team leader is inside, knock and request them to open the door." "Understood." The officer nodded and stepped forward to knock. Bang, 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 the sound reverberated inside. Within the interrogation room, Yi Hao, Zhang Biao, and 2 other detectives were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, Zhang Biao inquired, "Who is it?" "Team leader, it's me, Li Hu." Just as the officer was about to report Lin Yi's presence, he noticed Lin Yi signaling him to step aside, causing him to swallow his words. Hearing that it was Li Hu, Zhang Biao assumed there was an urgent matter and approached the door to open it. In that instant, he was confronted by Lin Yi standing just outside. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's gaze fell upon Shen Chuchu, who lay in a state of near unconsciousness within the room. The scene felt as though it had frozen in time. Recovering from his shock, Zhang Biao attempted to shut the door, but Lin Yi was quicker, delivering a powerful kick that sent the door crashing open. Bang! The sound echoed, causing Zhang Biao to stumble and fall to the ground. "You truly have the audacity of dogs." Lin Yi stormed into the interrogation room, his face a mask of fury. Inside, both Yi Hao and the detectives were taken aback by the sudden intrusion, while Shen Chuchu, barely conscious, seemed to awaken momentarily upon hearing Lin Yi's voice, as if she had seen a long-awaited figure just before the end. Her last vestige of strength crumbled, and she fainted, her body collapsing backward. Choo-choo! Lin Yi bellowed, rushing to her side and catching her just in time. There was no response. Shen Choo-choo's complexion was pale, her eyes shut tightly, lips tinged blue, completely devoid of consciousness. A jolt of panic surged through Lin Yi. He quickly pinched her philtrum, desperate to rouse her from unconsciousness. His efforts proved futile. She remained unresponsive, her breathing alarmingly faint. This realization ignited a blaze of fury within Lin Yi, who longed to rend Yi Hao and Zhang Biao limb from limb. However, reason prevailed, reminding him that Shen Choo-choo's life hung in the balance, necessitating immediate transport to the hospital for urgent care. Suppressing his rage, Lin Yi pulled out his phone, intending to call the hospital director to arrange an ambulance. Put down the phone. Yi Hao, witnessing Lin Yi's actions, assumed he intended to take incriminating photographs and lunged at him to snatch the device away. Get away! Lin Yi shouted, retaliating with a swift kick that sent Yi Hao crashing to the floor, clutching his abdomen in pain, curled up like a cooked shrimp. Yet, he continued to yell in distress, "Don't let him take pictures. Confiscate his phone." Zhang Biao, sensing the impending danger, scrambled to his feet and gestured to his subordinates. Understood, team leader. The detectives instinctively complied, advancing to seize Lin Yi's phone. Lin Yi, consumed by wrath, roared, "Yi Hao, Zhang Biao, do you really want to court death?" The two detectives froze, caught off guard by the sudden outburst. While Yi Hao and Zhang Biao exchanged uncertain glances, aware of the dire situation Shen Choo-choo was in. Yet, they were acutely aware that they could not allow the events of the day to become public knowledge, nor could they leave any evidence behind, lest they face dire consequences. I warn you, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's research team is in Yunshun today. If anything happens to Shen Choo-choo, it won't just be you, even the influential figures behind you will face dire repercussions. Lin Yi issued his warning icily. The mention of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection rendered Zhang Biao visibly shaken, causing him to tremble involuntarily. The two detectives instinctively took a step back. Coercing confessions through torture was illegal. Should a life be lost, they would surely face severe consequences. Moreover, Shen Choo-choo was a police officer. Don't listen to his nonsense. We need to take his phone. Yi Hao cried out once more. This time, the detectives remained unmoved, dismissing Yi Hao's words as trivial and ignoring Zhang Biao entirely. They were loyal to Zhang Biao, but that did not mean they were devoid of fear. Lin Yi, we were merely questioning Shen Choo-choo, and she suddenly suffered from low blood sugar. Zhang Biao, though slightly panicked, attempted to maintain his composure, seeking to cover up the truth of their actions. Lin Yi disregarded Zhang Biao's attempts at justification and directly dialed the city hospital director, Luo Bin's number. Director Luo, this is Lin Yi. I am currently at the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, and my colleague Shen Choo-choo has collapsed. Her condition is critical. Please dispatch an ambulance immediately to the team's courtyard and arrange for medical assistance. Understood, Lin Yi. On the other end of the line, Director Luo, unaware of the circumstances, promptly responded. Thank you, Director Luo. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. After the call ended, he gazed down at Shen Choo-choo, whose pallor was alarming, and glared at Yi Hao and the others with seething anger. You better pray to the heavens that Choo-choo is unharmed. There was no reply. Seeing that Lin Yi had not taken any incriminating photographs, Yi Hao and Zhang Biao refrained from attempting to seize his phone. Without evidence, they believed they could easily deny their actions. Even if Shen Choo-choo later sought medical attention, they could fabricate a false report regarding her injuries. Half an hour later, an ambulance arrived at the courtyard of the criminal investigation team. A team of doctors and nurses rushed to carry the completely unconscious Shen Choo-choo onto the stretcher and began emergency treatment right there. Lin Yi stood beside the ambulance, anxiously awaiting news. 5 minutes later, a medical expert emerged from the ambulance, addressing Lin Yi. Lin Yi, the patient has sustained a head injury, resulting in her coma. She is no longer in immediate danger, but the extent of her injuries will require further examination at the hospital. Thank you. Lin Yi sighed in relief upon hearing the doctor's words and expressed his gratitude. Simultaneously, Zhang Biao also exhaled, hastily approaching Lin Yi to continue concealing their previous wrongdoing. Lin Yi, please do not misunderstand, Shen Choo-choo is our colleague. We merely asked her a few questions. I swear, I will ensure that you beasts are imprisoned. Lin Yi interrupted coldly, his tone resolute and unwavering. Chapter 015 Villains can only reign temporarily, not permanently. Having concluded his statement, Lin Yi turned and boarded the ambulance. Although the doctor assured him that Shen Choo-choo was not in any mortal peril, he felt compelled to accompany her to the hospital for a thorough examination to ascertain the extent of her injuries. Following that, he would seek retribution from the likes of Yi Hao and Zhang Biao, those beasts. Captain, what should we do? The two criminal police officers were alarmed by Lin Yi's words, their anxiety palpable as they looked to Zhang Biao for guidance. Zhang Biao, with a stern countenance, replied, "What is there to panic about? Did he say we tortured her? Is there any evidence? Remember, regardless of who inquires, you must assert that it was merely a routine inquiry and that no other methods were employed." "Understood, Captain." The two officers complied, though unease lingered in their hearts. After all, Lin Yi was the secretary of Shaoyuan. Moreover, as Lin Yi had mentioned, the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's research team was in Yunshan today. Zhang Biao entered the office building and returned to his office, where he found Yi Hao lounging on the sofa, casually smoking as if nothing were amiss. Zhang Biao frowned and remarked, "Xiao Hao, I need to call the director to report this matter." "Brother Zhang, don't fret, let us wait for that little vixen's examination results before calling my father," Yi Hao replied nonchalantly. Despite their use of torture on Shen Chuchu, they had left no evidence behind, rendering Lin Yi powerless against them. True, Zhang Biao nodded, deep in thought. Typically, when reporting to superiors, one must possess specific details. Without knowing the specifics of Shen Chuchu's condition, calling Yi Yunfeng would serve no purpose other than to incur his wrath. 2 hours later, Zhang Biao and Yi Hao, through connections at the municipal hospital, discovered Shen Chuchu's test results. There was no trauma to her brain. This revelation filled them with unexpected joy. Zhang Biao immediately took out his phone and dialed Yi Yunfeng's number. "Director, I was just about to call you. Cease all investigations into Lin Yi, stop all surface and covert inquiries immediately." Yi Yunfeng issued his orders swiftly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. This urgency stemmed from a shocking call he had just received from Wu Jiqiang, the deputy mayor and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Wu Jiqiang had delivered a bombshell. Zhong Wei, the deputy secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, declined the banquet arranged by the Yunshan Municipal Committee and went to dine at Xiao Yuan's residence with a director from the research team. Upon hearing this news, Yi Yunfeng nearly fainted. Both he and Wu Jiqiang, along with a high-ranking official from the province, had assumed that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection was scrutinizing Xiao Yuan's case due to the virulent online post that had circulated. However, it now appeared that was not the case. Zhong Wei had a close personal relationship with Xiao Yuan, otherwise, he would never have dined at his home. Furthermore, Zhong Wei was not only the deputy secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection but also a scion of the prestigious Zhong family in the capital. Realizing this truth, they could no longer afford to retaliate against Lin Yi. "Yes, Director." Zhang Biao instinctively complied, then promptly reported the previous events. "However, Director, we interrogated Lin Yi's high school classmate, Shen Chuchu. Have you all lost your minds? How dare you do such a thing?" Yi Yunfeng nearly collapsed into his chair upon hearing the report. Just moments ago, he had been relieved that no coercive measures had been taken against Lin Yi. Yet now, Zhang Biao was reporting that they had tortured Lin Yi's classmate and had been caught red-handed. "Director, it was Xiao Hao's idea." He insisted that Shen Chuchu must know something. Sensing Yi Yunfeng's fury, Zhang Biao quickly shifted the blame onto Yi Hao to alleviate his own predicament. "This wretch is out to ruin us all," Yi Yunfeng exclaimed in exasperation, nearly succumbing to a heart attack, his clothes soaked in cold sweat. Zhang Biao, intimidated, fell silent. After half a minute, Yi Yunfeng regained some composure and quickly instructed, "Take that wretch to the municipal hospital immediately and wait for me. We need to apologize to Lin Yi. Remember, immediately." "Yes, Director." Zhang Biao promptly acknowledged, then relayed Yi Yunfeng's message to Yi Hao. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao dropped his half-burnt cigarette in disbelief and asked, "Brother Zhang, are you saying my dad wants us to go to the hospital to apologize to Lin Yi?" "Yes, the director wants us to go right away." "Why should we apologize to that bastard Lin Yi? Wouldn't he that just confirm our guilt in torturing Shen Chuchu? How am I supposed to know?" Zhang Biao's face turned a shade of green with frustration. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind Yi Yunfeng's furious outburst, he had a nagging feeling that he was embroiled in a serious predicament. And the primary culprit was Yi Hao. Without further ado, Zhang Biao strode out, heading straight for the municipal hospital. The municipal hospital, in a specialized ward, Shen Chuchu had fully regained consciousness, though her spirit appeared drained, her expression vacant, evoking sympathy in those who beheld her. "Chuchu, do you still feel unwell?" Lin Yi asked with concern. This was the first time he had witnessed Shen Chuchu's vulnerable side. Shen Chuchu gently shook her head, mastering her emotions as she replied, "Lin Yi, I'm fine, you needn't worry about me. Go about your business. Your matters remain unresolved. How can I leave?" Lin Yi shook his head, then inquired, Chuchu, what exactly did they do to you today? In the morning, after I arrived at work, I intended to request leave to assist at the hospital, but the criminal investigation team took me away. Shen Chuchu recounted her ordeal truthfully. Lin Yi's fury ignited upon hearing her words, and he could not suppress his exclamation, these beasts are utterly depraved. Lin Yi, it is said that evil cannot triumph over righteousness, yet why do so many villains hold power? Shen Chuchu lifted her gaze, her eyes reddening, as she choked out her question to Lin Yi. She was a girl who appeared frail on the surface but possessed a resilient spirit within. However, the events of the day had resurfaced childhood traumas. She had a younger brother, 4 years her junior. At the age of 14, she was harassed by the village chief's son, and in an attempt to protect her, her brother had his skull fractured by a shovel wielded by that same boy, resulting in a brain injury that left him mentally impaired. In the aftermath, the village chief's son faced no legal repercussions. Her parents, unable to seek justice for her brother, vented their frustrations upon her, deeming her a harbinger of misfortune who had cursed the family. From that moment on, she was frequently subjected to beatings and scoldings from her parents. What was once a home had transformed into a hellish existence. Overwhelmed by guilt and sorrow, she felt suffocated by life's burdens, perceiving the world as a dark abyss. She had contemplated suicide but ultimately found solace in literature, drawing fortitude to endure those bleak days. Like wild grass in the fields, she had survived the harsh winter, emerging anew. She resolved to attend university, aspiring to become a police officer to punish wrongdoers and protect the innocent. Her dream materialized as she enrolled in the finest police academy, becoming a people's police officer. Yet, she soon realized that she was unable to fulfill her childhood ambitions, not even managing to make the village chief's son pay for his transgressions. Today, as she was tortured by Zhong Biao and others, her faith crumbled. With her belief in justice shattered, she grew indifferent to death, only concerned for Lin Yi, hoping that he would rise to a position of authority and champion the cause of the righteous. Chuchu. Lin Yi sensed her sorrow and was about to speak when a knock echoed from the ward door. He swallowed the words on his lips and stood up, saying, "Come in." Creak. The next moment, the door swung open, revealing Yi Yunfeng, accompanied by Yi Hao and Zhong Biao, who entered bearing flowers and fruits. Upon entering, Yi Yunfeng donned a sycophantic smile, addressing Lin Yi, "Lin Ku, I brought Yi Hao and that scoundrel Zhong Biao here to apologize to Miss Shen. Get out." Lin Yi's cold voice interrupted him. Yi Yunfeng's smile faltered, and he exchanged glances with Zhong Biao and Yi Hao. Zhong Biao, catching the implication, promptly stepped forward, saying, "Lin Ku, things are not as you perceive. Our inquiry with Miss Shen was merely a routine procedure. Of course, our methods were inappropriate and caused harm to Miss Shen, for which we sincerely apologize. Forgive us, Miss Shen." As he concluded, Zhong Biao's gaze turned toward Shen Chuchu. Yi Hao, meanwhile, kept his head down, trailing behind Zhong Biao in silence. Shen Chuchu gazed at the scene, bewildered and uncertain of the circumstances. Seizing the moment, Yi Yunfeng spoke again, "Lin Ku, I have reprimanded these two scoundrels thoroughly and have addressed the issue of their improper methods. Furthermore, during our bureau's meeting regarding the deployment of young cadres, we specifically mentioned Chuchu. Our team unanimously believes that having Chuchu at the precinct is a misuse of her talents, and we are preparing to transfer her to the bureau's political department, promoting her to a deputy section chief. What do you think?" As he finished speaking, Yi Yunfeng plastered a savage grin on his face, awaiting Lin Yi's response. Throughout the exchange, they had never acknowledged their use of torture on Shen Chuchu, instead substituting it with claims of improper methods, while subtly reminding Lin Yi that there was no evidence. They habitually allowed ordinary officers to take the fall, punishing them while offering apologies, compensation, and remedies, yet there was no semblance of justice or fairness. In the next moment, before Lin Yi could respond, Shen Chuchu, agitated, declared, "Lin Yi, I refuse to accept this. I want to file a formal complaint against them." "Chuchu, do you recall the question you just posed to me?" Ignoring Yi Yunfeng, Lin Yi approached the bedside, grasping Shen Chuchu's trembling hand, and earnestly stated, "The ancients were indeed correct. Evil cannot triumph over righteousness. Villains may hold power temporarily, but they cannot reign indefinitely." Shen Chuchu shuddered, sensing a glimmer of light pierce through the darkness that enveloped her psyche. Meanwhile, Yi Yunfeng sensed an impending disaster and quickly interjected, "Lin Ku, please do not be angry, we can discuss this matter amicably. Mayor Shao, I have something of utmost importance to report to you." Lin Yi dialed Xiao Yuan's number, indirectly signaling to Yi Yunfeng. There was no room for negotiation. Chapter 016. Encountering the special envoy. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Yuan was busy in the kitchen. Upon receiving Lin Yi's call, he remarked, "Xiao Yi, I was just about to call you." Come over to my house for dinner, we can discuss matters when you arrive. All right, Mayor Shao, I will head to your home immediately. Lin Yi responded without delay. Alas, Yi Yunfeng had been pondering how to placate Lin Yi's anger when he heard that Lin Yi was heading to Shao Yuan's residence. His vision darkened, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Chuchu needs to rest now, you lot can leave. Lin Yi spoke coldly, dismissing Yi Yunfeng and his two companions. Unwilling to concede, Yi Yunfeng made a final attempt. Lin Ku, leave. Lin Yi interrupted with a sharp command. The last flicker of Yi Yunfeng's hope for reconciliation was extinguished, and he could only depart the word with Yi Hao and Zhong Biao. As he watched the trio exit, Lin Yi turned to Shen Chuchu and cautioned, Chuchu, I will visit Mayor Zhao's house for a while and return to see you this evening. Additionally, should they continue to harass you, do not hesitate to call me. Understood. Shen Chuchu nodded gently, her once dim eyes now glimmering with light. Though she was unaware of Lin Yi's intentions, his words had breathed life into her crumbling spirit. Without further ado, Lin Yi hastened out of the ward, making his way to Shao Yuan's abode outside the hospital building. Yi Yunfeng and his companions had yet to depart. Upon noticing Lin Yi's swift departure, Zhong Biao uneasily inquired, Chief, what if he reports this to Mayor Shao? We have left no evidence. What is there to fear? My father has already brought us here to apologize. That Lin fellow is simply overstepping his bounds. Yi Hao retorted nonchalantly, still nursing a grudge over Lin Yi's earlier dismissal of their group. However, before Yi Hao could finish his sentence, Yi Yunfeng, seething with rage, slapped Yi Hao across the face. Smack. The sound rang out sharply, fueled by anger. Yi Yunfeng's strike was powerful enough to nearly knock Yi Hao off his feet. Yi Hao staggered, clutching his swollen cheek, bewildered and aggrieved. Dad, why did you hit me? I spoke no untruth. That Lin fellow is simply taking liberties. I should have suffocated such a brainless wretch at birth. Yi Yunfeng lamented in frustration. Yi Hao protested, Dad, even if he reports to Shao Yuan, what difference does it make? Setting aside the lack of evidence, the influential figures behind you do not regard Shao Yuan highly. Vice Secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Zhong Wei, is dining at Shao Yuan's house tonight. Do you comprehend the implications of that? If Zhong Wei learns of today's events, what do you think will transpire? Yi Yunfeng gritted his teeth, revealing the underlying truth. His reason for bringing Yi Hao and Zhong Biao to the hospital to apologize to Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu stemmed from his apprehension that this incident might reach the Central Commission's investigative team. Now, it was clear, Lin Yi was bound to report directly to Shao Yuan. Half an hour later, Lin Yi arrived at the Municipal Party Committee's residential compound. Shao Yuan's residence was located in Villa Number 4. While it was termed a villa, it was, in fact, an old two-story building with a small courtyard. The person who opened the door for Lin Yi was not Shao Yuan, but a middle-aged man, approximately 40 years old. He was of modest height, with a stern demeanor and sharp eyes that exuded an air of quiet authority. Though Lin Yi had never before encountered this middle-aged man, he recalled his identity from memory. Fu Ming, the director of a certain supervisory office within the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. In his previous life, during the nationwide anti-corruption storm in Dongjiang, Vice Secretary Zhong Wei held sway, and Fu Ming was responsible for the investigations. Good day, I am Lin Yi, Secretary Zhao's assistant. Mayor Shao has invited me to his home, Lin Yi began, introducing himself and stating his purpose. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Fu Ming's stern expression softened slightly, and he smiled faintly. Ah, it's you, Shao Lin. Please, come in, Mayor Shao is currently in the kitchen. Thank you. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude politely. Fu Ming waved his hand with a smile. No need for formalities, Shao Lin. I am a friend of Mayor Shao. We are all on the same side here. Lin Yi smiled back, refraining from responding further. His curiosity piqued. If Fu Ming was at Shao Yuan's residence, was Zhong Wei also present? Before long, Lin Yi received his answer. Upon entering, he discovered a man in his 50s seated in the living room. Zhong Wei. He bore a striking resemblance to the photos Lin Yi had seen in his past life. Unlike Fu Ming, who emanated an air of quiet authority, Zhong Wei lacked any overt sharpness. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary individual, possessing a sense of latent strength. As Lin Yi assessed Zhong Wei, the latter was likewise scrutinizing him. His gaze was not piercing but rather calm, yet it seemed to penetrate all facets, reaching deep into the soul. Faced with Zhong Wei's appraisal, Lin Yi maintained his composure, donning a polite smile. His demeanor elicited a flicker of appreciation in Zhong Wei's eyes. At that moment, Shao Yuan, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen, introducing, Shao Lin, you've arrived. Let me introduce you, this is Secretary Zhong from the Central Commission. Ben Brother Fu here is the director of the supervisory office. Secretary Zhong, Director Fu, Lin Yi greeted respectfully. Xiao Yuan continued, Xiao Lin, today is not a formal occasion, so there is no need to use titles. Just call Secretary Zhong Uncle Zhong and Director Fu Brother Fu like I do. Xiao Yuan, this young man appears quite promising, full of vigor. You've struck gold, Zhong Wei remarked with a smile. Secretary Zhong, you flatter me. It is my honor and fortune to serve as Secretary Zhao's assistant, Lin Yi humbly replied. Although Xiao Yuan had advised against using titles, Lin Yi refrained from overstepping boundaries by unceremoniously addressing Zhong Wei as uncle. As his words fell, Lin Yi approached Xiao Yuan, offering, Mayor Xiao, may I assist you with the cooking? Xiao Lin, it's a rare occasion for Mayor Xiao to cook. Let him manage it himself. Come, join me for a game of chess, Zhong Wei interjected before Xiao Yuan could respond, gesturing toward the chessboard before him. You know how to play chess, I presume. Secretary Zhong, I do know how to play, Lin Yi responded promptly, noting Xiao Yuan's subtle nod of approval. Xiao Lin, go ahead and engage Uncle Zhong in a game. Do not hold back, it would be best to leave him utterly defeated, Xiao Yuan chuckled, patting Lin Yi on the shoulder before returning to the kitchen. Thus, Lin Yi took a seat opposite Zhong Wei, aware that the latter's intention was not solely to play chess. As anticipated, shortly after the game commenced, Zhong Wei casually inquired, Xiao Lin, I have heard that the online post regarding Xiao Yuan was initiated by you. Indeed, Secretary Zhong, Lin Yi affirmed without hesitation. Holding a pawn, Zhong Wei seemed pensive, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yi. You believe that Mayor Zhao's alleged bribery was a setup, yet with your position, there were numerous avenues available to assist him, such as reporting the situation to higher disciplinary authorities. Why did you choose that particular route? Secretary Zhong, there are two reasons, Lin Yi met Zhong Wei's gaze, responding with measured assertiveness. First, I inadvertently learned that there were plans to poison Mayor Xiao, placing his life in jeopardy, and the situation was exceedingly urgent. Second, the only higher disciplinary authority I could access was the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, yet it was the very committee investigating Mayor Zhao's case. As Secretary Zhao's assistant, I too was summoned for questioning and to cooperate with the investigation. I could not ascertain whether the provincial committee's personnel would believe my account given the critical nature of the crisis, time equated to life, and I dared not gamble with Mayor Zhao's safety. Thus, you opted to pursue the grassroots approach, relying on the populace's support for Xiao Yuan to compel the upper disciplinary authorities to take notice of this case. Zhong Wei pondered thoughtfully. Lin Yi nodded, precisely, Secretary Zhong. Then, conversely, might it be said that you harbor distrust toward the organization? Zhong Wei inquired incisively, his smile dissipating, his gaze sharpening like a dagger aimed at Lin Yi's heart. Absolutely not. Lin Yi firmly shook his head, articulating each word with conviction. Secretary Zhong, the organization serves the people and is elected by them. The people are the foundation of the organization and its true masters. To believe in the people's choice is to trust in the organization. Xiao Lin, that is an admirable sentiment. Our party exists to serve the people. Zhong Wei nodded slightly before continuing with his pointed questioning. Let me rephrase. Do you not trust the Dongjiang Provincial Disciplinary Committee, or even the Dongjiang Provincial Party Committee? Chapter 017 Brother Xiao, I wish to join the investigation team. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhong Wei would pose such a straightforward question. What he was unaware of was that his presence here tonight was orchestrated by Zhong Wei. Zhong Wei had instructed Xiao Yuan to summon Lin Yi for a face-to-face conversation. Firstly, Zhong Wei was aware that Xiao Yuan regarded Lin Yi as a sworn brother, and he wished to ascertain Lin Yi's character to ensure Xiao Yuan's judgment was sound. If Lin Yi proved to be of good moral standing and exceptional capability, then the old guards would have no objections to Xiao Yuan's choice. However, if Lin Yi's character were found wanting, if he were deemed a schemer, they would counsel Xiao Yuan to reconsider the relationship, suggesting that a more suitable opportunity to repay Lin Yi would suffice. Secondly, Zhong Wei was eager to glean Lin Yi's perspective as a grassroots worker regarding the political ecology of Yunshun and Dongjiang. This inquiry formed part of their research efforts. Xiao Lin, I am Xiao Yuan's uncle. I am aware that Xiao Yuan has acknowledged you as his sworn brother, therefore, you need not harbor any reservations, speak your mind openly, Zhong Wei encouraged with a gentle smile, noticing Lin Yi's silence and discernible hesitations. Secretary Zhong, I have faith in the Dongjiang Provincial Party Committee and the Discipline Inspection Commission, yet that does not equate to blind trust in every individual within those ranks. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yi responded, adding, for instance, the incident of Mayor Xiao being framed for corruption. Who could fathom that a township party secretary would dare collude with a mere driver to concoct such a scheme against Mayor Shao? Moreover, certain individuals went beyond mere slander to plot harm against him. Uncle Zhong, may I interject? This time, without waiting for Zhong Wei to respond, Fu Ming suddenly turned to him with an earnest expression. Zhong Wei nodded slightly. Fu Ming, with a serious demeanor, queried Lin Yi. Shaolin, are you certain that Su Xiulian from the Yunshan Municipal Reception Center is planning to poison Xiao Yuan? Absolutely, Lin Yi affirmed resolutely. According to his memories from a previous life, the interests of Yunshan's power brokers had long been scheming against him, with a plan meticulously devised based on the testimony of Su Xiulian, a server at the reception center. She had undergone a day and night of inner turmoil before ultimately deciding to risk everything to assist Xia Hong in harming Xiao Yuan in order to secure her own position. Shaolin, I have but one question. You may continue your conversation with Uncle Zhong. Fu Ming's eyes sparkled with insight upon hearing Lin Yi's response before he returned to a more congenial expression. Lin Yi, adopting a respectful tone, continued, Secretary Zhong, as a senior leader in the Discipline Inspection Department, the remarks I am about to make may seem presumptuous, but since you have encouraged me to speak my thoughts freely, I shall proceed accordingly. Please, go ahead, Zhong Wei replied with a smile and a nod. I personally believe that Wu Yong, the secretary of the Guangming Town Party Committee, and the driver from the municipal government possess no direct motive to frame Mayor Shao for corruption. Whether it is Wu Yong's claim that Mayor Shao had previously disciplined him, thereby impacting his career advancement and prompting him to retaliate, or the driver stating that Wu Yong paid him a substantial sum, both justifications fall short. From the perspective of self-preservation, Wu Yong has no reason to risk losing his position and facing imprisonment to enact revenge on Mayor Shao. Likewise, the driver would not jeopardize his job and freedom for a mere monetary incentive to collude with Wu Yong. These two must undoubtedly be acting under instructions. With newfound confidence, Lin Yi continued, furthermore, after you and the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection became involved in Mayor Zhao's case, Wu Yong and the driver immediately went to the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee to confess, which further corroborates this point. Is there anything else? Zhong Wei inquired, maintaining a composed expression. Indeed, as Lin Yi had articulated, they specialized in discipline inspection work. The points he raised were already within their contemplation. He sought to hear Lin Yi disclose information that they were unaware of. Secretary Zhong, after the incident involving Mayor Shao, aside from being taken for questioning by officials from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, another matter transpired. Lin Yi understood Zhong Wei's intent. His earlier remarks were merely a prelude to the forthcoming revelation. Zhong Wei prompted, what matter? The Yunshan Public Security Bureau displayed considerable interest in an online post concerning Mayor Shao, going to great lengths to investigate the author and casting suspicion upon me. On the eve of the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission concluding their investigation into Mayor Shao, personnel from the Public Security Bureau sought to impose coercive measures against me without any procedural justification, intending to take me for interrogation. Only upon my insistence regarding the lack of proper protocol did they relent. However, the following day, the Public Security Bureau sent a letter of introduction to my direct superior, requesting that I come in to cooperate with their investigation. Oh! Zhong Wei's pupils widened slightly, then he asked, Shaolin, coercive measures and interrogation are distinct concepts. Which did they intend to pursue? They aimed to interrogate me. Their request for cooperation was merely a pretext. Is there evidence to support this? While the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission abruptly rescinded their investigation into Mayor Shao, preventing them from directly interrogating me, they did subject my classmate, Shen Chuchu, to this treatment. Lin Yi recounted how Shen Chuchu was forcibly taken to the Criminal Investigation Division for interrogation and subjected to torture during questioning. How dare they resort to torture against a police officer? Do the personnel of Yunshan's Criminal Investigation Division still regard the law? Fu Ming exclaimed in shock and anger as Lin Yi's words concluded. Zhong Wei's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan emerged from the kitchen, his expression grave as he inquired, Shaolin, is everything you just said true? Having been preparing dinner, Xiao Yuan had been attentively listening to the exchange between Lin Yi and Zhong Wei. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively. Mayor Shao, when I called you, I was in Shen Chuchu's hospital room. I mentioned that I had important information to report to you, specifically regarding this matter. At that time, besides Shen Chuchu, Yi Yunfeng had also brought his son Yi Hao along with Zhang Biao, the head of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team, to the hospital in an attempt to smooth things over. Upon Lin Yi's confirmation, Xiao Yuan was about to speak but was interrupted by Zhong Wei's gesture to continue. Prior to this incident, my classmate Shen Chuchu had nearly been assaulted by Yi Hao, the son of Yunshun's Public Security Bureau Chief, Yi Yunfeng. I arrived just in time to halt his heinous act. However, in the aftermath, Yi Yunfeng exploited his power and connections within the legal system to evade justice for his son, citing a lack of evidence. At this juncture, Lin Yi took a deep breath and stated with righteous indignation, Secretary Zhong, Director Fu, Mayor Shao, I previously mentioned that my skepticism towards the organization does not imply a lack of trust. I am merely uncertain if I am encountering a rotten apple within the bunch. Take Yunshun's legal system, for example. It is evident that there are more than just one or two bad actors. Moreover, I have reason to believe that some among them are connected to Mayor Zhao's case. As the saying goes, a single leaf heralds autumn. Shao Yuan, it appears your case is far more complex than it seems. The political ecology of Yunshun and the entirety of Dongjiang is in disarray, and the situation is dire. Zhong Wei interjected, both critiquing Lin Yi's observations and cautioning Shao Yuan. Shao Yuan nodded gravely, acknowledging, Uncle Zhong, such issues exist to varying extents in many regions, yet Yunshun's situation is indeed more severe. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection had initially planned to launch a large-scale, comprehensive integrity education campaign in the near future. I propose we expedite this initiative, using your case as a catalyst and treating it as a typical example. I will seek permission from Elder Huang. Zhong Wei pondered briefly before rising to make a call for consultation. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhong Wei returned to the living room, stating, Shao Yuan, Elder Huang has agreed to advance the integrity education campaign upon hearing my report, and a task force will be established under the pretext of investigating your case to thoroughly examine corruption issues in Yunshun and Dongjiang. Thank you, Uncle Zhong and Elder Huang. Shao Yuan expressed his gratitude promptly. Lin Yi, feeling a surge of excitement, thought to himself, after Shao Yuan's investigation concludes, he had been contemplating how to reignite the dormant anti-corruption storm and ensure that scoundrels like Yi Yunfeng and Yi Hao faced severe repercussions. Tonight, the opportunity had arisen, and he had seized it. By centering the discussion around Shao Yuan's case, he had accurately gauged the sentiments of the influential figures behind Zhong Wei and Shao Yuan, compelling them to take action in Yunshun while simultaneously elucidating the issues within the local political and legal systems. During the subsequent dinner, Zhong Wei refrained from discussing the matter further and instead engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about Lin Yi's family and personal circumstances. 88 o'clock, after dinner concluded, Zhong Wei and Fu Ming departed to rest at their hotel. Lin Yi accompanied Shao Yuan, and after bidding farewell to Zhong Wei and Fu Ming, he suddenly spoke up, Mayor Shao, I have a request. Shao Lin, I have already mentioned that in non-work settings, there is no need to address me by my title when we are alone. Also, any requests can be stated directly, Shao Yuan admonished playfully, recognizing Zhong Wei's satisfaction with Lin Yi and his acceptance of Lin Yi as a sworn brother. Feeling a wave of emotion, Lin Yi took a deep breath and replied, Brother Shao, based on the information I have gathered, when the upper-level discipline inspection department establishes an investigation team, they typically draw personnel from the local area, correct? Indeed, Shao Yuan confirmed. I wish to be assigned to the investigation team. Lin Yi declared, startling everyone. Are you seeking to assist your classmate? Shao Yuan's interest piqued as he surmised Lin Yi's intentions, offering a wry smile. Rest assured, Shao Yi, Uncle Zhong has stated that Director Fu will lead the investigation team. He has already heard about your classmate's situation and will certainly conduct a thorough inquiry. Brother Shao, I believe the investigation team will be just and fair, and I trust Director Fu, yet I still wish to participate. Lin Yi's determination was palpable. This time, it was Shao Yuan who was taken aback. He regarded Lin Yi with curiosity, asking, why? Because I told Chuchu that righteousness will ultimately prevail, and that evildoers can only thrive temporarily, not indefinitely. I must prove this to her. Lin Yi murmured at the image of Shen Chuchu's despair haunting his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Shao Yuan replied, very well, once the investigation team is established, you may be temporarily assigned there. As for your personnel transfer, that will be put on hold until your temporary assignment concludes, after which you can proceed to work in the secretary's office. Thank you, Brother Shao. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, quietly clenching his fists, vowing inwardly. Yi Yunfeng, Yi Hao, your time will come. Chapter 018, formally declaring war on the forces of evil. Upon learning that Lin Yi intended to visit Shao Yuan's residence, Yi Yunfeng sensed impending trouble. At that moment, he was meeting with Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Wu Jiqiang, in the Qingshui Club. Secretary Jiqiang, since Zhong Wei is Shao Yuan's supporter, his presence here in Yunshun clearly aims to bolster Shao Yuan's standing. Could there be complications? Yi Yunfeng inquired with a hint of concern while sipping tea in a villa alongside Wu Jiqiong. Wu Jiqiong cast a sidelong glance at Yi Yunfeng. What do you anticipate might happen? I fear that Wu Yong might be indiscreet and reveal everything, Yi Yunfeng replied, setting down his teacup. Although Wu Yong was merely the party secretary of Guangming town, his position was significant due to Guangming's prominence as a major coal-producing area in Yunshun, making him an essential figure in their circle. Wu Jiqiong maintained a calm demeanor, stating, that incident has not transpired, Xiao Yuan is living well. The Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's research team may not pursue it relentlessly, and even if they do investigate, they will find nothing substantial. As for Wu Yong, he has been diagnosed with lung cancer and has only a few months left. He will surely refrain from causing any trouble for his family's sake. Hearing Wu Jiqiong's words, Yi Yunfeng found them reasonable and exhaled, relieved. However, that troublesome offspring of yours has stirred up a mess by provoking Lin Yi. You must handle it with caution, ensure he cleans up his act and leaves no trace of his previous misdeeds. Should he truly be implicated in any wrongdoing, let him face the consequences alone to avoid dragging others down with him. Wu Jiqiong admonished, furrowing his brow as he looked at Yi Yunfeng. Understood, Secretary Jiqiong. Yi Yunfeng acknowledged, his expression darkening as he continued, not only has Lin Yi disrupted our plans, but he has also overstepped his bounds. He will inevitably receive a lesson. Once this storm passes, we must deal with him decisively. Wu Jiqiong nodded slightly, sharing the sentiment of not letting Lin Yi off the hook. Yi Yunfeng nodded in agreement, and upon noticing Wu Jiqiong had no further directives, he discreetly took his leave. He was aware that, in the villa's bedroom, a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady, merely 18 years of age, awaited Wu Jiqiong's attention, clad in a veil and lounging on the grand bed. The following afternoon, the principal members of Yunshun's 4 leadership teams, along with the heads of various districts and city agencies, gathered at the municipal government's auditorium for a meeting. The meeting was presided over by Municipal Party Secretary Wang Haifeng, during which the Executive Deputy Minister of the Provincial Organization Department announced an important decision from the Dongjiang Provincial Party Committee. Xiao Yuan was appointed as a member of the Yunshun Municipal Party Committee, the standing member, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, and acting mayor, with the official mayor to be elected according to relevant procedures. After the meeting concluded, the personnel adjustments within Yunshun's relevant departments were formally announced, notably omitting Lin Yi's name. In the second section of the government office's secretariat, when colleagues noticed Lin Yi's absence from the announcement, they were taken aback. Just 2 days prior, the municipal government's executive meeting had approved a work transfer for Lin Yi. What had transpired? Why was there no recent appointment notice for Lin Yi? Colleagues exchanged puzzled glances, filled with curiosity about the developments. However, before they could deduce the matter, the head of the second section, Xia Li, entered the office. Lin Yi, the secretary just called and instructed me to inform you that you will no longer serve as Secretary Xiao's aide. Xia Li approached Lin Yi's desk, his expression delightfully malicious. What was going on? Not only had Lin Yi not been promoted, but he was also being dismissed from his role as Secretary Xiao's aide. Was he being sidelined? Upon hearing Xia Li's words, the shock among the members of the second section escalated dramatically. Understood, Xia Section Chief. Lin Yi, since you are no longer serving as Secretary Xiao's aide, you must now focus all your energy on your duties within the section. I will shortly provide you with your updated job responsibilities, Xia Li remarked with a cold smile. Having lost the identity of secretary to Xiao Yuan, Lin Yi was now merely the deputy section chief of the second section, making him vulnerable to Xia Li's whims, who could torment him relentlessly, causing Lin Yi great distress. However, Xia Li's smile did not last more than 3 seconds. Suddenly, Lin Yi's desk phone rang. Instantly, both Lin Yi and Xia Li, along with the other members of the second section, turned their gaze toward Lin Yi's landline. Lin Yi clearly saw that the caller ID displayed the number of the Municipal Government Secretary General, Zhang Rui's office. Xia Li noticed it too. This revelation caused him to momentarily freeze, then, seizing the moment before Lin Yi, he grabbed the receiver. Hello, Secretary General, this is Xia Li. Xia Li's tone was exceedingly respectful, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor toward Lin Yi, akin to a sudden reversal from grandparent to grandchild. Xia Li, I was just trying to reach you. I called your office, but no one answered. Zhang Rui's voice came through the line. Slightly taken aback upon hearing Xia Li's voice, Xia Li hastily replied, Secretary General, I will head to your office immediately. No need. Let us discuss it over the phone. Secretary Zhang Rui declined Xia Li's request for a face-to-face meeting and continued, I just received a call from Minister Hu of the Provincial Organization Department. Minister Hu informed me that he received word from the Provincial Organization Department's leadership. They have announced that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection has established an investigation team in Dongjiang and wishes to second Comrade Lin Yi to join the investigation team. Seconding Lin Yi to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team. How could this be possible? Upon hearing Secretary Zhang Rui's words, Xia Li was struck with astonishment, gazing at Lin Yi in disbelief. As if to respond to Xia Li's incredulity, Zhang Rui reiterated, you need to inform Lin Yi that he is to report to the Yunchuan Municipal Party Committee guest house at 8 a.m. tomorrow to join the investigation team. Understood, Secretary General. Xia Li complied. Zhang Rui ended the call without further elaboration. Originally, he had intended to call Lin Yi first, to notify him while also congratulating him, hoping to strengthen their relationship through this opportunity. He understood well that being seconded to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team signified a promising future. Those who were seconded would undoubtedly receive promotions, and their resumes would be marked with distinction. Meanwhile, Xia Li took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure, forcing a sycophantic smile. Lin Yi, the Secretary General mentioned that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team wishes to second you. You are to report to the Municipal Party Committee guest house tomorrow morning at 8. Xia Section Chief, do you still intend to adjust my job responsibilities? Lin Yi regarded Xia Li coldly. Xia Li shook his head vigorously, a forced smile plastered on his face. Lin Section Chief, what are you joking about? You are about to become a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team. How could I possibly have the authority to dictate your duties? By the way, Lin Section Chief, what is this investigation team for? To ensure that those who violate laws and discipline face the judgment of party regulations and national laws. Lin Yi replied coldly, officially declaring war on the Yunchuan interest group. Chapter 019 Commissioner Lin Yi reports for duty. The following morning, at precisely 7:30, Lin Yi arrived at the Municipal Party Committee's guest house in a taxi. Upon entering the establishment, he was guided by a staff member to the door of the investigation team leader, Fu Ming. He knocked 3 times, 2 gentle taps followed by a firm one. Almost immediately, Fu Ming's voice resonated from within, come in. Director Fu, I am here to report for duty. Lin Yi announced as he pushed the door open, finding Fu Ming seated on a sofa, savoring tea. Lin, our Mayor Shao has highly recommended you to me. On behalf of the investigation team, I extend a warm welcome to your addition, Fu Ming said, rising to greet Lin Yi with a smile and a handshake. Just the previous evening, during a conversation with Zhong Wei, Fu Ming had been present and had formed a favorable impression of Lin Yi. Thank you, Director Fu, Lin Yi expressed his gratitude. There's no need for such formality, Lin. Our investigation team is in dire need of someone familiar with the local situation to provide us with insights and advice. Your presence is precisely what we require to address this issue. If anyone should be expressing gratitude, it is I. On behalf of the team, Fu Ming remarked with a smile, releasing Lin Yi's hand. He did not perceive Lin Yi's involvement as a boon for the team but rather as an opportunity for Xiao Yuan to assist Lin Yi in gaining prestige. His agreement to Lin Yi's addition was primarily out of respect for Xiao Yuan. Director Fu, what specific responsibilities will I be undertaking? Lin Yi discerned Fu Ming's underlying thoughts and intentions, recognizing that such sentiments were entirely natural from Fu Ming's perspective. After all, his background in secretarial work was quite distant from that of disciplinary inspection. He chose not to explain himself, opting instead to demonstrate through action that he was not merely seeking to embellish his credentials but rather to ensure that the scoundrels of the Yunchuan interest group were brought to justice. The investigation team convened its inaugural meeting in Xiamen yesterday, and today at 8 o'clock, we will hold a working meeting. During this session, we will discuss the investigative plan and allocate responsibilities, Fu Ming stated. At 8 o'clock, Lin Yi accompanied Fu Ming to the conference room, where the rest of the investigation team had already gathered. In addition to Lin Yi and Fu Ming, there were a total of 14 members present. Upon entering the room, Lin Yi could distinctly feel the weight of every gaze upon him, some scrutinizing, others filled with skepticism. Unfazed by the stares, Lin Yi took his seat with composure. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our investigation team's sole cadre borrowed from Yunchuan, Lin Yi. Fu Ming promptly introduced him, having sensed the unusual intensity of the collective gaze and understood the sentiments at play. He then turned to Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, please introduce yourself to everyone. Greetings, esteemed leaders. My name is Lin E, and I serve in the Yunshun Municipal Government Office. It is a privilege to join this investigation team and learn from all of you, Lin E stated succinctly and humbly as he stood to give his introduction. Lin E, allow me to introduce you to the Deputy Director of the Cadre Supervision Bureau of the Organization Department, Jiang Hai. After Lin E took his seat, Fu Ming sequentially introduced the other members of the investigation team. The leadership structure comprised one head and two deputies, with Jiang Hai from the Cadre Supervision Bureau and Chen Rue, the Deputy Chief Prosecutor from the Supreme Prosecutor's Third Inspection Office. Including Lin E, the rest of the team consisted of investigation commissioners from the Organization Department, the Supreme Prosecutor's Office, the Dongjiang Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, the Public Security Department, the Audit Office, and various judicial bodies. As the introductions concluded, Fu Ming initiated applause, prompting the others to follow suit, though their hearts held little regard for Lin E. Having personally witnessed Lin E conversing with Xiong Wei, the Deputy Secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Fu Ming recognized Lin E's capabilities, yet the others perceived him merely as someone seeking to enhance his reputation. Lin E could distinctly sense the disdainful glances from the two young individuals flanking him, Lu Liang from the Supreme Prosecutor's Office and Xia Shirui from the Dongjiang Provincial Prosecutor's Office. Their contempt had been evident from the moment they laid eyes on him. Now, let us commence today's working meeting. We have two agenda items. First, a discussion to formulate the investigative plan, and second, the allocation of responsibilities, Fu Ming announced as the applause subsided. We will begin with the first agenda item, where each member will share their thoughts, fostering a collaborative environment, but please be mindful to limit your remarks to no more than 10 minutes. Director Fu, allow me to take the lead, Lu Liang interjected eagerly, exhibiting a strong desire for attention. Fu Ming nodded slightly. Very well, let us hear from Comrade Lu Liang first. Esteemed leaders, with Fu Ming's permission, Lu Liang commenced his presentation. His remarks were evidently well prepared. He articulated a clear understanding of the case involving Xiao Yuan's alleged frame-up, proposing an investigative approach that focused on breakthroughs involving Wu Yong, the secretary of the Guangming Town Party Committee, and Xia Yuan, the municipal government driver, detailing interrogation techniques for Wu Yong and showcasing his professional acumen. Comrade Lin E, your turn to speak, Fu Ming called upon Lin E after Lu Liang concluded. As the only local cadre from Yunshun in our team, and having served as Secretary Xiao Yuan's aide, you undoubtedly possess insights into the Xiao Yuan case and the local context that surpass those of us present. Certainly, Director Fu, Lin E replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Then, under the scrutiny of his peers, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Esteemed leaders, I lack experience in disciplinary inspection, so I will only share my personal perspective. If I err in my assessment, I welcome your corrections and critiques. I did not attend the founding meeting of the investigation team yesterday, so I am not entirely clear on our objectives. However, I believe that uncovering the truth behind the Xiao Yuan case is merely the catalyst for our investigation in Yunshun. Our true purpose is to identify and address the issues within the political ecology of Yunshun and Dongjiang through the Xiao Yuan case, to root out the corrupt elements, supervise local rectification efforts, and caution other officials to prevent the recurrence of such problems. At this juncture, Lin E paused, and an odd atmosphere enveloped the room. Including Fu Ming, the three leaders all furrowed their brows, while others scribbled notes, though none deemed Lin E's words worthy of documentation. Clearly, the grassroots cadre who cannot even articulate a coherent statement, Lu Liang and Xia Shirui exchanged glances filled with mockery, for Lin E's tone had soared too high. Those were the words of a leader. How could a mere deputy section chief, here for embellishment, dare to speak so grandly? Lin E took in the scene, fully aware of their condescension, and decided to abandon his modesty, ready to astonish them with his eloquence. Chapter 020. This young man doesn't seem to be here for personal gain. I personally believe that there are two significant issues within the political ecology of Yunshun. Firstly, there are individuals within Yunshun's cadre who indulge in nepotism and engage in corruption. Since our country joined the World Trade Organization, we have witnessed a period of rapid economic growth, greatly enhancing the material living standards of the populace. However, this has also led to a widening gap between the rich and the poor, with hedonism surfacing and creating fertile ground for corruption, as collusion between officials and businessmen becomes increasingly rampant. In the last 2 to 3 years, the global commodities market has experienced a bull run, with mineral resource prices soaring. Yunshun is a crucial mineral-rich area in Dongjiang and even nationwide, with the mineral industry serving as the backbone of its economy. The city is home to dozens of coal mines, iron mines, and rare metal mines, some of which are privately operated. The approval and regulation of mineral extraction present opportunities for power and seeking, making corruption a prevalent issue. At this point, Lin Yi paused, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip of water. The gaze of the three leaders, including Fu Ming, shifted as they looked at Lin Yi. Initially, they found his high-pitched remarks inappropriate, yet his recent statements illuminated their understanding. Lin Yi began by analyzing the root causes of corruption from a macro-national perspective, subsequently pinpointing the key areas of corruption among Yunshan's cadres in light of the local context. His approach was methodical and incisive. It was indeed rare for someone without prior experience in discipline inspection work to possess such keen insight. This young man was certainly not here merely to embellish his credentials. At that moment, a thought emerged in the minds of Fu Ming and his companions. Meanwhile, other members of the investigation team, including Lu Liang and Xia Xierui, began to jot down notes. Among them, Lu Liang and Xia Xierui displayed unmistakable shock in their expressions. How could a mere secretary possess such extensive knowledge? Just then, Lin Yi spoke again. The second issue is the existence of factionalism among Yunshan's cadres. This problem is present to varying degrees across different regions, but I believe it is particularly severe in Yunshan. Otherwise, how could a township party secretary dare to frame the executive vice mayor, who oversees the municipal government? He is not fighting alone, he represents a collective. As he concluded, Lin Yi's tone was resolute and powerful. Comrade Lin Yi, you articulated your points exceptionally well. At this juncture, as Lin Yi paused, Fu Ming praised him and then inquired, do you have any suggestions regarding our investigation team's plan? Director Fu, esteemed leaders, based on my previous remarks, if the township party secretary, Wu Yong, is indeed fighting on behalf of a collective, it will be challenging to extract valuable information from him, as he will leave no evidence behind. Moreover, I have reason to suspect that he had made various preparations before framing Mayor Shao. Lin Yi continued. However, upon the conclusion of his statement, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted once more, with some individuals' expressions darkening. Among them, Lu Liang from the Supreme People's Procuratorate appeared particularly displeased. His earlier remarks had emphasized how to interrogate Wu Yong, only for Lin Yi to assert that interrogating Wu Yong would be futile. Wasn't that a public slap in the face? Secretary Lin, are you implying a lack of trust in the professionalism of our discipline inspection team? Lu Liang immediately countered. He derogatorily referred to Lin Yi as a secretary, cleverly placing himself in opposition to all the members of the discipline inspection and procuratorial organs present. Director Lu, you have misunderstood. I have full confidence in the professionalism of our discipline inspection team, and I believe that all the leaders present are experts in interrogation. What I just expressed was merely my personal judgment. Lin Yi, sensing Lu Liang's hostility and targeting, attempted to clarify. His so-called judgment was, in reality, derived from details of the previous case involving Xiao Yuan. In the previous life, when Wu Yong was interrogated, he feigned ignorance, leading to no issues being uncovered, and it was only through serendipitous circumstances that he was ultimately convicted. Comrade Lu Liang, if you have other opinions or thoughts, please hold them until Comrade Lin Yi has finished speaking. Fu Ming furrowed his brow and cast a disapproving glance at Lu Liang. He had heard of Lu Liang's reputation prior to the formation of the investigation team. Lu Liang was a master's graduate from Huaxi Political Science and Law University. However, his ascension to the Supreme People's Procuratorate was not due to exceptional comprehensive abilities, but rather because he had married into the He family of the capital, realizing the proverbial leap from a cup to a dragon. Fu Ming was aware of Lu Liang because he had heard more than once that Lu Liang, hailing from humble beginnings, had grown arrogant after marrying into the He family, particularly looking down upon others from similar backgrounds. Understood, Director Fu. Lu Liang, sensing Fu Ming's displeasure, quickly replied while casting a glance at Lin Yi, as if to convey. What are you pretending to be, you mere secretary? I personally believe that the reason Mayor Shao was framed is that during his tenure overseeing the municipal government, he advocated for the closure of several small private coal mines in Yunshan, thereby threatening the interests of the Yunshan power elite, which led to retaliation against him. Lin Yi disregarded Lu Liang's discontent and continued, thus, I personally suggest that our investigative efforts proceed from 3 angles. First, as Director Liu mentioned, we should interrogate the Township Party Secretary Wu Yong and the Municipal Government Office driver Xia Yuan. Second, we should investigate the equity structure and financial flow of the coal mines that Mayor Shao advocated for closing, as well as the social connections of the major shareholders and management personnel. Third, we should establish a public reporting hotline to investigate leads based on citizen reports. These 3 suggestions are excellent. As Lin Yi concluded, Jiang Hai, the deputy director of the Cadre Supervision Bureau of the Organization Department, could not help but praise him. Chen Rui, the deputy chief prosecutor of the 3rd Inspection Hall of the Supreme People's Procuratorate, wore a dark expression, discontentedly glaring at Lu Liang, as if to say, "Look at the quality of his remarks compared to yours. What you said hardly holds any weight." Lu Liang felt a sense of injustice but dared not show it, instead dutifully jotting down Lin Yi's comments in his notebook. Subsequently, other members of the investigation team took turns to express their views, nearly all of whom concurred with Lin Yi's proposals. The two deputy leaders, Chen Rui and Jiang Hai, also affirmed Lin Yi's statements. Everyone's contributions thus far have been commendable, particularly Comrade Lin Yi's insights, which have thoroughly analyzed the issues present in Yunshan's political ecology and dissected the root causes while providing practical suggestions for the investigation plan. His recommendations have garnered widespread acknowledgement and support. Personally, I also endorse the proposals put forth by Comrade Lin Yi. Fu Ming summarized the meeting, then, adhering to democratic principles, posed the question. In light of this, I propose that the investigation team temporarily adopt the investigation plan suggested by Comrade Lin Yi, adjusting it appropriately based on the progress of the investigation. What do you all think? Agreed. Almost everyone, excluding Lin Yi, voiced their support for Fu Ming's proposal in unison. Since there are no objections, it is settled. Now, let us proceed to the second item on the agenda. Personnel assignments. Observing the lack of dissent, Fu Ming continued, I personally suggest that personnel assignments be made according to the investigation plan, forming 3 investigative teams. The second team will be primarily responsible for investigating the situation of the private coal mines that Comrade Xiao Yuan advocated for closing. The third team will gather leads from public reports, analyze them, and conduct field investigations. Each evening, we will convene a summary meeting where the 3 investigative teams will report their findings and share information. Unlike the formulation of the investigation plan, Fu Ming nearly made a unilateral decision regarding personnel assignments. Lin Yi was assigned to the 3rd investigative team, which also included Director Ma Fei from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, Director An Ping from the Organization Department, and Director Ho Tianming from the Public Security Department of Dongjiang Province. At 11 o'clock, the meeting concluded. Lin Yi received a phone call from Xiao Hong and subsequently met with her in an office at the Municipal Party Committee's guest house. Upon entering the office, Lin Yi was taken aback to find not only Xiao Hong but also Su Xiulian present. In the previous life, it was Su Xiulian who, under Xiao Hong's instructions, had added substances to Xiao Yuan's meals. Comrade Lin, please take a seat. Just as Lin Yi turned his gaze towards Su Xiulian, Xiao Hong invited him to sit down. Su Xiulian smiled faintly at Lin Yi, brewed him a cup of Longjing tea, and then prepared to leave. Xiao Hong flashed a charming smile and politely inquired, Comrade Lin, I called you here to ask how lunch should be prepared. Are there any dietary restrictions for the leaders? Director Xia, you needn't concern yourself with lunch. What you should focus on is how to address your own legal and disciplinary issues to the investigation team. Lin Yi did not take a seat but instead fixed a cold gaze on Xiao Hong, delivering a startling statement. In an instant, Xiao Hong's expression shifted dramatically, her smile frozen in place. Su Xiulian, startled, trembled all over, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. Lin Yi observed everything with a calm demeanor. Everything was under control. The public reporting investigation would commence with Xiao Hong. Chapter 021. Quite something. In the previous life, after Xiao Yuan's death, a special task force from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection moved into Yunshan, taking Xiao Hong away, while Su Xiulian, unable to bear the pressure, voluntarily surrendered. Now, Lin Yi intends to investigate Xiao Hong under the pretext of public complaints, thereby exerting pressure on Su Xiulian. Director Lin, this is an injustice. Surely, someone is secretly retaliating against me. A storm of turmoil surged within Xiao Hong, yet she endeavored to maintain her composure, appearing both aggrieved and indignant. Meanwhile, Su Xiulian continued her march towards the door, her calves trembling as if cramping, her complexion as pale as a sheet. Observing Su Xiulian's reaction, Lin Yi recognized that his plan had succeeded. Nevertheless, he stoked the flames further, coldly interrupting Xiao Hong. Injustice, Director Xiao, are you not aware of your involvement in Mayor Zhao's case? Xiao Hong's expression shifted once more. Despite her utmost efforts to conceal it, an unmistakable panic etched itself upon her face. Let us go, Director Xiao, Lin Yi prompted. All right. Xiao Hong inhaled deeply, quickly regaining her composure. In her mind, Lin Yi could not possibly know of Wu Jiqiang and the others' plans. Moreover, that incident had not occurred at all. What was there to fear? As Lin Yi escorted Xia Hong out of the room, they were met with the sight of Su Xiulian leaning against the corridor wall, her face drained of color, cold sweat streaming from her forehead, trembling as if electrified. A jolt coursed through Xia Hong upon witnessing Su Xiulian's response, igniting a sense of unease within her. Yet, with Lin Yi right behind her, she could not utter a word to Su Xiulian, nor dare to exchange glances. Lin Yi, however, cast a piercing look at Su Xiulian, a gaze that nearly left her breathless. 2 minutes later, Lin Yi led Xia Hong to the floor where the investigative team was stationed, encountering Lu Liang and Xia Shirui in the corridor. Both were members of the first investigation team, preparing to interrogate Wu Yong and Xiao Yuan at the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lu Liang and Xia Shirui simultaneously directed their disdainful gazes towards Lin Yi, their contempt unmasked. In fact, Xia Shirui deliberately halted her steps, mocking, "Senior brother, some individuals who have never engaged in disciplinary work feel emboldened to spout rhetoric they've overheard in meetings, recklessly drawing conclusions. I wonder if it was Liang Jingru who bestowed upon him such courage." Both she and Lu Liang were graduates of Huaxia University of Political Science and Law, sharing the same mentor. Lu Liang, 3 years her senior, served as the student council president during his tenure and, after marrying into a wealthy family, entered the Supreme People's Procuratorate, becoming a legendary figure at their institution. Upon encountering Lu Liang in the investigative team, Xia Shirui felt a surge of excitement, a mixture of admiration and a desire to align herself with him. She perceived Lu Liang's disapproval of Lin Yi, prompting her to initiate her mockery of him. Empty talk harms the nation. The leadership is well aware, which is why we are assigned to the first investigation team while he is relegated to the third investigation team for mere show. Lu Liang scoffed, evidently amused by Xia Shirui's flattery. Lin Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at the pair before noticing Ho Tianming, the director of the publicity department of the Public Security Department of Dongjiang Province, exiting a room, thereby dismissing the two. Director Ho, I received a public complaint regarding the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and Director of the Reception Office, Xia Hong, who is suspected of violating laws and regulations. Thus, I brought her in for investigation, Lin Yi stated as he approached Ho Tianming with Xia Hong in tow. He had heard of Ho Tianming's esteemed reputation since the onset of his career, known as the Detective of Yunshan. Ho Tianming had previously served as the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Yunshan City Public Security Bureau and as the deputy director of the Municipal Bureau, solving numerous cases and earning great respect in the Dongjiang police community. However, for unknown reasons, several years prior, he had been transferred to the Provincial Publicity Department, distancing himself from criminal investigation work. What was going on? Both Lu Liang and Xia Shirui were taken aback upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Initially, they believed Lin Yi was merely an onlooker, yet here he was, having just concluded a work meeting and immediately receiving a public complaint, even bringing the accused, Xia Hong, along. Comrade Shao Lin's efficiency is commendable. Let us go, I shall accompany you in the interrogation. Ho Tianming momentarily stunned, then regarded Lin Yi thoughtfully. Being from Yunshan, he knew Xia Hong and was aware of many of her affairs. He did not anticipate that Lin Yi's first subject of interrogation would be Xia Hong. With a sorrowful expression, Xia Hong lamented, "Tianming, I am innocent, you must see through this." Whether you are innocent or not is not for me to decide. I am merely assisting Comrade Shaolin. Ho Tianming chuckled lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Liang and Xia Shirui. Following this, Ho Tianming accompanied Lin Yi as they led Xia Hong into an interrogation room. Though designated as an interrogation room, it was essentially a guest room temporarily repurposed for this purpose. Ho Tianming placed a teacup and notebook on the desk, stating, "Comrade Shaolin, you shall lead the examination, and I will handle the recording." Understood. Lin Yi pondered momentarily before agreeing to Ho Tianming's proposal. He sensed something was amiss with Ho Tianming, yet could not pinpoint exactly what. "Tianming, I am being deliberately framed." Xia Hong sat opposite Lin Yi and Ho Tianming, once again asserting her innocence. Lin Yi coldly interrupted, "Xia Hong, you are currently under investigation by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Director Ho is an investigator from the task force. Please be mindful of your address." "Comrade Lin, you claim there are public complaints against me for illegal and unethical conduct, alleging my connection to Mayor Zhao's case. I find this utterly absurd. I swear on my party integrity that all my actions have been lawful and compliant. Furthermore, I have no relation whatsoever to Mayor Zhao's case." Xia Hong resumed her defense, her once charming smile now replaced by a sullen demeanor. Lin Yi maintained a calm expression, stating, Xia Hong, if there were no evidence, do you believe I would be interrogating you? It seems you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. Comrade Lin, if you possess evidence, then submit it to the prosecutorial authorities, Xia Hong retorted boldly. Having transitioned from initial panic to complete composure, she was convinced that Lin Yi could not possibly possess any evidence. Furthermore, she believed Lin Yi's lack of experience in disciplinary work rendered his interrogative tactics ineffective. It was a foolish dream to think he could extract a confession from her. As long as she remained silent, Wu Jiqiang would surely find a way to extricate her. Xia Hong, in 1 hour, I will return with evidence to confront you. I advise you to cherish this final hour, an opportunity to atone for your misdeeds and achieve meritorious service. As Lin Yi spoke, he rose and made to exit. Is that all? Ho Tianming was left bewildered, then stood to follow Lin Yi out of the interrogation room. Concurrently, the female security officer entered the room, tasked with monitoring Xia Hong's every move to prevent her from taking drastic measures. Back in the office, Ho Tianming regarded Lin Yi with suspicion. Comrade Shaolin, you just received the complaint. Do you already have evidence? Did the complainant provide you with evidence of Xia Hong's wrongdoing? None. No evidence. Ho Tianming initially paused, then chuckled bitterly. Comrade Shaolin, generally speaking, when we receive complaints against officials for misconduct, we must first conduct an investigation to verify and confirm certain leads and evidence before proceeding with a review of the accused official. Otherwise, it could lead to chaos. Director Ho, I am well aware of that. Although there is no evidence at present, there will be soon. Lin Yi explained. Ho Tianming, skeptical, inquired, how soon? In 1 hour. Lin Yi declared confidently. Ho Tianming, intrigued, asked, where will we obtain this evidence? Director Ho, we shall not go anywhere. Are you suggesting we simply wait for evidence to come to us here in the office? Precisely. Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. Ho Tianming wore an expression of disbelief. Once a criminal investigation expert, he deemed Lin Yi's assertion preposterous. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a sudden rapping echoed at the office door. Lin Yi felt a stirring within and called, come in. As his words fell, the office door swung open, revealing Su Xiulian from the Municipal Party Committee's reception office, trembling as she entered. Is this the evidence? Ho Tianming immediately sensed something was amiss with Su Xiulian. Lin Yi seized the opportunity. Su Xiulian, you have come to confess that Xia Hong instructed you to poison Mayor Zhao's meal, correct? Lin. Director Lin, it's not poison, it was merely an added substance. Su Xiulian's legs buckled in fright, collapsing to the ground as she desperately attempted to defend herself. You need not be afraid. Come, sit down, and slowly explain what transpired. Lin Yi stepped forward to assist Su Xiulian, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Just as he had anticipated, Su Xiulian could not withstand the pressure and voluntarily came forth to confess, and even sooner than he had imagined. This fellow is quite something. Ho Tianming regarded Lin Yi with keen interest, sensing that this investigation might diverge from his initial expectations. Chapter 022 Interrogation of Xia Hong. Let's get serious. The information provided by Su Xiulian was almost entirely consistent with Lin Yi's recollections. The most crucial piece of evidence was the recording of the conversation between Su Xiulian and Xia Hong. Initially, Su Xiulian had worried that Xia Hong might not follow through on her words, so she took precautionary measures and secretly recorded their dialogue to use as leverage. Comrade Shaolin, if it weren't for Su Xiulian's genuinely fearful demeanor, I would almost suspect that you had orchestrated her to present the evidence, joked Ho Tianming after Su Xiulian was escorted away by security personnel. Lin Yi gazed at the former detective and replied candidly, I received a tip-off from the public regarding their plot to harm Mayor Zhao, so I brought Xia Hong in for questioning and applied pressure on Su Xiulian to encourage her to confess. Excellent strategy. Ho Tianming commended, giving a thumbs up. Lin Yi said no more, leading Ho Tianming back to the interrogation room with the evidence provided by Su Xiulian. Inside the room, Xia Hong maintained her air of confidence, even mockingly addressing Lin Yi. Commissioner Lin, have you brought your evidence? In response, Lin Yi produced the recording of Su Xiulian and played it before Xia Hong. Xiulian, I know you've been eager to secure a permanent position. If you follow my instructions and add the medication I provided into Mayor Zhao's dinner, I will ensure your promotion. As the sounds of their conversation resonated from the phone, Xia Hong's expression shifted dramatically. The mocking smile vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer terror. Her eyes widened as she fixated on the phone, unable to comprehend the reality of the situation. This is fake. Su Xiaolian is slandering me. Xia Hong exclaimed in panic once the recording ceased. Xia Hong, if you claim the recording is fabricated, then enlighten me what technology currently exists that can perfectly replicate your voice. Lin Yi retorted with a cold laugh. In 2008, advanced technologies like AI had yet to emerge. The capability to flawlessly mimic a voice was non-existent in civilian circles. Xia Hong was rendered speechless, her anxiety intensifying. Furthermore, Xia Hong, I must remind you that the medication you provided to Su Xiaolian causes a significant spike in blood pressure, potentially leading to a cerebral hemorrhage. This equates to an attempt on Mei Zhao's life. And your fingerprints are on that medication. Lin Yi seized the moment, decisively shattering Xia Hong's psychological defenses. As anticipated, Xia Hong could no longer maintain her composure, her complexion turned ashen, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her forehead. Observing this, Lin Yi continued, Xia Hong, I previously granted you an hour. The time has not yet elapsed, and you still have the opportunity to redeem yourself. Whether or not you seize this chance is entirely up to you. I never intended to murder Mei Zhao. I heard that such medication could induce agitation and confusion in the user. I merely wanted Mei Zhao to confess quickly and serve his time. Xia Hong gasped, taking several moments to steady her breath. She recognized that with the fingerprints on the medication and Su Xiaolian's recording, she could not deny the situation, yet she refused to admit to murder, only acknowledging that she had instructed Su Xiaolian to administer the drug. Xia Hong, why did you resort to such actions? Just as Lin Yi prepared to speak, Ho Tianming, who had remained silent, under normal circumstances, he should be serving as the secretary to the executive deputy mayor, Xiao Yuan. Xia Hong paused, glaring resentfully at Lin Yi. However, Xiao Yuan chose Lin Yi as his secretary and has reprimanded my brother, Xia Li, multiple times. I was merely seeking justice for my brother. Stop the act. It was Wu Jiqiong who instructed you to do this. Lin Yi interrupted coldly, revealing the true mastermind behind the scheme. What? Upon hearing Lin Yi's assertion, Ho Tianming's pupils dilated, a glint of realization flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Xia Hong trembled, instinctively shaking her head. No. It's not true. Xia Hong, you are well aware that the evidence is irrefutable. You cannot evade responsibility, yet you believe that if you withhold information about Wu Jiqiong, he will surely devise a means to extricate you from this predicament. Even if he cannot save you, you trust he will find a way to reduce your sentence. Moreover, you are convinced he will consider your relationship and take care of your family, such as promoting your brother, Xia Li. Am I correct? Lin Yi regarded Xia Hong with a stoic expression as he spoke slowly. Xia Hong appeared as if her innermost thoughts had been laid bare. She gazed at Lin Yi in disbelief. How does he know about my relationship with Wu Jiqiong? How can he discern my thoughts? As if to respond to her incredulity, Lin Yi continued, firstly, I can unequivocally tell you that the primary target of the investigation is Wu Jiqiong, and we have already gathered evidence of his criminal activities. Impossible. Xia Hong instinctively rebutted this in her mind, yet the panic on her face only deepened. Lin Yi pressed on without pause. Secondly, do you think he truly cares about you? You are merely one of many women in his life, and certainly not his favorite. Xia Hong's demeanor visibly shifted as she absorbed Lin Yi's words, her chest rising and falling with agitation. You wish to marry him, to bear his children, yet he has rejected you. What you do not realize is that 2 other women have already given him children. Furthermore, his illicit earnings are all attributed to those 2 women. Witnessing her reaction, Lin Yi escalated his tone, and what have you gained? The position of Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, Director of the Reception Office. With your capabilities, a normal promotion should have been achievable. You are speaking nonsense. Xia Hong's composure shattered, her emotions spiraling out of control. She refused to believe Lin Yi's claims. On the contrary, she was convinced that Wu Jiqiong had genuine feelings for her. This misplaced trust kept her from divulging any information regarding Wu Jiqiong. If you are unwilling to redeem yourself, that is of no concern. Trust me, soon enough, you will voluntarily disclose everything you know without me having to ask. Lin Yi, recognizing Xia Hong's lingering fantasies, chose not to press further and stood to leave. What is this young man plotting now? Ho Tianming wondered, promptly rising to follow Lin Yi out of the interrogation room. Comrade Shaolin, I am quite curious as to what method you possess that will compel Xia Hong to willingly confess. Upon returning to the office, Ho Tianming inquired with intrigue. Director Ho, while I am uncertain why you approach the investigation team's work with such a cavalier attitude, I have faith that the renowned detective of Yunshun, the legendary figure of the Dongjiang police force, is a commendable officer of the people and a trustworthy comrade. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Ho Tianming, evading the question. Ho Tianming's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly resumed his nonchalant demeanor, replying, "Comrade Shaolin, I am merely curious. If it is inconvenient for you to share, then so be it. Director Ho, as I stated, you are a comrade I can trust. Not only will I reveal my plan to you, but I also require your cooperation." Lin Yi declared earnestly. A gleam of determination flashed in Ho Tianming's eyes. "What is your plan?" "Everything I mentioned to Xia Hong is true. Wu Jiqiang, aside from his legal wife, has 3 other women, and Xia Hong is merely one of them. The other 2 are named Shou Qin, who is abroad raising Wu Jiqiang's illegitimate child, and Chen Jing, who manages his illicit wealth in Yunshan and has borne him a daughter." Lin Yi paused momentarily before outlining his plan. "Next, I intend to bring these 2 women here to orchestrate a grand—" Lin Yi nodded. "Precisely, Director Hou. My identity is sensitive, and many eyes are watching my every move. I fear that if I were to approach Jiang Li and Chen Jing directly, they might flee before I arrive. However, you are different. No one is monitoring you. Additionally, you are a criminal investigation expert with exceptional counter-surveillance skills. Even if someone were to follow you, you would easily shake them off. I can cooperate, but I must caution you on 2 points." Ho Tianming's expression turned unusually serious as he spoke in a low voice. "Firstly, Wu Jiqiang is the Deputy Secretary of the Yunshan Municipal Party Committee and the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, the provincial-level cadre. You must seek permission from the team leader to investigate his wife. I understand. Once our conversation concludes, I will consult Director Fu, and he will agree." Lin Yi nodded. Observing Lin Yi's confident demeanor, Ho Tianming remained silent for a few moments before inquiring, "Secondly, if you take action against Wu Jiqiang, you will invite tremendous trouble upon yourself, potentially even jeopardizing your life. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "Absolutely," Lin Yi affirmed decisively, his tone resolute. Chapter 023, a play starring 3 women. Ho Tianming acted swiftly. Within an hour, he had summoned Wu Jiqiang's legal wife, Jiang Li, and his mistress, Chen Jing, to the Municipal Party Committee's guest house, assigning them to 2 separate interrogation rooms. Lin Yi was the first to choose to meet with Jiang Li, for according to the memories of his previous life, Jiang Li was the first among Wu Jiqiang's women to confess, revealing some of Wu Jiqiang's criminal activities. Upon entering the interrogation room, Lin Yi was struck by the sight of Jiang Li clad in a black dress, seated on a chair, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety and unease. "Hello, Professor Jiang. I am Lin Yi, formerly the secretary to Mayor Shao, now seconded to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team." Lin Yi introduced himself and Ho Tianming, who sat opposite Jiang Li. Jiang Li regarded Lin Yi, saying, "Director Lin, I am aware of your identity. However, I do not comprehend why I have been brought here. Wu Jiqiang is suspected of murdering Mayor Shao. We have called you in to verify certain matters," Lin Yi replied coolly. Jiang Li's countenance shifted dramatically, as she exclaimed in disbelief, Wu Jiqiang murdered Mayor Shao. How could he possibly commit such an act?" Lin Yi offered no response, instead releasing a segment of Xia Hong's interrogation video, highlighting only the portion where she confessed. Jiang Li's expression changed once more upon seeing Xia Hong, her face suffused with barely concealed hatred. She was aware of Xia Hong and knew of her relationship with Wu Jiqiang. "Professor Jiang, you must be no stranger to Xia Hong. She is Wu Jiqiang's mistress, the one who has disrupted your family." Lin Yi observed Jiang Li's reaction closely, adding in a serious tone, "You have seen the interrogation video. Xia Hong has confessed everything. After framing Mayor Shao for bribery, Wu Jiqiang instructed Xia Hong to poison Mayor Zhao's meals, intending to murder him. We have gathered all the evidence but wish to inquire further into certain aspects with you. I have warned him repeatedly that Xia Hong is a vixen who would bring him ruin, yet he would not listen." Jiang Li's composure shattered, tears streaming down her face as her words brimmed with animosity towards Xia Hong. This took Ho Tianming by surprise. He had not anticipated such ease in Jiang Li's interrogation. Lin Yi, however, felt no surprise. According to the memories of his previous life, Wu Jiqiang's marriage to Jiang Li had long been a mere facade. Divorce was Jiang Li's bottom line. She could not let go of her status. As the wife of the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee, she commanded respect in any occasion in Yunshan. Moreover, she had utilized this status to secure numerous opportunities for her family members, several of whom owed their jobs directly or indirectly to Woo Ji-kyung's influence. Upon hearing that the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection had evidence against Woo Ji-kyung for the murder of Shao Yuan, her immediate concern was the loss of her status as the deputy secretary's wife. Under such circumstances, she had no reason to aid Woo Ji-kyung any longer. Jiang Li confessed that Woo Ji-kyung had 3 mistresses, Xia Hong, Chen Jing, and Zhou Qin. She expressed her outrage that Chen Jing was managing Woo Ji. Did you foresee this? After concluding the interrogation, Ho Tianming could not help but exclaim. Lin Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, responded, Jiang Li is Woo Ji-kyung's lawful wife. Under normal circumstances, she should enjoy all the benefits that come with Woo Ji-kyung's rise in status, yet in reality, she receives the least among these women. Her mindset is already severely imbalanced. She harbors resentment towards Woo Ji-kyung and the other 3 women but cannot relinquish her desire for fame and fortune. Now that she understands she can no longer rely on Woo Ji-kyung for status, how could she allow others to benefit? Comrade Lin, had I not reviewed your credentials and known you lack experience in discipline inspection work, I might suspect you were an expert in the field, Ho Tianming praised, then inquired, shall we interrogate Chen Jing or Xia Hong next? Lin Yi shot Ho Tianming a knowing glance. Though he was uncertain why Ho Tianming had chosen to shadow him, he could discern that Ho Tianming was feigning ignorance, a clever ruse indeed. Subsequently, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming made their way to the interrogation room where Chen Jing was located. Director Lin, why has your investigation team brought me here? I am not an official, I merely run a small business. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Chen Jing took on an assertive posture. Lin Yi smiled, saying, Miss Chen, you are being overly modest. Assisting Woo Ji-kyung in managing his assets certainly qualifies you as a well. How can you claim to be merely engaged in small trade? Director Lin, such statements are inappropriate. I am merely a friend of Secretary Ji-kyung. All my business dealings are legitimate. Chen Jing's heart raced, a flicker of panic crossing her features before she quickly regained her composure. Lin is smirked. Can friends bear children? I must admit, I envy the nature of your friendship. Director Lin, what do you mean? Even if you are part of the investigation team, you cannot speak so recklessly. I was married, and my children belong to my ex-husband. They have nothing to do with Secretary Ji-kyung. Enough with the charade, Lin Yi said, tired of her evasions, and directly released the segment of Jiang Li's interrogation. Chen Jing appeared as though she had been struck, her expression shifting multiple times before she ultimately feigned calmness, retorting, this is Professor Jiang Li, Secretary Ji-kyung's wife. She knows nothing and has misunderstood our relationship. We are merely friends. Jiang Li knows far more than you do. For instance, she is aware of Zhou Qin, while you are not, Lin Yi interjected, observing Chen Jing's performance. Chen Jing's body trembled, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes, yet she remained silent. Let me inform you that Zhou Qin, like you, is one of Woo Ji-kyung's mistresses, but she enjoys a far more lavish life, Lin Yi continued with a slight smile. You are responsible for managing Woo Ji-kyung's assets, working tirelessly without a moment's respite. Yet, the money you diligently laundered for him has been transferred abroad, ending up in Zhou Qin's hands. Zhou Qin, with the money you worked so hard to cleanse, is living lavishly abroad with Woo Ji-kyung's son. May I assume you toil to support your family while she basks in beauty? Ho Tianming struggled to suppress a laugh at Lin Yi's words, while Chen Jing's face darkened with fury, though she strove to control her emotions. Woo Ji-kyung claims that the money transferred abroad is for the day when the truth comes to light. All of it is a lie. That money is meant for Zhou Qin and their son. Even if one day he were to flee, he would not take you with him but would instead live happily with Zhou Qin and their child in a villa in America. It truly is a sorrowful tale for those who hear it. Lin Yi continued to dismantle Chen Jing's psychological defenses. I do not know whether you are angry, but I find it infuriating. This is profoundly unfair to you. Enough. If you have evidence, go arrest Woo Ji-kyung. Do not speak such nonsense before me. I reiterate, my relationship with Woo Ji-kyung is purely platonic. I know nothing of his affairs. Chen Jing interrupted Lin Yi, her fury ignited. Then allow me to show you something else. Lin Yi ceased to provoke Chen Jing further and played the segment of Xia Hong's interrogation. You have seen for yourself that we have gathered evidence of Woo Ji-kyung's intent to harm Mayor Shao. The prosecution need not rely on any information from you to convict him. I merely wish to offer you an opportunity for redemption. Since you are unwilling, we shall seek out Woo Ji-kyung and inquire directly about the origins of his wealth, how it was transferred abroad, and whether he intends to leave it to his illegitimate son or daughter. As Lin Yi finished speaking, he stood to leave. However, his final words struck Chen Jing like a sharp dagger, piercing the most vulnerable part of her heart. Chen Jing's composure disintegrated, and she called out to Lin Yi, "Wait." Lin Yi halted, regarding Chen Jing in silence. With gritted teeth, Chen Jing declared, "If you agree to one condition, I will tell you everything I know." "What condition?" "Bring that wretched woman back, I cannot allow her to thrive." Chen Jing spat, her face contorted with hatred. The matter concerning Zhou Qin struck a nerve with Chen Jing. She felt as though she had merely been Wu Jiqiong's underling for years. Whenever Wu Jiqiong summoned her, she complied, yet he treated her dismissively. "Agreed." Lin Yi nodded slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Ho Tianming as he began to take notes. An hour later, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming re-entered the interrogation room where Xia Hong was located. This time, upon entering, Lin Yi spoke not a word, directly playing the segments of Zhang Li and Chen Jing's interrogations. "Wu Jiqiong is an absolute scoundrel. He doles out benefits to other women while fathering children with them, leaving me to carry out his illegal schemes. May he meet a wretched fate." Xia Hong erupted in rage, tears streaming as she vehemently condemned Wu Jiqiong. Lin Yi paid her no mind, rising to depart. "Director Lin, it was Wu Jiqiong who instructed me to arrange for people to poison Xiao Yuan's meals. I know the entire plan to frame and poison him. I tell you, I will reveal everything." Xia Hong, driven to madness, transformed into a nuclear bomb targeting Wu Jiqiong, eager to bring him down alongside her. All of this validated Lin Yi's initial predictions. Lin Yi sat down again, diligently recording alongside Ho Tianming. After a full hour, they finally exited the interrogation room. Ho Tianming gave Lin Yi a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Comrade Lin, the play starring 3 women today was truly spectacular. Director Ho, I would like to invite you to join me at the Municipal Party Courtyard to enjoy the next act of this drama. Might I inquire if you are interested?" Lin Yi asked. Ho Tianming nodded with a smile. "Team Leader Lin, I await your instructions." Chapter 024. Team Leader Lin has given his instructions. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Lin Yi has returned. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming arrived at the municipal government compound, where they were spotted by others. Subsequently, this news spread like wildfire throughout the compound. Even more, upon receiving the news on their phones, some hurried to the windows to catch a glimpse of Lin Yi entering the municipal office building. The reason for the considerable commotion surrounding Lin Yi's return was that his reassignment to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigative team was no longer a secret within the municipal government. Everyone understood that Lin Yi's sudden reappearance was not merely a visit to colleagues, he was there to take action. Upon entering the office building, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming made their way directly to the floor where the leadership offices were located. They then parted ways, with Lin Yi heading to the office of Municipal Party Secretary Wang Haifeng, while Ho Tianming proceeded to the office of Deputy Secretary and Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Wu Jiqiong. "Shaolin, when Xia Wen informed me of your return, I found it hard to believe, but it appears to be true." Wang Haifeng greeted Lin Yi in his office, his demeanor warm and amiable. "Secretary, I am grateful for your taking the time from your busy schedule to meet with me. I have come to report on my work." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude before stating his purpose. This marked Lin Yi's first private meeting with Wang Haifeng. Even during his previous tenure as Secretary Zhao's aide, he could not have expected such treatment, let alone a smiling welcome from Wang Haifeng. He was acutely aware that Wang Haifeng's enthusiasm was entirely attributable to his current position within the investigative team of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. His status had changed, and any information he casually revealed could potentially trigger a political earthquake within Yunshan's political landscape. "Shaolin, now that you are a member of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigative team, how can we say you are here to report? It should be to give directives instead. How about this? I will call Mayor Xiao over, and we will both listen to your directives," Wang Haifeng quipped, though the warmth of his smile had faded. He realized that the investigative team was gearing up to take significant action, likely against a prominent figure. Lin Yi had come to discuss matters with him, the municipal party secretary. Wang Haifeng wished to keep the situation discreet, minimizing the number of people involved to avoid any repercussions for himself. After all, he was the leader of Yunshan. If the team faltered, he bore the responsibility as its captain. Hence, he aimed to summon Xiao Yuan, hoping that Lin Yi would consider Xiao Yuan's standing and that they could negotiate to minimize the fallout. 2 minutes later, Xiao Yuan arrived at the office. Upon seeing Lin Yi, he was not surprised, as he had already heard of Lin Yi's presence in the municipal compound. "Secretary, you called for me," Xiao Yuan initiated, greeting Wang Haifeng before nodding slightly at Lin Yi, indicating that Lin Yi need not speak. Mayor Shao, Commissioner Lin Yi represents the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigative team and has important matters to discuss with us, Wang Haifeng stated, clarifying the purpose of calling Xiao Yuan over and also altering his address for Lin Yi. In a professional context, titles reflect respect. This respect was extended from him and the Yunshun Municipal Committee to the investigative team and particularly towards Lin Yi as an investigative commissioner. Secretary, Maya, it is regarding Wu Jiqiang. Lin Yi explained the situation concerning Wu Jiqiang, maintaining a composed demeanor throughout. Wu Jiqiang actually attempted to poison Mayor Shao. Wang Haifeng exclaimed in shock upon hearing this revelation. As the secretary of Yunshun, he was well aware of the conflicts between Wu Jiqiang and Xiao Yuan. However, he had not anticipated that Wu Jiqiang would brazenly cross the line and openly violate regulations. Xiao Yuan, too, was taken aback. He had not expected the investigative team to gather evidence against Wu Jiqiang in less than a day. Secretary, Maya, our team leader, Director Fu, has ordered us to implement dual disciplinary measures against Wu Jiqiang and bring him back for investigation, Lin Yi concluded. Wu Jiqiang's actions represent a serious violation of party discipline and national law. I, along with Mayor Shao and the Yunshun Municipal Committee, firmly support the investigative team's decision and will fully cooperate. Wang Haifeng immediately expressed his stance. Originally, he had summoned Xiao Yuan to discuss minimizing the scope and impact of the investigation with Lin Yi. But now, with Wu Jiqiang's attempted murder of Xiao Yuan, how could Wang Haifeng entertain any other thoughts? Thank you, Secretary, Mayor and the Municipal Committee for your support. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, then rose to bid farewell to Wang Haifeng and Xiao Yuan before heading to Wu Jiqiang's office. Wu Jiqiang's office was not far from Wang Haifeng's. As Lin Yi approached the door, he found Wu Jiqiang and Ho Tianming engaged in conversation. Xiao Lin, come in. Much like Wang Haifeng, Wu Jiqiang greeted Lin Yi with overt enthusiasm, even rising to welcome him. At that moment, he completely forgot his previous orders for Yi Yunfeng to scrutinize Lin Yi closely. He also overlooked the explicit directive he had given Yi Yunfeng at the suburban villa to deal with Lin Yi once the investigative team departed. Lin Yi observed Wu Jiqiang's performance as he entered the office. Xiao Lin, I heard you were reassigned to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigative team, and I am genuinely pleased for you. This is a rare opportunity for learning and advancement. Congratulations. Wu Jiqiang proclaimed, standing before Lin Yi while extending his hand for a handshake, yet, Lin Yi refrained from reciprocating, stating coolly, Wu Jiqiang, it is thanks to you that I have this opportunity for learning. What do you mean by that, Xiao Lin? Wu Jiqiang, noticing Lin Yi's refusal to shake hands and his sardonic tone, felt a surge of irritation mixed with unease. In fact, when Ho Tianming, also an investigative commissioner, walked into Wu Jiqiang's office, Wu Jiqiang's sense of unease had already begun to take root. As the saying goes, no one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. He could not fathom that Ho Tianming had come merely for casual conversation. He also did not believe that Lin Yi would dare to challenge him simply because he had been reassigned to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. I joined the investigative team to ensure that individuals like you, who harm the collective, face severe punishment under party discipline and national law. Lin Yi spoke coldly, confirming Wu Jiqiang's expression changed, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, before he feigned a smile and said, Commissioner Lin, such jokes are not welcome. Wu Jiqiang, you are suspected of multiple offenses related to your position. Please accompany us for an investigation. Lin Yi interrupted Wu Jiqiang's words with a chilling finality. In an instant, Wu Jiqiang was thrown into disarray. He stared blankly at Lin Yi for 3 seconds before turning to Ho Tianming and saying, Tianming, you didn't say this to me earlier. Apologies, Secretary Jiqiang, but I truly did come to see you for tea, Ho Tianming replied with a slight smile. Earlier in their conversation over tea, Wu Jiqiang had tested Ho Tianming's stance multiple times, to which he had consistently replied that he was not investigating anyone but was merely passing through for a chat. Wu Jiqiang instinctively retorted, then what about Commissioner Lin? Director Lin is my superior. What my superior wishes to do is beyond my knowledge. Ho Tianming countered. Lin Yi's formal appointment had yet to be publicly announced, so how could he be considered Ho Tianming's superior? Or the head of the investigative team? Wu Jiqiang was utterly bewildered. He stared wide-eyed at Ho Tianming, feeling as though Ho Tianming was making an international joke. Secretary Jiqiang, Director Lin has issued directives. Please do not make this difficult for me, Ho Tianming said with a slight smile, rising to position himself behind Wu Jiqiang, making his intentions clear. If you do not comply, we will have to resort to coercive measures. Director Ho, you jest. How could I dare to defy Director Lin's instructions? Wu Jiqiong replied with a forced smile, then turned his cold gaze towards Lin Yi, adding, however, I am dedicated to serving the people and fear no shadows, so I am not afraid of your investigation. Ha, your wife and two mistresses do not share the same sentiment, Lin Yi retorted, seizing the moment to strike hard as Wu Jiqiong displayed his arrogance. Wu Jiqiong raised an eyebrow and protested, I do not have mistresses, do not speak recklessly. They were just playing cards at the municipal guest house. When you arrive, you can join them for a game of mahjong. Lin Yi sneered, shattering Wu Jiqiong's delusions entirely. At that moment, Wu Jiqiong's expression shifted dramatically. He was unaware that Xia Hong had already been subjected to coercive measures and had no knowledge that all three of his women had been taken for investigation. He was acutely aware that both Xia Hong and Chen Jing held damning secrets about him. If either of them confessed, it would spell his doom. In an instant, Wu Jiqiong's previously confident demeanor evaporated, replaced by a pallor of despair. He wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, becoming a mere shell of a man as Lin Yi and Ho Tianming escorted him out of the municipal office building. The investigative team aimed to take down Secretary Jiqiong. Inside the municipal government building, those who stood by the windows were left dumbfounded upon witnessing Wu Jiqiong's ashen face, for Wu Jiqiong was a dominant figure in Yunshun, covertly regarded as the leader of the Yunshun interest group. He was also the voice of the Dongjiang gang in Yunshun. Amidst the shock, all eyes instinctively turned towards Lin Yi's retreating figure. As the sun set, Lin Yi paused, suddenly turning his head. Upon meeting his gaze, everyone instinctively recoiled. The scene froze. The young man, once thought to have met the end of his political career, now stood within the municipal compound like a living embodiment of retribution, instilling fear in all who beheld him. Chapter 025. With fantasies in mind, unrestrained. Team leader Lin, what seems to be the matter? Hua Tianming inquired with a hint of curiosity as he noticed Lin Yi abruptly halt in his tracks. Initially, he had addressed Lin Yi as team leader in jest, but it had now become second nature to him. Hua Division Chief, prior to my meeting with Secretary Wang, I received another whistleblower call. A citizen of Yunshun, Officer Shen Chuchu, has formally accused Yi Hao from the Municipal Development and Reform Commission's Energy Department of attempting to assault her. Moreover, just 2 days ago, Yi Hao, in collusion with Zhong Biao, the captain of the Yunshun Criminal Investigation Team, subjected Shen Chuchu to torture, inflicting severe physical and psychological harm. She is currently hospitalized, Lin Yi said, withdrawing his gaze and speaking in a solemn tone. I would appreciate it if you could escort Wu Jiqiong back to the municipal committee's guest house. I will take 2 security personnel to bring Yi Hao and Zhong Biao in. How about this? Let Officer Ma from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection take Wu Jiqiong back, and I shall accompany you to invite those 2 scoundrels for a chat. Hua Tianming's expression shifted slightly, his eyes glinting with a cold light, as a formidable aura suddenly emanated from him. Hua Tianming's unexpected transformation took Lin Yi by surprise, but he soon came to terms with it. He had always perceived Hua Tianming as a formidable figure. He simply could not fathom why he consistently approached the investigation with a seemingly carefree demeanor. Very well. Lin Yi nodded, and together with Hua Tianming, they approached a Buick business vehicle and briefed Ma Fei from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, who was also part of the 3rd investigation team. After completing these arrangements, Lin Yi and Hua Tianming entered the municipal government office building and took the elevator to the floor housing the Development and Reform Commission. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to an office within the Energy Department of the Development and Reform Commission, knocking on the door. Please come in, came Yi Hao's voice from within. Pushing the door open, Lin Yi discovered 2 desks inside the office, but only Yi Hao was present. This was the office shared by Yi Hao and the head of the Energy Department, who was out on official business today. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Yi Hao upon seeing Lin Yi and Hua Tianming. In truth, he had begun to feel uneasy as he observed them coming and going. Yi Hao, we are from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. You are suspected of illegal activities, please come with us for questioning. Lin Yi stated bluntly, his voice icy. Team leader Lin, are you mistaken? Yi Hao, recalling his recent conversation with his father, for a long time, due to his incompetence, loose tongue, and unreliability, his father had barred him from participating in any matters. His only transgressions were his inability to control his desires, which had led to a few scandals. However, Yi Yunfeng had assured him over the phone that he had erased all traces of those incidents, leaving Lin Yi with no evidence against him. This assurance fortified Yi Hao's defiance against Lin Yi. Why all this nonsense? Hua Tianming interjected, frowning as he scolded Yi Hao. As the former captain of the Yunshun Criminal Investigation Team and deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, Huo Tianming not only knew of Yi Hao but was also aware of his heinous deeds. Director Huo, you wield your authority quite brazenly, Yi Hao scoffed. He remembered that Huo Tianming had once served alongside his father as deputy director, only to be reassigned to the Provincial Public Security Department as publicity office after losing the competition for the director position. Yi Hao was well aware of this fact, and he recalled his father's commentary, in the bureaucratic arena, success hinges not on ability, but on connections. Huo Tianming lacked such connections and often clashed with superiors. What could he possibly offer in the competition for the directorship? For all these reasons, Yi Hao held Huo Tianming in disdain, even looking down upon him. Lin Yi's expression darkened as he warned, Yi Hao, should you choose not to cooperate with the investigation, we will resort to coercive measures. Lin Yi, I am willing to comply with your investigation. However, if you fail to uncover anything, I will file a formal complaint against you for abusing your power to seek personal vengeance. Yi Hao brazenly retorted. Ha! Lin Yi let out a cold laugh, choosing not to respond further. A few minutes later, Yi Hao followed Lin Yi and Huo Tianming to the municipal government building's lower level. Justice will ultimately prevail. This scoundrel Yi Hao is destined to face the consequences for his misdeeds. Within the municipal committee and government building, those who had been peering from the windows at the unfolding scene were not astonished to see Yi Hao being escorted away, rather, they felt a sense of vindication. They were all somewhat aware of the heinous acts Yi Hao had perpetrated. In full view of everyone, Yi Hao swaggered into the investigation team's Buick business vehicle, exuding an air of invulnerability. The vehicle started, but instead of returning to the municipal committee's guest house, it headed towards the Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team. Half an hour later, the car entered the courtyard of the Criminal Investigation Team. Captain Zhang Biao appeared to be awaiting their arrival, as if he had received prior notice of Lin Yi and Huo Tianming's impending visit. Master, Team Leader Lin, what brings you here? Zhang Biao greeted them as they exited the vehicle. Master. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. While he was aware that Huo Tianming had once served as the captain of the Yunshun Criminal Investigation Team and as deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, he had not known of the mentor-student relationship between Huo Tianming and Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao, I have long severed ties with you. Just as Lin Yi was lost in thought, Huo Tianming coldly interjected, as for why Team Leader Lin and I are here, you should know what you've done. Team. Team Leader Lin? Zhang Biao looked bewilderedly at Lin Yi, then said, Team Leader Lin, I understand you are here regarding your classmate Shen Chuchu. That was truly a misunderstanding. We did not torture her. Director Huo, since he was once your disciple, you should take action. Lin Yi interrupted Zhang Biao, turning his gaze to Huo Tianming. Understood. Huo Tianming nodded, swiftly stepping forward to seize Zhang Biao's right arm, pivoting his body to bring Zhang Biao to the ground, simultaneously disarming him of his sidearm. This series of movements was executed with fluidity and speed that left even Lin Yi and Zhang Biao unable to react in time. Zhang Biao cried out in pain, Master, silence. You are not worthy to call me that. Huo Tianming coldly interrupted, then proceeded to push Zhang Biao into the vehicle. He took the passenger seat, while Huo Tianming occupied the second row, personally restraining Zhang Biao to prevent any desperate actions on his part. Zhang Biao did not resist but cast a deep glance at Yi Hao as he entered the vehicle, seemingly conveying to him, don't panic, they have no evidence. Captain Zhang, Lin Yi is abusing his power, seeking revenge against us under the pretext of being seconded to the investigation team. Once the investigation concludes, let us file a formal complaint against him. Yi Hao, emboldened by his father's phone call, displayed no signs of fear. Observing Zhang Biao's glance, his arrogance only intensified. Zhang Biao was left speechless. He had intended to caution Yi Hao not to confess out of fear. However, Yi Hao's foolish bravado in openly challenging Lin Yi amounted to a provocation against the investigation team. In the meantime, Huo Tianming observed Lin Yi's upright posture, a slight frown marring his brow. Reason dictated that both Yi Hao and Zhang Biao were acting with an air of invulnerability, indicating they had made ample preparations. Given his understanding of Yi Yunfeng, it was evident that he would have eliminated all traces, leaving no evidence behind. Under such circumstances, persuading Yi Hao to confess and accept punishment would undoubtedly prove a formidable challenge for Lin Yi. Do not harbor any illusions. My voluntary application to join the investigation team is to personally ensure that the two of you vile creatures are imprisoned. Lin Yi declared coldly. Eradicate evidence. With the memories from my past life, I can uncover the truth that will make Yi Hao and Zhang Biao question their very existence. Chapter 026. How did he discover my secret? As Lin Yi and Ho Tianming returned to the Municipal Party Committee's guest house with Yi Hao and Zhang Biao, they arrived just in time for dinner. Team leader Lin, it's meal time. Let us dine fast, and then we shall interrogate them, Ho Tianming reminded as they stepped out of the vehicle. Very well, Director Ho, Lin Yi nodded. Initially, he had intended to conduct the interrogation of Yi Hao and Zhang Biao immediately, but Ho Tianming's words served as a timely reminder. Even if he chose to forgo his meal, protocol dictated that the investigation team must provide dinner for Yi Hao and Zhang Biao. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming found that the other members of the investigation team were already dining. As they walked in, all eyes, including that of the team leader Fu Ming, turned towards them. Among the gazes of Fu Ming, Chen Rue, and Jiang Hai, there was a palpable sense of admiration. Conversely, the other members of the investigation team were filled with respect, for they were aware that Lin Yi and Ho Tianming, this dynamic duo, had managed to apprehend the Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Wu Jiqiang, in a mere half a day, setting a promising precedent for their investigation. Although Wu Jiqiang had yet to confess, the evidence provided by his wife and two mistresses was substantial. It was merely a matter of time before he admitted his guilt. In a corner of the cafeteria sat Lu Liang from the Supreme People's Procuratorate and Sha Xiurui from the Provincial Procuratorate. Their gazes towards Lin Yi were devoid of admiration, replaced instead by envy. Tianming, Shaolin, you've worked hard, hurry and eat, Fu Ming said with a smile. His words lacked overt praise but carried a weight that felt more commendatory than any accolades. Director Fu, I merely assisted Comrade Shaolin. The true effort lies with him, Ho Tianming replied with a grin. Upon hearing Ho Tianming's words, Fu Ming and the others were momentarily taken aback. They had assumed that the third investigative team's rapid success in capturing Wu Jiqiang was due to Ho Tianming's prior groundwork, which had delivered a decisive blow to Wu Jiqiang. After all, Ho Tianming had previously served as the captain of the Yunshun Criminal Investigation Team and later as the deputy director of the police bureau, possessing considerable insight into both Wu Jiqiang and the local situation. Moreover, Ho Tianming's failure to ascend to the position of director of the Yunshun Police Bureau was entirely due to Wu Jiqiang's opposition, as Wu Jiqiang, then the deputy secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, held significant influence over the appointment of the police bureau director. Senior brother, do you not think that Ho Tianming is intentionally attributing the credit to Lin Yi? Sha Xiurui murmured quietly. Is that even a question? Lu Liang replied in a hushed tone, his words laced with bitterness. He is just a secretary who has never engaged in disciplinary work. What does he know? From this perspective, it seems Lin Yi has considerable backing, another remarked. His support comes from Xiao Yuan, Lu Liang divulged. Noticing the glimmer of curiosity in Sha Xiurui's eyes, he refrained from revealing Xiao Yuan's true identity and instead shifted the topic with a sneer. Earlier, Lin Yi brought Yi Hao from the Yunshun Development and Reform Commission to the guest house. Based on what I know, he has a personal vendetta against Yi Hao. His inclusion in the investigation team is not merely for prestige, but also to target Yi Hao. Is he using his position as an investigator for retribution? If he fails to uncover any evidence of Yi Hao's wrongdoing, Yi Hao could very well turn the tables and file a formal complaint against him, which would be quite the predicament. Lu Liang chuckled mockingly, seemingly eager to witness Lin Yi's downfall. However, his smile quickly faltered as Chen Rue, the deputy team leader from the Supreme People's Procuratorate, shot him a fierce glare. Lu Liang's last remarks had inadvertently been loud enough for Chen Hai and others to overhear. Lin Yi, who was just then serving himself food, also caught wind of it, yet he paid it no mind and swiftly finished his meal before hurrying to the interrogation room. This food is utterly tasteless. Is this fit for human consumption? Yi Hao, having just received his dinner, muttered upon seeing Lin Yi and Ho Tianming enter. Lin Yi took a seat across from Yi Hao and coldly replied, Yi Hao, do you believe you are ordering from a restaurant? If you do not wish to eat, then do not. And what if I say the food is unpalatable? Am I not allowed to voice my opinion? If you have the guts, don't serve me food at all. Yi Hao retorted with a sneer, entirely dismissing Lin Yi's authority as an investigator. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Yi Hao, all of us in the investigation team are consuming the same food as you. When you claim it is inedible, are you not insulting the entire team? Lin Yi, let me make this clear. Do not hide behind the investigation team to intimidate me. I stand by my words. If you have evidence, convict me. If you lack evidence, I will certainly file a formal complaint against you for using your position to retaliate against me once I am released. Yi Hao was unyielding and met Lin Yi's challenge head-on, confident that his father, the director, had ensured his safety. Director Ho, since he refuses to eat, let us take the food away and commence the interrogation. Lin Yi turned to Ho Tianming, seeking his opinion. Who said I wouldn't eat? Yi Hao scoffed, then began to shovel the food onto his plate. Several minutes later, after leisurely finishing his meal and letting out a satisfied belch, Yi Hao cast a sideways glance at Lin Yi and arrogantly declared, Lin Yi, let me be clear. Don't waste your breath. I know nothing of what you ask. Is that so? Lin Yi retorted coldly, then explained the matters concerning Hong Yan, Lu Ru, and Zheng Qian. What about them? Yi Hao's expression shifted. Initially, he assumed Lin Yi would interrogate him about the attempted rape of Shen Chuchu and the coercive interrogation tactics, but he was taken aback by the mention of these other incidents. Lin Yi fixed his gaze on Yi Hao. You assaulted them, they reported the crime, but under pressure from your father, Yi Yunfeng, the case was retracted, and they opted for a settlement. Do not slander me. There was no assault. We were in a romantic relationship initially, but once I decided to end things, they refused and turned on me with false allegations of rape. It is that simple. Yi Hao quickly regained his composure. In the preceding days, Yi Yunfeng had helped him cover his tracks and specifically instructed him to maintain this narrative if anyone investigated these 3 cases. Lin Yi did not expose Yi Hao's lie but instead shifted gears. Was Su Weiwei also your girlfriend? Su Weiwei, who is that? Yi Hao's countenance shifted yet again. This time, the clear panic flickered in his eyes, and even the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. Lin Yi's voice turned cold. Su Weiwei was a student at Yunshun No. 1 High School. On March 28, 2007, you assaulted Su Weiwei at the villa in Qingshui Mountain, resulting in her death. Surely you do not forget this. Do not speak nonsense. Yi Hao vehemently denied. I remember the Su Weiwei you mentioned. She sought me out for drinks that day, got drunk, and died of alcohol poisoning. This case is documented. The coroner's report is explicit. Do not slander me. Yi Hao, do you think your father instructed the criminal investigation team to collude with the coroner, fabricate a false autopsy report, and destroy evidence, allowing you to escape legal repercussions? Lin Yi's tone turned icy as he locked eyes with Yi Hao. Unfazed, Yi Hao sneered, Lin Yi, the law is based on evidence. If you do not understand this, consult Director Ho beside you, let him enlighten you. Do not act like a fool, it diminishes the investigation team's credibility. Are the videos on your computer not evidence? Lin Yi interrupted coldly, his gaze piercing through Yi Hao as though seeking to unravel all his deceptions. Yi Hao immediately fell silent, his eyes now filled with terror. How did he know about the videos? Lin Yi's voice was chilling as he continued, you have a disturbing penchant for recording your violations of every girl, often revisiting them for your own twisted enjoyment. During your assault on Su Weiwei, she fought back fiercely, prompting you to choke her into submission. When your depravity ended, you realized she had died, did you not? And no, I did not. Do not make baseless claims. Yi Hao continued to deny, yet his earlier bravado had vanished, replaced by trembling and a quivering voice. Witnessing this, Lin Yi felt a sense of relief wash over him. In his previous life, Yi Hao had retained his computer and those videos even after being taken away for investigation. However, in this altered timeline, the sequence of events had shifted. Lin Yi was uncertain, which was why he had conducted a probing inquiry earlier. Based on Yi Hao's reaction, Lin Yi could now ascertain that the videos remained intact. Those videos were irrefutable evidence, sufficient to... As Lin Yi had anticipated, 1 hour later, Ho Tianming, accompanied by security personnel, located Yi Hao's computer at the villa in Qingshui Mountain. Utilizing technical methods, they accessed the computer and discovered the incriminating videos, promptly bringing the computer back to the Municipal Party Committee's guest house. How did you uncover my secret? Yi Hao's complexion drained of color, and beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead upon seeing his computer and the videos it contained. He stared wide-eyed at Lin Yi, panic-stricken, convinced that Lin Yi was a devil. How else could he possibly know the secrets of those videos? Ho Tianming, equally astonished, gazed at Lin Yi. From Wu Jiqiang's 3 women to Yi Hao. In Lin Yi's presence, these individuals had no secrets to hide. It was as if he had been granted the gift of omniscience. This was unnervingly uncanny. Chapter 027 How can we bear this approach to justice? Yi Hao, the video evidence indicates that while you were perpetrating the heinous act of rape, you also caused the death of Su Weiwei. This constitutes intentional homicide. Lin Yi observed the shock on both Yi Hao and Ho Tianming's faces but chose not to reveal any insights, instead continuing the interrogation. A jolt of panic coursed through Yi Hao, and he instinctively denied, "No." What then? Lin Yi's icy gaze bore down on Yi Hao, laden with an oppressive gravity. While Yi Hao's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat streaming down his face, he opened his mouth but remained silent. Yi Hao, let me remind you that Wu Jiqiang, the Deputy Secretary of the Yunshan Municipal Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, is under investigation. Your father, the Bureau Chief, is currently in a Lin Yi discerned a flicker of hope in Yi Hao's heart and coldly articulated his warning. While Yi Hao was struck with dread, the panic in his eyes utterly unmasked. Though he was unaware of the exact transgressions committed by Yi Yunfeng and Wu Jiqiang, he understood that Yi Yunfeng was the closest ally of Wu Jiqiang. Should Wu encounter trouble, Yi Yunfeng would undoubtedly be implicated. Seizing the moment, Lin Yi pressed on Yi Hao. The distinction between intentional homicide and manslaughter is stark. If you do not voluntarily confess, you may very well be charged with intentional homicide. I did not kill her intentionally, it was an accident. Yi Hao, jolted into a realization, instinctively began to defend himself, yet, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. His response effectively amounted to an admission of guilt in Su Weiwei's death. Why Yi Hao, abandon your fantasies and confess. Team leader Lin is fully aware of the events surrounding this case and possesses relevant evidence. He is merely seeking your verification. If you refuse to cooperate, not only will manslaughter be reclassified as intentional homicide, but you will also bear the responsibility for others involved. The cumulative charges will ensure you face severe consequences. At that moment, Ho Tianming interjected, employing a mix of coaxing and intimidation. However, Yi Hao trembled in sheer terror, nearly losing control of his bladder, for Lin Yi had an intimate understanding of the video secrets and held other compelling evidence, an undeniable fact. I will confess everything. Overwhelmed by fear, Yi Hao's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, and he ceased his stubborn resistance, divulging all his criminal activities. According to Yi Hao's confession, he had raped a total of 12 girls, including 3 minors under the age of 16. Among them, Huang Yan, Lu Ru, Zheng Qian, and Su Weiwei's families had filed reports. The other 8 girls refrained from coming forward due to concerns about their reputations or fear of retaliation from Yi Hao, given that his father was the police chief. Following the reports by Huang Yan, Lu Ru, and Zheng Qian, they were subsequently coerced and bribed by Zhong Biao and ultimately chose to withdraw their cases in private resolution. Su Weiwei's fate was the most tragic. While fiercely resisting Yi Hao's assault, she was ultimately strangled to death by him. Yi Yunfeng orchestrated the cover-up of Su Weiwei's case, while Zhong Biao handled the disposal of her body. Following Yi Yunfeng's instructions, Zhong Biao procured a falsified autopsy report from the coroner and had Su Weiwei's remains cremated without her family ever laying eyes on her body, only receiving a forged autopsy report and an urn. A blossoming young girl departed this world unjustly. Uncle Ho, I have confessed. Is there any chance for leniency? I did not intentionally kill Su Weiwei. Surely, by one he faced the death penalty. Once he had finished his confession, Yi Hao instinctively turned to Ho Tianming with a plea. Ho Tianming coldly replied, "First, I am not your uncle, so refrain from such foolishness. Second, weren't you mocking team leader Lin for his lack of legal knowledge? Surely, you are well versed in the law yourself. Why even ask me? Rest assured, Yi Hao, I will exert every effort to ensure you face the direst consequences." At the very least, you will spend the entirety of your life in prison. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed, his tone as frigid as ice. Although the current evidence suggested that Yi Hao's actions in strangling Su Weiwei amounted to manslaughter, the sheer number of girls he had assaulted could lead to a death sentence under the law. Third, hearing Lin Yi's words again, Yi Hao collapsed to the ground, soaked, as if he had been pulled from the depths of water. Lin Yi, I was wrong. I should not have provoked your classmate, nor should I have dared to challenge you. Please spare me. In his terror, Yi Hao crawled before Lin Yi, begging for mercy. In that moment, he had shed all semblance of his former pride, resembling a desperate, dying dog, pleading for Lin Yi's clemency. Once he finished speaking, he sacrificed his dignity and pride, bowing repeatedly before Lin Yi, his apologies echoing like the fervent rituals of a tomb-sweeping ceremony. Lin Yi ignored him, rising to leave. Yi Hao instinctively clung to Lin Yi's leg, lamenting, Lin Yi, I implore you, get lost. Lin Yi kicked Yi Hao away, filled with a seething rage, almost wishing to execute him on the spot. Despite his knowledge from a past life of Yi Hao's atrocities against numerous girls, the details revealed a harrowing reality, igniting a fire of fury within him. Following Lin Yi, Ho Tianming exited the interrogation room, remarking, those who rely on their parents to wreak havoc upon society will ultimately bring ruin upon their own kin. Lin Yi wholeheartedly concurred. In the future, whether it be the infamous My Dad is Li Gang or the notorious Zhou Gongzi from a certain province, they would stand as prime examples of parental disgrace. After a brief exchange, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming proceeded to the interrogation room where Zhang Biao was located. Lin Ku, I swear, I did not coerce Shen Chuchu under torture. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Ho Tianming, Zhang Biao hastily asserted his innocence. From the outset, he, like Yi Hao, believed Lin Yi was investigating their treatment of Shen Chuchu. Zhang Biao, Yi Hao has confessed to all his crimes, and your presence is evident in each case. Are you still pretending to be oblivious? Lin Yi interrupted Zhang Biao coldly. Why Yi Hao confessed? Impossible. Yi Zhu had already covered his tracks, leaving no evidence behind. He had no reason to confess. Initially startled by Lin Yi's words, Zhang Biao quickly regained his composure, stating, Lin Ku, I do not understand what you are implying. Then open your eyes wide, perk up your ears, and listen closely. Lin Yi ceased to engage in idle conversation, promptly playing a segment of Yi Hao's interrogation footage. Zhang Biao, initially unperturbed, soon grew anxious, his face paling until it resembled that of a ghost. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yi turned off the video of Yi Hao's interrogation and coldly inquired, Zhang Biao, speak up, what were your actions in those cases? No response. Zhang Biao closed his eyes, cursing inwardly. Why did that fool Yi Hao leave a video? And why let outsiders know this secret? If you wish to die, don't drag me down with you. At that moment, he wished he could rush next door and stab Yi Hao to death. Zhang Biao, we once shared a mentor-student relationship. Although I no longer recognize you as my disciple, I still wish to offer you a piece of advice. If you ever wish to see your wife, children, and parents again, it would be wise to confess and disclose all your crimes, seeking an opportunity for leniency. Ho Tianming offered a cold reminder, Master, I confess, I will confess everything. Zhang Biao, as if awakening from a dream, clutched at the last shred of hope, like a drowning man grasping for a lifeline. He then truthfully recounted how he had, on Yi Yunfeng's orders, repeatedly assisted Yi Hao in concealing his crimes and eliminating evidence. Ho Chu, I will apply to Director Fu for the dual regulation measures against Yi Yunfeng. Lin Yi closed his notebook, turning to Ho Tianming. As soon as he finished speaking, the interrogation room's door was abruptly pushed open. Ma Fei from the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection strode in, exclaiming, Ho Chu, Lin Ku, have you completed the interrogation? The summary meeting is about to commence. Ma Chu, we've just finished. Based on the confessions of Yi Hao and Zhang Biao, we have gathered evidence of the crimes committed by the Yunshun Municipal Public Security Bureau Chief, Yi Yunfeng, and were about to report to Director Fu for the initiation of dual regulation measures. Lin Yi stood to report. Ma Fei was the true leader of the third investigation team, and according to regulations, Lin Yi had to report to him before proceeding with the dual regulation measures against Yi Yunfeng. Previously, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming had followed the proper reporting procedures when apprehending Wu Jiqiang, Yi Hao, and Zhang Biao. Results so swiftly, Ma Fei was momentarily taken aback. Initially, the arrest of Wu Jiqiang had astonished him and the other members of the investigation team. Now, less than 3 hours after dinner, they had also pried open the lips of Yi Hao and Zhang Biao, uncovering evidence against Yi Yunfeng. Lin Yi nodded, indeed, Ma Chu. Ma Fei gazed at Lin Yi in silence. How can we, as disciplinary officials, endure your approach to justice? Chapter 028. Do not inquire, it is merely a case of public reporting. Lin Ku, Director Fu has specifically requested your presence at the meeting, wishing for you to report on today's investigation and share your experiences. After a brief moment of silence, Ma Fei reiterated the directive from the leadership. Upon hearing this, Ho Tianming turned to Lin Yi and said, "How about this, Lin Ku? You attend the meeting while I take a team to implement double regulation measures against Yi Yunfeng." "Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Ho Chu." Lin Yi nodded. Although he yearned to personally apprehend Yi Yunfeng, he could not go against the directives of his superiors. Without further ado, Ho Tianming departed with 2 security personnel to capture Yi Yunfeng, while Lin Yi accompanied Ma Fei to the conference room. As they approached the meeting room, Lin Yi, filled with curiosity, asked, "Ma Chu, logically speaking, it should be you reporting on our team's progress. Why has the leadership chosen me for this task?" "Lin Ku, you may not yet realize the profound impact your work today has had on the entire investigation team. After years in disciplinary inspection work, I have never witnessed a case handled as you have. In Director Fu's words, you are nothing short of extraordinary, seemingly born for this line of work. He even wishes to transfer you to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection." Ma Fei spoke with a mix of amusement and admiration, revealing the reason behind the leadership's decision. He, along with the 3 leaders of the investigation team, had observed Lin Yi's interrogation process. Now, everyone in the investigation team believed Ho Tianming's assertion he was merely assisting Lin Yi. "You flatter me, leaders," Lin Yi humbly replied as he and Ma Fei arrived at the entrance of the conference room. In an instant, all eyes were upon Lin Yi, filled with surprise, admiration, and anticipation. They were eager to learn how Lin Yi, with no prior experience in disciplinary inspection, could effortlessly bring down the formidable tiger of Yunshun, Wu Jiqiong. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Lin Yi and Ma Fei entered the conference room and took their seats. Meanwhile, leaders Fu Ming, Chen Rue, and Jiang Hai also arrived. "Comrades, in accordance with the work arrangement of the investigation team, we convened today's summary meeting." Fu Ming presided over the meeting and began. "Next, I invite the 3 teams to report on their work today, starting with the first investigation team." Initially, they refused to disclose any information, but by the afternoon, they began to relent to varying degrees. "I believe they will divulge information by tomorrow," Lu Liang, representing the first investigation team, reported. A chilling silence enveloped the room, and the expressions of those present grew peculiar, as they were all acutely aware that the first investigation team had yielded no results today. The interrogation methods Lu Liang had previously mentioned had proven utterly ineffective. In fact, the reason Wu Yong and Xia Yuan had begun to relent was due to the news of Wu Jiqiong's investigation, which had shaken their psychological defenses, an outcome that was entirely attributable to the 3rd investigation team. More precisely, it was Lin Yi's achievement. "Team Leader Lu, I believe your progress is lagging. I suggest that your team learn from the 3rd investigation team, focusing on practical solutions rather than subjective conjectures. Strive to resolve issues rather than simply making empty promises." Chen Rue, from the Supreme People's Procuratorate, could no longer contain his dissatisfaction and directly criticized the first investigation team led by Lu Liang. His actions not only tarnished his own reputation but also that of the entire Supreme People's Procuratorate. "Yes, Chen Jian." Lu Liang's expression was one of utter humiliation. During the morning meeting, he had publicly questioned Lin Yi, only for Lin Yi to handle the case against Wu Jiqiong in an astonishing manner. It felt like a silent slap across his face, painful yet devoid of sound. Chen Rue's remarks had only added salt to Lu Liang's wounds. Shashi Rue, a fellow member of the first investigation team, was equally disheartened. Her admiration for Lu Liang, coupled with her desire to curry favor, had led her to excessively praise him while disparaging Lin Yi from the outset. Yet now, in comparison, Lu Liang appeared utterly ineffectual against Lin Yi's prowess, leaving her in a... Unlike Lu Liang, their report included tangible progress, existing issues, and proposed solutions, all presented in great detail. While the second investigation team could not claim any credit, they had also committed no errors, reflecting a normal performance that did not attract criticism. "Next, I invite the 3rd investigation team to report." Fu Ming resumed, directing his gaze toward Lin Yi. Simultaneously, all attendees turned their attention to Lin Yi, eager for him to unravel the mysteries that lingered in their minds. "Esteemed leaders, on behalf of the 3rd investigation team, I will now provide a report." Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Lin Yi maintained a calm demeanor as he presented his findings. His report encompassed the interrogations of Wu Jiqiong, Yi Hao, and Zhong Biao, while also mentioning Ho Tianming's measures against Yi Yunfeng. "Comrade Lin Yi, both Director Fu and I, along with Chen Jian, have viewed segments of your interrogation today. To be honest, we are both astonished and perplexed. After Lin Yi concluded his report, Jiang Hai, the deputy team leader, could not help but inquire, "We are curious as to how you managed to obtain such incriminating evidence against the subjects of your interrogation, and how you utilized this evidence to dismantle their psychological defenses with such ease." Esteemed leaders, there are two primary reasons. First, prior to joining the investigation team, I served as secretary to Mayor Shao. Mayor Shao is deeply respected and beloved by the people of Yunshun. The public, extending their trust to me, provided information and evidence regarding corrupt individuals. In terms of leads and evidence, I owe much to Mayor Shao's reputation. Lin Yi paused momentarily before continuing. Second, Director Ho was once a legendary figure in the Dongjiang police force, possessing profound insights into human nature and extensive interrogation experience. The success of the interrogation largely stems from Director Ho's adept leadership. Once again, silence fell over the meeting room, as no one had anticipated that Lin Yi would attribute all the credit to others. "Comrade Shaolin, you are far too modest. We are all aware that the third investigation team's identification of targets, formulation of investigative strategies, and conduct of interrogations were all primarily orchestrated by you." Fu Ming smiled as he spoke the truth, breaking the stillness of the room. How astonishing. Indeed, Comrade Lin Yi has no prior experience in disciplinary inspection. Comrade Lin Yi, you truly put us seasoned inspectors to shame. The room erupted in exclamations of awe upon hearing Fu Ming's words. Chen Rui, the deputy team leader from the Supreme People's Procuratorate, glared at Lu Liang with a scowl, as if to say, "Look at him, then look at you. I truly question the judgment of old He's family for selecting such a weakling as you to be the son-in-law of the He family." At that moment, another deputy team leader, Jiang Hai from the organization department, posed a question. "Comrade Lin Yi, can you confirm that all the leads and evidence you possess were indeed provided by the public?" "Yes, Director Jiang, all leads and evidence were sourced from the populace. Through this investigation, I have come to deeply appreciate the significance of the principle, from the masses to the masses. History is crafted by the people, and the masses are the source of our party's strength and victories." After addressing Jiang Hai, Lin Yi expressed his sentiments. Clap, clap, clap. Upon hearing Lin Yi's impassioned remarks, Fu Ming initiated applause, and soon a tidal wave of clapping resonated throughout the room. Yet, despite the accolades, doubt lingered on the faces of all present, including Fu Ming. It was evident that they struggled to believe that all leads and evidence had truly come from the people. In response, Lin Yi refrained from further explanation. Do not inquire, it is merely a case of public reporting. I know nothing. I am but a tool. Subsequently, Fu Ming, Chen Rui, and Jiang Hai sequentially provided feedback on the reports from the three investigation teams, while Lin Yi remained preoccupied with the results of Ho Tianming's actions, anticipating news of success. Meanwhile, Ho Tianming had arrived at the office of the chief of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Yi Yunfeng sat at his desk, and upon seeing Ho Tianming enter, his expression revealed no surprise, only resentment. "Ho Tianming, I imagine you must have harbored a great deal of resentment when you were denied entry into this office years ago. I must commend you on your adept handling of personal vendettas." Yi Yunfeng spoke fast, his words laced with bitterness and a hint of mockery. It was clear that he, like the members of the investigation team, believed that Hu Jiqiang's swift downfall was entirely orchestrated by Ho Tianming. Ho Tianming settled into a chair, crossing his legs in a relaxed manner, and replied with a smirk, "Yi Yunfeng, what if I told you that whether it was investigating Wu Jiqiang or dealing with your son Yi Hao and Zhang Biao, I was not the one in charge? I was merely assisting throughout the process. Would you believe me?" "Impossible." Yi Yunfeng dismissed the notion outright. Ho Tianming was not surprised by this response. He merely remarked, "Though it may sound absurd, that is indeed the truth. If it wasn't you, then who could it be?" Yi Yunfeng's intense gaze bore into Ho Tianming, sensing that he was not lying but unable to fathom who else could possess such influence. Ho Tianming slowly revealed, "Lin Yi." Lin Yi, no way, he could not possibly have access to so much information. Yi Yunfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Ho Tianming chuckled coldly, "Yi Yunfeng, I heard that previously, in this very office, you arrogantly told Lin Yi that the Yunshan Public Security Bureau's investigations were not subject to the whims of a mere secretary. Today, I offer you this. Lin Group leader's investigations are beyond your reproach." Yi Yunfeng trembled with rage, his face ashen, and coldly retorted, "Ho Tianming, you need not mask the truth. Even if, as you say, Lin Yi possessed that information, how could he dare to stick his neck out? Is he not afraid for his life?" "Enough, Yi Yunfeng, our conversation ends here. Come with me to face the investigation." Ho Tianming rose slowly, responding with a nonchalant demeanor. While Yi Yunfeng remained unmoved, his expression one of inner turmoil. Yi Yunfeng, are you hesitating over whether to draw your firearm in defiance? Ho Tianming saw through Yi Yunfeng's thoughts, yet approached him fearlessly. Why not give it a try and see if you get the chance to fire? Yi Yunfeng slumped in his chair, akin to a deflated balloon. For reason dictated that even if he were to draw his weapon in resistance, the legendary Ho Tianming of the Dongjiang police force would never grant him the opportunity to fire. Such an act would only exacerbate his crimes. 2 minutes later, Yi Yunfeng was escorted downstairs by 2 security personnel. Ho Tianming retrieved his phone and sent a message to Lin Yi, group leader Lin. The mission has been successfully completed. Yi Yunfeng is now being transported to the municipal reception center. Lin Yi quickly replied, Ho Chu, you flatter me once again, thank you for your hard work. Ho Tianming smiled as he put away his phone, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky, unable to suppress his thoughts. Comrade Shaolin, I too am curious as to why you would dare to confront the Dongjiang gang at the risk of your own life. Chapter 029. Who would not wish for a clear and bright hometown? That evening, Lin Yi and Ho Tianming conducted an overnight interrogation of Yi Yunfeng. Lin Yi resorted to his old tactics, projecting the recorded segments of the interrogation of Yi Hao and Zhang Biao right before Yi Yunfeng's eyes. Confronted with irrefutable evidence, Yi Yunfeng found himself unable to fabricate excuses. He admitted to using his position as the director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau to aid his son, Yi Hao, in concealing the truth behind his crimes and destroying evidence. He repeatedly emphasized that this was all his own idea, insisting that Yi Hao had no involvement. However, when it came to other matters, Yi Yunfeng remained obstinately silent. Yi Yunfeng knows he is doomed this time, so he is doing everything in his power to shoulder the blame himself, attempting to lessen the sentence for that beast Yi Hao. Truly, he is a devoted father. Lin Yi remarked sarcastically the following morning upon arriving at the office. Ho Tianming, with a complex expression, replied, Yi Yunfeng's descent into this path is largely due to Yi Hao. Having lost his father at a young age and raised by his mother, he has always been a dutiful son. His mother dotes on Yi Hao to the point of indulgence, resulting in Yi Hao's unruly behavior from an early age. In his desperate bid to save Yi Hao, Yi Yunfeng took that step, from which there was no return. Ho, I sense that you are aware of many things, some of which could greatly aid this investigation, yet you seem reluctant to divulge those secrets. Why is that? Lin Yi inquired curiously upon hearing Ho Tianming mention the lesser-known aspects of Yi Yunfeng. Ho Tianming responded meaningfully, Team leader Lin, everyone harbors secrets, you are no exception. Just then, the office phone rang abruptly. Lin Yi no longer lingered on the previous topic, glanced at the caller ID, and noticed it was from the investigation team's office. He picked up the receiver, saying, Hello, this is Lin Yi. Lin Ku, 2 citizens wish to see you. They claim to have crucial information for the investigation team. Very well, please ask them to come to my office. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. This was the first genuine instance of a public report, piquing his curiosity about the identities of the individuals and whom they intended to report. A minute later, the answer was revealed. A mother and son entered. The mother, over 50, with a head of white hair and a frail, trembling body, required her son's support to walk. The son, tall and imposing, clad in a police uniform that should have conveyed an air of authority, bore a melancholy expression, as though shrouded in gloom. Upon seeing this mother-son pair, for they were Su Weiwei's mother and brother. Hello, Lin Ku, I am Su Lu, a police officer with the Municipal Public Security Bureau, and this is my mother, Zhang Huifang. As Lin Yi stood there in shock, Su Lu turned his gaze towards him and introduced himself. I am aware of your identities. You are related to Su Weiwei, please, come in. Lin Yi quickly rose to invite Zhang Huifang and Su Lu into the room. You know us? Su Lu asked in surprise, his steps faltering, his expression suddenly hesitant. Lin Yi noticed this detail and reassured him, during our investigation over the past couple of days, we came across your sister's case. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Su Li's expression grew even more conflicted. Sensing the tension, Lin Yi ventured, you must be here to report on Yi Hao from the Municipal Development and Reform Commission, correct? Lin Ku, I heard that both Yi Hao and his father Yi Yunfeng, the director of our Municipal Public Security Bureau, have been taken away by the investigation team for questioning. Is that true? Su Lu clenched his teeth and spoke again, but instead of answering Lin Yi's question, he voiced his concerns. Lin Yi nodded affirmatively, it is true, our investigation into Yi Hao led us to uncover your sister's case. Lin Ku, what is the current status of the investigation into Yi Yunfeng and Yi Hao? Is there sufficient evidence to convict them? Sulu pressed further. Lin Yi's expression turned grave as he replied, due to confidentiality regulations surrounding our investigation, I cannot divulge specific details regarding the cases of Yi Yunfeng and Yi Hao. However, I can assure you that they will certainly face judgment under the party's discipline and the law. Lin Ku. Su Li's agitation grew upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Come inside, Lin Yi interrupted, ushering Zhang Huifeng and Su Lu into his office and pouring them both a glass of water. Thank you, Lin Ku. Su Lu said, his emotions surging. Lin Ku, I wish to formally report Yi Yunfeng and Yi Hao. Yi Hao brutally raped and murdered my sister, while Yi Yunfeng abused his power, instructing others to falsify the autopsy results and destroy evidence. Su Lu, I have heard that after your sister's incident, you filed a report but later withdrew it. Following the withdrawal, you were specially recruited to work at the Public Security Bureau, correct? Ho Tianming interjected suddenly. Su Lu was taken aback, casting a nervous glance at Ho Tianming before looking back at Lin Yi, hesitating to respond. This is my colleague, Ho Tianming. You need not harbor any concerns, Lin Yi reassured him, recognizing Su Li's apprehension. Su Li's expression grew complex as he said, Lin Ku, I know Director Ho. He is right. After my sister's tragedy, my mother and I reported the incident immediately, but Yi Yunfeng and Yi Hao destroyed all evidence and falsified the autopsy report, leaving us unable to pursue the case further. Friends and relatives advised us to settle privately. So, you chose to settle privately? Lin Yi inquired. Lin Ku, my sister died unjustly, and my mother has been weeping her eyes out over this matter. How could I possibly agree to a private settlement? I may have seemingly let it go, but through Yi Yunfeng's connections, I was specially recruited to work at the Municipal Public Security Bureau, not for compensation, but to utilize my position as a police officer to secretly investigate and gather evidence. I have tried every possible means to collect evidence, yet I have found nothing, and instead, I have been accused of feasting on my sister's misfortunes. At this point, Su Lu paused, his eyes suddenly glistening with tears. Moreover, whenever inspection teams from the province, research groups, or guidance teams came to Yunshan, I would write reports to expose Yi Yunfeng and Yi Hao. Yet each time, my reports vanished without a trace, with no response. Lin Ku, you previously served as secretary to Mayor Shao. The people of Yunshan know that Mayor Shao is a good official, and I believe you are a just person as well. Therefore, when I learned that you were seconded to the investigation team and that Yi Yunfeng and Yi Hao had been taken away, I came to find you. I owe it to my sister, and I want to try once more. Su Lu looked at Lin Yi imploringly, his voice trembling. Meanwhile, Zhang Huifeng was already in tears. After her husband died in a car accident, she had not been crushed but had resolutely raised her son and daughter. After her daughter's incident, she steadfastly rejected all offers of private settlement, determined to seek justice for her daughter. However, she found herself oppressed by those in power, her cries unheard, and she wept endlessly, ultimately losing her sight. Now, she could not see, nor could she discern the nature of this cruel world. Yet, whenever she thought of her daughter or heard news of her, tears would flow uncontrollably. Mom, please don't cry. Su Lu embraced his mother's frail shoulders, wiping the tears from her face. He then looked up at Lin Yi, his eyes reddened and glistening, then softly implored, Lin Ku, I believe you will help my sister obtain justice, won't you? Su Lu, our investigation team has already determined that your sister, Su Weiwei, was strangled to death while being assaulted by that beast Yi Hao. Lin Yi said, his voice thickening with emotion, taking a deep breath. Lin Ku, is that true? Do you have evidence? Su Lu held his breath nervously, fearing that Lin Yi might lack evidence, leading to a futile hope. We have established a complete chain of evidence. Whether it be Yi Yunfeng, Yi Hao, or others involved in this matter, they will all face legal judgment. Lin Yi asserted, his tone resolute. Thank you. Su Lu immediately broke into tears, nearly kneeling to bow to Lin Yi. Even the frail, blind Zhang Huifeng struggled to rise, wanting to kneel before him. They wished to express their gratitude in this manner. What are you doing? Lin Yi quickly stepped forward, blocking Zhang Huifeng and Su Lu from kneeling, and said earnestly, Auntie, Su Lu, this is my duty and the investigation team's responsibility. Our purpose here in Yunshan is to restore clarity and justice. Thank you, Lin Ku, thank you, investigation team. Su Lu straightened up, saluting Lin Yi instead of kneeling. Zhang Huifeng ceased her tears, though her eyes were blind and she could no longer see the brilliance of the world. Her heart suddenly felt illuminated. A ray of light brightened her once darkened world. Subsequently, Lin Yi calmed the emotions of Zhang Huifeng and Su Lu, escorting them downstairs. Lin Yi, I have always been curious as to why you risk retaliation and even your life to combat evil forces to the end. Now I understand, Ho Tion-ming said, his expression complex as he returned to the office. Besides standing up for your classmate Shen Chuchu, that matter just now holds even greater significance, doesn't it? Who wouldn't wish for their country and hometown to be a realm of clarity and brightness? Lin Yi replied with a slight smile. Ho Tion-ming was taken aback, sincerely saying, Lin Yi, thank you. Ho, what is this about? Lin Yi, I have never forgotten my original intention, but I had lost my confidence and determination to fight against evil forces. You have helped me regain them. As he spoke, the man once hailed as the detective of Yunshun, a legendary figure in the Dongjiang police force, saluted Lin Yi. Chapter 030. No, is he serious? At 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Yi arrived at Yunshun City Hospital. Today marked the day of Shen Chuchu's discharge, and Lin Yi had taken a special leave to assist her with the discharge procedures. In the hospital room, Shen Chuchu had already changed out of her hospital gown and donned her police uniform, standing by the window, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the flowers outside. Lin Yi, you're here. Shen Chuchu turned around hastily upon hearing the door open. Upon recognizing Lin Yi, a radiant smile blossomed on her delicate face, reminiscent of the vibrant flowers outside. Lin Yi closed the door behind him and replied with a smile, I was too busy yesterday to visit you. How is your recovery? If you're not feeling well, there's no rush to leave. I'm perfectly fine now. Shen Chuchu felt a sweet warmth in her heart from Lin Yi's concern. She lowered her head, somewhat shyly responding, then inquired, how is your work in the investigation team? Are you adapting? Pretty well, Lin Yi nodded, then, feigning mystery, said, Chuchu, I have good news for you. What good news? The scoundrels Yi Yunfeng, Yi Hao, and Zhong Biao have been investigated. All the criminal evidence concerning your case and others is comprehensive. They will be subjected to the judgment of the law. Lin Yi stated with righteous conviction. Shen Chuchu was taken aback. Really, is that true? Yes, Lin Yi affirmed, gazing into her clear eyes as he continued, I assure you, evil cannot suppress righteousness. Wrongdoers may hold power temporarily, but not permanently, right? Thank you, Lin Yi. Shen Chuchu's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but step forward to embrace him. It was the first time she had taken such an initiative in front of Lin Yi. Over the past few days, she had pondered why Lin Yi was seconded to the investigation team, but he had not disclosed it, nor had she dared to ask. Now, she finally understood. Lin Yi aimed to demonstrate through his actions that his earlier words were indeed true, helping her rebuild the faith that had once crumbled. This deeply moved her, prompting her to embrace him uncontrollably. Her unexpected boldness left Lin Yi slightly astonished, yet he thought little of it, simply feeling joy for Shen Chuchu as she found hope once more. Knock, knock. At that moment, the door to the hospital room was rapped upon. Shen Chuchu, startled, instantly released Lin Yi from her embrace, turning away with her face flushed to her neck, her heart racing as if it might leap from her throat. Lin Yi, noticing her anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle before turning to open the door. Soon, he opened the door to find the hospital director accompanied by several individuals standing at the threshold. Upon learning of Lin Yi's presence, the director had specifically brought a few experts to greet him, both as a sign of respect and to inform him of their efforts in treating Shen Chuchu. This gesture was, in a sense, the favor given Lin Yi's stature and the future trajectory of his career. There would be many occasions where they would seek his assistance. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude to the director and the experts, which delighted them greatly. After the hospital director and his companions departed, the department head presented Shen Chuchu with her discharge certificate. Lin Yi assisted her with the settlement procedures before leading her out of the inpatient building. Not long after they exited the building, Lin Yi's phone rang. He retrieved it to find a call from Xiao Yuan. Chuchu, it's Mayor Xiao calling, please wait for me a moment. All right, Shen Chuchu nodded gently, stepping aside with understanding, yet unable to resist stealing glances at Lin Yi. Lin Yi answered the call, hello, Mayor Xiao. I've told you countless times not to address me by my title when no one is around, just call me brother. Xiao Yuan chided him playfully before continuing, I just received a call from Brother Fu. I heard that in less than a day, you managed to apprehend Wu Jiqiang, Yi Yunfeng, Yi Hao, and Zhong Biao, leaving the members of the investigation team utterly astounded. Brother Xiao, I largely benefited from your reputation. The public supports you, hence they trust me, Lin Yi humbly replied. Stop flattering me, Xiao Yuan laughed. Brother Fu mentioned that you are naturally suited for disciplinary inspection work and wants to transfer you to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. I told him to take a hike, he's not going to poach my talent. Lin Yi was taken aback. The leader of the third investigation team, Ma Fei, had broached this topic with him before. He had initially thought Ma Fei was joking, but now it seemed Brother Fu was serious. That was the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, a realm that ordinary civil servants could only dream of. However, Lin Yi felt no inclination towards it. His aspirations did not lie within the confines of the Central Commission. That stage could not showcase the life he wished to lead. Xiao Lin, the reason I called is to discuss two matters with you. As Lin Yi was still processing the shock, Xiao Yuan continued, first, since Yi Yunfeng and his son Yi Hao have been investigated, I want you back at the city office to assist me. I will make a call shortly to announce your appointment. However, you need not come to the office today. Take some time to rest. As for the investigation team, Brother Fu's intention is for you to maintain an advisory role, allowing you to drop by occasionally. If any leads arise from public reports, just inform them. Understood, Brother Xiao, Lin Yi replied without objection. His primary reason for requesting to be seconded to the investigation team was to ensure that Wu Jiqiang, Yi Yunfeng, Yi Hao, and Zhong Biao faced justice, restoring clarity to Yunshan. Now, his objective had largely been achieved. It was merely a matter of time before Wu Jiqiang confessed, which would undoubtedly lead to the exposure of other corrupt elements in Yunshan. As for the formidable figures backing Wu Jiqiang, that would depend on the higher decisions. Additionally, tomorrow marks the Dragon Boat Festival holiday. A few of my childhood friends are coming to Yunshan to visit me. You should come by as well. Let's gather together, Xiao Yuan mentioned. Transitioning to the second matter, Xiao Yuan's childhood friends, were they the offspring of the elite families from the capital? Lin Yi felt a stir of curiosity and pondered for a moment before asking, Brother Xiao, is it appropriate for me to join your gathering with your childhood friends? Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Xiao Yuan replied with feigned annoyance, you are my brother. Of course, I want to introduce you to my friends. Moreover, they specifically urged me over the phone to ensure you join us. They are all eager to meet you. All right, Brother Xiao, Lin Yi acquiesced, no longer being coy, his heart clear as day. Xiao Yuan's childhood friends must have learned of his rescue of Xiao Yuan and the fact that Xiao Yuan regarded him as a brother. Who could those elite families be? After concluding the call with Xiao Yuan, Lin Yi felt a wave of curiosity wash over him. There were no answers yet. However, Lin Yi was acutely aware that from the moment he saved Xiao Yuan, the gears of his destiny had begun to turn. This life was destined to be extraordinary and vibrant. Chapter 031. This woman only exists because she is in the heavens. Lin Yi's brothers are extraordinary. On that afternoon, the Yunshan city government issued an appointment notice regarding Lin Yi. Lin Yi was appointed as the head of the first section of the municipal government office. As the mobile internet had not yet surged and self-media was still in its infancy in 2008, this announcement did not spread immediately. It circulated only within a limited circle. The following morning, after fervent pleas from Fu Ming and others, Lin Yi bid farewell to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection investigation team and once again accompanied Xiao Yuan as a secretary to conduct research at several enterprises. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, after concluding their research, Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan arrived at a farmhouse in the outskirts of Yunshon. In the courtyard of the farmhouse, an Audi A6L bearing a Beijing license plate was parked, with a pass placed beneath its windshield. Thanks to the presence of this pass, the vehicle could virtually access any governmental compound across the nation. Upon seeing the Audi A6L with its special license, Lin Yi realized that Xiao Yuan's childhood friends had already arrived. Indeed, as Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan stepped out of the car, 4 young individuals emerged from the farmhouse. Lin Yi's gaze was instantly captivated by the only woman among them. The woman possessed a perfectly oval face, a cherry blossom mouth, a prominent nose, and large eyes that sparkled like 2 precious gems set in their sockets. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, adorned with a baseball cap, while she donned a snug short-sleeved sports top that accentuated her ample bosom and slender waist, paired with athletic shorts that showcased her fair, straight legs, completed with white sneakers. She radiated the vitality of youth. In terms of beauty and physique, the woman was not merely comparable to a popular star. She exuded a rare air of nobility, a refinement cultivated by her upbringing in a well-to-do family. The thought crossed Lin Yi's mind, this woman exists because she is celestial. How could one encounter such a being often? The woman before him was the most beautiful he had ever seen, in both this life and the last, without exception. While lost in admiration, Lin Yi suddenly noticed that the woman was staring at him with a look of bewilderment, her expression a blend of shock, curiosity, and uncontainable excitement. What was happening? Lin Yi found himself puzzled. Xiao Gu. At that moment, 3 young men approached Xiao Yuan, and the woman regained her composure, falling in step behind them. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Xiao Yuan smiled apologetically, then paused to introduce Lin Yi, saying, this is the Lin Yi you have long been yearning to meet. As the words left his lips, Xiao Yuan took the initiative to introduce the 4 individuals. He first pointed to the beautiful woman and said, Lin Yi, this is my sister Su Shameng, known as the most beautiful woman in Beijing, currently working at the Guangming Daily. Her father is the secretary of the Jiangnan Provincial Committee. Hello, Lin Yi, I have long heard of your esteemed name. Today, I finally meet you. Su Shameng stepped forward to shake Lin Yi's hand, her expression having returned to normal, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Yi's face. Su journalist, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Yi grasped Su Shameng's delicate hand, feeling it soft and almost ethereal. Little Lin, today is a private gathering. Refrain from discussing titles and professions, let us refer to each other as brothers and sisters, Xiao Yuan reminded Lin Yi. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi released Su Shameng's hand and nodded, understood. Xiao Gu Chen Zhong, serving in the 38th Army. Zhong Xiaola, working at the National Radio and Television Administration. My uncle is Zhong Wei, who speaks very highly of you. Wang Xiang, working at the National Development and Reform Commission. Uncle Zhong and brother Fu Ming mentioned that you have great insights into the economy. We should have a good discussion today. Subsequently, without waiting for Xiao Yuan to speak, the remaining three young men took the initiative to introduce themselves. Lin Yi shook hands with each of them, his heart racing. Indeed, even with the memories of his past life, he had anticipated that the individuals he would meet today were all from prestigious families. Yet, upon learning the identities of Su Shameng and her companions, he was still somewhat taken aback. For, there are distinctions even among the affluent. One significant marker is whether the elder of the family can make it to the evening news. The families of Su, Chen, Zhong, and Wang all enjoy this privilege, placing them in the upper echelons of high society. After becoming acquainted with Su Shameng and the others, Lin Yi followed Xiao Yuan into the largest private room of the farmhouse. The servers began to bring out dishes, simple home-cooked meals, yet made from excellent ingredients. The chicken was free-range from the yard, the fish was freshly caught from the river, and the vegetables were homegrown, emphasizing a commitment to purity and naturalness. Xiao Yuan Gu, may I inquire how it feels to be the mayor? After a few rounds of drinks and dishes, Su Shameng's professional instincts kicked in, and she playfully asked Xiao Yuan. The burden is heavy, and the pressure is immense, Xiao Yuan replied with a wry smile. The American financial crisis has significantly affected our economy. Yunshan is a resource-heavy city, and the impact has been particularly severe. Currently, there are numerous economic and livelihood issues that need addressing. Indeed, I have interviewed several experts in the economic field, and they all believe that the American financial crisis will lead to a global economic downturn, with substantial repercussions. Su Shameng concurred. Wang Xiang, who worked at the National Development and Reform Commission, was suddenly intrigued and turned to Lin Yi, asking, Lin Yi, what is your perspective on the American financial crisis? The impact of the American financial crisis on our economy is merely temporary. We shall swiftly overcome its effects and emerge as a driving force for global development. Lin Yi's words were astonishing. How so? Wang Xiang inquired, astonished. Xiao Yuan and Su Shameng also regarded Lin Yi with curiosity. Although Zhong Xiaola and Chen Zhong were not particularly interested in economics, they too were captivated by Lin Yi's remarkable assertions. Since our country joined the World Trade Organization, we have unleashed a vast labor force and provided inexpensive goods, leading to an economic boom. However, our development has only just begun. Referring to our two neighbors' growth, they transitioned through 3 stages in manufacturing, low-end, mid-end, and high-end, before joining the ranks of developed nations. We are currently still in the low-end phase of manufacturing. In the future, our manufacturing sector will undoubtedly undergo industrial upgrades, advancing into the mid and high-end domains. Furthermore, in any nation experiencing rapid economic growth, the process of urbanization accelerates. At present, our urbanization is still in its initial stages, with considerable room for development before reaching the 70% mark. Lin Yi calmly articulated his insights. Meanwhile, both Xiao Yuan and the 4 individuals stared in astonishment. Being scions of prominent families, even without delving into economics, they had gleaned some understanding from conversations with their elders. They could discern that Lin Yi's earlier statements provided a profound analysis of the current economic landscape and future trends of the nation. The 3 pillars of the economy are investment, consumption, and exports. In recent years, we have leaned heavily towards exports. Moving forward, I believe the country will stabilize the export baseline while seeking manufacturing upgrades and increasing investment in infrastructure construction. Additionally, significant fiscal stimulus policies should be announced soon. When that occurs, the focus of our economic development will shift from exports to domestic infrastructure and real estate investment, with housing becoming the largest consumer good. Lin Yi noticed the astonishment among his listeners but paid it no mind, continuing to share his insights. He was acutely aware that Su Shameng and her companions were merely being introduced to him through Xiao Yuan's connection. If he wished to forge lasting relationships with them and gain entry into their circle, he needed to earn their recognition. As the saying goes, a person's worth is not measured by how many people they know, but by how many recognize them. Lin Yi, you are impressive. As Lin Yi concluded his remarks, Wang Xiang, from the National Development and Reform Commission, gave him a thumbs up. Following that, he spoke excitedly, "What you just said resonates with the speeches of our ministry leaders and is analyzed with even greater clarity. Even more astonishingly, your prediction regarding fiscal policy is spot on. An extensive fiscal stimulus plan is being rolled out to counter the American financial crisis, rumored to amount to 4 trillion, primarily directed towards infrastructure and real estate." With that, Wang Xiang raised his glass, looking at Lin Yi with admiration. "Lin Yi, I toast to you. Teach me more in the future, take me along. You're too kind, Wang Gu, we shall exchange knowledge and learn from each other." Lin Yi rose and smiled in response. With his extensive knowledge and foresight from the coming years, imparting wisdom to Wang Xiang was a simple task. "Lin Yi, I also raise a glass to you." After Wang Xiang finished his toast, Zhong Xiaola, nephew of Zhong Wei and working at the National Radio and Television Administration, lifted his glass as well. After downing his drink, Zhong Xiaola seized the opportunity to ask, "Lin Yi, I've heard that those who understand economics excel at stock trading. You seem to grasp economics well. You must be savvy with stocks, right?" "My stocks have plummeted, please save me." "You are mistaken. Understanding economics does not guarantee success in stock trading. As for the stock market, I believe we have just witnessed a bull market from 2005 to 2007, coupled with the American financial crisis, making this year a bear market. However, there should be a significant rebound next year, specifically, in terms of industries and individual stocks. The photovoltaic and new energy sectors are emerging industries currently in a trial phase, with considerable speculative potential. Brother, what are the specific stock codes?" Zhong Xiaola, like many inexperienced investors, displayed little patience, directly asking for the codes. Lin Yi could only smile wryly. "A Haitong Group and Western Resources, buy them by the year's end. I believe they will at least double, potentially even quintuple. You can gauge the specifics yourself." "Great, I'll start researching right away." Zhong Xiaola cheerfully settled back down. Xiao Yuan remained in a state of bewilderment. Ever since he encountered Lin Yi at the Yunshun Municipal Committee guest house, he sensed that Lin Yi was different from before, yet he could never pinpoint exactly how. Today, that feeling intensified and finally received an answer. Knowledge. Lin Yi's mind was brimming with knowledge that left Xiao Yuan in awe. This knowledge bestowed Lin Yi with an unparalleled confidence, even in the presence of heirs like Wang Xiang and Zhong Xiaola, or even Zhong Wei, the Deputy Secretary of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lin Yi showed no signs of trepidation. Instead, he spoke confidently, earning their profound respect. "Lin Yi, how do you know so much?" At that moment, Su Shameng blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously gazing at Lin Yi, her admiration unmistakable. Chapter 032 The Initiative of the Beauty, the Favor of the Elder Brother. I majored in economics during my university years, and I often delve into political and economic literature occasionally. I also study the modern economic development patterns of various countries around the globe, which led to my previous observations, Lin Yi humbly stated, meeting Su Shiming's admiring gaze. Xiao Yuan chuckled. "Lin Yi, Wang Xiang just remarked that your earlier comments were on par with those of a ministerial leader. How can you dismiss them as mere superficial insights? It's quite rare to see you so modest in front of a beauty." "How can I, as your elder brother, boast?" "Xiao Gu is absolutely right, Lin Yi, your humility is excessive. I shall impose a penalty of 1 drink upon you," Su Shiming said with a smile, raising her glass. Although she called it a penalty, it was, in fact, a gesture of tribute towards Lin Yi. "Oh my, our Shiming actually took the initiative to toast a man. This truly is a rare sight." Zhong Xiaola exclaimed, her eyes nearly popping out in astonishment. She was acutely aware that Su Shiming, renowned as the most beautiful woman in the capital, was viewed as the ideal granddaughter-in-law by the heads of major families, with suitors vying for her attention in droves. Yet, Su Shiming showed no interest in those elite circles, let alone taking the initiative to toast a man like today. Wang Xiang and Chen Zhon mirrored her astonishment, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled as a thought suddenly struck him. Lin Yi and Su Shiming appeared to be quite a match. Unaware of Xiao Yuan's musings, Su Shiming continued, "Lin Yi, what are your thoughts on news media? I believe that our news reporting cannot fully adhere to the principle of truthfulness domestically, nor can it break through the Western media blockade to voice our nation's stance internationally." Lin Yi pondered for a moment before responding. The inability of certain domestic news to remain truthful had long been a point of contention among the populace. The foreign narrative has traditionally been dominated by the Western world, only to be challenged post-2020 with the global rise of the overseas version of Douyin, which unveiled the true visage of our nation to the world. Do you have any constructive suggestions? Su Shiming's eyes lit up. As a journalist for the Guangming Daily, she understood that Lin Yi had pinpointed issues within the realm of news media with remarkable precision. You might consider launching your own self-media platform or establishing a news media group that genuinely voices the concerns of the populace while seeking overseas development to break through the Western narrative blockade. The domestic challenges stem from ideological control and policy restrictions, while the international challenges lie in the limitations of dissemination channels. However, I firmly believe you possess the capability to surmount these two obstacles, Lin Yi advised. For an ordinary individual, enduring such pressures to ensure every news report is truthful would be nearly impossible, yet, as a descendant of the prestigious Su family, Su Shiming had the potential to attempt such an endeavor. As for breaking through the Western narrative blockade, it would inevitably become feasible as technological advancements progressed. Lin Yi, I find your suggestions quite insightful, but there are aspects I have yet to fully comprehend and will need to ponder further. May I save your number, so I can reach out to you if I have any questions? Lin Yi seemed to have ignited a spark of ambition within Su Shiming, who felt a flutter in her heart and proactively requested his contact information. What is happening? Shiming is actively asking a man for his number. If this were to spread, wouldn't her suitors go mad? Witnessing this scene left Xiao Yuan and the others in a state of bewilderment. Sure, Lin Yi replied with a smile, and they exchanged contact details. Wang Xiang, Zhong Xiaola, and Chen Zhon, initially planning to exchange numbers after dinner, followed suit upon witnessing Su Shiming's initiative. Originally, the four of them had come to visit Xiao Yuan to celebrate his election as mayor, but Lin Yi unexpectedly became the focal point of the gathering. At 10 o'clock that evening, after dinner concluded, Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan accompanied Su Shiming and her companions to the entrance of the Yunshun Grand Hotel. Lin Yi, should you find yourself in Yanjing, make sure to inform me. I shall treat you to a meal. Su Shiming boldly extended an invitation as they bid farewell. Lin Yi nodded with a smile, certainly. Goodbye. Su Shiming refrained from saying more, elegantly waving to Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan. A few minutes later, upon returning to her hotel room and preparing to take a shower, Su Shiming received a call from her father, Su Hongrui. Shiming, have you finished dining with Xiao Yuan? Su Hongrui, the governor of Zhongnan, initiated the conversation without the sternness of an official, instead conveying a father's affectionate concern. Su Shiming slipped off her shoes, revealing her delicate, translucent feet, and casually replied, Yes, I just returned to my hotel room. What did you think of Yunshun this time? It was quite interesting. In what way? I encountered a remarkably intriguing individual. You aren't referring to Lin Yi, are you? Su Hongrui's mind immediately conjured Lin Yi's name. Su Shiming paused. Dad, you know him too. He saved your brother Xiao Yuan. In a sense, he is a benefactor to our families. How could I not know? Su Hongrui chuckled bitterly. Upon learning the truth behind Xiao Yuan's predicament from Zhong Wei, he felt a chill run down his spine. Had it not been for Lin Yi, Xiao Yuan could have faced dire consequences, a thought that would haunt him for a lifetime. Moreover, several prestigious families, including the Su family, would have lost face in front of the Xiao family. Dad, before coming to Yunshun, I heard from Zhong Xiaola that Uncle Zhong holds Lin Yi in very high regard. At that moment, I was curious about how Xiao Yuan's secretary could earn such praise. Su Shiming excitedly continued, yet, upon meeting Lin Yi, I discovered he exceeded even Uncle Zhong's description. I feel that, in terms of knowledge and insights into the economic sector, no one among the younger generation in our nation can rival him. Is that true? Su Hongrui was taken aback. He was well aware that his daughter had been influenced by him since childhood and possessed a profound understanding of political and economic matters, having conducted multiple interviews with the titans of the domestic economic landscape due to her profession. Su Shiming's high praise for Lin Yi was indeed remarkable. Dad, why would I deceive you? If you don't believe me, you can ask Wang Xiang. Quote him, Lin Yi's insights into the economic field are on par with those of the leaders in the National Development and Reform Commission. Su Shiming pouted, slightly displeased. Of course I believe you, how could I not trust my daughter? Su Hongrui imagined her indignant expression, both amused and exasperated. It seems I must find time to meet this young man. Dad, I invited Lin Yi to Yanjing when I parted ways with Xiao Yuan. When he comes to the capital, I'll take him home for you to have a chat. Su Shiming quickly added. All right. Su Hongrue instinctively agreed, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. What does it mean to take him home? Su Shiming set down her phone, resting her chin on her hands as she reminisced, smiling foolishly for a moment before picking up her phone again to send a message. Please help me investigate a matter from 18 years ago. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had just dropped Xiao Yuan off at the municipal official's residence. As he was about to bid farewell, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he saw it was a call from his mother, Fong Lon, and promptly answered, "Mom, are you coming back for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday tomorrow?" "Son, I'm not sure how the leadership is arranging things, why do you ask?" Lin Yi responded, a hint of confusion in his voice. On the other end, Fong Lon hesitated, seeing her uncertainty. Lin Zhangguang snatched the phone and said, "Xiao Yi, Fong Li mentioned that you were disciplined and are no longer secretary to Mayor Xiao. Your mother is worried and wants to know what is happening." "Dad, Mom, I was reassigned to another department a couple of days ago and returned to the municipal office today. I am still serving as secretary to Mayor Xiao." Lin Yi furrowed his brow. His reassignment to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team was not a secret within the municipal government, yet it had not reached the county level. Furthermore, his latest appointment announcement had only been made public yesterday afternoon, making it impossible for anyone in the county to be aware. "I told you, our son is fine. It was Fong Li who spread rumors. You didn't believe me before, do you believe me now?" Hearing Lin Yi's words, Lin Zhangguang let out a sigh of relief and shot a glare at Fong Lon. Fong Lon's emotions were conflicted. She was relieved her son was fine, yet saddened by Fong Li's actions. Lin Yi furrowed his brow and asked, "Dad, what did he do?" "He tells relatives and friends that you have been disciplined and are no longer secretary to Mayor Xiao, claiming your future is bleak. He even said that when he initially sought your help, you were ungrateful, and now if our family hopes to seek his assistance, the door will be firmly shut." Lin Zhangguang said angrily. "Dad, you don't need to worry. We will never seek his help." Lin Yi's brows were now thoroughly knitted together. The Fong Li his father referred to was Lin Yi's uncle, serving as the deputy director at the hospital in Qinghe County beneath Yunshun City. When Lin Yi was appointed as Xiao Yuan's secretary, Fong Li had asked Lin Yi to put in a good word for him to promote him to the position of hospital director. Additionally, Fong Li also requested Lin Yi to arrange a job for his son, Fong Zhonhai, who had barely graduated from a technical college and sought to become a civil servant with a formal position. Lin Yi had firmly declined both requests without hesitation. Lin Yi understood that Fong Li was quite self-serving, yet he had not anticipated that Fong Li would harbor resentment and even spread rumors about him, putting on airs in front of his parents. This left Lin Yi feeling quite vexed. "What is wrong?" Xiao Yuan, sensing Lin Yi's agitation, inquired after he hung up the phone. Lin Yi gently shook his head. "It's nothing, Xiao Gu. Do you still consider me your brother?" Xiao Yuan shot Lin Yi a disapproving look, saying, "I know your character well. If everything were fine, would you be in such a mood? Speak up, what is the matter?" "Xiao Gu, it's just a trivial issue." Lin Yi hesitated to share his family troubles, but seeing Xiao Yuan's determined expression, he had no choice but to speak the truth. Xiao Yuan was taken aback for several seconds after hearing the story, then said, "Here is the plan. We will change tomorrow's inspection location to Qinghe County. Once you arrive in Qinghe, head straight home. After I finish the inspection, I will visit your uncle." "Xiao Gu, is that really appropriate?" Lin Yi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xiao Yuan to go out of his way to stand up for him over such a minor issue. "Your uncle is ill, and I haven't visited him yet. The Dragon Boat Festival is a perfect occasion for a visit," Xiao Yuan asserted firmly. "Moreover, although I am unaware of the reasons behind Fong Li's rumors, hearing them displeases me, and I wish to clarify things for you." "Is there a problem with that?" "Thank you, Xiao Gu." Lin Yi expressed his gratitude immediately. Feeling deeply touched, Xiao Yuan lightly patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, imparting a meaningful message. "Xiao Lin, we must serve the people well, but we must also take care of our families." Chapter 033. He came to Qinghe County solely to support Lin Yi. On the following afternoon, Lin Yi accompanied Xiao Yuan to Qinghe County for a visit and inspection. After the inspection concluded, Xiao Yuan was invited to a banquet prepared by the Qinghe County Committee, while Lin Yi returned home alone. Lin Yi's residence was situated in a railway community within Qinghe County, a welfare apartment allocated to his father, Lin Zhangguang, in 1997. It comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room, covering over 60 square meters, originally costing more than 20,000 yuan. Upon Lin Yi's return, he found his aunt, Lin Zhengying, and his uncle, Lin Zhengjun, at home. As the eldest brother is akin to a father, Lin Yi's grandparents had passed away, and his father, Lin Zhengguang, had always taken good care of his aunt and uncle, fostering a strong bond among the three siblings. During significant festivals, Lin Zhengguang would invite his younger brother and sister to gather at his home. Lin Yi's aunt, Lin Zhengying, worked as an accountant at a local farm, while his uncle, Lin Zhengjun, cultivated vegetables for sale in the countryside. Their lives were quite frugal. Xiao Yi is back. Brother Lin Yi. As Lin Yi stepped through the door, his aunt and uncle, along with their children, greeted him warmly. Lin Zhengguang and Feng Lon emerged from the kitchen, smiles adorning their faces. Aunt, uncle, greetings to you all, and to the younger siblings. Lin Yi responded with a smile to his aunt and uncle's family. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Aunt Lin Zhengying immediately recalled the rumors spread by Feng Li, and in her indignation, she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, you should have summoned Feng Li today to apologize to Xiao Yi. I invited him over for dinner, but he claimed he had to dine with the deputy county head tonight and would assess the situation afterward," Feng Lon replied, her expression downcast. She had overheard her son discussing work matters over the phone and had impulsively decided to invite her brother Feng Li to dinner that evening, hoping to clarify the situation at the table. To her dismay, Feng Li was reluctant to come at all. She remembered that after Lin Yi began working in the municipal office, particularly as Xiao Yuan's secretary, Feng Li used to visit their home several times a week, always bringing numerous gifts, displaying great enthusiasm. However, after Lin Yi family declined Feng Li's request for assistance, his visits dwindled, and he only came around during holidays, making his presence felt superficially. This starkly contrasted with the deep bond shared by Lin Zhengguang and his siblings. After exchanging greetings, Lin Yi retreated to his room. To be precise, it was a shared room with his sister, Lin Chen. The space was merely a dozen square meters, furnished with a bunk bed, a study desk, and a small wardrobe, making it feel exceedingly cramped. The walls were adorned with two posters, one of the footballing idol Ronaldo, a quintessential figure for fans of the ATS, and the other of Li Yong, the founder of Crazy English. Lin Yi had a fondness for football during his school days, while Lin Chen had a passion for English. Currently, Lin Chen was a sophomore at Donghai Foreign Language Institute, aspiring to become a diplomat after graduation. In his previous life, the misfortunes Lin Yi encountered led to Lin Chen's disillusionment. She perceived the system as excessively dark, ultimately abandoning her dreams to work as a translator in a private enterprise where life was equally challenging. Xiao Qian, in my past life, I failed to assist our family and you, becoming a cautionary tale that caused you to relinquish your aspirations. In this life, I vow to do everything in my power to help you realize your dream of becoming a diplomat. As the image of his sister flashed through his mind, Lin Yi clenched his fists resolutely. Besides helping my sister achieve her dreams, I must also earn money swiftly to improve our family's financial situation. Lin Yi contemplated as he surveyed the cramped bedroom. Although he currently possessed only 50,000 yuan in savings, the UEFA European Championship, jointly hosted by Switzerland and Austria, had commenced yesterday. He vividly recalled the outcomes of certain matches. Utilizing that 50,000 yuan to place bets on football scores could easily yield profits in the hundreds. Thereafter, he could invest the earnings from the European Championship betting into the stock market. Despite 2008 being a bear market, Lin Yi was undeterred. There were still bullish stocks to be found. Moreover, the stock market was poised for a significant rebound in 2009, doubling, compounding. These forwards combined rendered the future stock market a veritable cash machine for Lin Yi. As for the 12-year bull market in real estate that would follow 2009, it held no allure for Lin Yi. Too slow. For him, money was merely a figure, devoid of anxiety. In contrast to making money, achieving success in my career will undoubtedly prove to be far more challenging. Although Xiao Yuan is grateful to me for saving him and acknowledges me as his sworn brother, thus providing me with care, I can even enter his circle and meet many influential individuals, forging numerous connections. Ultimately, these are external aids. To forge a long-lasting path in my career, I must rely on my own strength. Lin Yi pondered about his work, his mind exceptionally clear despite possessing the memories and foresight from his past life, as well as the opportunity to leverage Xiao Yuan's influence. He was acutely aware of his previous lack of experience and practical training. The bureaucratic realm was akin to a battlefield. Wealth, beauty, human relations, and power struggles were like a minefield. One misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Xiao Yuan's past served as the finest example. Even with his formidable background, he had once stumbled badly. At that moment, Xiao Yuan was in the largest private room of the Qinghe Grand Hotel, enjoying the banquet hosted by the Qinghe County Committee. All members of the county committee present at home, including the county party secretary and the county head, were in attendance. Meanwhile, in another private room, Fong Li, the deputy director of Qinghe County Hospital, was hosting deputy county head Lu Dahai, who oversaw medical and health affairs, along with Jin Hui, the director of the county health bureau. Additionally, 2 pharmaceutical representatives, both recently married young women of above-average attractiveness, were present, adeptly dressed and open in demeanor. During the toasts, they seemed eager to perch on Lu Dahai's lap, bringing him great amusement. After a lavish meal, Lu Dahai and Jin Hui had their fill, and the 2 representatives tantalized their appetites. Fong Li, the organizer of the gathering, achieved his goal, leaving everyone satisfied. At 8:30, the banquet concluded. Fong Li saw Lu Dahai and Jin Hui off before returning to his car. "Dad, how did it go? Did Lu Dahai agree to promote you to the director of the county hospital?" Fong Li's son, Fong Zhenhai, asked eagerly from the driver's seat. Fong Li smiled proudly. "Right in front of me, he nearly made a move on those 2 little vixens in skirts. What do you think?" "Congratulations, Dad." Fong Zhenhai exclaimed joyfully, then recalled something, saying, "By the way, Dad, I saw Mayor Xiao dining in there too, accompanied by the secretary and the county head. However, I didn't catch a glimpse of Lin Yi. It seems you were right. Lin Yi has been punished and is no longer serving as Mayor Xiao's secretary, otherwise, he wouldn't have been absent. Is there any doubt in what I say?" Fong Li held his head high, brimming with confidence. "Of course, whatever you say is gospel." Fong Zhenhai flattered, then suggested, "Dad, since you're about to become the director, shall we swing by Lin Yi's house? Let's pay him a visit." Fong Li nodded slightly. He understood that his son held a grudge over Lin Yi's earlier refusal to assist. Eager to flaunt his success and deliver a blow to Lin Yi's pride, he felt no differently himself. Simultaneously, back in the largest private room of the Qinghe Grand Hotel, the banquet was drawing to a close. "Mayor, the evening is still young. How do you wish to proceed with the next event?" queried the county party secretary, Zhou Hongjian. Xiao Yuan wiped his hands with a wet wipe and replied, "My uncle was hospitalized a few days ago. I haven't had the chance to visit him, and he has just been discharged. Now that I am in Qinghe, I will take the opportunity to see him." "Mayor, your uncle is in Qinghe." The county party secretary, Zhou Hongjian, was taken aback. The others also were expressions of astonishment. None of them were aware of this matter. Xiao Yuan replied nonchalantly, "My uncle is Lin Yi's father. Lin Ku's father was hospitalized. We were completely unaware and did not visit. Mayor, our work has been sorely lacking. We hope you will grant us an opportunity to rectify our oversight and allow us to accompany you on a visit." The county party secretary, Zhou Hongjian, immediately expressed his regret. Although he was unaware of why Xiao Yuan referred to Lin Yi's father as his uncle, it was of little importance. What mattered was that this information was crucial for him and Qinghe County. They must take good care of Lin Yi's family after Xiao Yuan left Qinghe. "All right." Xiao Yuan did not decline. He had come to Qinghe specifically to support Lin Yi. Chapter 034. You are utterly uninvolved in matters of connection with others. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, the dinner at Lin Yi's home came to a close, and the family gathered in the living room for a chat. Zhongguang, Fong Li mentioned that he has finished accompanying the leaders and intends to bring Zhenhai over to see you. They have already arrived downstairs. What does Fong Li mean? Upon hearing Fong Lan's words, Lin Zhengguang, Lin Zhengying, and Lin Zhengjun were all left in a state of confusion. During Lin Zhengguang's hospitalization, Fong Li had neglected to visit him. On the very day Lin Zhengguang was discharged, Fong Li had also refrained from making an appearance. Today, however, he suddenly wishes to pay a visit. "Mom, I'll go open the door." As Lin Zhengguang and the others were lost in thought, Lin Yi rose and walked towards the entrance, memories of his previous life flooding his mind. In his past life, on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Lin Yi was affected by the Xiao Yuan case and was reassigned to the Municipal Water Conservancy Bureau, sent to the countryside to oversee a reservoir. Upon learning this news, Fong Li deliberately came to their home to boast about his promotion to the county hospital director, hurling various jibes at Lin Yi, which ultimately triggered a heart attack in Lin Zhengguang, leading to another late-night hospitalization at the county hospital. "Fong Li, I advise you and your son to exhibit some kindness." Reflecting on his previous experiences, Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Bang bang. Suddenly, the door was pounded upon vigorously. In the next moment, the scene replayed itself. Fong Li's son, Fong Zhenhai, stood at the entrance, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yi, mockingly stating, "Oh, cousin, you are home as well. It seems that after no longer serving as secretary to Mayor Xiao, you have a lot of leisure time on your hands, even able to return home during the holidays. Congratulations." Fong Li, his face flushed from drink and reeking of alcohol, stood beside him clutching a leather bag, making no effort to rein in his son. Inside the room, Lin Jiangguang and the others were rendered speechless. They had been pondering why Fong Li and Fong Shunhai had suddenly come to visit Lin Jiangguang, only to find that before even entering, they had begun to target Lin Yi. If you have just come from a rather unsavory meal, do refrain from entering our home. Lin Yi coldly retorted, decisively shutting the door, thereby barring Fong Li and Fong Shunhai from entry. What the hell? The sudden turn of events left Fong Shunhai momentarily stunned. He cursed angrily and pounded on the door even harder, his voice echoing throughout the corridor. Fong Li stood nearby, a dark expression on his face. He had invited Deputy County Head Liu Dahai, who was in charge of health, to dinner that evening, with the expectation of being promoted to the county hospital director, and had planned to flaunt this before Lin Yi's family. Yet, now he couldn't even step through their door. Xiao Yi, let me handle this. Just as Lin Yi was about to open the door and expel Fong Li and his son, Fong Lon quickly approached. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and chose not to speak. Although Fong Li's family was far from virtuous, they were still his mother's relatives, and he could not disregard her feelings. Of course, if Fong Li and Fong Shunhai were to misbehave upon entering, Lin Yi would not hesitate to settle both old and new scores and let them know that the eyes of authority are ever watchful. Sister, what is happening? Are we not allowed to enter? As the door opened once more, Fong Li furrowed his brow, as if reprimanding subordinates. Fong Lan's expression was grim. It's not that Xiao Yi is refusing you entry. It's that Shunhai's words have been exceedingly harsh. Aunt, what do you mean my words are harsh? Lin Yi has been reprimanded and is no longer secretary to Mayor Xiao. This is hardly a secret, is it? Fong Shunhai glared at Lin Yi with a ferocious demeanor, as if poised to leap forward and deliver a beating. Fong Lon retorted angrily. Xiao Yi said that he was merely seconded to another department a few days ago and has now returned to the municipal office to serve as secretary to Mayor Xiao again. Impossible. I just saw county leaders dining with Mayor Xiao at the Qinghe Hotel. If Lin Yi was still Mayor Xiao's secretary, how could he not be present? Fong Shunhai initially appeared taken aback, then looked at Lin Yi mockingly. Cousin, I apologize, but I simply could not resist exposing your lie. What is going on? As Fong Shunhai's words echoed in their ears, Lin Yi's aunt and uncle, as well as his parents Lin Jiangguang, Fong Lon, instinctively turned their gazes towards Lin Yi. They trusted him, yet Fong Shunhai's claims were detailed and seemed credible. Haha, sister, I had dinner tonight with County Head Lu and Director Jin from the Health Bureau, and they did not even mention Lin Yi. If Lin Yi had truly returned to the municipal office to serve as Mayor Xiao's secretary, how could they possibly be unaware? Fong Li joined in the mockery. During Lin Yi's tenure as secretary to Mayor Xiao, Fong Li would often dine with leaders who would mention Lin Yi in his presence, hoping to leverage that connection. Xiao Yi, hearing Fong Li's words, Fong Lon felt a sense of panic. However, before Fong Lon could utter her next words, Fong Li, accompanied by Fong Shunhai, strode into the living room, coldly interrupting. Lin Yi, I have told you before, power has a shelf life. Once it expires, it becomes worthless. Initially, when you served as secretary to city leaders, I asked you to put in a good word for me to promote me to county hospital director. What of it? Once I became director, my family would also benefit, and about arranging a job for Xiao Hai, you told me to let him take the exam. Haha, if Xiao Hai could pass, would I even need to seek your help? Fong Li, it's not that Xiao Yi doesn't want to help. He simply has his own difficulties. Lin Jiangguang's face darkened. He firmly believed that his son was not lying. Simultaneously, he had come to realize that Fong Li and Fong Shunhai were not there to visit him at all. They were merely there to revel in what they assumed was his son's misfortune. Difficulties? He has no difficulties whatsoever, he simply does not wish to assist. Fong Li snorted derisively. Lin Jiangguang's expression shifted in anger, and he opened his mouth to respond, but was stopped by Lin Yi. Lin Yi fixed a cold gaze on Fong Li, speaking each word with clarity. The county hospital director is a deputy section-level position. The appointment requires an evaluation by the county committee's organization department and approval from the county standing committee. I do not possess the influence to secure your promotion with just a casual word. As for your son's civil service aspirations, he must take an exam. What is wrong with that? Haha, Lin Yi, my father does not need your assistance. County Head Lu has already agreed to promote him to county hospital director. As for your claim about civil service exams, haha, I currently work at the county health bureau, albeit as a contract worker, but I will be regularized next year. The exam is merely a formality, you understand. Feng Shanhai sneered, flaunting in front of Lin Yi and the others. Feng Li beamed with satisfaction at his son's bravado, arrogantly opening his leather bag to produce 2 boxes of soft Chinese cigarettes, tossing them onto the coffee table. Brother-in-law, I'm in a good mood today, so here are 2 boxes of Chinese for you to enjoy. With that, he pulled a cigarette from the opened box, lit it, and took a leisurely puff, then looked at Lin Yi, gesturing as if to pontificate. Lin Yi, you are still far too young and utterly ignorant of the intricacies of the political arena and the nature of power. The political sphere is a realm of human sentiment. The so-called rules are merely for those outside the walls to observe and can be bent as necessary. And what is power? Power belongs to the public and is time-limited. Once it expires, it is of no use. You served as a secretary to leaders, yet failed to secure benefits for yourself or your family. What is the point? Feng Li, you act as though you have done us all a favor. Lin Yi's aunt, Lin Zhengying, could no longer contain herself and interjected. Haha, Lin Zhengying, who arranged for your mother when she fell ill? Feng Li shot Lin Zhengying a sidelong glance. Were it not for the present circumstances, she would not even be worthy of his attention. Lin Zhengying, known for her fiery temper, would not tolerate Feng Li's arrogance and directly countered. Feng Li, my mother has been ill 3 times. During the first 2 instances, you evaded our requests. Even when my sister-in-law sought your assistance, the last time, you did indeed help, but only because Xiao Yi had begun working at the municipal office. You sought favor with him. Do not assume we are unaware. Let us not delve into those irrelevant matters. Just answer me, have I ever helped your family? Feng Li, feeling his pride wounded, spat the cigarette from his mouth onto the ground and extinguished it, pointing at Lin Yi. What has he done? Nothing at all. Now, look how it has turned out. The secretary to the leaders is a thing of the past, and his power is rendered null. How utterly laughable. Feng Li, are you not finished yet? Lin Zhongguang could no longer hold his tongue and interjected. Feng Li raised an eyebrow, angrily retorting, Lin Zhongguang, why are you shouting? When I feel good, I call you brother-in-law. When I am displeased, you are merely a lowly railway worker. What qualifications do you have to yell at me? Feng Li, take your cigarettes and leave our home. You are not welcome here. Lin Zhongguang's face turned pale with rage, his body trembling slightly. Do you think I care to visit your pathetic home? After today, even if you were to carry me in a grand palanquin, I would not come. Feng Li boasted haughtily, then swept his gaze across Lin Zhongguang, Lin Yi, Lin Zhengjun, and Lin Zhengying, exuding an air of invincibility. And hear me well, never come to me for favors again. Even if you were to kneel before me, I might not assist you. Understood? Boli, we are all relatives. Must you be so extreme? Feng Lan, on the verge of tears, questioned Feng Li. Feng Li held his head high, speaking condescendingly, Sister, I came today out of respect for you, and yet they wish to drive me away. Who is being disrespectful here? Relatives, they dare to claim such a title. Feng Li, you are utterly uninvolved in matters of connection with others. Lin Yi waited for Feng Li to fully reveal his true nature for his mother to see, then spoke coldly. Feng Li's expression shifted, and he coldly replied, You little brat, do you think you are still secretary to Mayor Xiao? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Buzz. Buzz. Just as Feng Li's words fell, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from Wang Kai, the secretary to the secretary of the county committee of Qinghe. He stepped aside to answer the call. Hello, Lin Ku, this is Wang Kai. Mayor Xiao wishes to visit your father, accompanied by Secretary Zhou, county head He, and other county leaders. The leaders are currently downstairs at your residence. Would you prefer that they come up? Wang Kai, the esteemed secretary, respectfully inquired. Of course, Wang Gu, please have them come up. Lin Yi responded, casting a glance at the arrogant Feng Li. He had already given Feng Li and Feng Shanhai a chance, but since they had overstepped their bounds, it was time to impart a lesson they would not soon forget. Chapter 035 The Leaders Visit. Xiao Yi, is someone coming to our home? Lin Zhongguang inquired as he observed Lin Yi putting down his phone. Lin Yi nodded and replied, Dad, Mayor Xiao and the leaders from Qinghe County are coming to see you. Stunned by Lin Yi's words, Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lon were momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Zhengying and Lin Zhengjun also were expressions of disbelief. Although they had faith in Lin Yi's earlier assertion that his job had not changed, they could hardly fathom that the mayor and county officials would pay them a visit. In the minds of ordinary citizens like Lin Zhengying and Lin Zhengjun, the county party secretary was the highest authority within the county, akin to a deity. And what of the mayor? Lin Yi, stop boasting. How could Mayor Xiao and the county leaders possibly come to see your father? Do you think your father is the party secretary? Wake up, your father is merely a railway worker. Amidst the confusion of the others, Feng Shanhai scoffed repeatedly, completely dismissing Lin Yi's claims. Feng Li also harbored doubts, believing Lin Yi was putting on airs, and mockingly remarked, "Lin Yi, don't you find it ridiculous to fabricate such a lie just to preserve your pathetic pride and your father's meager reputation? Not to mention, you are no longer Mayor Zhao's secretary. Even if you were, he would never bring the Qinghe County leaders to visit your father. What if Mayor Zhao does come?" Lin Yi narrowed his eyes at Feng Li, who was a typical example of someone who wouldn't shed tears until faced with the coffin. Feng Shanhai sneered, "Lin Yi, if Mayor Zhao comes to see your father, I'll wash my hair upside down." Knock, knock, knock. Just as Feng Shanhai's words fell, a knock on the door resonated, soft yet clear enough for everyone in the room to hear. Lin Yi said no more and directly approached the door. Lin Zhongguang and the others instinctively turned their gazes toward the entrance. And the next moment, under the watchful eyes of all, Lin Yi opened the door. Standing at the threshold was Xiao Yuan, accompanied by Zhou Hongjian, the county party secretary. Right behind him, the county head He Hua, along with other county leaders, and the director of the county party office, Wang Kai, filled the entire corridor. "Is that Mayor Zhao?" Lin Zhongguang, Feng Lon, and the families of Lin Zhengying and Lin Zhengjun looked at the imposing figure of Xiao Yuan with a hint of perplexity. They did not recognize him, nor had they ever seen him in newspapers or on television. Meanwhile, Feng Li and Feng Shanhai stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at Xiao Yuan and the Qinghe County leaders led by Zhou Hongjian, their minds swelling with astonishment. Mayor Zhao truly came. How could this be? Lin Yi, Secretary Zhou, and the others insisted on coming to visit your father, so I brought them along, Xiao Yuan said with a smile amidst the befuddlement of everyone in the room. "I apologize, Lin Ku. Our county party committee has not been diligent in our duties and was unaware of your father's illness and hospitalization. Thankfully, Mayor Zhao informed us today and gave us the opportunity to make amends," Zhou Hongjian expressed with genuine remorse, treating Lin Yi with utmost respect. This deference stemmed partly from Xiao Yuan's presence. Not only had Xiao Yuan personally come to visit Lin Yi's father, but he had also publicly referred to Lin Yi's father as uncle at the banquet, which made Zhou Hongjian feel this was extraordinary. Furthermore, it was also due to Lin Yi's own standing. There is a saying in the political sphere, better to offend the old than the young. At only 28, Lin Yi had already risen to the position of section chief in the municipal government office and concurrently served as the mayor's secretary, an ascent that was practically the pinnacle for someone from a humble background. Even when compared to scions of political families, he was not at all lacking. Moreover, with Xiao Yuan as his powerful ally, Lin Yi's future appeared exceedingly bright. Setting aside Lin Yi's promising prospects, the fact that he was the mayor's secretary alone warranted Zhou Hongjian's efforts to cultivate a good relationship with him. After all, the resources of Yunxian City were finite, with 3 districts and 5 counties, each faced with its own challenges and in need of development. The allocation of resources depended entirely on the decisions of the leaders. Generally, the party secretary acts as the coordinator, overseeing the broader picture while the mayor manages finances and projects. If Zhou Hongjian could foster a good rapport with Lin Yi, he could leverage that relationship to gain favor with Xiao Yuan, thereby securing additional resources for Qinghe County. This was akin to a vice-governor of a province leading a delegation to the capital to secure resources for projects, where even department heads must be treated with respect. Thank you, Mayor Zhao, Secretary Zhou, County Head He, and all esteemed leaders. Please come in. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude with a smile, then stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. Xiao Yuan led the group into Lin Yi's home. Inside, Lin Zhongguang, Feng Lon, Lin Zhengying, and Lin Zhengjun were both excited and anxious. This was their first encounter with such high-ranking officials. Meanwhile, Feng Li and Feng Shanhai appeared utterly dazed, standing still as if turned to stone. "Dad, Mayor Zhao and the county leaders have come to see you," Lin Yi announced as he presented Xiao Yuan and Zhou Hongjian to his father, Lin Zhongguang. Thank you, Mayor Zhao, Secretary Zhou, and all esteemed leaders. Lin Zhongguang hurriedly approached, excitedly shaking Xiao Yuan's hand, struggling to articulate his words. Typically, one waits for leaders to extend their hand before shaking, but Lin Zhongguang, being merely a worker, was unaware of such protocols. Although he was a foreman in his unit, overseeing 20 to 30 workers and having encountered leaders at the departmental level, Xiao Yuan was the mayor. Moreover, Xiao Yuan had come specifically to see him. "Uncle, I heard from Lin Yi that your test results are quite good, so there's no need to worry. Just take your medication to lower your blood sugar and watch your diet, and everything will be fine," Xiao Yuan said with a smile. A jolt of shock coursed through Feng Li and Feng Shanhai. The mere fact that Xiao Yuan had come to visit Lin Zhongguang was astounding enough. However, the revelation that Mayor Zhao referred to Lin Zhongguang as uncle left them utterly bewildered. Could it be that Lin Yi was indeed telling the truth and had returned to serve as Xiao Yuan's secretary? Moreover, did the relationship between Xiao Yuan and Lin Yi surpass the typical leader-secretary dynamic? Lin Yi gazed at Xiao Yuan with immense gratitude, his heart filled with emotion. He understood that Xiao Yuan's visit, accompanied by the leaders of Qinghe County, served not only to clarify rumors but also to ensure that his parents received due care. Sure enough, Zhou Hongjian seized the moment and quickly remarked, "Uncle, you've raised a remarkable son. Lin Ku is a talent for our Qinghe County, and his future is boundless." At this, Zhou Hongjian turned to Lin Yi and added, "Lin Ku, as you ascend to greater heights and hold significant positions, remember to support the development of your hometown." "Secretary Zhou, you flatter me. Rest assured, revitalizing my hometown is a driving force behind my public service aspirations and one of my life goals. Given the opportunity, I will certainly contribute to my hometown," Lin Yi humbly replied, indirectly addressing Zhou Hongjian's statement. "Lin Ku, the 80,000 citizens of Qinghe County are eagerly anticipating your success," Zhou Hongjian said with a smile before shifting his gaze to Xiao Yuan. He was there to accompany Xiao Yuan in visiting Lin Yi's father. Xiao Yuan continued to hold Lin Zhangguang's hand and inquired, "Lin Yi, are all these your family members?" "Mayor Xiao, this is my mother, a teacher at Qinghe County Middle School. This is my aunt Lin Zhengying, my uncle Li Gue, my younger uncle Lin Zhengjun, and my aunt Wang Feng." Lin Yi introduced his family while giving his father a subtle glance, signaling him to release his hand. Typically, a handshake with a leader should last no longer than 3 to 5 seconds, as prolonging it can create discomfort. After all, leaders are often reluctant to withdraw their hands fast. Mayor Xiao, Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders, thank you for visiting Little Yi's father." Feng Lon expressed her gratitude earnestly. "Hello, Mayor Xiao, Secretary Zhou, esteemed leaders." Lin Yi's aunt, uncle, younger uncle, and aunt all hurriedly greeted the officials. Meanwhile, Feng Li and Feng Shanhai shook off their stupor, their faces tinged with embarrassment. After Lin Yi introduced everyone, he notably omitted to introduce them, clearly indicating his displeasure over the previous incident. "Mayor Xiao, Secretary Zhou, County Head He, esteemed leaders, greetings. I am Lin Yi's uncle Feng Li, working at the county hospital. This is my son, Lin Yi's cousin, who works at the county health bureau." Feng Li, feeling the awkwardness, forced a smile and introduced himself and Feng Shanhai to Xiao Yuan and the other leaders. Though he was unaware of why Xiao Yuan had brought the Qinghe County leaders along to visit Lin Zhangguang, he had no time to ponder such matters. He had completely forgotten the earlier incident and his own words, focusing solely on leveraging Lin Yi's connections to establish familiarity with Xiao Yuan and Zhou Hongjian for future endeavors. However, before he could approach Xiao Yuan for a handshake, Lin Yi coldly interjected, "Feng Li, you are the esteemed deputy director of the county hospital. My family and I cannot possibly aspire to such noble connections. To borrow your words, we are unworthy." Chapter 036. You think you're so impressive, yet you still seek my forgiveness. Lin Yi discerned Feng Li's intentions with a mere glance. How could he possibly grant Feng Li's wishes? Feng Li's expression changed dramatically, and aside from feeling embarrassed, he was engulfed by a sense of dread. What is happening? Xiao Yuan pondered. He was aware of the rumors Feng Li had spread about Lin Yi but had not heard Lin Yi mention anything else. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongjian and the other leaders from Qinghe County appeared utterly bewildered. Lin Yi had failed to introduce Feng Li and Feng Shanhai, which already struck them as odd. Now, Lin Yi's words only added to their incredulity. How could a mere deputy director of a county hospital, a low-level official, be considered Lin Yi's wealthy relative? It should be noted that Lin Yi was the section chief of the municipal government office and the mayor's secretary at the tender age of 28. Even if Feng Li were oblivious to Lin Yi's impending promotion, it was still unreasonable for him to provoke Lin Yi. Well said. At the same time, Lin Yi's aunt, Lin Zhengying, and uncle, Lin Zhengjun, felt immensely gratified. Lin Zhangguang also wore a supportive expression. As for Feng Lon, while she did not wish for her son and brother to fall out, she couldn't deny that Feng Li had crossed the line, and she found herself silently supporting her son. "Xiao Yi, brother-in-law, sister, I apologize. I had too much to drink tonight and spoke out of turn." Feng Li hastily offered his apologies to Lin Yi's family. "Please, how could someone as esteemed as yourself ever be in the wrong? We, the Lin family, cannot bear your apology. I kindly ask you to take your son and leave our home." Lin Yi retorted without an ounce of compassion, continuing to mock him. Feng Li was the quintessential two-faced individual, loyal only to those who offered him benefits. He had behaved this way in his past life, and it seemed he had not changed in this one. The best way to deal with such a person was to draw a clear line and cease all interactions, otherwise future troubles were inevitable. Fong Li did not leave. To be precise, he did not dare to leave. For Lin Yi not only disavowed Fong Li as his uncle but also displayed hostility, which did not escape the notice of Xiao Yuan and the leaders from Qinghe County. If Fong Li failed to resolve this predicament, he would not only be unable to carry favor with Xiao Yuan and the leaders but would also leave a poor impression on them. However, before Fong Li could devise a solution, Fong Zhenhai could no longer restrain himself and exclaimed, "Lin Yi, we are family, must you be so harsh? Ha, family, we dare not aspire to your esteemed lineage, especially considering your father's power and influence, which allows him to arrange jobs for you without any examinations." Lin Yi had initially hoped that Fong Li and Fong Zhenhai would simply leave, resulting in an unspoken agreement to avoid each other in the future. Yet, Fong Zhenhai insisted on confronting him, and Lin Yi could only indulge Fong Zhenhai's reckless desires. Fong Zhenhai fell silent immediately. This was because he realized that much of what he had previously said was mere boastfulness. The reality was that in order to secure a formal position at the Health Bureau, he would have to take an exam and would only receive preferential treatment during the interview if he performed well. Xiao Hai spoke out of turn, he is merely a contract worker. Fong Li stammered, appearing flustered. He seemed to be explaining to Lin Yi, but in truth, he feared a misunderstanding from the leaders. A misunderstanding? Not at all. One must be attuned to the nuances of power dynamics, which leader present, including Xiao Yuan, could not grasp Lin Yi's underlying message. Zhou Hongjian, the county party secretary, discreetly glanced at Xiao Yuan and noted the furrowed brows and frosty demeanor on his face, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. He turned to Wang Kai and instructed, "Secretary Wang, please make a call to Jin Hui at the County Health Bureau shortly and inquire about the personnel matters there. How is it that they are hiring individuals indiscriminately?" "Understood, Secretary." Wang Kai promptly accepted the task. "This is bad." Upon overhearing their conversation, Fong Zhenhai suddenly recognized the looming threat and quickly glanced at Fong Li. What he saw was a father he had once regarded as invincible, now drenched as if pulled from the water, with cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Fong Li was thoroughly panicked. He realized that if Wang Kai truly contacted Jin Hui, not only would Fong Zhenhai lose his job but his own prospects for advancement would also be jeopardized. Moreover, if the county's Discipline Inspection Commission intervened, even more issues could be unearthed. Despite his overwhelming anxiety, Fong Li understood that the crux of the matter lay in Lin Yi's attitude. As long as Lin Yi did not pursue the issue, everything could be salvaged. "Lin Yi, my uncle has just been discharged from the hospital and needs rest. We shall not impose any further." Just as Fong Li was consumed by terror and racking his brain for a solution, Xiao Yuan spoke up unexpectedly. Lin Yi's home was far too cramped, leaving little room for anyone to settle. With so many present, Xiao Yuan found it inappropriate to converse with Lin Yi's parents and intended to return at a later time for a private visit. "Very well, Mayor Xiao, Secretary Zhou, County Head He, esteemed leaders, allow me to escort you." Lin Yi nodded and, alongside his family, accompanied Xiao Yuan, Zhou Hongjian, and the others to the door. "Lin Yi, there is no need for you to see us off." Xiao Yuan raised a hand to stop Lin Yi from following while simultaneously waving farewell to Lin Jiangguang and Fong Lon. "Mayor Xiao, Secretary Zhou, County Head He, esteemed leaders, please travel safely." Lin Yi also paused, waving goodbye to Xiao Yuan and the others. Once the figures of Xiao Yuan and the others faded from view, Lin Yi turned back to the room but left the door ajar. He cast a cold glance at Fong Li and Fong Zhenhai, stating, "Director Fong, do you require assistance in being carried out?" Xiao Yi, I was wrong." Fong Li grovelingly admitted his fault, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. Lin Yi remained unmoved. Observing this, Fong Li had no choice but to turn to Fong Lon, pleading desperately, "Sister, I truly had too much to drink tonight and spoke foolishly. I promise I shall not do so again. Please, allow Xiao Yi to forgive me, otherwise, Xiao Hai's job may be at stake." As he uttered the last words, Fong Li found himself crying, with snot and tears streaming down his face. "Fong Li, you are so impressive. Why would you fear for your son's job? Besides, what does that have to do with me?" Lin Yi, aware of his mother's soft heart, interjected before she could respond. "Lin Yi, that is enough." Fong Zhenhai exploded. Although he, too, recognized the threat to his job, witnessing his father reduced to a pitiful figure, weeping and begging Lin Yi was futile. He steeled himself, prepared to relinquish his job. After a furious shout, Fong Zhenhai stepped forward, attempting to support Fong Li. "Dad, we need not plead with him. It's fine, I can forgo that job." Smack. The next moment, Feng Zhonhai's words were abruptly cut off, replaced by the resounding sound of a slap. Feng Li had raised his hand and struck Feng Zhonhai across the face with tremendous force. Feng Zhonhai stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Under the harsh lighting, he appeared dazed and somewhat wronged, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Feng Li, as if to ask, "Father, why did you strike me?" Thud. The response from Feng Zhonhai was a dull thud. Feng Li's legs buckled, and he knelt before Lin Yi with remarkable decisiveness. This act left Lin Zhongguang, Feng Lon, and the others utterly astonished. Only Lin Yi remained unfazed, quietly observing Feng Li's performance, with a face full of regret. Feng Li wept, "Xiao Yi, I was blind and foolish, not worthy of anything. I implore you, considering I am your mother's brother, grant me and Xiao Hai a chance for redemption." Xiao Yi, as anticipated, Feng Li's theatrics began to have an effect. Feng Lon felt a pang of compassion and wished to interject. However, just as Feng Lon opened her mouth, Lin Yi interrupted her. "Feng Li, I may choose to overlook the rumors and insults you and your son have directed at me in deference to my mother, but I will never forgive you both for the slights against my father and the Lin family." Lin Yi's tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Chapter 037 The Jianghu is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and affairs. Absolutely unforgivable, this was Lin Yi's stance. Feng Li's tears ceased instantly, for he detected the resoluteness in Lin Yi's words and realized that continuing to act would serve no purpose. Feng Zhonhai wore a dazed expression, as if he could hardly believe the reality before him. Originally, according to his expectations, he and his father Feng Li had intended to visit Lin Yi's home, boast a little, and leave Lin Yi's family regretting their choices. Yet, now, his father knelt on the ground, desperately pleading for Lin Yi's forgiveness, and Lin Yi remained unyielding. This stark contrast left Feng Zhonhai feeling as though he were caught in a surreal dream. "Brother-in-law, sister, Lin Yi, I'm sorry." Feng Li rose and once again apologized to Lin Yi's family. Without waiting for Lin Yi to utter another word, he grasped the dazed Feng Zhonhai and departed. It was only after they descended the stairs that Feng Zhonhai regained his senses and, perplexed, inquired, "Dad, what on earth is happening? Didn't you say Lin Yi was not serving as secretary to Mayor Xiao? Why did Mayor Xiao come with the county leaders to visit Lin Yi's father tonight?" "The information must have been erroneous," Feng Li replied, his expression grim. A few days prior, when Xiao Yuan came to Qinghe for an inspection, Lin Yi did not accompany him, which led Feng Li to learn that Xiao Yuan had changed secretaries. Although Lin Yi's reassignment to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection investigation team had caused quite a stir within the municipal government, the investigation into figures such as Wu Jiqiong and Yi Yunfeng had left everyone on edge, and no one dared to discuss or disseminate information about Lin Yi, merely spreading rumors that he had been removed from the municipal office. This had created an information gap for Feng Li. Furthermore, someone had tentatively asked Feng Li whether Lin Yi had received a reprimand and was no longer being utilized, leading Feng Li to make a misguided judgment. "Dad, what about my job?" Upon hearing Feng Li's response, Feng Zhonhai felt a chill run down his spine, though he still harbored a sense of unwillingness. However, before he could finish his sentence, Feng Li's phone rang. He retrieved the device from his bag and, upon seeing it was a call from the County Health Bureau Director, Jin Hui, he quickly answered, "Director Jin, Feng Li, tell your son to pack his things and leave tomorrow. There's no need to test for a formal position, our health bureau cannot afford someone as esteemed as him." Jin Hui interrupted Feng Li, his voice filled with exasperation. He had just received a call from Wang Kai, the county party secretary, and was furious about the recent events, nearly suffering a brain hemorrhage. Feng Li's heart sank as he hastily explained, "Director Jin, this is a misunderstanding." "A misunderstanding? It truly is a misunderstanding. Why do you think County Head Lu and I agreed to dine with you and promised to assist you? Wasn't it because your nephew is secretary to Mayor Xiao, and yet, not only did you fail to cultivate a good relationship with your nephew, but you also offended him? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? I must have been blind to have chosen such a fool as you." The more Jin Hui spoke, the angrier he became, as if he wished to crack open Feng Li's skull to see if it contained steel and concrete. "Director Jin, Mayor Xiao didn't bring Lin Yi to Qinghe a few days ago, and the county is spreading rumors that Lin Yi has been reprimanded and is no longer being utilized," Feng Li lamented, on the verge of tears. Jin Hui coldly interrupted, "So, you went to your nephew's house to show off, Feng Li, you truly live up to your name, steeped in snobbery to the extreme." "Director Jin, I was wrong. I will wait for Lin Yi's anger to subside and then go to apologize. Whether you apologize or not is your concern, it has nothing to do with me. However, I must inform you that you could have been appointed as the director of the county hospital due to your nephew, but because of your actions, that opportunity is now forever lost." With that, Jin Hui hung up. What a calamity! Fong Li felt darkness encroach upon him and the world spun around him as he nearly collapsed to the ground. Dad, are you all right? Fong Zhenhai hurriedly caught his father. Fong Li's body stiffened, his eyes glazed over as he murmured, "It's over, all over. Damn Lin Yi, not only has he caused me to lose my job, but he has also ruined your promotion. I will make him pay." Fong Zhenhai's anger surged, and he resolved to take revenge on Lin Yi. Fong Li, terrified, trembled and shouted, "Stop. Dad, are you seeking death?" Fong Li seized Fong Zhenhai, his voice fierce. Since the information was incorrect, and Lin Yi is still secretary to Mayor Shao, who holds him in high regard, we must do everything in our power to earn Lin Yi's forgiveness. Even if we cannot restore our relationship, we absolutely must not offend Lin Yi. Though deeply affected, Fong Li did not lose his composure as his son Fong Zhenhai did. He understood clearly that, given the current circumstances, his family and Lin Yi had transformed from relatives into strangers. He had lost his promotion, and his son had lost his job. However, if Fong Zhenhai sought revenge on Lin Yi, their relationship would shift from familial ties to enmity. At that point, Lin Yi would only need to make one phone call, and the Qinghe County Discipline Inspection Commission would investigate Fong Li thoroughly. How could Fong Li, who constantly mingled with pharmaceutical representatives, withstand such scrutiny? Unbeknownst to Lin Yi, Fong Zhenhai was contemplating a confrontation with him. After the departure of Fong Li and Fong Zhenhai, Lin Yi's home was enveloped in silence. Whether it was Lin Zhengguang, Fong Lon, or the families of Lin Zhengying and Lin Zhengjun, they remained in a state of shock. They felt as if the events that had just transpired were merely a dream. Soon, the stillness of the living room was shattered by the ringing of a mobile phone. Lin Zhengying's phone was buzzing. "Hello, Director Chong," Lin Zhengying answered, recognizing the call from the farm director, speaking with utmost respect. "Zhengying, I hope I'm not interrupting you," came the gentle voice of the farm director. "No, Director, it's no trouble at all. What can I do for you? You should be at your brother's house now, correct?" "Yes, Director. I just heard that your brother was hospitalized recently. I plan to pay him a visit tomorrow." Lin Zhengying was taken aback. The farm director did not know Lin Zhonggong at all. They had never met. However, before Lin Zhengying could gather her thoughts, the farm director's next words nearly caused her to drop her phone. "Zhengying, just now, Director Guo called me. He mentioned that you have worked at the farm for many years, demonstrating exceptional professional qualities and outstanding performance. They are preparing to transfer you to the Bureau's finance department. Congratulations. After the holiday, come to the farm to handle the work handover, and then report to the Bureau." "Okay, thank you, Director." Lin Zhengying responded in a daze. The farm director chuckled, "What are you thanking me for? You should thank your nephew." "Well then, Zhengying, I won't take up any more of your time. Let's leave it at that." "All right, Director." Lin Zhengying instinctively replied, then suddenly turned to Lin Yi, realizing something significant had occurred. Lin Yi, noticing his aunt's unusual demeanor, asked, "Aunt, what is wrong?" "Shao Yi," Lin Zhengying quickly relayed everything the farm director had said over the phone to Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Zhengying's words, Lin Zhongguang's expression turned serious. "Zhengying, you cannot go to the bureau. Otherwise, it will leave them with ammunition against you and could harm both you and Shao Yi." "Dad, it's not that serious, let Aunt go." Lin Yi shook his head. He understood that the Agricultural Bureau Director's actions were certainly guided by higher authorities. This was a gesture of goodwill from the county leaders of Qinghe to him. It was neither a significant favor nor a violation of regulations. He had no reason to reject such kindness. After all, the political arena, like the Jianghu, is governed by human relationships and affairs. Shao Yi, thank you." Lin Zhengying was deeply moved. Lin Zhengjun then joked, "Had I known our Shao Yi would achieve such success, I should have studied harder back then to secure a formal job and bask in his glory." "Uncle, your cooking is excellent. When I make some money from the European Cup, I'll help you open a restaurant featuring Qinghe's specialty dishes. It will surely thrive." Lin Yi declared. He resolved that once he earned a fortune from the tournament, he would set aside some funds to support his uncle in starting a restaurant. "Shao Yi, I appreciate your good intentions, but you must not engage in corruption to help me." Lin Zhengjun quickly declined. Lin Zhongguang also sternly reminded, "Shao Yi, your uncle is right, you absolutely must not indulge in any corrupt practices." "Dad, uncle, you're overthinking it. How could I possibly engage in corruption?" Lin Yi chuckled, then preemptively clarified, "I have a college classmate who works in finance. He is quite adept at stock trading. A while back, he encouraged me to invest a bit of money, and I made quite a profit during the good market conditions these past 2 years. He is now returning my investment. Xiao. Are you sure this is not illegal or against the rules? Lin Zhongguang and the others were not well versed in stocks but still felt uneasy. It is neither illegal nor against the rules. Even we civil servants can engage in stock trading, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Yi's assurance, Lin Zhengjun hesitated. Xiao Yi, can I really do this? What if the restaurant fails? Uncle, trust me. With your culinary skills, the specialty restaurant will definitely succeed. Lin Yi asserted confidently. Indeed, Lin Zhengjuan's culinary prowess was exceptional, with several dishes that were simply delectable. Given tonight's events, once his uncle opened the restaurant, it would surely attract the dining crowds from various agencies in Qinghe County, allowing him to earn a substantial income. Even if, in a few years, the higher authorities issued regulations, it would have minimal impact. After all, such regulations primarily affected upscale dining establishments. Moreover, with the rapid growth of the mobile internet and the rise of food delivery services, Lin Zhengjuan's culinary talents would ensure steady sales. Since Xiao Yi says so, then I'll give it a try. Lin Zhengjun felt a flicker of excitement as he looked to Lin Zhongguang. Dad, trust me. This is the right choice. Lin Yi decisively affirmed. For Lin Yi, simply giving money to Lin Zhengjun was not out of the question, but it was not the best option. Firstly, teaching someone to fish is far better than merely giving them fish. Secondly, money obtained through luck without effort would inevitably be lost through misfortune. Opening a restaurant was a path Lin Yi selected, taking into account his uncle Lin Zhengjuan's capabilities. Since fate had granted him a second chance at life, he would do his utmost to ensure that those around him could live well. At the very least, his family should never have to worry about financial struggles. Chapter 038. What is the matter with my teacher's title? The following morning, Xiao Yuan returned to Yunshan City alone, allowing Lin Yi to rest at home for 2 days before returning to work after the holiday. After having breakfast, Lin Yi received a call from Shen Chuchu. Her voice was as gentle as ever. Lin Yi, have you returned to Qinghe? I am in Qinghe. What is the matter? A few high school classmates are organizing a reunion and have invited teacher Tang. She wishes to see you but felt shy to call. Last night, she asked me to inquire if you are in Qinghe and if you have time to attend the gathering. Shen Chuchu explained the purpose of her call. The teacher Tang she referred to is Lin Yi's high school homeroom teacher, Tang Sushun. Lin Yi's admission to the School of Management at Shuaimi University was not only due to his own efforts but also thanks to Tang Sushun's attentive care, treating him almost as her own child. Chuchu, let us first visit teacher Tang and then accompany her to the reunion, Lin Yi suggested after a moment of contemplation. He had never forgotten the kindness Tang Sushun had shown him during his formative years. 83 In the afternoon, Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu arrived at Tang Sushun's home bearing gifts, only to be greeted by her husband. Tang Sushun was not at home as she had gone to teach a class. This year, she was responsible for the senior class, which only had a break on the day of the Dragon Boat Festival. After placing the gifts down, Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu conferred and decided to go to the school to find Tang Sushun. Qinghe has 2 high schools, the first being the one where Lin Yi's mother, Feng Lon, teaches, and the other is Qinghe Middle School. Qinghe Middle School is a key institution at both the county and city levels, and it was from here that Lin Yi graduated that year. He was the top student in Yunshan City, bringing great honor to Qinghe Middle School, which consequently rewarded the school with 20,000 yuan. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu arrived at the door of Tang Sushun's office. After knocking and receiving permission, they entered. Who are you looking for? You are Lin Yi. An older teacher in the office exclaimed upon seeing Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu, his words faltering as he recognized Lin Yi, his face lighting up with surprise. Hello, teacher Shi, I am Lin Yi, and this is Shen Chuchu. Lin Yi smiled and nodded, gesturing towards Shen Chuchu. Our top student has returned to his alma mater. This is truly a cause for celebration. Teacher Shiming exclaimed, shaking Lin Yi's hand with genuine joy. For teachers, nothing brings greater happiness than the success of their students. Although Lin Yi was not Shiming's student, he was a source of pride for Qinghe Middle School. Moreover, Lin Yi's return to Yunshan City to work as a secretary in the city government was common knowledge among the faculty at Qinghe Middle School. Lin Yi asked, Teacher Shi, is teacher Tang in class? After class, she went to the principal's office. The principal wanted to discuss her title, Shiming replied, a hint of dissatisfaction crossing his face. Teacher Shi, shouldn't teacher Tang have been promoted to a senior teacher long ago? Why is it only happening now? Having worked in the city government for several years, Lin Yi possessed a keen sense of observation and noticed Shiming's unusual demeanor, feigning surprise. Don't even get me started, Shiming replied, his voice filled with indignation. Lin Yi, since you work in the city government, you must know that in today's society, those who can do are often overshadowed by those who can speak, then those who can speak are outdone by those who can offer favors. Teacher Shi, what do you mean? I share your view. Teacher Tang should have been promoted to senior teacher long ago, but she has yet to receive that recognition. This time, I heard that her quota has been taken by someone else, precisely for the reasons I just mentioned. Shi Ming revealed the underlying issue. At that moment, a voice called from outside, Teacher Shi, don't speak recklessly. As the words fell, Tang Sushan entered the office. Upon seeing Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu, she was momentarily stunned. Lin Yi, Chuchu, what brings you here? Teacher Tang, you called Chuchu to say you missed me. We came to visit you this afternoon, but when we found you were not home, we decided to come to the school. Lin Yi smiled slightly, deliberately omitting any mention of the title issue. You all could have at least called me before coming. Honestly, Tang Sushan feigned reproach, but her eyes were nearly squinting with joy seeing Lin Yi had made Shi Ming happy. How much more for Tang Sushan, who had treated Lin Yi like a son. Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu chatted with Tang Sushan for a while before he pretended to need the restroom and left the office alone. A few minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the office of Principal Yang Xueqiang. He knocked on the door. Come in. A commanding voice responded from within. Lin Yi entered and immediately spotted Yang Xueqiang seated at his desk, seemingly engrossed in a document, his head not lifting, a habitual practice of his. He was used to having faculty members wait until he finished his tasks before reporting to him. Observing this scene, Lin Yi frowned slightly. Although Yang Xueqiang was merely a departmental-level cadre, he carried himself with an air that surpassed that of city leaders. Hello, Principal Yang, I am Lin Yi. As he furrowed his brow, Lin Yi took the initiative to speak. Please wait a moment, Yang Xueqiang said instinctively, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt something amiss with the name Lin Yi. He abruptly lifted his head, startled, then stood up. Lin Ku, what brings you here? The change in Yang Xueqiang's expression was swifter than a hostess's demeanor upon receiving payment. He quickly approached Lin Yi, extending both hands for a handshake, bending slightly in a show of deference, his smile mingling flattery with unease. On one hand, he had mistakenly thought Lin Yi was a faculty member and had treated him dismissively. On the other hand, he was aware that Mayor Xiao Yuan of Yunshun City had recently visited Lin Yi's father. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, I came to visit Teacher Tang, Lin Yi explained as he was invited to sit on the sofa, clarifying his purpose for returning to his alma mater. Lin Ku, had I known you were looking for Teacher Tang, I would have granted her leave today to accompany you, Yang Xueqiang said, his smile faltering upon hearing Tang's name, as it reminded him of the previous conversation regarding her title. Principal Yang, I came to visit Teacher Tang. How could I let her abandon her duties to accompany me? Yes, you are right, Lin Ku, Yang Xueqiang stammered, suddenly at a loss for words. He was used to exercising authority at Qinghe Middle School, where he typically called upon attractive, sociable teachers to entertain visiting leaders. Principal Yang, I heard that Teacher Tang has yet to be promoted to senior teacher. That doesn't seem right. She is a stellar educator at Qinghe Middle School. Lin Yi, having discerned Yang Xueqiang's character, cut straight to the point, subtly implying, I came to discuss this matter with you. Has Teacher Tang offended someone in the Education Bureau? And no. The very thought sent Yang Xueqiang's blood pressure soaring, his head shaking vigorously as he stammered, well, Lin Ku, the situation is as follows. The city allocates very few senior teacher positions to the county each year, and with 2 schools sharing the quotas, the numbers dwindle further. Teacher Tang possesses exceptional teaching skills and a stellar reputation. She should have been promoted long ago. However, some veteran teachers were retiring in the past 2 years, so they were prioritized, but rest assured, this year will definitely be Teacher Tang's. As Yang Xueqiang spoke, he felt a chill down his spine, his shirt damp with sweat. He could foresee that if Lin Yi were to reject this explanation and insist on escalating the matter, perhaps even reaching out to the county secretary or the mayor, he might find himself unceremoniously ousted from his office the next day. Principal Yang, there is no need for you to be anxious. I merely wished to understand the situation, Lin Yi smiled gently, adding, furthermore, you know Teacher Tang values her reputation, she hasn't mentioned this matter to me at all. So, let us consider this conversation unspoken, shall we? Of course, of course. Yang Xueqiang nodded fervently, internally cursing, how could I not be anxious? Lin Yi opted not to linger on the topic, shaking Yang Xueqiang's hand before departing his office. Although he sensed the underlying issues with Yang Xueqiang, his intention was to assist Tang Sushan with her title matter, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. As Yang Shuecheng escorted Lin Yi out of the office, he nearly collapsed into his chair, immediately pulling out his phone to call Tang Sushan. A few minutes later, Lin Yi returned to Tang Sushan's office. She regarded him with a complex expression and asked, "Lin Yi, did you go to see Principal Yang?" "Not at all, Teacher Tang, I went to the restroom. What is the matter?" Lin Yi feigned ignorance. Beside them, Shi Ming chimed in happily, "Lin Yi, just now, Principal Yang called Teacher Tang to say that this year's senior teacher position will be awarded to her. Teacher Tang thought you had gone to speak on her behalf." "Teacher Tang, you are the pride of Qinghe Middle School, with exceptional teaching abilities and outstanding student examination results. It is only fitting that you receive the senior title," Lin Yi stated earnestly. Tang Sushan looked at him with skepticism, while Shen Chuchu stole a glance at Lin Yi, her heart brimming with joy. "Lin Yi, you truly are remarkable." Chapter 039. What are you to deserve my respect? At 6 in the evening, Lin Yi and Shen Chuchu accompanied Tang Sushan to the Qinghe Grand Hotel. "Tang Laosha, who organized today's gathering?" Lin Yi inquired, gazing at the Qinghe Grand Hotel with a hint of bewilderment. As the finest establishment in Qinghe County, the dining expenses here rival those of the upscale restaurants in Yunshan City, often amounting to several thousand for a meal. If one indulged in Moutai, the bill could easily surpass 10,000. "Li Bin," Tang Sushan replied. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback. In his previous life, he had come across Li Bin's name in a report from the Discipline Inspection Commission. Li Bin had gained admission to Southwest Jiaotong University and returned to Qinghe after graduation, taking up a position in the County Transportation Management Office as a deputy division chief. Despite his relatively modest rank, he was embroiled in a corruption scandal involving embezzlement exceeding 10 million yuan, with the ill-gotten gains primarily sourced from Longsheng Transportation Company. This company monopolized nearly all coal transportation in Qinghe County, akin to a money-printing machine. Moreover, the owner of Longsheng Transportation, Zhang Sheng, was Lin Yi's high school classmate. Zhang Sheng had been an underachiever during their school years, dropping out in his second year. His rapid ascent to wealth was attributed to his sister's marriage to Gao Hu, a prominent figure in Yunshan. Both Zhang Sheng and Gao Hu, along with Gao Hu's elder brother, the notorious Zhong Long, had all fallen victim to a nationwide anti-corruption campaign in Lin Yi's previous life. The Gao Long and Gao Hu cases had been highlighted by the Ministry of Public Security as exemplary cases in the fight against organized crime. Similarly, in his past life, after being assigned to the Water Conservancy Bureau to guard a reservoir, Lin Yi had encountered Zhang Sheng on the streets of Qinghe. On that day, in front of a group of classmates, Zhang Sheng had cruelly mocked Lin Yi. "Oh, isn't this our Qinghe Middle School's pride? I heard you've gone to guard a reservoir, the top scholar of Qinghe, a distinguished student of Shuemi University. How did you end up in such dire straits? Would you like to come work at my company? The salary would undoubtedly be higher than guarding a reservoir." As these memories flooded Lin Yi's mind, he followed Tang Sushan to the entrance of the private room. This particular room was the largest in the Qinghe Hotel, where the Qinghe County Committee members had hosted Xiao Yuan the previous night. Inside, apart from Zhang Sheng and Li Bin, there were a dozen or so classmates already present. Zhang Sheng occupied the seat directly facing the entrance. "Welcome, Tang Laosha, and our class flower, Shen Chuchu." As the door swung open, Zhang Sheng spotted Tang Sushan and Shen Chuchu, promptly rising to applaud their arrival. His enthusiasm prompted others to join in, and the room resonated with warm applause. "Tang Laosha, Shen Chuchu, these are for you." At that moment, Li Bin suddenly appeared at the door, holding 2 bouquets of flowers, which he presented to Tang Sushan and Shen Chuchu. Shen Chuchu was taken aback. "Li Bin, you needn't give flowers to me, they are for Tang Laosha." "Classmate Shen Chuchu, these flowers are a gift from Zhang Zong to you and Tang Laosha." "I am merely the messenger," Li Bin replied with a slight smile. "Moreover, I organized tonight's gathering, and Zhang Zong is treating everyone." Li Bin, in front of Tang Laosha, refrained from referring to him as Zhang Zong. "She finds it unpleasant, just call me Zhang Sheng." Zhang Sheng feigned humility, yet his words dripped with sarcasm. His ulterior motives for organizing this reunion were twofold. Firstly, to humiliate Tang Sushan. During their school years, he had bullied classmates, insulted teachers, and engaged in fights, violating numerous school regulations. Despite Tang Sushan's earnest attempts to reform him, Zhang Sheng remained obstinate, ultimately leading to his expulsion. He had harbored resentment over this incident ever since and intended for Tang Sushan to witness the extent of his current success. Secondly, he aimed to win Shen Chuchu's affections through his wealth and influence. As the class beauty, Shen Chuchu had garnered the admiration of many male classmates, Zhang Sheng being one of them. "Zhang Sheng, seeing your current achievements fills me with joy," Tang Sushan remarked, detecting the veiled meanings in his words. However, as a teacher with a kind heart, she chose to overlook it, genuinely pleased for Zhongsheng's advancements. Upon hearing her words, Zhongsheng's lips curled into a mocking smile. Just as he was about to respond, he noticed Lin Yi standing behind Tang Sushun and Shen Chuchu. Lin Yi, what brings you here? Zhongsheng raised an eyebrow. Lin Yi, who had gained admission to Shuemu University's School of Management, had been a source of pride for Qinghe Middle School. After graduation, he secured a position in the Yunshun city government, serving as a secretary to the mayor, making him the subject of envy and admiration among many classmates. Even with Zhongsheng's newfound status, he recognized that he could not eclipse Lin Yi's standing in the eyes of their peers. Consequently, he felt compelled to compromise his own display of superiority at this gathering. More importantly, he had heard rumors that Shen Chuchu had harbored feelings for Lin Yi throughout their high school years, which thwarted his attempts to win her over. Zhongsheng, Lin Yi just returned to Qinghe for the Dragon Boat Festival holiday, so I invited him to join us, Tang Sushun explained. Zhongzong, are you not welcoming me? Lin Yi stepped forward, standing alongside Tang Sushun and Shen Chuchu, fixing his gaze on Zhongsheng. Of course, you are welcome, but it seems the seats are full. We may need to trouble the waiter to bring in an extra chair at the entrance, Zhongsheng sneered. While other classmates admired Lin Yi and sought to forge connections with him, Zhongsheng remained indifferent. With his brother-in-law Gao Hu's presence, he had little regard for Lin Yi and deliberately relegated him to the entrance, hoping to humiliate him. Then let us trouble the waiter. Lin Yi maintained his smile, neither angered nor departing. He had overheard Zhongsheng's derisive comments towards Tang Sushun and noted the inappropriate glances Zhongsheng cast towards Shen Chuchu. This led him to suspect that Zhongsheng's intentions for tonight's gathering were far from innocent. In his previous life, Zhongsheng had humiliated him. This time, Lin Yi would not allow him to succeed. I apologize for the inconvenience to Secretary Lin, Zhongsheng quipped mockingly, then took his seat at the head of the table. Tang Laosha, Shen Chuchu, please, this way. Li Bin, acting as a lackey, invited Tang Sushun and Shen Chuchu to sit beside Zhongsheng. Tang Laosha can go. I will sit with Lin Yi. Shen Chuchu flatly refused. Zhongsheng raised an eyebrow. Chuchu, there isn't any room there. That's all right, classmates can shift their seats, Shen Chuchu replied, taking a seat beside Lin Yi. Zhongsheng's expression darkened, yet he said nothing. Observing this, Li Bin quickly called out, everyone is here, let us take our seats. I'll have the waiter bring out the dishes. The atmosphere grew tense as other classmates sensed the discomfort, yet upon hearing Li Bin's words, they complied and sat down. Soon, the waiter began serving an array of exquisite dishes: abalone, lobster, sashimi, and shark fin, complemented by specially supplied mautai. Li Bin and Zhongsheng successively proposed toasts, then began to toast Tang Sushun individually. Since Tang Sushun had preparations for her lessons that evening, she opted for juice, which did not hinder the festivities. Classmates, we all know that Lin Yi was the top scholar in the college entrance examinations for Yunshun City and is a source of pride for Qinghe Middle School. After graduating, he entered the Yunshun City government, serving as secretary to Mayor Shao, with a bright future ahead. Shouldn't we all raise a glass in honor of Secretary Lin? As Tang Sushun's toasts concluded, Zhongsheng suddenly interjected with a suggestion. Zhongzong is absolutely right. We rarely see Lin Yi. We must toast him. Lin Yi, when you become a high-ranking official, don't forget us old classmates. In an instant, a chorus of agreements erupted. A dozen classmates took turns toasting Lin Yi. Among them, some understood Zhongsheng's intentions to target Lin Yi and deliberately played along, while others genuinely wished to deepen their connections with Lin Yi for future favors. Lin Ku, you work in the city government and are the mayor's secretary. You must take me along to progress. Li Bin approached Lin Yi, holding a cup. Li Bin, if you want Secretary Lin to help you progress, one drink, one tea suffice, you must share 3 bottles with him. Zhongsheng interjected again, his tone authoritative, akin to a leader issuing orders. Then let us share 3 bottles, Lin Ku. I will fill yours to the brim. Li Bin, understanding the cue, promptly grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table to pour into Lin Yi's cup. Lin Yi frowned. Classmate Li Bin, we should treat everyone equally. We will just have 1 drink. As his words fell, Lin Yi tilted his head back and drank fast. Very well, Li Bin considered, aware that Zhongsheng would be displeased, yet he could not force Lin Yi to drink more, so he reluctantly consumed his own drink. Witnessing this exchange, Zhongsheng's expression darkened to an almost coal-like hue. Abruptly, he stood up, seizing a freshly opened bottle of mautai, and strode toward Lin Yi. Li Bin, you truly lack foresight. Lin Yi is our city's esteemed secretary, who drinks with leaders nearly every day, how could this little bit of liquor possibly get him drunk? Zhongsheng scolded Li Bin as he approached. Upon reaching Lin Yi, he forced a smile and said, "Lin Yi, you are the pride of our class and the beacon of Qinghe Middle School. I toast you a bottle." A bottle. The room fell silent, stunned by Zhongsheng's declaration. Aside from Lin Yi, everyone else appeared astonished. Amidst the shock, Tang Sushan quickly interjected, "Zhongsheng, how can one toast an entire bottle? Isn't that absurd? Tang Laosha, you may not be aware, but in Qinghe, there are few who can toast me. Typically, it is others who toast me. Whenever I toast, it begins at a bottle," Zhongsheng proclaimed arrogantly. Lin Yi sneered, "Zhongsheng, your bravado is indeed more inflated than athlete's foot." Zhongsheng's expression shifted, fury bubbling forth. "Lin Yi, are you disrespecting me? What are you to deserve my respect?" Lin Yi rose, coldly fixing his gaze upon Zhongsheng. Chapter 040 If you don't seek death, you want it. Lin Yi remained behind to thwart any ill intentions Zhongsheng might harbor towards Tang Sushan and Shen Chuchu. However, it wasn't long after the gathering commenced that he discovered Zhongsheng had turned his aggression towards him. Now, emboldened, Zhongsheng brazenly demanded that Lin Yi publicly drink an entire bottle of alcohol. How could Lin Yi possibly acquiesce to Zhongsheng's demands? "I'll be damned!" Zhongsheng bellowed in fury, raising the bottle of wine to strike Lin Yi's head. In that instant, Zhongsheng was truly enraged. Thanks to the influence of his brother-in-law, Gao Hu, he had walked with impunity in Qinghe and even Yanshun. Even when dining with leaders, they would show him deference. He could not abide Lin Yi humiliating him before teachers and classmates. Disaster struck. Zhongsheng's sudden outburst caught everyone off guard, leaving Tang Sushan, Shen Chuchu, and others in stunned silence, unable to intervene in time. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lin Yi remained composed. He did not wait for the wine bottle to crash down. Instead, he swiftly lifted his right foot and executed a powerful front kick aimed at Zhongsheng. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Lin Yi's foot connected with Zhongsheng's abdomen. Having been a key striker on the school football team from middle school through university, Lin Yi possessed remarkable explosive strength. He delivered that kick with all his might. Zhongsheng, taken by surprise, was knocked to the ground, the wine bottle slipping from his grasp and shattering upon impact, sending shards of glass and liquid scattering across the floor. This spectacle was utterly beyond Zhongsheng's expectations. He had not anticipated Lin Yi would fight back, let alone topple him so swiftly, leaving him dazed and slumped on the ground. Oh! Clatter! Following this, screams and the sounds of colliding furniture erupted in rapid succession. Some nearby female classmates were so frightened they cried out, while Tang Sushan and other classmates sprang to their feet. Zhongsheng! At that moment, Li Bin rushed towards Zhongsheng. "Lin Yi, I'll kill you!" As the shrill cries of female classmates and Li Bin's shouts rang in his ears, Zhongsheng snapped back to reality, roaring as he attempted to rise, clutching a shard of the broken bottle to stab Lin Yi. "Zhongsheng, what are you doing? Zhongsheng, don't act recklessly." This time, both Shen Chuchu and Tang Sushan reacted swiftly, urgently trying to dissuade him. However, Lin Yi's response was even quicker. Smack! Just as Zhongsheng's furious shout escaped his lips, another sharp sound followed. Lin Yi stepped forward, placing his foot firmly on Zhongsheng's wrist, forcing him to drop the bottle, before pressing his foot against Zhongsheng's chest to prevent him from rising. Zhongsheng's face flashed crimson as he exerted every ounce of strength, yet he found himself unable to get up. In front of a crowd, he lay there like a vicious dog under Lin Yi's foot. Although he had been a social brother before becoming Gao Hu's brother-in-law, engaging in fights was a common occurrence. He had been drained by indulgence over the years, and Lin Yi had far superior physical prowess. "Lin Yi, we are classmates. Please stop this." Li Bin interjected as he reached the two, ostensibly playing the peacemaker but actually shifting the blame onto Lin Yi. Everyone saw clearly that he was the one who provoked and initiated the confrontation, Lin Yi remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Li Bin before looking down at Zhongsheng, his voice cold. "Zhongsheng, don't try to act tough in front of me. I am not intimidated by your antics." With that, Lin Yi removed his feet from Zhongsheng's body. Li Bin promptly helped Zhongsheng to his feet. "Zhongsheng, are you alright? Get lost." Zhongsheng, his face flashed with rage, cast, glaring menacingly at Lin Yi. "So you think you are quite the fighter, huh? Zhongsheng, stop this." Before Lin Yi could respond, Shen Chuchu interjected to prevent Zhongsheng from escalating the situation further. However, Zhongsheng was immediately provoked by her words. With his face reddened, he backed. "Shen Chuchu, what do you mean by telling me to stop? He is the one who attacked me." Zhongsheng, we all saw it. You were the one who threw the bottle at Lin Yi. At that moment, Tang Sushan stepped forward. Zhongsheng shot her a furious glare. Shut your mouth, I was being nice calling you teacher. Don't think too highly of yourself. Tang Sushan's face paled, trembling with rage. Observing this, Lin Yi wasted no time. He stepped forward, his right hand forming a claw as he firmly grasped Zhongsheng's neck. Zhongsheng, I warn you to show some respect towards teacher Tang. Lin Yi stated coldly before pushing Zhongsheng to the ground. Having completed his actions, he turned to the crowd. I apologize, classmates, for the spectacle. He then faced Tang Sushan and Shen Chuchu, saying, the teacher Tang, Chuchu, let us take our leave. All right. They replied in unison. Lin Yi said nothing further and led Tang Sushan and Shen Chuchu away. Lin Yi, just you wait, this matter isn't over. Zhongsheng, having suffered a significant loss, seethed with rage, yet he understood he was no match for Lin Yi in a one-on-one confrontation. Instead, he resorted to issuing threats with a fierce expression. Lin Yi, however, reacted as if he had had a mere dog barking, ignoring him completely. This infuriated Zhongsheng, along with Li Bin. Others sensed Zhongsheng's wrath and dared not speak. Get the hell out of here. Zhongsheng shouted angrily before storming back to his seat, intending to call someone. His earlier remark was not a mere threat. He truly planned to settle the score with Lin Yi. Apart from Li Bin, the other classmates swiftly exited the booth. Zhongsheng dialed a number, saying, I've been attacked. Tell the brothers to bring weapons and arrive at Huashi community in half an hour. Lin Yi was in for it. As the classmates left and overheard Zhongsheng's words, the thought crossed their minds. Being under 30, they were unaware of Lin Yi's power as the mayor's secretary in Yanshan. However, they knew that Zhongsheng's Longsheng Transport Company monopolized coal transportation in Qingha due to his protection team. This so-called protection team comprised a gang of social delinquents. If other vehicles attempted to transport coal within Qingha, the drivers faced severe beatings, or worse, broken limbs. Some drivers from other regions had even been killed. Meanwhile, Lin Yi remained oblivious to Zhongsheng's impending retaliation. He accompanied Tang Sushan and Shen Chuchu out of the Qingha Grand Hotel, preparing to hail a taxi to send Tang Sushan home. Feeling somewhat uneasy, Tang Sushan inquired, Lin Yi, although Zhongsheng has established a company, I've heard he still associates with those societal miscreants. What if he seeks revenge on you? Ding. Before Lin Yi could respond, his phone buzzed. He took it out to find a message from a female classmate. Lin Yi, after you left, Zhongsheng called for reinforcements to ambush you at your community. Please be careful, thank you. Lin Yi replied to the message. Then, he smiled nonchalantly and said, Teacher Tang, we live in a society governed by law. People's police like Chuchu will protect us. Indeed. Hearing this, Tang Sushan felt considerably reassured. She was not well versed in Zhongsheng's circumstances and did not comprehend the extent to which criminal gangs might operate with impunity. Shen Chuchu understood all too well. Had this been the past, she too would have worried about Lin Yi. However, ever since Lin Yi had personally incarcerated menacing figures like Yi Yunfeng, Yi Hao, and Zhong Biao, she had developed an unwavering trust and admiration for him, believing that if Zhongsheng sought revenge, it would be akin to plucking fur from a tiger, an act of folly. As if to validate Shen Chuchu's assessment, once Lin Yi had seen Tang Sushan into a taxi, he took out his phone and dialed Wang Kai, the secretary to the secretary of the Qingha County Committee. Brother Wang, the group of social delinquents has gathered, intending to come to my home to attack me. Lin Ku, are you joking? Wang Kai exclaimed, taken aback. Who would dare bring a gang to assault the mayor's secretary? Lin Yi replied solemnly, Brother Wang, I'm not joking. Lin Ku, I'll immediately call Lu Ming, the head of the county police bureau, and have him personally lead a team to your location. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Wang Kai grasped the gravity of the situation and promptly devised a solution. Good, tell him I'll be waiting for him at my community entrance. Lin Yi said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Social delinquents, gangsters, let them experience the might of the people's iron fist. Chapter 041. Zhongsheng, you are too criminal. After Lin Yi concluded his conversation with Wang Kai, he instructed Shen Chuchu to take a taxi home while he himself hailed another cab, hastening towards his residence. His intention was to arrive at the entrance of the community ahead of time, where he aimed to resolve the impending issues, thereby shielding his parents from the distress caused by Zhongsheng and his nefarious associates. The town of Qingha is modest in size. Lin Yi's journey from the Qingha Grand Hotel to the community entrance took merely 10 minutes. Upon arriving, he did not exit the vehicle but addressed the driver, saying, Please stop here and keep the meter running, as I am awaiting someone. Certainly, the driver cheerfully replied, finding it far more comfortable to wait than to continue driving. Lin Yi turned his gaze toward the window, anticipating the arrival of personnel from the county police station. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the entrance to the community was rather desolate, exuding an air of tranquility, occasionally interrupted by the distant rumble of a train passing along the nearby railway. A few minutes later, the shrill wail of sirens approached, and 8 police vehicles screeched to a halt at the entrance of Huashi community. Simultaneously, Lin Yi's phone rang. He retrieved it to find an unfamiliar caller and promptly answered. "Hello, Lin Ku, this is Lu Ming, the director of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau. Secretary Wang just called me, informing me that someone intends to harm you, and I rushed here with my team to Huashi community. Where are you currently?" Lu Ming's voice resonated through the receiver. "I am in a taxi, please hold on while I disembark," Lin Yi replied before hanging up. He produced a 100 yuan note and handed it to the driver, saying, "Driver, I will step out to greet the police, please wait for me here, as I will return for the ride." "Understood." The driver accepted the money, glancing at the array of police vehicles with flashing lights, musing to himself, "Are they here to apprehend a criminal?" Lin Yi exited the cab and strode towards the leading police vehicle, a Passat adorned with official insignia. "Hello, Lin Ku, I am Lu Ming." Before Lin Yi could approach, the car door swung open, and a slightly portly middle-aged officer stepped out, hastening towards him. Lin Yi grasped Lu Ming's hand. "Director Lu, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. Lin Ku, ensuring the safety of the public is our duty as police officers. If anyone should apologize, it is I. It is an egregious oversight for the Qinghe authorities to allow such lawlessness to threaten you," Lu Ming expressed, taking responsibility before inquiring, "By the way, Lin Ku, where is the assailant?" "The assailant is on their way here," Lin Yi replied. "Rest assured, when they arrive, I will ensure their apprehension." Lu Ming vowed, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. During the journey, he had been anxious about Lin Yi or his family suffering harm. Such an eventuality would spell the end of his career as the police chief. Now, hearing that the assailants had yet to arrive, his worries dissipated. "Director Lu, police work relies on evidence, as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must seize the stolen goods," Lin Yi reminded him. Lu Ming paused. "Lin Ku, what do you mean?" "You should position the police vehicles at the bend of the street in front of the community and turn off the sirens," Lin Yi instructed, gesturing towards a nearby intersection. "Once the assailants arrive, I will draw them in your direction, and you can apprehend them." "Lin Ku, this plan is perilously dangerous." Lu Ming understood Lin Yi's intention but deemed it too risky. What if Lin Yi, the bait, encountered harm? "Fear not, I am quite swift over short distances," Lin Yi replied confidently with a smile, patting Lu Ming on the shoulder before turning back towards the taxi. Lu Ming hesitated, ultimately saying nothing, returning to his vehicle to execute Lin Yi's directive. However, to exercise caution, he dispatched 3 ununiformed officers to remain near the community entrance to ensure Lin Yi's safety. Lin Yi settled back into the taxi, awaiting Zhang Sheng's inevitable arrival. Minutes later, a Hummer emblazoned with the number 5 followed by 4 8s, accompanied by 2 large buses, arrived at the entrance of Huashi community. Zhang Sheng, seated in the rear of the Hummer, exhaled smoke from a cigarette, his countenance dark and brooding, radiating an intense desire to see Lin Yi dismembered. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yi had previously joined the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigative team, personally overseeing the cases against Wu Jiqiang and Yi Yunfeng. All he knew was that Lin Yi worked in the municipal government office as Secretary Xiao Yuan's assistant. Moreover, his brother-in-law, Gao Hu, was a local tyrant in Yunshan, while Gao Hu's brother, Gao Long, held dominion over the entire Dongjiang region, backed by influential figures from the province. It had even been said that Gao Long possessed connections in the capital, reaching as high as celestial realms. Because of all this, Zhang Sheng operated with impunity in Qinghe, completely dismissing Lin Yi as a threat. As the driver opened the car door, Zhang Sheng carelessly tossed his half-finished cigarette out the window and exited the vehicle. Simultaneously, dozens of Bali men disembarked from the 2 buses, clad in matching black shirts and trousers, wielding steel pipes, pickaxes, and knives, exuding a fierce aura. Onlookers, upon witnessing their entrance, hastily retreated in fear. The 3 ununiformed officers, however, were taken aback. Firstly, they had not anticipated such a large assembly of assailants. Secondly, they recognized the emblematic hammer and identified Zhang Sheng. They were not strangers to him. In recent years, complaints against Zhang Sheng had flooded in from the public, and the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau had repeatedly attempted to bring him to justice, only to be thwarted by higher-ups intervening on his behalf. "Everyone into the community, I will flay that bastard alive today." Zhongsheng commanded, raising his hand as his subordinates disembarked. In the next moment, before Zhongsheng could lead his men into Huashi community, Lin Yi stepped out of the taxi, coolly stating, "Zhongsheng, whose skin do you intend to flay?" Startled by Lin Yi's words, the thugs who were about to follow Zhongsheng hesitated, bewildered expressions crossing their faces, as if questioning. Who is this fool daring to address Zhongzong directly? You bastard, I was just looking for you. Zhongsheng halted, turning to see Lin Yi momentarily stand before erupting in fury. It's him. Break his legs fast. With a swift command from Zhongsheng, dozens of henchmen brandished their weapons and charged at Lin Yi like famished wolves. Witnessing this scene, the three ununiformed officers instinctively reached for their sidearms, prepared to intervene and prevent the assailants from inflicting harm. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sprinted towards the intersection where Lu Ming and the others awaited. As a key forward on the university football team, Lin Yi had clocked 100 meters in just over 11 seconds during his college years. Even though several years had passed since his graduation and he was wearing leather shoes today, his speed remained remarkable, and he quickly put distance between himself and the approaching thugs. The sight of Lin Yi's swift escape brought a sigh of relief from the three plainclothes officers. Stop right there. If you have the guts, don't run. You can't escape. Block him in front. Zhongsheng sneered, quickly returning to the hammer and instructing the driver to accelerate, aiming to cut off Lin Yi's path. With a roar, the driver floored the accelerator, the hammer barreling forward like a frenzied steel beast, roaring towards Lin Yi. Though Lin Yi was indeed fast, he could not outpace a vehicle. Just as he neared the intersection, the hammer screeched to a halt ahead of him. Lin Yi, quite the sprinter, aren't you? Keep going. Zhongsheng leapt from the hammer, mocking Lin Yi with a derisive grin, as though he were an omnipotent deity and Lin Yi a mere monkey, forever trapped in his grasp. However, as Zhongsheng's words faded, the smile on his face froze. Woo! The piercing sound of sirens suddenly pierced the air as 8 police cars swung around the corner. Almost simultaneously, the vehicles came to a halt and dozens of officers armed with sidearms leapt from their cars. Freeze! Drop your weapons and crouch with your hands on your head. Lu Ming, the director of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau, led the charge, shouting commands. What was happening? The previously fierce thugs, just moments away from reaching Lin Yi, halted in shock upon seeing the police cars and officers. Why were the police here? Zhongsheng was equally startled, but soon realization dawned upon him as he turned to Lin Yi. Did you call the police? Zhongsheng, you organized individuals armed with weapons to assault me, violating Article 234 of the Criminal Law for intentional injury, Article 293 for provoking trouble, and Article 294 for organizing and leading a gang. Your actions are utterly criminal. Lin Yi disregarded the throng of thugs behind him and publicly declared Zhongsheng's crimes. Chapter 042. Even Jesus cannot save you, I say. The night was as dark as ink, and the lights flickered like fireflies. Standing amidst the crowd, Lin Yi spoke loudly, his voice resonating in the ears of everyone present. Familiarity with criminal law. The police from the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau, positioned before Lin Yi, were taken aback. They had not anticipated Lin Yi's profound understanding of the law. It is worth noting that among them, some were oblivious to the specific articles pertaining to the 3 charges. The head of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau, Director Lu Ming, was particularly astonished. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Yi, internally reflecting, Lin Ku has not only dug a deep pit for Zhongsheng to leap into but has even prepared the coffin. Clang! Simultaneously, some of Zhongsheng's thugs were startled by Lin Yi's words. A few instinctively dropped their weapons, the clattering sound echoing throughout the scene. Although they usually strutted about like ferocious tigers, bullying the common folk, they were still frightened in the presence of the police. Moreover, all the officers on site were armed, ready to fire at any moment. You bastard, you dare to set me up. Upon hearing the 3 grave charges, Zhongsheng's head buzzed, and he soon realized he had been baited. Take them all away. Lu Ming's expression darkened instantly. With a wave of his hand, he issued the command. Zhongsheng's complexion shifted, and he hastily protested, Director Lu, this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, you say? Come with me to the station, and I shall grant you the opportunity to explain. Lu Ming replied coldly, stepping forward to firmly grasp Zhongsheng's shoulder. Zhongsheng, in front of the county's police chief, insulted the mayor's secretary, showing utter disregard for both him and the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, the officers behind Lu Ming surged forward like tigers descending the mountains, pouncing on Zhongsheng's thugs. Witnessing this scene, Zhongsheng's henchmen dropped their weapons and crouched in surrender, clutching their heads. Director Lu, there are too many of them, our vehicles cannot accommodate all. At that moment, the captain of the county's criminal police team reported to Lu Ming. Lu Ming replied in a deep voice, "Did they not arrive by bus? Use their buses to take them back to the station." "Understood." The captain of the criminal police team immediately took command, leading his men to escort Zhongsheng's thugs toward the two buses parked at Huaxi Community. Seeing Zhongsheng remain unfazed, Lu Ming frowned and said, "Zhongsheng, are you waiting for me to invite you onto the bus?" "Director Lu, I need to make a phone call." Realizing the situation had escalated, Zhongsheng decided to call his brother-in-law, Gao Hu, for assistance. Lu Ming understood Zhongsheng's intentions and was about to reprimand him but was interrupted by Lin Yi's voice. "Director Lu, let him make the call." "What is happening?" Stunned by Lin Yi's words, Lu Ming felt perplexed but still nodded. "All right, Lin Ku." "Haha, Lin Yi, do you think just because you serve as a secretary to the leaders, you are invincible?" "Haha, in Yunshan, there are plenty of people more formidable than you." Zhongsheng, catching the insinuation in Lin Yi's words, mocked him with bitter laughter, then pulled out his phone to dial Gao Hu. Upon connecting, Zhongsheng hastily said, "Brother-in-law, Director Lu wants to arrest me." "What? Lu Ming wants to arrest you? Has he forgotten his lessons? I will call him." On the other end of the line, Gao Hu lounged in a bathtub, a young and beautiful woman giving him a massage. His expression relaxed. However, upon hearing Zhongsheng's words, his relaxed demeanor was swiftly replaced by a menacing glare. "Brother-in-law, he's right next to me, should I pass the phone to him?" "Sure." "Director Lu, my brother-in-law wants you to take the call." With Gao Hu's consent, Zhongsheng immediately handed the phone to Lu Ming, wearing an expression of brazen confidence. Lu Ming's face darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he took the phone and said, "This is Lu Ming, director of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau." "Lu Ming, I know you are the director. There's no need to introduce your position. I hear you intend to arrest my brother-in-law." Gao Hu, holding a cigar in one hand, displayed a mocking smile. Lu Ming had attempted to deal with Zhongsheng on numerous occasions, only to be reprimanded by his superiors each time. Lu Ming responded coldly, "Indeed. May I inquire what crime my brother-in-law has committed?" Zhongsheng, Lu Ming directly recited Lin Yi's earlier statements, presenting a well-reasoned argument. Upon hearing the three charges against Zhongsheng, Gao Hu rose from the bathtub, holding the phone, and with a sinister smile said, "Director Lu, I have a heart condition. Please do not frighten me." "Gao Hu, I have no time for idle chatter. I will certainly take Zhongsheng away today." Lu Ming was unwilling to waste time, for he needed to account for Lin Yi. A dignified county police chief being threatened by Gao Hu and releasing a suspect, he might as well resign and return to his rural hometown to plant sweet potatoes. "Very well, then hand the phone to my brother-in-law." Gao Hu, sensing Lu Ming's resolute intent, ceased further discussion. Zhongsheng took the phone. "Brother-in-law, is anyone dead at the scene?" "No, there was absolutely no altercation." "Damn it, if there was no altercation, and he arrests you, is he deliberately causing trouble?" Gao Hu was furious, exuding an air of superiority. "Get in the car with him fast. I will call someone to deal with him." "Understood, brother-in-law." Zhongsheng replied, and seeing Gao Hu had no further instructions, he ended the call. He then toyed with his phone, casting a mockingly triumphant glance at Lin Yi, saying, "With your limited tactics, you think you can land me in trouble? Let me assure you, it is impossible. He lacks the capability, understand? Zhongsheng, have you not had enough?" Lu Ming's face turned pale as he seized Zhongsheng by the neck. Zhongsheng's expression turned cold as he continued to glare at Lin Yi, openly threatening, "Bastard, don't be impatient. At most, within 24 hours, I will be out. When that time comes, I will certainly seek you out for a heart-to-heart. Lin Ku, please rest assured, today, no matter who calls me, I will absolutely not release anyone. Otherwise, I will remove my police cap, shed my uniform, hand over my firearm, and never utter the word police again in this lifetime." Lu Ming, infuriated, felt his dignity and the sanctity of the police force trampled by Zhongsheng. "Director Lu, I have always believed that evil cannot prevail over righteousness. If anyone calls you, simply say that Lin Yi is determined to ensure that lawbreakers face justice." Lin Yi spoke slowly, expressing both his trust in Lu Ming and his support for him. As his words fell, without waiting for Lu Ming to respond, he fixed an icy gaze upon Zhongsheng, enunciating each word clearly. "Zhongsheng, you will undoubtedly face the consequences. Even Jesus cannot save you, mark my words." "Ha ha ha!" Zhongsheng erupted into uncontrollable laughter, as if he had had an absurd joke. Meanwhile, Lu Ming trembled all over, for he sensed the confidence and determination in Lin Yi's words. He also recalled Lin Yi's actions against Wu Jiqiang, Yi Yunfeng, and Zhang Biao to see Zhang Sheng and his ilk face the law's judgment and restore clarity to Qinghe was the most fervent desire in Lu Ming's heart. He had awaited this day for far too long. Chapter 043 In Yunshun, no one dares to provoke Lin Yi's misfortune. Lu Ming said nothing further and directly escorted Zhang Sheng into the police car. However, just as the police vehicle started and had not yet left Lin Yi's sight, Lu Ming's phone rang. The caller ID displayed the number of Deputy Director Chang Yong from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ming answered the call. Director Chang. Lu Ming, I just heard that you apprehended Zhang Sheng, the president of Qinghe County Longsheng Transportation Company. What is the situation? Director Chang, Zhang Sheng organized a group of individuals armed with deadly weapons to commit violence in broad daylight. Is there a problem with my arresting him? Perhaps due to Lu Ming's resolve in front of Lin Yi, or perhaps it was the confidence Lin Yi instilled in him. Lu Ming did not respond as he usually would. Instead, he countered Chang Yong directly. Lu Ming's unusual demeanor puzzled Chang Yong, but he remained calm and continued. Violence. I heard there were no casualties or injuries at the scene. Zhang Sheng and his group did not even lay a hand on anyone. Director Chang, while it is true that they did not physically harm anyone, it was only because I arrived at the scene in time. Otherwise, they would have attacked Section Chief Lin, and the consequences would have been dire. Lu Ming retorted coldly. Chang Yong paused momentarily, then inquired, which Section Chief Lin? The secretary of Mayor Shao, Lin Yi. Upon hearing Lin Yi's name, Chang Yong gasped in shock. A person's name carries weight. Since Lin Yi was seconded to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, he had become a sword hanging over the heads of corrupt officials in Yunshun, instilling fear and anxiety among them. As a close ally of Yi Yunfeng, Chang Yong had barely slept for the past few nights. Director Lu, I was merely inquiring about the specifics. You may handle it as you see fit. Overwhelmed by shock, Chang Yong quickly added, not daring to interfere further. Lu Ming said no more and promptly ended the call. Is Lin Yi truly this formidable? Even the deputy director of the Yunshun Municipal Public Security Bureau, Chang Yong, must show him respect. Zhang Sheng, sitting beside Lu Ming, appeared somewhat skeptical. Zhang Sheng, who never completed high school, had his fate altered by his sister's marriage to Gao Hu, yet he lacked substantial education and essentially remained a nouveau riche among societal outcasts. Moreover, the actual control of Longsheng Transportation Company belonged to Gao Hu, with Zhang Sheng holding only a minority stake. While he seemed to hold the title of general manager, he primarily oversaw the escort team in conflicts and had little understanding of the operational aspects. His dealings with officials were minimal, and he possessed only superficial knowledge of the political landscape. He was entirely unaware of the significance of the mayor's secretary in Yunshun's political ecosystem and had no inkling of the deterrent effect Lin Yi had created by investigating Wu Jiqiang, the de facto leader of the Dongjiang gang, which had sent shockwaves through the local political arena. However, Deputy Director Chang Yong was fully aware. After concluding his conversation with Lu Ming, he immediately returned a call to Gao Hu. President Gao, I just spoke to Lu Ming about the situation. Your brother-in-law is attempting to attack Secretary Lin Yi tonight. So what? Gao Hu raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with Lin Yi and aware of his recent activities. Realizing the situation had become somewhat precarious, yet his confidence remained unshaken. That confidence stemmed from his brother, Gao Long, a standing member of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference and chairman of the Jianglong Group's board. Gao Long had the backing of significant figures in the province and connections to influential elites in the capital, wielding immense power in Dongjiang. President Gao, Lin Yi is practically the living embodiment of death in Yunshun. Everyone is avoiding him. Given that this incident involves him, my words would be futile. What use are you then? Gao Hu scolded, abruptly hanging up before dialing another number. The recipient was Xue Qingfeng, the vice mayor overseeing public security, justice, and petitions in Yunshun. President Gao, calling so late, is there something amiss? Xue Qingfeng answered, somewhat apprehensive. Since Wu Jiqiang and Yi Yunfeng had been taken away, he had been on edge, reluctant to engage with Gao Hu too closely. Vice Mayor Qingfeng, I need you to assist me with something, Gao Hu stated directly, almost commanding him to call Lu Ming and demand the release of his brother-in-law, Zhang Sheng. However, just as Gao Hu was halfway through his request, Xue Qingfeng interrupted, wait a moment, President Gao, are you saying your brother is targeting Lin Yi? Yes. Oh dear, President Gao, Lin Yi was seconded to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate. He has already dealt with Secretary Jiqiang and Yi Yunfeng. Are you asking me to throw myself into a trap? Xue Qingfeng exclaimed, his anger palpable. If not for his apprehension regarding Gao Long, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses. Are you trying to send me to prison? So, you mean to say you dare not make that call? Gao Hu asked, infuriated. Xue Qingfeng managed a bitter smile. President Gao, I can assure you, it's not just me. At this critical juncture, no one in Yunshan would dare provoke Lin Yi, and no one would be willing to make that call. Damn it, I spend so much money on you every year, and in the end, you're utterly useless. Gao Hu fumed. Though he was much stronger than Zhang Sheng and familiar with the political arena, he had still underestimated Lin Yi's influence in Yunshan. In other words, he did not grasp the fearsome nature of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Those were envoys wielding the emperor's decree, capable of slaying tigers in Dongjiang, let alone swatting flies in Yunshan. Had it been his brother Gao Long, the situation might have been different. But he was not Gao Long, and thus, he continued on his reckless path, directly dialing Lin Yi. Hello, Secretary Lin, this is Gao Hu from Longsheng Group in Yunshan, also Zhang Sheng's brother-in-law. As soon as the call connected, Gao Hu introduced himself. Is there something you need, President Gao? Lin Yi replied, unperturbed by the call. He knew that anyone genuinely seeking Gao Hu would not be foolish enough to plead on behalf of Zhang Sheng, otherwise, they would be delivering incriminating evidence of collusion with criminal forces directly into Lin Yi's hands. It is worth noting that Lin Yi still held the title of advisor to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team in Dongjiang. Secretary Lin, I have heard about the situation involving my brother-in-law. Please do me a favor and let this matter rest. Gao Hu stated bluntly. Lin Yi chuckled, are we acquainted? Secretary Lin, Yunshan is not a large place, we often see each other. We will need to interact in the future, so there is no need to drive things to an extreme, is there? Gao Hu retorted, feeling a knot in his chest as his tone darkened. Lin Yi replied coldly, your brother-in-law, Zhang Sheng, openly brandished weapons and attempted to assault me. You expect me to let it slide? Secretary Lin, if you choose not to pursue this matter, I can speak to the Public Security Bureau in Qinghe County. If you feel aggrieved and wish for my brother-in-law to pay a fine to appease you, just name your price. Gao Hu proposed. He understood that the person who tied the knot must also be the one to untie it. As long as Lin Yi did not press charges, he could simply make a phone call to extricate Zhang Sheng from his predicament. Lin Yi scoffed, President Gao truly has a grand sense of entitlement. Secretary Lin, in Yunshan, everyone still respects Gao Hu. Gao Hu detected Lin Yi's sarcasm and deliberately flexed his muscles. Lin Yi was unyielding, firing back, I apologize, President Gao, but I adhere to the law, not personal connections. Your influence holds no value here. You think you're so impressive, Lin, we'll see about that. Gao Hu fumed as he abruptly ended the call. Lin Yi toyed with his phone, narrowing his eyes slightly. When it rains, it pours. When a mother remarries, the Gao brothers are courting disaster. Thus, he could only indulge their desires and conveniently provide Ho Tianming with an opportunity. Chapter 044 The Secret of Ho Tianming. The following day, Lin Yi returned to Yunshan City. 18 noon, he arranged to meet Ho Tianming at a Sichuan restaurant near the Yunshan Municipal Committee's guest house to enjoy some boiled fish. Why has team leader Lin suddenly decided to treat me to a better meal? Ho Tianming jested as he entered the private room with a smile. Lin Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, Director Ho, the food at the guest house is far superior to this little establishment. Besides, I'm no longer part of the investigation team, but you still tease me. Who said you are no longer part of the investigation team? Director Fu stated that you remain one of us. To be precise, you are the chief advisor of the investigation team. Ho Tianming corrected him and tossed Lin Yi a pack of Yushi cigarettes. A seasoned smoker, Ho Tianming would consume at least 2 packs a day when working alongside Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi was not addicted to smoking, he occasionally indulged in a cigarette with Ho Tianming. Advisor Lin, ever since he met Ho Tianming, he had sensed that there was more to him than met the eye, a certain air of mystery. That day when Ho Tianming saluted him, thanking Lin Yi for restoring his confidence and determination, only solidified Lin Yi's belief in this notion. With a beaming smile, Ho Tianming replied, the director of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau, Lu Ming, is my disciple. What a coincidence, it's like a clever child returning home. Lin Yi was momentarily taken aback before joking. Ho Tianming sighed with a wry smile, why do you always have so much to say? Let's put the cigarettes aside for now, let us enjoy the fish while we converse. Lin Yi noticed that the fish in the pot was nearly cooked, so he extinguished his cigarette and handed Ho Tianming a pair of chopsticks. Receiving the chopsticks, Ho Tianming took a piece of fish and continued, "You have handled cases involving Wu Jiqiang and Yi Yunfeng, and you must deal sternly with Zhongsheng. No one in the Yunshan political arena dares to obstruct you, but do be cautious of Zhongsheng's brother-in-law, Gao Hu. I came here today specifically because of Gao Hu. To be precise, it is about the Gao brothers." Lin Yi did not conceal his intentions. "Oh." A glimmer of insight flashed in Ho Tianming's eyes as he paused with his chopsticks in midair and asked, "What do you mean?" "Director Ho, you must be well aware that the political ecology of Yunshan and even Dongjiang has been tainted, largely due to the Gao brothers," Lin Yi hinted. Ho Tianming set down his chopsticks, lit another cigarette, took a deep inhale, and then replied, "I am certainly aware." "Then you also understand that for the investigation team to rectify the political ecology and thoroughly investigate corrupt officials, it is imperative to dismantle the Gao brothers. Why haven't you suggested this to the investigation team leadership?" Lin Yi also set down his chopsticks and locked eyes with Ho Tianming. Ho Tianming gave a self-deprecating smile. "Do you really think suggesting it to the investigation team leadership would be effective?" "Why wouldn't it be?" Lin Yi countered. Ho Tianming did not respond but continued, "The Gao brothers have wreaked havoc in Dongjiang and Yunshan for so many years, yet they remain unscathed. Do you know why? They have powerful backers. Do you know who their backer is? Chen Guangming, the Deputy Secretary of the Provincial Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, and young Master Zhao from the capital." Lin Yi blurted out. "You actually know?" Ho Tianming's pupils constricted suddenly, his face filled with shock. Lin Yi remained silent, instead offering Ho Tianming a piece of fish, the tender and rich meat from the belly of the fish. However, Ho Tianming did not eat it. He stared intently at Lin Yi for several seconds before suddenly saying, "Lin Yi, haven't you always wanted to know my secret? I can tell you, but in exchange, you must answer me one question." "All right." Lin Yi nodded, meeting Ho Tianming's gaze. Ho Tianming's words were astonishing. Years ago, the Zhonglong group murdered a southern businessman over coal mining rights, and it was Gao Hu who led the operation. I arrested Gao Hu over this matter, but ultimately, I had to release him. Why did you release him? Was it due to insufficient evidence? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback, although he recalled the reports on Gao Long and Gao Hu. Knowing that Gao Hu had indeed killed a southern businessman, he was unaware of the details surrounding Ho Tianming's arrest and release of Gao Hu. This time, Ho Tianming did not respond immediately. He lit a third cigarette, smoked half of it before continuing, "The evidence was more than sufficient, but orders came from above for me to handle other cases. The person who subsequently took over the case ultimately released Gao Hu due to a lack of evidence. Afterward, I was furious and slammed the table in front of my superiors, insisting on reinvestigating Gao Hu, but my request was denied. I was unwilling to accept this and continued to investigate the murder case in secret. Could it be that you were transferred to the Provincial Public Security Department's publicity office because of this incident?" A thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. "Yes and no." Ho Tianming provided an ambiguous answer, then extinguished the glowing cigarette butt in his palm. In that instant, Lin Yi distinctly heard the sound of flesh being burned by the cigarette butt and saw Ho Tianming's expression turn particularly sinister, emanating a terrifying aura. It was a murderous intent. Not long after, my daughter was dragged at a bar and then violated by a group of beasts. After they finished with her, they discarded her on the street. Ho Tianming lowered his head, his voice heavy and hoarse. That day was the 24th of the 12th lunar month, a minor festival, and a heavy snow fell over Yunshan. My daughter was frozen into a snowman, leaving this world forever. On New Year's Eve, her mother prepared a lavish feast for me and shared a bottle of wine, claiming to feel dizzy before going to sleep, never to awaken again. She had taken a bottle of sleeping pills and left me a note with just 2 sentences. "Tianming, I'm sorry, I miss our daughter. I'm going to accompany her, please take care of yourself." At this point, Ho Tianming's head hung low, and his shoulders trembled uncontrollably. "I'm so sorry, Director Ho." Lin Yi felt his heart clench, unable to restrain himself from clenching his fists as he softly apologized to Ho Tianming. He understood that the words Ho Tianming had just spoken were akin to a knife reopening a wound, bleeding profusely. Ho Tianming took a deep breath and then reached for another cigarette from the pack, his hands trembling as he struggled to light it. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly stood up to light it for him. Ho Tianming inhaled deeply, smoking the entire cigarette before finally regaining his composure. "Director Ho, was it Gao Hu who was responsible for what happened to your daughter?" Lin Yi asked once he sensed that Ho Tianming had calmed down. "It was Gao Hu who covertly orchestrated it, but there was no concrete evidence." Only the few beasts were convicted. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, after my wife was buried, I went alone to the Jonglong group, intending to kill Gao Hu and avenge my wife and child. However, Gao Long had long prepared for this, having arranged for people from the public security system to dine at the Jonglong group's restaurant, preventing me from accomplishing my goal. Because of this incident, I was transferred from Yunshun to the Provincial Public Security Department's publicity office. You previously asked me why I knew many things but did not inform the investigation team. It was because the Gao brothers' influence was too vast. I dared not act rashly and could only patiently await an opportunity. This time, I am uncertain whether it is the opportunity one have been waiting for. Ho Tianming recounted the entire affair. Then, he raised his head, staring intently at Lin Yi once again. His eyes were bloodshot. In that moment, Lin Yi saw both expectation and fear reflected in those crimson eyes. Then, the man once hailed as the greatest detective of Yunshun, a legend in the Dongjiang police force, trembled as he asked, Lin Yi, you are well aware of the investigation team's motives for coming to Dongjiang and Yunshun, and you understand Mei Zhao's true background. Tell me honestly, will the investigation team be able to take down the Gao brothers and Chen Guangming? Brother Ho, I swear on my life that the Gao brothers and their protective shields will undoubtedly face utter destruction. Lin Yi met Ho Tianming's gaze, slowly speaking with a firm tone, resolute and unwavering. Chapter 045 The Gao brothers digging their own grave. The resolute words of Lin Yi echoed in Ho Tianming's ears, prompting him to exhale deeply. Lin Yi, with your assurance, I can finally breathe easy. This afternoon, I shall approach Director Fu and propose the establishment of a task force within the investigation team to combat organized crime and corruption, targeting the Gao brothers. Brother Ho, I have another suggestion. Lin Yi pondered for a moment before speaking. Ho Tianming inquired, what is your suggestion? After a brief pause, Lin Yi continued, let us borrow my classmate Shen Chuchu from the police department. She could be of great assistance. Additionally, she may be able to provide you and the investigation team with valuable leads and evidence from public reports. Excellent. Ho Tianming readily consented. If a task force against organized crime were to be established, it was only natural for him to lead it, and he required professionals to aid him. Shen Chuchu was a perfect fit. As for the leads and evidence, Ho Tianming was acutely aware that they would undoubtedly be Lin Yi's handiwork, merely conveyed through Shen Chuchu to him and the investigation team. This would bolster the interrogation efforts and expedite the Gao brothers' journey to the crematorium. Alright, Chief Ho, we've discussed the important matters, let us have a meal now. Seeing Ho Tianming's agreement, Lin Yi chose not to elaborate further. At 2 o'clock, after concluding their lunch, as Lin Yi and Ho Tianming were about to settle the bill, Lin Yi's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his mother, Fong Lon. He answered in front of Ho Tianming, Mom, what is the matter? Xiao Yi, the guest has arrived at home, it's one of your high school classmates. He is inquiring about your other classmate, Zhang Sheng. Lin Yi's expression changed dramatically. After Zhang Sheng was apprehended last night, Lin Yi had taken precautions by requesting Lu Ming, the chief of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau, to send someone to protect his parents. Now, someone had gone to their home. Lin Yi forced himself to remain calm and asked, Mom, did he mention his name? Fong Lon replied, he said his name is Suo Ming, with Suo meaning to demand and Ming meaning tomorrow. Suo Ming? Lin Yi's heart sank. There was no one by that name among his high school classmates. Although he was unaware of how this Suo Ming had managed to reach his home under the police's watchful eye, he understood that the individual was implying a threat. If Zhang Sheng was not released, his family's lives would be at stake. The name Suo Ming was synonymous with a demand for lives. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Yi quickly said, Mom, please hand the phone to my classmate. All right. Fong Lon passed the phone to the young man named Suo Ming. Suo Ming took the initiative to speak, cautioning, Lin Yi, you might want to ask Zhang Sheng's brother-in-law, he may know where Zhang Sheng has gone. Lin Yi coldly warned, I'm contacting Gao Hu now. But let me be clear, if you dare lay a finger on my parents, you will face dire consequences. Gao Hu and Zhang Sheng will accompany you to the grave. I await your call. Suo Ming, recalling Gao Hu's orders, resolved to follow through. Lin Yi compelled himself to remain composed. He refrained from calling Gao Hu directly and instead dialed Lu Ming to ascertain the situation. After receiving Lin Yi's call, Lu Ming was momentarily bewildered. He immediately contacted his subordinates to clarify the circumstances before returning Lin Yi's call. I apologize, Lin Ku. There were 2 detectives assigned to protect your parents during their lunch shift change. The incoming officer suddenly had an upset stomach and was absent for several minutes. It appears that Suo Ming took advantage of that interval to visit your home. Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Understood, Director Liu. I'm sorry, Lin Ku, I'll take people over to apprehend Suo Ming right away. Liu Ming felt a pang of guilt, eager to rectify the situation. Director Liu, taking action now may drive Suo Ming to desperate measures, possibly endangering my parents. I will first contact Gao Hu to ascertain his intentions. Please wait for my call. Lin Yi deliberated and made his decision. As soon as he concluded the call, Lin Yi retrieved Gao Hu's number from his call log and dialed back. After nearly 10 seconds, the call connected, and Gao Hu's languid voice came through. Hello, who is this? It's Lin Yi. Oh, Secretary Lin, how surprising to receive a call from you. Has the sun risen in the west? Gao Hu mockingly taunted Lin Yi, then continued without waiting for a response. The weather is delightful today, why don't we have some tea together? Where? Villa number 4 at the Qingshui Club. I'll give you 30 minutes. Gao Hu stipulated the time and location. If Lin Yi did not arrive within 30 minutes, his parents would be in jeopardy. I will be there on time. Lin Yi replied, ending the call with seething anger. Beside him, Ho Tianming, having grasped the situation, quickly remarked, Lin Yi, 30 minutes is insufficient for the police to mobilize. Moreover, Gao Hu has informants within the police, and not just one. The moment the police take action, Gao Hu will be alerted. Perhaps we should have Lu Ming lead a team to rescue your parents. Absolutely not, Brother Ho, I cannot gamble with my parents' lives. Lin Yi immediately rejected Ho Tianming's suggestion. The personnel from the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau had already faltered once. Who could guarantee that they could apprehend Suo Ming without endangering his parents? Lin Yi, while action cannot assure your parents' safety, Gao Hu is ruthless and unpredictable. If you go alone, you may also be in peril. Ho Tianming frowned, contemplating, what if I accompany you discreetly? Brother Ho, I will go alone. I am confident in my ability to ensure my own safety. The Gao brothers are digging their own grave. Lin Yi had regained his composure entirely. Without further delay, Lin Yi directly dialed Fu Ming, the head of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection stationed in Dongjiang. Director Fu, this is Lin Yi. I have a matter of utmost importance to report and seek your guidance on. Lin Yi succinctly outlined the crimes orchestrated by Gao Hu, including the assassination of Ho Tianming's daughter and the abduction of his parents, then presented his plan. Upon hearing this, Fu Ming clenched his fists in anger, articulating each word with conviction. Comrade Lin Yi, in my capacity as the head of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's Dongjiang investigation team, I assure you that the investigation team will fully support and cooperate with your plan, determined to eradicate the criminal enterprise led by the Gao brothers. Thank you, Director Fu. Take care of yourself. I will immediately make arrangements. Fu Ming added a cautionary note before hanging up. Lin Yi put away his phone and turned to Ho Tianming. Brother Ho, Director Fu has approved the plan and is mobilizing resources. Lin Yi, please prioritize your safety. If anything changes, inform me at once. Ho Tianming nodded solemnly. Lin Yi did not linger further and swiftly moved toward the exit of the private room. Ho Tianming silently raised his right arm, saluting Lin Yi's departing figure, a gesture of gratitude and respect. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at Longshan Group via taxi. He was escorted into the Longshan Group building by a burly man dressed in black, taking the elevator to the 8th floor and entering the chairman's office. Hai Hu appeared just as Lin Yi remembered, a rotund figure with a thick neck that seemed to merge with his head, sporting a buzz cut and dressed in traditional attire, exuding an air of menace. He lounged at the tea table in the office's relaxation area, one hand clutching a cigar while the other toyed with a string of gold prayer beads, flanked by two hulking men in black. As Lin Yi entered the office, the gaze of Gao Hu and his two companions fell upon him, their eyes sharp and predatory, reminiscent of serpents fixating on their prey, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Yi merely glanced at the trio before swiftly directing his attention to the tea table. There lay a firearm. Chapter 046, Braving the Tiger's Den, a battle of wits and valor. This revelation caused Lin Yi's pupils to constrict abruptly. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. He did not even pause in his stride, instead resolutely advancing towards Gao Hu. Witnessing this scene, Gao Hu and the two burly men behind him exchanged glances of surprise. For there had been others who, like Lin Yi, had ventured into the office, and not just one. Those individuals, upon encountering a firearm, had instantly faltered, some even soiling themselves in terror. Lin Yi's audacity exceeded their expectations. President Gao, I have brought the person, announced the burly man who had escorted Lin Yi to the office, bowing in deference as he reported to Gao Hu. Step outside. Gao Hu waved his hand dismissively, then fixed a sardonic gaze upon Lin Yi. Secretary Lin, few are deemed worthy to enter my office in Yunshon. Then I must consider myself quite fortunate, Lin Yi replied with a mocking smile, taking a seat directly opposite Gao Hu without waiting for an invitation. His audacity once again took Gao Hu by surprise. Meanwhile, the two men behind Gao Hu glared menacingly at Lin Yi, their hands inching toward their waistbands. Should Lin Yi dare to reach for the handgun resting on the tea table, they would be the first to draw their weapons. The astonishment on Gao Hu's face flickered before he regarded Lin Yi with newfound interest. Secretary Lin, I find myself unexpectedly admiring your courage. In the realm of politics, individuals of your caliber are a rarity. Is it necessary to possess courage merely to enjoy tea in your company? Lin Yi replied with a nonchalant smile, presenting an air of complete relaxation, as though he were indeed simply there for tea. Ha ha ha, Gao Hu chuckled, tossing a half-burnt cigar into the ashtray and idly fingering a set of golden prayer beads. Aside from my brothers and me, there are only two types of individuals who visit my office. Friends and foes. Friends enjoy tea, while foes might well find themselves as corpses. Spare me the theatrics. If you are so formidable, there would be no need to send someone to my home. You could simply have someone throw a sack over me and haul me here, gun to my head, demanding I release your brother-in-law. That would be far more efficient, Lin Yi retorted with a playful smirk, his words laced with mild harm yet profoundly insulting. As expected, Gao Hu's irritation flared at the retort. He seized the handgun from the tea table, aiming it at Lin Yi's head. You dog, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? I must remind you that prior to my arrival here, I was dining with Ho Tianming. He is aware of my visit. Should you take my life and bury me in some desolate place or sink my body in the river, you would be the police's prime suspect, Lin Yi stated, his expression unwavering, each word deliberate. Of course, you might think that with your brother present, this would pose no issue. Yet I must caution you that Mayor Zhao's connections surpass your brother's. The recent double regulation of Wu Jiqiang and Yi Yunfeng has proven this point. Do you truly believe, should Mayor Zhao choose to intervene on my behalf, that your brother could safeguard you? Does Xiao Yuan possess such power? After a moment of stunned silence, Gao Hu burst into laughter, recalling the information his brother Gao Long had revealed regarding the infamous young Master Zhao. To him, the law was but a joke. Young Master Zhao embodied the law itself. You may wish to call your brother now and inquire if Mayor Zhao possesses such influence. Lin Yi's countenance remained as calm as still water. He was confident that following Wu Jiqiang's downfall, both Chen Guangming and Gao Long would have discerned Xiao Yuan's background. At the very least, they would know which families in the capital were exerting their influence. The smile on Gao Hu's face faltered. Throughout this affair, he had not confided in his brother Gao Long. Firstly, he considered it shameful, having held dominion over Yunshun for so many years. His brother-in-law had been assaulted and subsequently detained. Secondly, Gao Long's business had prospered immensely in recent years, garnering him a reputation as a prominent figure in the business community, repeatedly admonishing Gao Hu to abandon his previous violent ways and cleanse himself of his nefarious associations. Gao Hu regarded Lin Yi with suspicion, gritting his teeth. You need not display such bravado. Even if Xiao Yuan truly possesses that power, would he risk antagonizing those significant figures for the sake of a pawn like you? On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, Mayor Xiao made a special visit with leaders from Qinghe County to see my parents. Are you aware of this? If not, you can call any officials above the rank of section chief in Qinghe County, and they will certainly confirm it, Lin Yi declared, rising to grasp Gao Hu's handgun, pointing it at his own forehead. Of course, if you find my words utterly untrustworthy, you may shoot me right here. Pull the trigger, and my life shall end. Just be careful not to miss, as I am rather afraid of pain. Gao Hu was momentarily taken aback. He held the gun, frozen in midair. Since he and his brother Gao Long had risen to power in Dongjiang, no one had ever dared to confront him with such audacity, especially not with a gun aimed at their head. Who was this audacious individual? Gao Hu silently cast, then lowered the handgun, tactically lifting his teacup to sip from it. Seeing this, Lin Yi understood he had successfully subdued Gao Hu, ensuring his own safety. He then took the initiative and said, now, let us discuss the matter of your intrusion into my home. You will contact Lu Ming and inform him that the misunderstanding between you and my brother-in-law was merely a misunderstanding. Request that he release my brother-in-law and have him call me to confirm his safety. I will then instruct the person lingering at your home to depart. Gao Hu's face broke into a radiant smile, believing he had Lin Yi under his thumb. Very well, I shall make the call, but after I finish, you must instruct your people to leave in my presence. Additionally, if any harm befalls my parents, I will hold you accountable. Lin Yi appeared somewhat angered, ultimately opting for compromise. As his words fell, Lin Yi, before Gao Hu, retrieved his phone and dialed Lu Ming's number. Hello, Director Lu, this is Lin Yi. I kindly request you release Zhongsheng. Lin Ku, why? Yesterday's incident was merely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, Lin Ku, you did not convey it as such yesterday, you insisted he be brought to justice. Director Lu, it truly was a misunderstanding. Moreover, upon releasing Zhongsheng, please have him contact his brother-in-law. Lin Yi interrupted Lu Ming. Very well. Lu Ming replied curtly before hanging up in a huff. Lin Yi concluded the call and pocketed his phone. I haven't played the role of the big brother for many years. Moments later, Gao Hu's phone rang with the familiar tune of Big Brother. He answered and deliberately switched to speaker mode, inquiring, Zhongsheng, have you been released? Brother-in-law, Lu Ming has only released me, but my brothers remain detained. Zhongsheng's voice echoed through the receiver. Do not worry. I will have someone call Lu Ming shortly to secure your brother's release. Gao Hu glanced at Lin Yi, deciding to use Zhongsheng to regain face. By the way, Zhongsheng, your classmate Lin Yi is right here with me on speaker. Why not speak with him for a moment? Brother-in-law, how did he come to be with you? Today, someone visited his home, and he sought my assistance in resolving the issue. Only brother-in-law knows how to play. Zhongsheng began with flattery before swiftly switching to mockery. Lin Yi, you piece of dog excrement, mark my words, I will definitely be out within 24 hours. Do you believe me? Now, do you believe it? What are you going to say? I'm already in deep trouble, not even Jesus can save me. Truly hilarious. Ensure your people vacate my home. Lin Yi remained silent in response to Zhongsheng's taunts, instead fixing a cold gaze upon Gao Hu. Alright, Zhongsheng, that will be enough for now. Go take a shower and wash away the bad luck. Gao Hu chuckled with satisfaction as he ended the call. He then turned his head to glance at the burly man on his left. The latter understood the unspoken command and promptly dialed a number, speaking in a low tone, Tang Yi has instructed you to leave. Upon delivering the message, the man hung up. Half a minute later, Lin Yi's phone rang as well. It was his mother, Feng Lon, informing him that the classmate named Suo Ming had departed and that both she and Lin Zhangguang were unharmed. Lin Yi exhaled in relief, rising to leave. Wait. Gao Hu called out, raising an eyebrow and brazenly threatening, I do not wish for anyone else to know about today's events. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that the next time someone visits your home, I will still be able to assist you. Lin Yi did not look back nor halt his steps. He strode out of the office with his head held high, under the watchful gaze of Gao Hu and his companions. Then he retrieved his phone and sent a precomposed message. It contained but 2 words, action. Chapter 047. Why did you provoke him? Qinghe County, Huaxi Community. A young man nicknamed Xiao Liuzi, who impersonated Lin Yi's high school classmate Suo Ming, had just stepped out of the unit door when he was forcefully subdued by 4 plainclothes detectives who had been lying in wait. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Xiao Liuzi instinctively attempted to resist, but upon realizing they were police officers, he ceased his struggle and feigned calmness as he questioned them. Do you not have any idea what you've done? Cuff him, take him away, backed the lead detective. One of the officers promptly produced handcuffs and secured them around Xiao Liuzi's wrists, then, along with his companions, escorted him out of the community, 1 on each side. Xiao Liuzi understood that the police were apprehending him due to his visit to Lin Yi's residence, but he dared not protest further and instead awaited his ally Gao Hu to extricate him from this predicament. Meanwhile, Zhongsheng, who had just been rescued by Gao Hu, emerged from the County Public Security Bureau with his hands behind his back, humming a cheerful tune, as though inspecting the premises like a superior. However, he quickly came to a halt upon spotting the County Public Security Bureau Chief, Lu Ming, accompanied by 4 detectives, standing at the entrance, their gazes fixed on him like hawks. Chief Lu, I do enjoy the look of disdain on others' faces when they can't do anything about it, Zhongsheng sneered as he approached Lu Ming, his voice dripping with sarcasm. By the way, I recall you saying yesterday that no matter who called you, you wouldn't release anyone. Otherwise, you'd remove your police cap, take off your uniform, hand over your firearm, and go back to your hometown to plant sweet potatoes, should I throw you a farewell party. Cuff him, take him back to the interrogation room, and let him remember this. Lu Ming retorted coldly. Hey, what are you doing? Zhongsheng exclaimed, startled. Lu Ming, Lin Yi has reconciled with me and asked you to release me. Why are you arresting me again? What does this mean? I'm sorry, Zhongsheng, but Lin Ku informed me that he merely wanted you to take one last breath of free air, Lu Ming replied with a chilling smile, waving his hand. Instantly, the four detectives lunged at Zhongsheng like tigers descending from a mountain. What does this mean? That dog Lin Yi deceived my brother-in-law? Zhongsheng realized the gravity of the situation and shouted as he reached for his phone in his pocket to call Gao Hu. I need to call my brother-in-law. Smack. Before he could finish his sentence, a detective delivered a swift blow to the back of his head, leaving him dazed. Without giving Zhongsheng a chance to resist, they swiftly placed handcuffs on him. Damn it, how dare that Lin fellow toy with my brother-in-law? Is he tired of living? Although Zhongsheng's body offered no resistance, his mouth remained defiant, firmly believing that his powerful brother-in-law would find a way to bail him out and make Lin Yi pay a heavy price. Yunshun City. Chairman's office of Longsheng Group. Gao Hu, the individual Zhongsheng was desperately thinking of, was sipping tea when he was startled into spitting out his drink upon hearing a report from his subordinate. Master Hu, the brothers below say a large group of armed police has arrived outside the group's entrance. Armed police. Gao Hu, startled, sprang to his feet, rushing to the window. In the next moment, he clearly saw dozens of vehicles parked outside Longsheng Group, all with white license plates beginning with the letters WJ. Among them, the first two were Mitsubishi SUVs, followed by a fleet of armored personnel carriers. Additionally, Gao Hu noticed Lin Yi striding out of the Longsheng Group's main entrance towards the leading two Mitsubishi vehicles. Soon, 5 individuals emerged from the SUVs, one of whom was Ho Tianming in police uniform, while the other 4 donned armed police attire. Advisor Lin. Upon seeing Lin Yi, the 4 armed police leaders greeted him in unison. Ho Tianming then asked with concern, Advisor Lin, are you all right? I'm fine, Ho, Lin Yi replied. That's good to hear. Upon learning that Lin Yi was unharmed, Ho Tianming felt relieved and proceeded to introduce Lin Yi. Advisor Lin, this is Li Guofeng, the commander of the Yunshun City Armed Police Detachment. These 3 are the captains of the armed police squads Zhongju, Lu Su, and Niu Tao. Captain Li, I appreciate your assistance. Lin Yi shook hands with Li Guofeng, Zhongju, Lu Su, and Niu Tao in turn. Advisor Lin, we are here to cooperate with the investigation team's apprehension operation as instructed by our superiors. Please direct us. Li Guofeng said, extending his hand to Lin Yi. Ho Tianming explained, Lin Yi, Director Fu has appointed you as the overall commander of this apprehension operation. Both Li and I will follow your lead. Captain Li, Director Ho, let the professionals handle professional matters. When it comes to apprehensions, you have far more experience than I do, you should direct the operation. Lin Yi quickly shook his head. He understood that Director Fu had designated him as the commander because he had drafted the plan, and others could not be expected to know every detail. With the apprehension now at hand, his input was no longer necessary. Captain Li, since Advisor Lin has spoken, let us commence the apprehension operation directly. Have the soldiers secure the building and execute the apprehension. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Ho Tianming did not hesitate, immediately conferring with Li Guofeng. Having previously served as the chief of the criminal investigation team and deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, he was familiar with directing such operations, having collaborated with armed police on numerous occasions. Understood. Li Guofeng nodded and turned to the 3 squad leaders behind him, instructing, lead the soldiers into action, ensuring 0 casualties. Yes. The 3 squad leaders saluted and accepted their orders. 1 minute later, over 100 fully armed police officers disembarked from the armored personnel carriers, rifles in hand, then charged into Longsheng Group. The security guards at the entrance were so frightened that they slumped in their chairs, not daring to intervene. Not only them, but Gao Hu, who was in the chairman's office on the 8th floor, was also struck by fear. The arrogance he had displayed in front of Lin Yi was completely gone, replaced by sheer terror as he grabbed his phone to call Gao Long for help. Brother, it's bad. A huge number of armed police have suddenly shown up at the group and seem intent on arresting me. Armed police are arresting you, what is going on? Gao Long inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. As a prominent figure in the business world and a leader in the Dongjiang underworld, he understood that the deployment of armed police typically indicated a major incident. Gao, whose mind was racing, I don't know. What have you been up to this past couple of days? I just had the secretary of Yunshun City's mayor, Xiao Yuan, over for tea in my office. Lin Yi. Yes. What the hell were you thinking, provoking him? Gao Long exclaimed in anger. Lin Yi, who had just dealt with Wu Jiqiong and Yi Yunfeng, had been invited for tea. This was nothing short of courting disaster. Realizing his brother's fury, Gao Hu stammered an explanation. Brother, he hit my brother-in-law and had the Public Security Bureau of Qinghe County arrest him. Listen, do not resist. The armed police are different from the regular police, they only recognize orders from their superiors. Don't even mention that you are my brother, even if you are Chen Guangming's father. If you dare to resist, they will shoot you on sight. Gao Long interrupted coldly, advising, also, hide any firearms or knives. If you can't conceal them, have your subordinates carry them. I will find Chen Guangming and see what can be done. Brother, you must save me. Gao Hu realized the severity of the situation, his voice trembling. Gao Long hung up without further word. Gao Hu forced himself to calm down and immediately followed his brother's advice to conceal the firearms and knives in the office building. However, the speed of the armed police's actions exceeded Gao Hu's expectations. Before his subordinates could properly hide the weapons, a dozen fully armed officers stormed into the office, taking him and 2 other henchmen into custody. The 2 men were Gao Hu's right-hand men, known as the Black and White Impermanence of Yunshan. Gao Hu himself was dubbed the Living King of Hell. In Yunshan, if Gao Hu wanted someone dead by 3 in the morning, the Black and White Impermanence would ensure that person did not survive until 5. The armed police's operation lasted half an hour. After 30 minutes, dozens of individuals, including Gao Hu, were escorted out of the Longshan Group building. Lin Yi, Ho Tianming, and Li Guofeng awaited at the entrance. Captain Zhang Ju approached the 3 and saluted, reporting, "Report, chiefs, the apprehension operation is complete." A total of 52 suspects were captured, along with the seizure of Ho Tianming and Li Guofeng shared a glance before hastily following. "You bastard, how dare you scheme against me? Once I'm out, I will settle both old and new scores with you." Gao Hu, upon seeing Lin Yi, recalled how Lin Yi had during the armed police's operation, both he and Li Guofeng had learned from Lin Yi about the tea incident. They both admired Lin Yi's audacity while simultaneously feeling outrage at Gao Hu's reckless actions. As senior advisor to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, hadn't he just finished his assignment and returned to the city government office? Gao Hu was initially taken aback but then dismissed Ho Tianming's words as a scare tactic, sneering, "Ho Tianming." Gao Hu, restrained by 2 armed officers, was unable to move, and like a sandbag, he took the full force of Lin Yi's kick, doubling over in pain. That kick was for Brother Ho. Lin Yi stepped forward, gripping Gao Hu's thick neck as he enunciated, "Stop dreaming. No one can save you. A scoundrel like you deserves to perish to quell the public's outrage." Chapter 048 Who lacks a backing? Soon after, over 50 individuals, including Gao Hu, were taken away. Lin Yi and Ho Tianming arrived on the street. "Lin Yi, thank you." Ho Tianming expressed his gratitude. He was thankful not only for Lin Yi's swift action in apprehending Gao Hu but also for that decisive kick moments ago. The sight of Gao Hu had invoked memories of his deceased wife and child, and he had yearned to shoot Gao Hu to pieces. Lin Yi's kick had allowed Ho Tianming to vent much of his pent-up rage. "Brother Ho, you are too polite." Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively. Ho Tianming, not one for pretentiousness, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to Lin Yi before lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag. Under the intoxicating influence of nicotine, Ho Tianming's mood gradually settled, and he spoke. "Lin Yi, the head of the investigation team has agreed to establish a task force for the eradication of organized crime based on your proposal. They will deploy officers from a different region. The police from Zhongyuan province will arrive this afternoon." "The leadership remains thoughtful," Lin Yi remarked sincerely. The Gao brothers had Chen Guangming as their backing. Using local police from Dongjiang would undoubtedly risk leaking information. By bringing in officers from another region, that concern was alleviated. While puffing on his cigarette, Ho Tianming continued, "Additionally, Gao Long is one of the most prominent entrepreneurs in Dongjiang and a standing member of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference. The leadership is worried that without sufficient evidence, detaining him could have adverse repercussions. They suggested postponing Gao Long's arrest and allowing me to interrogate Gao Hu first. Once we have concrete evidence, we can proceed against Gao Long. Then we shall act according to the leadership's directives." Lin Yi sighed inwardly. He understood that Ho Tianming was merely presenting a superficial rationale. The real reason was that Chen Guangming's former superior was the venerable Zhao family patriarch, a figure of immense status and power. If the Zhao family sought to protect Chen Guangming and even Gao Long, they would undoubtedly clash with the investigation team and those behind Xiao Yuan. Should the investigation team deviate from proper procedures, they could easily find themselves in a precarious position. He will not be allowed to escape. Ho Tianming extinguished his cigarette with determination, adding, "Moreover, the Provincial Armed Police Corps will dispatch special forces to provide round-the-clock protection for your parents and sister, ensuring their safety. The special forces of the armed police are the elite in security, counterterrorism, and defense operations. Typically, they are only deployed for high-level inspections, making their presence to safeguard Lin Yi's family an unparalleled level of security." Ho Tianming then inquired, do you require someone to be assigned to you as well? No need, Lin Yi shook his head confidently, saying, Gao Long is not like Gao Hu. As a standing member of the Provincial Political Consultative Conference, he interacts with officials regularly and should be acutely aware of the consequences of provoking members of the Central Commission for Discipline inspection. Furthermore, it is not yet a matter of life and death for him, he will surely be devising every possible means to save Gao Hu. That makes sense, Ho Tianming nodded slightly, convinced of Lin Yi's analysis. Indeed, the situation was as Lin Yi had surmised. In the capital of Dongjiang Province, Xiamen City, at the Donglong Clubhouse, Chen Guangming, the Deputy Secretary of the Dongjiang Provincial Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, hurriedly entered a private tea room designated for his use. Inside, Gao Long was already present, but instead of sipping tea, he was smoking. The air was thick with haze, and the ashtray was filled with several cigarette butts, all extinguished halfway through. I thought there was a fire, Chen Guangming frowned upon entering. He neither smoked nor appreciated the smell of tobacco. In the past, Gao Long had never smoked in his presence. Gao Long extinguished his cigarette and stood to greet Chen Guangming. Secretary Guangming, indeed, there is a fire, and it is urgent. I have told you countless times to rein in your brother, yet you refuse to listen. Now, look what trouble he has stirred. Chen Guangming reprimanded sharply, that Lin Yi is undoubtedly a blade wielded by Xiao Yuan. After concluding his investigation, his first strike was against Wu Jiqiang. What audacity does your brother have to provoke Lin Yi, to point a gun at his head? He truly does not know the meaning of danger. Gao Long was at a loss for words. While Gao Hu was oblivious to the might of the Central Commission for Discipline inspection, Gao Long was all too aware. If violence were to be employed in the political arena, it would be crossing a red line. But to lay hands on an envoy was to challenge the very rules of engagement. Challenging the rules invites certain doom. History is replete with examples. Gao Long, your brother threatened Lin Yi at gunpoint, and the Longshan group was found with a cache of firearms and blades. The situation is too grave for rescue, you must concede, Chen Guangming stated, observing Gao Long's silence and voicing his opinion. Secretary Guangming, are you jesting? Gao Long furrowed his brow, his tone betraying unrestrained anger. He respected Chen Guangming, adhering to the rules of their relationship, but when it came to his life and fortune, he would overturn the table. What need was there for rules then? Do I seem to be joking? If Lin Yi were merely Xiao Yuan's secretary, we might still have a chance, but he also holds the position of a senior consultant for the Central Commission for Discipline inspection. Do you not comprehend the implications of that identity? Chen Guangming replied, equally furrowing his brow. Although aware of Gao Long's ruthless nature, he preferred the image of Gao Long behaving like a docile lamb. With a sullen expression, Gao Long countered, Secretary Guangming, if I abandon my brother and he confesses everything, will I remain unscathed? If I run into trouble, will you be able to extricate yourself? Chen Guangming fell silent. Gao Long had wielded considerable influence in Dongjiang over the years, and the Longjiang Group had become one of the province's leading private enterprises, a feat largely attributable to Chen Guangming's contributions, for which he had reaped substantial rewards. If Gao Long were to fall, implicating Chen Guangming, unless the old leader was willing to go to great lengths to protect him, he would likely find himself in Qincheng or worse. Very well, I shall call the old leader today, Chen Guangming finally conceded after a moment of contemplation, opting to address the issue at its source. This approach would entail a lesser price, and the likelihood of the old leader being amenable to assistance was greater. Thank you, Secretary Guangming. Upon hearing Chen Guangming's words, Gao Long breathed a sigh of relief, restoring his respect for Chen Guangming. He believed that as long as the Zhao family elder was willing to lend a hand, his brother Gao Hu would undoubtedly be rescued. After all, Gao Hu had not killed Lin Yi. As for whether Gao Hu had indeed pointed a gun at Lin Yi's head, who could say? Was it Lin Yi who had the final say? No, it was power that dictated the outcome. Do not rush to thank me. It remains uncertain whether the old leader will involve himself in your predicament, Chen Guangming warned, narrowing his eyes at Gao Long. You should also seek out Zhao Tianming. Over the years, Zhao Tianming has made considerable profits through you. He should not turn a blind eye to this. By employing a dual approach, we stand a better chance. Understood. Gao Long nodded. Even without Chen Guangming's prompting, he would have sought out Zhao Tianming himself. He had never put all his eggs in one basket. Lastly, I must caution you, regardless of how much you despise Lin Yi, you must not lay a hand on him. Chen Guangming hesitated before reiterating his concern. Although Gao Long had become a renowned entrepreneur in Dongjiang, integrating into high society, Chen Guangming was acutely aware that in terms of ruthlessness, Gao Hu was not even one-tenth of Gao Long. Rest assured, Secretary Guangming, I am now a distinguished entrepreneur and do not engage in violent affairs. In this world, there are myriad ways for someone to meet their end point one day in the future. Should Lin Yi's parents perish due to natural disasters or man-made calamities, what would it have to do with me? Gao Long scoffed coldly. As Chen Guangming had anticipated, Gao Long could not swallow this indignation. The day the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection departed Dongjiang would mark the anniversary of Lin Yi's parents' demise. At that moment, Lin Yi received a call from Xiao Yuan and arrived at his residence. Xiao Yi, I have heard everything from Brother Fu. It is far too dangerous for you to confront Gao Hu alone. Xiao Yuan's face was etched with concern upon seeing Lin Yi. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Yuan's concern, Lin Yi explained, Brother Xiao, the situation was urgent, and time was of the essence. Even involving the police would have been too late. I had no choice but to act, otherwise, my parents would have been in mortal danger. How can someone commit such heinous acts as Gao Hu and still have supporters? Do they truly believe the law does not exist? Xiao Yuan fumed, fully recognizing the truth in Lin Yi's words. Xiao Yi, return home tonight, pack your belongings, and accompany me to the capital tomorrow. To the capital. Lin Yi was taken aback. Brother Fu informed me that if, simply follow my arrangements. Xiao Yuan interrupted Lin Yi decisively, his tone resolute. Let it not be said that the Gao brothers are merely Zhao Tianming's lackeys. Even if it was Zhao Tianming himself who dared to abduct your parents and threaten you at gunpoint, I will ensure he pays a heavy price. Chapter 049. Lin Yi's words can represent my opinion. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, Shen Chuchu had just arrived at her workplace when she received a call from the head of the personnel department of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. She learned that she was to be temporarily assigned to the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team stationed in Dongjiang. This news did not surprise Shen Chuchu, as Lin Yi had already contacted her the previous evening to arrange this matter and provided her with a series of leads and evidence concerning the crimes of the Gao brothers. Armed with this information, Shen Chuchu set off for the Municipal Party Committee's guest house to report to Ho Tianming. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, having packed his belongings the night before, took a taxi to the train station. Although Dongjiang is not far from the capital, Xiao Yuan decided to accompany Lin Yi on the train to Beijing. Upon arriving at the station, they boarded a soft sleeper compartment on a K-series train. In 2008, the domestic high-speed railway mileage was 866 kilometers, and Yunshun would not have access to high-speed rail until after August 1 st. After disembarking at Beijing West Station, personnel from the Yunshun office in the capital were dispatched to pick them up. The Beijing office is a unique establishment, serving as a special agency for various provinces and cities in the capital, facilitating leaders' affairs in Beijing. The head of such an office holds a relatively low rank but is either a trusted confidant of a leader or a skilled diplomat, typically enjoying a promising future. A decade later, authorities issued directives to rectify the chaos surrounding local Beijing offices, retaining only those from provincial and vice-provincial cities. However, in response to these policies, various prefectural cities and regions transformed into Beijing liaison offices, subject to provincial government approval. As for county-level entities and numerous enterprises, they exist indirectly in the form of service centers, liaison offices, and clubs. This situation also contributes to the perpetually high prices at upscale restaurants and star-rated hotels in the capital. Just as Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan were about to exit the train station, Xiao Yuan's phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed a rather unusual phone number, 9 consecutive nines. In 2023, a phone number ending with 6 nines was auctioned for over 20 million. This number, featuring 9 nines, has become legendary, as its owner is none other than the scion of the Zhao family, Zhao Tianming. It seems Brother Fu's concerns were well-founded. The Zhao family is quite invested in the affairs of Dongjiang and Yunshun, Xiao Yuan remarked, unable to suppress his thoughts upon seeing Zhao Tianming's call. Lin Yi was taken aback and inquired, Brother Xiao, is that a call from the Zhao family? Indeed, it's Zhao Tianming, Xiao Yuan confirmed with a nod. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to answer the call. Hello, who is this? Xiao Yuan, it's your brother Tianming, Zhao Tianming said, deliberately attempting to establish familiarity before getting straight to the point. I heard you're in Beijing on business today. It's been a while since we last met. Let me arrange a gathering for this evening. Zhao, a gathering sounds fine, but I'll take care of the venue, Xiao Yuan replied after a brief pause. He understood that Zhao Tianming's sudden call must be related to the affairs of Dongjiang and Yunshan, yet he resolved to meet with Zhao Tianming to discern what he and the Zhao family intended. Zhao Tianming chuckled, "Zhao Yuan, you're back in the capital. As the host, it's my duty to treat you. How could I let you handle the arrangements? Since when has Zhao been the host of the capital?" "I was unaware." Zhao Yuan feigned curiosity. Zhao Tianming's smile instantly faltered. Firstly, Zhao Yuan's words served as a reminder that while Zhao Tianming's father held a high position, he was not the sovereign of the capital, merely a prince at best. Secondly, Zhao Yuan's remarks indicated his stance: "We are not well acquainted." "Very well, then arrange the place and send me the details," Zhao Tianming conceded after a moment of awkwardness, his tone taking on a distinctly somber note. Zhao Yuan remained silent and ended the call. "Zhao Yi, let us first attend to matters at the ministry, and then we can invite Ximing and the others for dinner this evening," Zhao Yuan said, stowing his phone away. "Understood, Brother Zhao," Lin Yi replied, though he found himself puzzled. Hadn't Brother Zhao just arranged to meet with the Zhao family scion? Why the sudden plan to gather with Su Ximing and the others? The dining location chosen by Zhao Yuan was at the Yunshan office in the capital, a historically significant courtyard that had been refurbished to include offices, meeting rooms, and a dining area. While it was termed a dining room, it was in reality a spacious chamber of approximately 80 square meters, featuring a lounging area with an octagonal table adorned with various bonsai, the ambience rivaling that of high-end restaurant private rooms. Typically, when leaders from Yunshan conducted affairs in the capital, they would host guests in this very room. This arrangement also allowed them to report to higher authorities, claiming to have dined in the internal cafeteria, thus facilitating expense management. At 6 in the evening, Lin Yi and Zhao Yuan arrived at the private room and settled into the lounge area. No sooner had they taken their seats than a man entered the room, Zhao Tianming. Lin Yi recognized him instantly. In a previous life, the scandal surrounding Zhao Yuan's case had triggered a nationwide anti-corruption storm, ensnaring individuals such as Chen Guangming and Gao Long. Zhao Tianming had fled abroad to evade consequences. Years later, upon returning to the country, Zhao Tianming found himself imprisoned shortly after the fall of the Zhao family. Sporting a classic slicked-back hairstyle reminiscent of a character from the film A God of Gamblers, he wore a purple shirt, exuding an air of distinction. "Zhao Yuan, it has been too long," Zhao Tianming greeted as he entered the room, casting his gaze upon Zhao Yuan. As for Lin Yi, he seemed invisible to him. "Greetings, Zhao," Zhao Yuan replied nonchalantly, remaining seated and refraining from rising to welcome him. Zhao Tianming appeared unperturbed. While the attendant prepared tea, he took a seat on the sofa opposite Zhao Yuan. Once the attendant had left, Zhao Tianming crossed his legs, surveying the room before speaking again. "Zhao Yuan, the ambience here is decent, though it pales in comparison to top-tier clubs." "Top-tier clubs are places frequented by you, Zhao," Zhao Yuan remarked pointedly. Zhao Tianming, unfazed, responded with a dismissive smile. "Zhao Yuan, your statement is misguided. Currently, amidst the American financial crisis affecting the global economy, we must stimulate consumption. If neither you nor I spend, how will the nation fund economic development?" "Haha," Zhao Yuan scoffed, showing no inclination to engage further. Zhao Yuan's demeanor finally ruffled Zhao Tianming, who shifted his attention to Lin Yi, glaring coldly. "What kind of secretary are you? Can't you see when to step back while I converse with your superior?" Lin Yi remained silent, dismissing Zhao Tianming's words as inconsequential, instead directing his gaze toward Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan frowned at Zhao Tianming. "Zhao Yi is my brother, there is no need for him to step back." "If you don't mind, then I have no objections," Zhao Tianming replied, a hint of irritation creasing his brow. Although he was unaware of Zhao Yuan's reasons for keeping Lin Yi present, he regarded the term brother as ludicrous. Much like Chen Guangming, he perceived Lin Yi as merely a tool in Zhao Yuan's hands. Zhao Yuan chose not to respond but rather awaited Zhao Tianming to clarify his intentions. As anticipated, after taking a strategic sip of water, Zhao Tianming could no longer restrain himself and initiated the conversation. "Zhao Yuan, I invited you today not only to catch up but also to discuss matters concerning Dongjiang. Does Zhao have business interests in Dongjiang?" Zhao Yuan inquired with genuine interest. Zhao Tianming's pupils constricted sharply, but he quickly recovered, shaking his head with a smile. "Not exactly. I merely have two acquaintances. One is Chen Guangming, the Deputy Secretary of the Dongjiang Provincial Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, and the other is Gao Long, the Chairman of the Longjiang Group." As his words settled, Zhao Tianming fixed his gaze on Zhao Yuan, eager to gauge his reaction. By mentioning these two individuals and asserting their friendship, Zhao Tianming's purpose for meeting Zhao Yuan became glaringly apparent, yet, to Zhao Tianming's dismay, Zhao Yuan's expression remained as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. "Zhao Yuan, I have heard about your situation. That Vice Secretary of the Yunshun Municipal Committee, Wu Jiqiang, has the audacity to conspire against you. Zhao Tianming began by condemning Wu Jiqiang vehemently before shifting his tone. However, Xiao Yuan, you may have misunderstood Chen Guangming. Your predicament has nothing to do with him, he is entirely unaware and has no involvement, it is solely Wu Jiqiang's folly. You cannot imagine how he berated Wu Jiqiang for a full 10 minutes when he called me. Is that so? Absolutely true. Zhao Tianming affirmed with conviction, then continued, and that Gao Long's brother, Gao Hu, is a legitimate businessman who, unfortunately, surrounded himself with a gang of thugs. Gao Long informed me that the firearms and knives seized from the Longsheng group belonged to Gao Hu's underlings and had nothing to do with him. At this point, Zhao Tianming took another tactical sip of tea, keenly observing Xiao Yuan. If his initial remarks were merely hints, his previous statement had laid everything bare. Firstly, Chen Guangming had no ties to the Xiao Yuan case, the Zhao family would protect Chen Guangming. Secondly, Gao Hu is the brother of my friend, I wish to extricate him, yet, before Xiao Yuan could respond, Lin Yi could no longer contain himself, retorting directly, over the years, Gao Hu has organized idle individuals to create disturbances, engage in mass brawls, and has not infrequently caused death and injury. After entering business, he even resorted to murder to seize coal mining rights, and he instigated the brutal assault that led to the death of the daughter of the former deputy director of the Yunshun Public Security Bureau, Ho Tianming. How can he be deemed a legitimate businessman? Mind your tongue, child. Zhao Tianming's brow arched, fixing a cold stare at Lin Yi. He was the exalted scion of the Zhao family. What standing did Lin Yi have to speak to him? As if in response to Zhao Tianming, Xiao Yuan coldly stated, Zhao Tianming, let me reiterate, Xiao Yi is my brother, his words can represent my opinion. Is that so? Upon hearing Xiao Yuan's declaration once more and sensing his anger, Zhao Tianming scrutinized Xiao Yuan for several seconds. He then redirected his gaze to Lin Yi, pressing him, young comrade, what is your stance? The Gao brothers' crimes are heinous, provoking the wrath of both gods and men. Their demise is the only way to assuage public outrage. Lin Yi met Zhao Tianming's gaze without flinching, responding coldly. Chapter 050 Young Master Zhao was stunned. Zhao Tianming was momentarily speechless. He widened his eyes, staring incredulously at Lin Yi, as if to say, have you no sense to take a good look at yourself in the mirror before speaking to me like that? In an instant, Zhao Tianming's expression darkened, and he furrowed his brow as he questioned Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan, is your brother a bit mentally challenged? I asked him about Gao Hu, and he rambled on about the Gao brothers. What does that even mean? The literal meaning, Lin Yi interjected, since Zhao Tianming and the Zhao family were resolute in protecting the Gao brothers, and Xiao Yuan staunchly supported him, Lin Yi chose to confront Zhao Tianming head-on. Comrade, do not think that just because I am showing you respect as a leader, you can act so disrespectfully without any sense of propriety. Have you never heard the saying, trouble comes from the mouth? Zhao Tianming glared at Lin Yi, his voice cold. Moreover, I have heard that you publicly claimed Gao Hu pointed a gun at your head. Who can corroborate that? Everything must be substantiated with evidence, or you cannot just speak without proof. Who says there is no evidence? As he spoke, Lin Yi pulled out his phone, opening a recording. You dog, do you think I wouldn't dare to kill you? You can shoot me right here, with one pull of the trigger, my life would be over, just make sure you don't miss, because I fear pain. This was a snippet of the recording from his encounter with Gao Hu. Though it contained only a couple of lines, it was sufficient to prove that Gao Hu had indeed aimed a gun at Lin Yi's head, and Lin Yi, undeterred, had even urged Gao Hu to pull the trigger. This recording left Xiao Yuan in awe. He had only heard from Fu Ming about Lin Yi's daring venture into the tiger's den, outsmarting Gao Hu and successfully directing the armed police to capture him after resolving his parents' crisis, but he had not anticipated the specific details to be so thrilling. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianming's mind was buzzing, infuriated to think that he had allowed Lin Yi to record him. Is Gao Long's brother a fool? Xiao, is this evidence sufficient? Lin Yi's voice was low as he addressed Zhao Long. Zhao Long was rendered speechless, his body trembling with rage. He lit a cigarette, took a few deep puffs, and then said to Xiao Yuan, we grew up in the same courtyard. Please do me a favor and let this matter rest. My brother has stated that the Gao brothers must die to quell public outrage. Did you not hear him? Xiao Yuan retorted, clearly refusing to grant any favors. Zhao Long's expression shifted, extinguishing his cigarette as he enunciated, Xiao Yuan, our elder is aware of this matter, and he specifically sent me to discuss it with you. Your stance makes it exceedingly difficult for me to report back. Should I ask Elder Su, Elder Zhong, Elder Wang, and Elder Chen to speak with your elder? Xiao Yuan replied coldly. For him, it did not matter whether Zhao Tianming was acting on his own accord or representing the Zhao family. He had firmly resolved to stand up for Lin Yi. If the elder of the Zhao family wished to intervene, he could only seek out several elders to inquire about the Zhao family's intentions. Zhao Tianming's face changed dramatically. He could sense the resoluteness in Xiao Yuan's tone. The elders Xiao Yuan referred to were of equal status and power to the Zhao family elder. If the four families mobilized simultaneously, the Zhao family elder would have no choice but to concede. Moreover, the Zhao family elder had not expressed any intention to involve himself in the affairs of Dongjiang. He had merely sent Xiao Tianming to discuss the situation. Xiao Yuan, tell me honestly, why are you doing this? After the shock, Zhao Tianming fixed his gaze on Xiao Yuan. He understood that while the Xiao family itself lacked considerable clout, the four families Xiao Yuan mentioned owed significant favors to the Xiao family, often treating Xiao Yuan as one of their own. Yet, Xiao Yuan had never leveraged the influence of the four families for anything, and now, he was prepared to make an exception. This left Xiao Tianming utterly baffled. First, my brother has stated that the Gao brothers have committed numerous atrocities over the years, oppressing the people, and they must die to quell public anger. Second, from the moment Gao Hu aimed a gun at my brother's head, his fate was sealed. Xiao Yuan responded coldly, presenting both a sense of justice and personal vendetta. You would risk the ire of our elder for the repeated mention of Lin Yi, along with the emotion in Xiao Yuan's tone, led him to realize that Xiao Yuan did not view Lin Yi as a mere tool, but truly treated him as a brother. At that moment, before Xiao Yuan could respond, the door to the private room swung open. Su Shameng, Wang Xiang, Shong Xiaola, and Chen Zhon entered. Today, Su Shameng, with her flowing long hair cascading over her shoulders, donned a white dress paired with black shoes, resembling a princess from a fairy tale, breathtakingly beautiful. Known as the most beautiful woman in the capital, this title was a reflection of the elite circles, while the common folk remained oblivious to her existence. Among the privileged youth, including Zhao Tianming, Su's princess was not only a beauty but also the epitome of an ideal marriage partner. This was why many prominent families hoped Su Shameng would become their granddaughter-in-law. Despite being nearly 40, Zhao Tianming remained unmarried and was one of Su Shameng's suitors, having attempted to woo her twice without success. Yet, he had not given up, always harboring the desire to bring Su Shameng home. However, Su Shameng did not respond to Zhao Tianming. In fact, she did not even glance in his direction, instead walking straight towards Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan. This moment left Zhao Tianming feeling exceedingly awkward. Lin Yi, we had an agreement, you come to the capital, and I treat you to a meal, yet you don't even bother to greet me. Su Shameng halted before Lin Yi, her large, sparkling eyes fixed on him, resembling an irate little princess. What was going on? Shameng knew that little brat. She intended to treat that little brat to a meal. Zhao Tianming's embarrassment swiftly morphed into shock. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have preferred to believe that the woman who consistently sought his attention did so out of love rather than accept that the usually aloof Su family princess would speak such words to a... He had thought Su Shameng's invitation that day was merely a polite gesture, not realizing she was genuinely interested. What's this, a few days apart, and you've become distant, you call brother Xiao, yet refer to me as Miss Su. Su Shameng, unfazed by his words, grew even angrier. At that moment, she bore no resemblance to the word virtuous, resembling a provoked monkey, her small tiger teeth showing in irritation. Haha, behind Su Shameng, Wang Xiang, Shong Xiaola, and Chen Zhon, unaware of the earlier confrontation between what on earth was happening. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Tianming was utterly dumbfounded. Wang Xiang, Shong Xiaola, and Chen Zhon were all prominent young elites in the capital, and in terms of influence, they were not inferior to him, yet here they were, treating Lin Yi like a brother. Chapter 051. Shocked to the point of questioning life, as Zhao Tianming's mind buzzed, Su Shameng cast her gaze upon him for the first time, her disdain glaringly evident. Xiao Yuan, why did you invite this greasy man to our gathering of siblings? Yesterday, someone pointed a gun at Xiao Yi's head in Yunshan and even sent people to abduct Xiao Yi's parents. Subsequently, that person was captured. Zhao Tianming came to me, urging me to keep it discreet, lest we provoke the old master of the Zhao family. What do you think we should do? Xiao Yuan explained the situation while seeking the opinions of the four. I haven't seen my grandfather in ages. I plan to pay him a visit tonight to play a few games of chess and ask for his support on behalf of my brother. Wang Xiang replied coldly. Lin Yi had risked his life to save Xiao Yuan, and in doing so, he had also indirectly earned a favor from the Wang, Su, Zhong, and Chen families. He could not allow Zhao Tianming to bully Lin Yi. Moreover, after returning from Yunshun, he had informed his father about Lin Yi's situation, which left his father astounded. He urged Wang Xiang to deepen his relationship with Lin Yi and learn from him. Hey, who doesn't have a grandfather? After dinner, I'll take my uncle to report the situation to my grandfather and seek his support for my uncle's work, pointing a gun at my brother Lin Yi's head. Do they really think they can disregard the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection? Zhong Xiaola chuckled coldly. Setting aside the desire to aid Lin Yi, Zhong Xiaola's uncle, Zhong Wei, was in charge of the Dongjiang case. Zhao Tianming's actions were tantamount to disregarding the Zhong family. Brother Lin Yi, my grandfather may not interfere in local affairs, but I can ask him to inquire about the situation. Rest assured, I will not allow you to be bullied. Chen Zhon, hailing from a military family, also spoke up. Brothers, upon hearing their words, Lin Yi felt both shock and gratitude. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Su Shameng. Lin Yi, I mentioned to my father last time that I would bring you to meet him. Now, I've changed my mind. I will take you to my grandfather. I need to have a serious discussion with him about the fact that someone dared to point a gun at you, a senior advisor for the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. With that, Su Shameng shifted her icy gaze from Lin Yi to Zhao Tianming. You. Zhao Tianming was utterly dumbfounded. It was evident to him that Su Shameng and the others were not joking. They were genuinely prepared to seek help for Lin Yi from their respective grandfathers. This left Zhao Tianming questioning his very existence. How could a group of privileged youths, whose lineage was not inferior to his own, be willing to go to such lengths for a mere commoner, given risking a confrontation with the Zhao family? Was Lin Yi truly someone's illegitimate child? In his extreme shock, an absurd thought crossed Zhao Tianming's mind. Impossible. He quickly dismissed that possibility, for if Lin Yi truly were the illegitimate son of a powerful figure, he would never have grown up in the desolate place of Qinghe County. I am genuinely curious as to why you all are willing to stand up for him. Zhao Tianming took several seconds to regain his composure before regarding Su Shameng and the others with a puzzled expression. The events of today were utterly bizarre to him. He wanted to understand the rationale behind it all. None of your business. The typically aloof Su Shameng retorted sharply, her words cutting into Zhao Tianming like a sharp dagger, instantly shattering his composure. Zhao Tianming trembled with rage, yet he restrained himself from lashing out at Su Shameng. Instead, he coldly fixed his gaze on Lin Yi and warned, although I do not know why they are aiding you, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do not mistake a pig's nose adorned with a scallion for that of an elephant. One must have self-awareness. Servants who aspire to princess-like grandeur will meet their demise. With that, Zhao Tianming turned on his heel and departed with an air of menace. Lin Yi, rest assured, if Zhao Tianming dares to protect the man who pointed a gun at you or does anything against you, we will certainly stand up for you. Su Shameng was about to unleash a tirade against Zhao Tianming, but, seeing him live in disgrace, she turned to comfort Lin Yi, concerned that he might be intimidated by Zhao Tianming. Indeed, brother Lin Yi, do not be afraid. Wang Xiang, Zhong Xiaola, and Chen Zhon all chimed in. You underestimate Xiao Yi. He is far from timid. Xiao Yuan chuckled wryly before recounting the tale of Lin Yi's daring solo venture into the tiger's den in Yunshun, where he had outsmarted and defeated Gao Hu. Wow, brother Lin Yi, are you really that formidable? Brother Lin Yi, I was mistaken. I take back my previous words. Wang Xiang and Zhong Xiaola exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Zhon, though not one for many words, wore an expression of shock and admiration. This reminded him of the decisive operations in special forces. Courage and intelligence were both indispensable for success. Su Shameng gazed at Lin Yi with wide eyes, her admiration unmistakable. Lin Yi, however, remained contemplative. Xiao Yuan and the others could only provide temporary protection. He needed to grow swiftly and acquire the means to secure his own standing. All right, now that the fly Zhao Tianming has left, let us eat. Xiao Yuan stood up, suggesting they begin their meal. Brother Lin Yi has come all the way to the capital. We must ensure he gets thoroughly intoxicated today. Wang Xiang and Zhong Xiaola declared with determination. As the banquet commenced, Wang Xiang and Zhong Xiaola quickly set their plan into motion, joining forces with Chen Zhon to bombard Lin Yi with toasts in a relentless barrage. At this rate, Lin Yi was certain to leave the event on a stretcher. Ultimately, it was Su Shameng who intervened, proposing a 3v3 competition to counteract Wang Xiong's trio's drinking strategy, thus thwarting their plans. By 10 o'clock in the evening, dinner concluded. Lin Yi decided to stay at the Yunchuan office in the capital for rest, while Xiao Yuan returned to his home. Despite having consumed a bottle of baijiu, Lin Yi felt no intoxication and remained sober as he bid farewell to Xiao Yuan, Su Shameng, and the others. Lin Yi, my father will be back in the capital tomorrow and wants to invite you to dinner. Just before parting, Su Shameng deliberated. Previously, Su Shameng had mentioned wanting to take Lin Yi to meet her family, but he had dismissed it, believing she was merely retaliating against Zhao Tianming. Now, however, the idea that her father, Su Hongrui, the influential governor of Jiangnan, wished to dine with him was entirely unexpected. My father is Xiao Yuan's godfather. You saved Xiao Yuan, so is there a problem with my father inviting you to dinner? Su Shameng blinked her beautiful eyes playfully. The alcohol had given her cheeks a rosy hue, making her look enticing, and her mischievous wink was utterly captivating. This scene was reminiscent of Xixia Fairy winking at Shizun Bao in A Chinese Odyssey. All right. Lin Yi silently clenched his fists. For him, it mattered little why Su Hongrui wanted to dine with him. What was significant was that dining with a powerful figure like Su Hongrui was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to showcase his abilities, and he must seize it. Chapter 052. If the Gao brothers are finished, Lin Yi is bound for wealth. The following morning, Lin Yi had just finished his breakfast when he received a call from Ho Tianming. Lin Yi, based on the clues and evidence you provided, after a day of intense interrogation, Gao Hu has confessed. The leadership has approved the capture of Gao Long. On the other end of the line, Ho Tianming, who had endured a long night, was brimming with excitement, devoid of any trace of fatigue. He had awaited this day of the Gao brothers' downfall for far too long. Ho, don't speak carelessly, it was the public who provided the clues. Lin Yi corrected him with a smile, fully aware that the fate of the Gao brothers had already been sealed the previous night. Indeed, it was the public who provided the clues. The power of the people is formidable, and our investigation team must extend our gratitude to the populace. Ho Tianming concurred with a grin. Lin Yi inquired, by the way, Ho, there won't be any mishaps during Gao Long's apprehension, will there? Rest assured, there will be absolutely no issues. Gao Long likely knows that his brother has confessed and is preparing to flee, but everything is under our surveillance and control. That's good to hear. Lin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him as he patiently awaited the joyous news of Gao Long's capture. At Xiamen Airport, Gao Long emerged from a taxi, sporting a wig and a scruffy beard, with glasses patched on his nose. He bore no resemblance to his true self. He had transformed into a Southport businessman named Zheng Hao, complete with all necessary identification documents. This was a plan he had meticulously crafted long before, aimed at facilitating a smooth escape once trouble arose. He had deposited funds in various foreign banks, ensuring that if he could successfully leave the country, he could still live a carefree life in his later years. However, despite these precautions, Gao Long felt utterly despondent. Upon reaching foreign shores, he realized that apart from wealth, he possessed nothing. Unlike in Dongjiang, where he was akin to a local emperor, commanding respect wherever he went, basking in a sense of accomplishment. Damn it, how could I have fallen victim to a nameless little character? After disembarking, Gao Long scanned his surroundings, confirming the absence of police, and cast a lingering glance at the city behind him, recalling Zhao Tianming's call from the previous night. Zhao had informed him that the online post regarding Xiao Yuan had been authored by Lin Yi, effectively sparing Xiao Yuan's life. Consequently, the four prominent families supporting Xiao Yuan had pledged to stand up for Lin Yi, leaving the Zhao family powerless. Gao Long had only the path of escape left to him. Lin, you wait, once I reach abroad, I will place a bounty on your entire family's heads on the dark web. Fueled by anger at Zhao Tianming's revelations, Gao Long resolved to settle the score with Lin Yi once he had fled. Without further ado, he pushed his suitcase and strode purposefully towards the security checkpoint, ready to pass through. Just then, he noticed a throng of people surging towards him from all directions. This discovery ignited a profound sense of unease within him, yet, possessing a strong psychological fortitude, he exhibited no signs of distress, calmly retrieving his passport from his bag and handing it to the security personnel. Gao Long. At that moment, a dozen plainclothes police officers surrounded him, the leader bellowing suddenly. Gao Long feigned ignorance. Gao Long, are you playing deaf? Observing this scene, the lead officer coldly laughed as he stepped forward and patted Gao Long on the shoulder. He was the deputy chief of the criminal investigation team of Zhongshan province, dispatched to Dongjiang to assist the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation, tasked with monitoring and apprehending Gao Long. "Excuse me, you have mistaken me for someone else." Gao Long replied in broken Cantonese, then impatiently addressed the security personnel, "Hurry up. This is infuriating, my flight is about to depart." "Gao Long, it's truly a shame you are not headed for Hollywood, take him away." The deputy chief of the criminal investigation team sneered, snatching Gao Long's passport and issuing instructions. Four detectives immediately stepped forward, pinning Gao Long to the ground and swiftly applying handcuffs. Gao Long struggled violently, continuing his charade in broken Cantonese, "I am not Gao Long." Smack. The deputy chief of the criminal investigation team seized Gao Long by the back of the neck, cutting off his words. Gao Long immediately deflated, akin to a deflated balloon, nearly being carried away by the officers, his mind consumed with a singular thought, "Is that damned Lin Yi my fateful calamity?" Half an hour later, Ho Tianming joyfully relayed the news of Gao Long's capture to Lin Yi. Simultaneously, Xiao Yuan received a call from Fu Ming, learning of the same development, which prompted him to immediately contact Lin Yi. "Xiao Yi, I have good news for you, Gao Long has been apprehended." "Brother Xiao, I already know. I momentarily forgot. You are still a senior advisor to the investigation team, and your classmate Shen Chuchu is currently involved with them, so you must certainly have the inside scoop." Xiao Yuan chuckled, slapping his forehead in exasperation. Lin Yi smiled, shifting the subject. "Brother Xiao, do you have any work arrangements for this afternoon? If not, I'd like to step out for a bit. Our sole task today is to attend Uncle Su's dinner gathering tonight. You may go out this afternoon, but be sure to arrive at the dinner venue on time. Additionally, do not purchase a gift for Uncle Su, I've already prepared one for you." "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Lin Yi felt a wave of gratitude, recognizing that Xiao Yuan truly resembled an elder brother, always considering his needs. Gift-giving is a profound art. Given Su Hongrue's esteemed status, he must lack for nothing. Choosing an appropriate gift for such an individual is exceedingly challenging. Moreover, Lin Yi was unaware of Su Hongrue's preferences, making it akin to winning the lottery to select a gift he would genuinely appreciate. After lunch, Lin Yi departed from the Yushan Beijing office and sought out a nearby lottery shop to implement his plan for wealth through the European Cup betting. Initially, he intended to place his bets in another city to avoid detection, but now that he was in Yanjing, it conveniently simplified matters. "Boss, I'd like to place bets of 10,000 each on the scores of the Netherlands vs. Italy and the Netherlands vs. France, and 1,000 on these various combinations." Lin Yi presented his meticulously drafted score predictions and combinations to the lottery shop owner. The owner squinted at the paper for a few seconds before skeptically inquiring, "Brother, are you sure about these scores? And betting so much?" "Absolutely. Brother, Italy was the champion of the 2006 World Cup. You're betting that the Netherlands will beat Italy 3:0, and the Netherlands will triumph over France 4:1. Do you know anything about football?" The owner returned the A4 sheet inscribed with Lin Yi's prediction. Lin Yi chuckled, "I know a little. Brother, let me tell you, if you place bets according to your scores and combinations, regardless of the amount, you'll end up with nothing. Every cent will vanish. Do you understand?" The shop owner, an Italy fan with a kind heart, felt a twinge of sympathy and attempted to dissuade him. Lin Yi, bemused, replied, "Boss, sometimes you have to take a chance, from a bicycle to a motorcycle, from a gamble to a Land Rover. That's the score I dreamt of last night. Just place the bets as I've written, then I'll pay you. You must have drunk too much fake liquor last night." The shop owner shook his head helplessly before processing Lin Yi's ticket. After receiving the lottery tickets, Lin Yi thanked the owner and proceeded to several other nearby lottery shops, placing bets based on the same scores and combinations, albeit with varying amounts at each location. Lin Yi's hard-earned savings of 50,000 yuan were completely depleted. According to the odds, if all the lottery tickets won, after taxes, he would net 5 million yuan, a 100-fold return. This was a calculation Lin Yi had made long ago. Subsequently, Lin Yi returned to his room at the Yushan Beijing office, placed the lottery tickets in a box, took a shower, then changed into clean clothes. Once he had completed these tasks, he checked the time. It was already 4 o'clock, before heading out to catch a taxi to the dinner venue for the evening. Chang'an Street, Jingxi Hotel. One of the most prestigious dining establishments in the capital. Chapter 053 Showtime, Young Man. Initially, Lin Yi was taken aback upon hearing that dinner was to be hosted at the Jingxi Hotel that evening. However, upon realizing that Su Hongrue was the host, he felt a sense of relief. Having attended Xuetu University in the capital, Lin Yi was well aware of the notorious traffic jams in the city, prompting him to leave 2 hours early. Yet, despite his precautions, he found himself on the road for a full hour, arriving at the Jingxi Hotel at 5 o'clock. With still an hour remaining before the dinner, Lin Yi chose not to enter immediately but instead decided to wait outside for Xiao Yuan so they could enter together. Half an hour later, Xiao Yuan arrived. He retrieved 4 local specialties from the trunk, which he had prepared for Su Hongrue, and handed Lin Yi 2 boxes. Upon their entry into the Jingxi Hotel, they were stopped. Xiao Yuan provided the name of the private dining room and Su Hongrue's name, and only after the security personnel confirmed with the dining department were they allowed to proceed. Upon reaching the dining room, they found it completely empty. Neither Su Hongrue nor any other guests had yet arrived. Xiao Yi, tonight, aside from Uncle Su and Ximing, there will also be Uncle Zhong, Uncle Wang, and Uncle Chen. Uve met Uncle Zhong. Uncle Wang is the deputy minister of the organization department, and Uncle Chen is the commander of the 38th Army. Xiao Yuan informed Lin Yi as he set down the items, detailing the elders and their positions for the evening. Unlike most people who would feel anxious at the prospect of dining with such esteemed figures, Lin Yi remained entirely unfazed by the situation. 85:40 p.m., Su Hongrue and his daughter Su Ximing were the first to arrive. Their early arrival was due not only to Su Hongrue's role as the host, necessitating his presence ahead of time, but also because Su Ximing insisted on arriving early. Su Hongrue understood that his daughter wished for him to engage in conversation with Lin Yi before dinner, yet he chose not to address her intentions directly. Uncle Su, Ximing. Secretary Su, Miss Su. As soon as Su Hongrue and Su Ximing entered, Xiao Yuan stood and greeted them, albeit with different titles. Despite Su Hongrue being Xiao Yuan's godfather, it was customary for Xiao Yuan to address him as Uncle Su. Xiao Yuan, you've arrived quite early, Su Hongrue acknowledged with a slight nod. Su Ximing, pouting with discontent, looked at Lin Yi and said, Lin Yi, I told you last night not to call me Miss Su, it sounds too formal, why do you still insist on it? That's quite unreasonable, you owe me a drink later. Lin Yi, I've heard your name mentioned frequently of late, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, thank you for everything you've done for Xiao Yuan. Su Hongrue, noticing his daughter's playful demeanor toward Lin Yi, felt a slight tightening in his pupils. He then extended his hand to Lin Yi, expressing gratitude for Lin Yi's past assistance in saving Xiao Yuan. Lin Yi, composed as ever, shook Su Hongrue's hand and replied earnestly, Secretary Su, Mayor Xiao is my leader and also my elder brother. All that I have done is merely my duty. Since you regard Xiao Yuan as an elder brother, you may address me as uncle as well. In my daughter's words, referring to titles is unnecessarily formal, Su Hongrue joked with a smile. Indeed, today is a casual gathering. Why be so formal? Su Ximing chimed in. She had dressed with great care that day, adorned with exquisite makeup, sporting a deep wine red lipstick, and wearing a striking red dress complemented by ruby earrings, resembling a radiant red rose. Very well, Uncle Su, Ximing, Lin Yi nodded. As his words concluded, 2 more middle-aged men entered the room. Xiao Yuan introduced them as Wang Hongtao, the deputy minister of the organization department, and Chen Jianhua, the commander of the 38th Army. Zhong Wei has gone to report to Old Huang and may be a bit late. Let us enjoy some tea and engage in conversation in the meantime, Su Hongrue suggested after the introductions. To be precise, this was a suggestion from his daughter. Sounds good. Recently, Zhong Wei has been praising Shaolin for his exceptional qualities. I look forward to learning more about him today, Wang Hongtao responded with a smile, then, taking the initiative, asked, Shaolin, Zhong's secretary mentioned that you possess profound insights into discipline inspection work. Xiao Fu has spoken highly of you as well. As someone involved in organizational work, I would like to hear your thoughts on grassroots organizational matters, considering it a form of grassroots research. Uncle Wang, I believe that the primary issues faced by grassroots organizational work, or grassroots officials, are bureaucratism and formalism, Lin Yi stated, recognizing the opportunity to showcase his understanding. After careful consideration, he articulated his views. His words immediately captured the attention of Su Hongrue, Wang Hongtao, and even Chen Jianhua from the military. Wang Hongtao nodded slightly. Shaolin, please continue. Whether it be bureaucratism or formalism, the root cause lies in the relationship between power and responsibility. In our country, from the government down to leading officials, there exists a high degree of power coupled with high responsibility, which stands in stark contrast to Western nations. However, some grassroots leaders prioritize power over responsibility, focusing their energies on personal advancement and wealth acquisition, lacking a sense of duty, disconnected from reality and the populace, fearful of the strong yet oppressive to the weak, behaving as though they are lords, and engaging in collusion and corruption to varying extents. In their work, they often replace substantial implementation with superficial grandeur, concealing contradictions and problems behind a polished facade, deceiving superiors while misleading subordinates, producing an abundance of empty rhetoric while neglecting genuine action. The truth remains that the accolades of the people surpass any accolades from the government. Only the populace can truly judge whether a leader's work is commendable. Hence, my suggestion is to enforce accountability on leading officials, enhance oversight, and once leading officials set a good example, ordinary officials will also see hope for their future development, curbing impatience and encouraging them to focus on their work. This way, a culture of integrity can be cultivated from top to bottom, motivating everyone to roll up their sleeves and work diligently. After a moment of reflection, Lin Yi conveyed his insights. Well said. Wang Hongtao couldn't help but exclaim. In his view, Lin Yi's understanding was on par with that of a city-level organizational minister, despite Lin Yi having never worked in organizational roles. Additionally, I propose that, budget permitting, we enhance the welfare and benefits of civil servants, particularly those at the grassroots level, alleviating their concerns about daily life so they can focus on their work. This could significantly reduce the likelihood of corruption among those who ascend to leadership positions, as many officials from impoverished backgrounds often turn to corruption due to financial pressures. By removing their worries, we can also enhance their work efficiency. If everyone improves their efficiency even slightly, the overall efficiency of the government could increase substantially. Lin Yi concluded with another suggestion. While this issue may not have been as apparent in 2008, the surging housing prices across the nation had left many grassroots civil servants gasping under the weight of mortgages. Simultaneously, the relentless meetings and paperwork, coupled with continuous learning and various quantifiable tasks, left little time for family. For those stationed in remote areas, even returning home could become an unattainable luxury. Finances could not provide for the family, emotional connections could not satisfy partners, and care for parents often necessitated a delicate balance of fear and caution regarding leadership's perceptions. Over time, familial conflicts were bound to arise, increasing stress and adversely affecting work. Indeed, improving civil servants' benefits is one of our forthcoming priorities, Wang Hongtao acknowledged with a nod. While he did not offer explicit praise, his approval spoke volumes. Simultaneously, Su Hongrui and Chen Jianhua displayed unmistakable astonishment. Even Xiao Yuan shared in the sentiment. What other secrets has my brother been concealing from me? Beside Xiao Yuan, Su Shiming strutted like a proud peacock, head held high with a smile that even the most formidable of AKs could not suppress. Meanwhile, she continually signaled Su Hongrui with her eyes, subtly reminding him, "Dad, it's your turn to ask, don't dawdle, hurry up and inquire." Chapter 054 Heroes emerge in youth, hidden dragons soar to the skies. Su Hongrui, attuned to the subtle cues of his own cotton-padded coat, discerned that Wang Hongtao had fallen into deep contemplation due to Lin Yi's earlier remarks. He seized the moment to steer the conversation, stating, "Lin Yi, I had only heard from Secretary Zhong and Shadong about your remarkable capabilities. However, after listening to your insights on organizational work just now, I have come to profoundly appreciate this truth." "Uncle Su, you flatter me," Lin Yi replied with a modest demeanor, yet he was acutely aware that his reason. "What is your perspective on the relationship between development and security, as well as fairness and efficiency?" "Dad, that is clearly two questions." Su Shadong protested on Lin Yi's behalf. Su Hongrui waved his hand, signaling his little cotton-padded coat to remain silent and allow Lin Yi the time to reflect. This time, Lin Yi genuinely needed to ponder, for the inquiries posed by Su Hongrui were incisive and philosophical. More importantly, Lin Yi's prescient abilities would have limited applicability in addressing these profound questions. "Uncle Su, I believe that development and security are interdependent. Security serves as the foundation for development, while development acts as a safeguard for security. When the external environment is stable and security risks are minimal, we should strive for vigorous development. Conversely, when the external environment deteriorates and the threat of war looms, national security strategies must take precedence over development." The great leaders of you spoke of independence and self-reliance, which I interpret as considerations stemming from the perspective of national security development. After a minute's contemplation, Lin Yi slowly articulated his views. Upon hearing his words, Su Hongrui, Wang Hongtao, and Chen Jianhua were once again taken aback. Please elaborate, Su Hongrui urged, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Lin Yi continued, when our economic development flourishes, technological advancements accelerate, and manufacturing capabilities expand, our national defense strength will similarly augment. Perhaps in the future, our technology will catch up to that of the Western world, and our manufacturing prowess will reign supreme globally, enabling us to produce an array of advanced weaponry. For instance, new generation fighter jets, domestically developed aircraft carriers, and even warships that enter the sea as effortlessly as dumplings. Lin Yi, while we are indeed making strides in this area, do you not think He could hardly fathom the magnitude of strength that China's national defense would possess if Lin Yi's vision were to materialize. Uncle Chen, I firmly believe that our national defense capabilities will, in the next decade or so, expand rapidly due to economic growth and technological advancements, elevating us to the status of a global military power that instills fear in our adversaries. Lin Yi declared with unwavering conviction. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. Chen Jiahua responded, his face glowing with expectation. Su Hongrui shared the sentiment, gazing at Lin Yi with admiration. Lin Yi, your articulation regarding the relationship between development and security is commendable. Now, please elaborate on the relationship between fairness and efficiency. Uncle Su, if development and security are interdependent, then fairness and efficiency represent an inherently conflicting relationship. They are akin to the two ends of a balance beam, which, for the most part, cannot maintain equilibrium. When the scale tips towards fairness, efficiency diminishes significantly, and vice versa. Lin Yi's expression remained as calm as still water, yet his gaze radiated confidence. In the early stages of reform and opening up, the balance began to tilt towards development, resulting in a notable increase in societal operational efficiency, with the affluent aiding the less fortunate, propelling our economy into a fast lane. Particularly after our accession to the World Trade Organization and integration into globalization, our economy soared. During this period, the populace's income rose, and their quality of life improved, leading to a diminished concern regarding fairness. In other words, the public could tolerate the existence of certain inequities. However, in the future, as our development reaches a certain threshold, such as when our economic scale approaches that of the United States, and we encounter suppression from the Western world or face cyclical economic challenges resulting in developmental bottlenecks, the public's income will decline, and their quality of life will suffer, making them particularly sensitive to issues of fairness. The balance will gradually shift from efficiency towards fairness, thereby ensuring social stability. Silence. As Lin Yi's words concluded, the private room fell eerily quiet. Everyone was left in awe by Lin Yi's profound insights. Little E, do you truly believe our economic scale can catch up to that of the United States? The silence was soon broken by Xiao Yuan, who could no longer contain his curiosity. However, before Lin Yi could respond, Wang Hongtao interjected, I have gained immensely from your remarks, Lin Yi, your words have indeed enlightened me. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Indeed, prior to this gathering, I had prepared myself mentally to some extent, yet Lin Yi's performance has exceeded my expectations, Su Hongrui lauded, subsequently advising Xiao Yuan, rather than focusing on whether our economic scale can match that of the United States, it is Lin Yi's analysis on fairness and efficiency that warrants your attention. As the mayor, you will frequently encounter dilemmas in this regard. Striking a balance between fairness and efficiency requires not only rich practical experience but also a forward-looking strategic vision, demanding considerable wisdom from decision-makers. After all, no policy can guarantee absolute fairness. Where there are beneficiaries, there will inevitably be those who incur losses. Your task is to ensure fairness for the majority. Thank you, Uncle Su, for your guidance. Upon returning, I will certainly seek to learn more from Little E. Xiao Yuan promptly nodded in gratitude, his face radiant with joy. The more Lin Yi excelled, the more recognition and admiration he garnered from Su Hongrui and others, which only delighted him further. Lin Yi felt the genuine happiness radiating from Xiao Yuan and was deeply moved. With unwavering resolve, he declared, Brother Xiao, regarding the question you posed, I firmly believe that in the near future, our economic scale will not only catch up to but surpass that of the United States, heralding the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. Upon hearing Lin Yi's final statement, whether it was Xiao Yuan, Su Hongrui, Wang Hongtao, or Chen Jiahua, they all felt a surge of fervor coursing through their veins, invigorated by the powerful energy ignited within them. Meanwhile, Su Shadong gazed at Lin Yi with wide-eyed admiration, seemingly questioning, how can he be so exceptional? What a grand vision for the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation, what are you all discussing? Zhong Wei looked perplexed, regrettable about what? You missed Lin Yi's spectacular performance, we were all profoundly astonished. Wang Hongtao chimed in with a smile. Lin Yi, what astonishing proclamations have you made this time? Zhong Wei exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning his attention to Lin Yi. However, before Lin Yi could respond, Su Shadong interjected, "Lin Yi, do not reveal anything to Uncle Zhong, let him stew in curiosity, come, let us dine." Zhong Wei stared incredulously at Su Shadong, thinking, "Niece, which way are you bending your elbow?" At 10 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan were the first to leave the private room. Lin Yi had consumed nearly a pound and a half of liquor, prompting Su Hongrui to express concern that he might have drunk too much and instructed Xiao Yuan to take Lin Yi home. However, in reality, Lin Yi remained quite sober. His drinking prowess had been honed alongside Xiao Yuan, allowing him to handle 2 pounds of liquor with ease. Xiao Yuan, well aware of Lin Yi's tolerance, felt no concern but instead remarked, "Little Yi, do you realize that the 4 uncles have never praised anyone as they have praised you today? You are the first. Brother Xiao, I understand that my knowledge is primarily theoretical. I must learn through practical experience alongside you. Do not feign modesty before me. Uncle Su has already instructed me to learn from you." Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes and then curiously inquired, "By the way, Little Yi, why have I never noticed before that you possess such extensive knowledge? Moreover, you have never demonstrated it." "Brother Xiao, since I began working at the municipal government office, I have been serving you while simultaneously learning and improving, thus, I have had no opportunity to showcase it." Lin Yi joked playfully. "Not to worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to demonstrate in the future." Xiao Yuan patted Lin Yi on the shoulder, fully aware that Lin Yi's days as his secretary were numbered. The hidden dragon would one day soar to the skies. Chapter 055. The opportunity to rise to greatness. In the private room, Su Hongrui and his 3 companions had yet to depart. Instead, they were engaged in casual conversation while smoking. All of them held significant positions and often found it challenging to convene due to their demanding schedules. Typically, their discussions revolved around amusing anecdotes from their work, various experiences, and the future development of the nation. However, today, their conversation focused solely on one individual, Lin Yi. "Hongtao, Lin Yi possesses both scholarly elegance and audacity. His mind is truly remarkable. Are you not considering promoting him?" Zhong Wei reminded Wang Hongtao, the deputy minister of the organization department. He was fully aware of the progress made by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigative team in Dongjiang, including Lin Yi's audacious feat of single-handedly confronting Gao Hu. "It has been years since I have encountered such an extraordinary young talent as Lin Yi. Yet, his current rank is too low. He is not even considered a provincial-level cadre, and thus falls outside my purview," Wang Hongtao replied with a wry smile. He too recognized Lin Yi as a rare gem. Zhong Wei rolled his eyes. "Would it be too much for you to have a word with the organization department of the Dongjiang Provincial Committee? Surely, they would not dare disregard your authority, Minister Wang. Allowing young people to endure some trials is not a bad thing. Besides, Xiao Yuan mentioned that Lin Yi has just been appointed as the head of the Economic Affairs section in the Yunsan Municipal Government Office, concurrently serving as Xiao Yuan's secretary. It would be beneficial for him to assist Xiao Yuan for the time being," Su Hongrui interjected. "Old Su, have you noticed something peculiar about Shidrim's gaze towards Lin Yi?" At that moment, Chen Jiahua, the commander of the 38th Army, suddenly spoke up. "I did." Wang Hongtao and Zhong Wei replied in unison. Su Hongrui was momentarily speechless. With his keen perception, how could he have missed such a detail? It seemed he needed to have a serious conversation with Xiao Mioneo. Contemplating this, Su Hongrui raised his glass, suggesting they drink to shift the conversation away from the earlier topic. The following morning, Su Hongrui, instead of his usual morning exercise, deliberately waited in the living room for Su Shadrim. "Dad, you didn't go out for your workout today. That's wonderful." Su Shadrim exclaimed upon seeing her father in the living room, her excitement palpable. Su Hongrui looked puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" "Dad, I have something to discuss with you," Su Shadrim said, taking a seat beside him. "What is it?" Su Hongrui couldn't shake off the uneasy feeling that had arisen from the antics of Wang Hongtao and the others the previous night. As if sensing his apprehension, Su Shadrim cheerfully asked, "Dad, I want to conduct an exclusive interview with Lin Yi on economic matters. What do you think?" Su Hongrui's lips twitched, resembling someone who had bitten into a sour lemon. Su Shadrim, noticing his expression, asked in confusion, "Dad, what's with that face? Please share your thoughts. You really want to help him?" Su Hongrui asked, maintaining a calm demeanor. Su Shadrim nodded resolutely. "I believe such a talented individual should not be overlooked. Lin Yi is currently Xiao Yuan's secretary. Conducting an interview in the realm of economics seems inappropriate. Su Hongrue initially dismissed her proposal, then elaborated. Although Lin Yi studied economic management in college and entered the government system thereafter, he has not held any positions directly related to the economic sector. In this context, even if he presents many novel ideas, they require practical exploration, and he is unlikely to gain significant attention. This principle is quite simple. The same statement can yield vastly different impacts depending on who delivers it. Su Shadrim frowned slightly, her earlier enthusiasm dissipating. What Su Hongrue said echoed her own concerns, which was precisely why she sought her father's advice. Feeling disheartened, Su Hongrue teased, noticing her sulking expression. Like a child, she clung to her father's arm and said playfully, "Dad, what if I ask Lin Yi to write an internal reference on the future economic development of our country? You could pass it along to Uncle Jean." Our Shadrim is quite ambitious, aiming for the highest level of internal reference with just a few words. Su Hongrue chuckled. The Uncle Jean mentioned by Su Shadrim was Zhang Bo-en, the Executive Deputy Director of the Central Y Policy Research Office, responsible for the daily operations of the office. If Su Hongrue were to submit Lin Yi's internal reference to Zhang Bo-en and it were approved, it would eventually be reported to the central leadership for their consideration. "Dad, would that be all right?" Su Shadrim continued to plead, tugging at his arm. Fine, Su Hongrue relented, feeling both amused and exasperated. Ever since his little cotton-padded jacket was born, he had been powerless against her charms. Even now, as she had grown into adulthood and entered the workforce, that dynamic had not changed. "Thank you, Dad," Su Shadrim exclaimed, jumping up in excitement. "Oh, so now that you've achieved your goal, you're ready to dash off?" Su Hongrue shot her a mock glare, then said seriously, "You need to tell Lin Yi to complete the manuscript within a month and send it to you, which you will then forward to me, okay, Dad?" Su Shadrim nodded enthusiastically. "Are you in such a hurry to call him?" Su Hongrue sensed something, and upon seeing his daughter's shy expression, he knew he was correct. Without waiting for her response, he added sternly, "Shadrim, let me be clear, while I hold Lin Yi's talent in high regard, you are well aware of the nature of the institution where Uncle Jean works. The quality of Lin Yi's internal reference must be impeccable, it must pass my scrutiny first. I will only forward it to Uncle Jean if I find it satisfactory. Dad, I'm confident Lin Yi will excel." Su Shadrim replied with unwavering faith, darting into her bedroom like a joyful bird. How quickly daughters grow up and leave the nest. Su Hongrue smiled wryly, yet his expression was filled with anticipation. For him, agreeing to assist Lin Yi with the internal reference was not merely to avoid disappointing his daughter. It stemmed from his genuine acknowledgement of Lin Yi's capabilities. After the National Day holiday, a crucial meeting would be convened. Over the past few decades, this assembly had frequently determined the nation's future trajectory. Typically, prior to such meetings, from the central leadership to various ministries, extensive research and consultations would take place, culminating in the Central Y Policy Research Office compiling these opinions into a comprehensive written report, serving as a significant reference for policy formulation. If Lin Yi's internal reference were indeed selected by the Central Y Policy Research Office and certain suggestions were adopted, receiving the endorsement of the central leadership would amount to a substantial contribution to the party and the country. In that case, Su Hongrue would not only bask in glory but also reap the benefits. Unbeknownst to Su Shadrim, her father was also entertaining his own calculations. She was purely motivated by the desire to assist Lin Yi. Once she returned to her room, she promptly took out her phone and dialed Lin Yi's number. "Lin Yi, are you sober yet? I hardly drank at all." "Oh, really? Then I have some good news to share with you." Su Shadrim deliberately teased him, waiting for his curiosity to pique. Sure enough, Lin Yi's interest was piqued. "What good news?" "I spoke with my dad, and within a month, you need to write a proposal regarding the future economic development of our country. If he finds it satisfactory, he will help you submit it to Uncle Jean. Uncle Jean is the Executive Deputy Director of the Central Y Policy Research Office." Thank you, Shadrim. He fully understood the significance of what Su Shadrim was proposing, an internal reference reaching the highest echelons. "Is that all the gratitude you can muster? Next time I visit Yunsan, you must take me there to eat." "Absolutely, I'll make sure you have plenty," Lin Yi eagerly promised, his heart racing with excitement after encountering Zhao Tian. Now, an opportunity had fallen into his lap. If his internal reference were to be recognized by the Central Y Policy Research Office and subsequently validated by the central leadership, he would ascend to great heights. Chapter 056. After the weekend, Lin Ku found it difficult to be impoverished. On that afternoon, Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan returned to Yunshun, marking the final day of his public announcement regarding appointment and dismissal. According to feedback from the relevant departments, there had been no reports against Lin Yi during the public notice period, which was entirely expected. Firstly, Lin Yi was upright in his conduct and had never engaged in any illegal or unethical activities. Secondly, even if someone were inclined to make malicious accusations, they would need to weigh the consequences. After all, Lin Yi was still listed as a senior consultant for the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, making it uncertain who would be investigating whom. The following morning, Lin Yi arrived at the Municipal Government Office building. As he made his way to his office, he coincidentally encountered Xia Li. 2 staff members from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee were escorting Xia Li out of his office. Since the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection had established a presence in Yunshun, the city had promptly initiated anti-corruption efforts, primarily targeting officials below the departmental level, with Xia Li being one of them. Lin Ku, the 2 staff members greeted Lin Yi warmly upon seeing him, now serving as the mayor's secretary and still affiliated with the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Lin Yi was undeniably a rising star in Yunshun's political arena. He could expect to be greeted by acquaintances at any moment while traversing the government compound. Lin Yi responded with a smile. At the same time, Xia Li, who initially appeared dejected and feeble, suddenly packed up upon hearing Lin Ku's name. His gaze shot up and locked onto Lin Yi, a realization dawning upon him that changed his expression. Instinctively, he attempted to break free from the grip of the 2 discipline inspection staff, only to be forcefully subdued to the ground. Lin Ku, I truly never meant to offend you. It was Yi Hao who targeted you. I had nothing to do with it. I beg you, spare me, will you? Xia Li, pinned down, wailed pitifully, reminiscent of a pig awaiting slaughter during the new year. Xia Li, your investigation by the Discipline Inspection Committee is not due to any offense against me but rather because of your own illegal conduct. No one can save you now. Lin Yi observed Xia Li from a superior vantage, his gaze filled with a sense of pity. As Lin Yi's words echoed in his ears, Xia Li wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant. Subsequently, he was led away by the 2 staff members, resembling a soulless automaton. Lin Yi proceeded directly to his office, brewed a cup of tea, and convened a meeting with the personnel from the first section of the Secretariat, delegating tasks to each member. Apart from Lin Yi, the first section consisted of 4 individuals: Deputy Section Chief Lu Xian, 2 regular staff, and 1 borrowed from a subordinate unit. According to the Division of Labor, Lin Yi was responsible for the overall work of the first section as well as assisting Xiao Yuan. Daily management and document-related tasks were entrusted to Deputy Section Chief Lu Xian. However, Lin Yi decided to personally draft 2 documents. Point 1 was to be submitted to Su Shameng, containing suggestions regarding the nation's future economic development. This document was crucial for his future endeavors, and he certainly would not delegate it to subordinates. The second document was a task assigned by Xiao Yuan, requiring Lin Yi to draft a proposal for the development of Yunshun over the next 5 years. According to Xiao Yuan, Lin Yi only needed to outline the major directions, leaving the details to be filled in by others. Nevertheless, Lin Yi resolved to pen it himself. Through their interactions in recent days, he sensed that Xiao Yuan treated him like a younger brother, providing ample care and tirelessly offering various resources. He wished to reciprocate this kindness by extending his utmost assistance to Xiao Yuan. 3 days later, Lin Yi was the first to complete the materials assigned by Xiao Yuan and personally delivered them to Xiao Yuan's office. Xiao Yi, you finished the materials so quickly, Xiao Yuan exclaimed in surprise upon receiving the documents. Even though he knew this younger brother was exceptionally talented and knowledgeable, he had not anticipated that Lin Yi would accomplish this in just 3 days. After all, such development proposals require thorough investigation of local conditions, data collection, and careful consideration before one can begin writing. Brother Xiao, I have previously contemplated the economic transformation of Yunshun and gathered some materials, so it was relatively easy for me to write, Lin Yi replied with a smile. This was not mere fabrication, it was, in fact, true. In his previous life, while assigned to the Water Conservancy Bureau in a remote area overseeing a reservoir, he often pondered and predicted the policies and development plans at both the local and national levels, validating them against actual progress. For every incorrect prediction, Lin Yi would analyze the reasons behind it. This reflective practice became one of the few joys he found after his past misfortunes. Based on your insights, you propose that Yunshun should transition from a resource-based city to an industrial city. Xiao Yuan skimmed through the various subheadings of the materials and inquired, indeed, Brother Xiao, Yunshun must undergo transformation, otherwise, once the resource dividends diminish or the resources become depleted, the city will inevitably be cast aside by the times. Lin Yi affirmed with a nod this was not mere subjective speculation but rather a reality that would unfold in the coming decades. Numerous resource-dependent cities across the nation, including Yunshun, had been abandoned by the times, witnessing a significant outflow of population while their economic development lagged behind that of other cities. Alright, I will review it in detail shortly. If there are no issues, we will present it at the municipal executive meeting for discussion, then report to the secretary, followed by deliberation at the standing committee meeting, then finally submit it to the province for support. Xiao Yuan outlined his plan. Brother Xiao, if we are to present it, we could temporarily replace the names of the 4 companies in the materials with relevant firms to avoid any leaks, Lin Yi suggested after a moment of consideration. In his proposal, he recommended Yunshun to attract investments, specifically mentioning 4 companies: BYD, BOE Technology Group, Fuyao Glass, and Kong Cement. The first 3 companies would become renowned in the future. Liu Cheng, for instance, had reaped astonishing returns by attracting and heavily investing in BOE, even earning a reputation as one of the most remarkable venture capital cities in the nation. Good, Xiao Yuan nodded. Although he was unaware of Lin Yi's reasoning behind the proposal, he did not inquire further, driven by his absolute trust in Lin Yi. With that, Xiao Yuan set the materials aside and asked, by the way, Xiao Yi, have you considered bringing your parents to the city? Brother Xiao, I appreciate your kind intentions, but there is no need, Lin Yi declined politely. He understood that Xiao Yuan was suggesting transferring his parents' work to Yunshun. Xiao Yuan paused momentarily. Are you concerned about what others might say? Not at all. My parents have spent their entire lives in Qinghe, and they have long since adapted to both their work and life there. Moreover, their relatives and friends are also present. If they were to move to the city, it would likely be a source of discomfort for them. Lin Yi shook his head, revealing his true feelings. In his previous life, many individuals who established themselves in large cities would bring their parents to live with them after retirement, intending to care for them, only for the parents to find the city life intolerable, often choosing to return to their hometowns. Nostalgia and the desire to return to one's roots were merely superficial explanations. The crux of the matter lay in their inability to adapt to the new environment. Well, it's your choice, Xiao Yuan considered, finding some merit in Lin Yi's reasoning and refraining from further persuasion. Alright, Brother Xiao, I will take my leave now, Lin Yi responded with a smile. Upon seeing Xiao Yuan nod, he turned and departed. Returning to his office, Lin Yi sipped his tea and then took out his phone, dialing his sister Lin Qian's number. Brother, you finally remembered me. You've been promoted and didn't even tell me. Humph, Lin Qian launched into a tirade of complaints. As soon as the call connected, she shared a close bond with Lin Yi, often clinging to him, calling or chatting on QQ daily. However, after Lin Yi began working at the municipal office, Lin Zhongguang had specifically instructed Lin Qian not to disturb Lin Yi due to his busy schedule. As a result, although Lin Qian missed him dearly and longed to chat, she had to suppress her feelings. Little Qian, I've been exceedingly busy lately and haven't had the chance to reach out. Lin Yi immediately apologized. However, he was cut off mid-sentence. Well, of course, my brother is now the mayor's secretary. How could he not be busy? Lin Qian teased, yet her tone was laced with pride. Lin Yi chuckled. Little Qian, to make it up to you, I've decided to gift you 3 presents. What gifts? First, a 2-day trip to the capital. Second, the latest smartphone and laptop. Choose whichever you like. Third, I'll give you 100,000 as pocket money. Brother, you haven't embezzled money, have you? Lin Qian exclaimed, utterly shocked, immediately associating it with corruption, the fastest way for officials to acquire wealth. Lin Yi retorted, somewhat exasperated, do you think I'm that kind of person? Then how did you suddenly come into money? Just like that, you're offering 100,000 as pocket money. You scared me to death. I won the lottery, Lin Yi replied. Was it the double color ball? No, not the double color ball, it was sports betting, Lin Yi said, half amused, half exasperated. The double color ball was hardly a game for ordinary folk. He had concluded his final match betting on Friday night, and by the weekend, he would be able to claim his winnings in the capital. After the weekend, it would indeed be a challenge to remain impoverished. Chapter 057 Return to the Capital, Life Stage. On Friday, during a meeting of the Yanshun city government, the future 5-year development plan was fervently discussed. Specifically, it was the document drafted by Lin Yi that stirred considerable commotion and sparked intense debate. Some of the proposals within were exceedingly audacious. For instance, the establishment of a state-controlled real estate company in Yanshun, separating assets from urban investment, with government oversight and market-oriented operations, seizing the rapid growth opportunities in the real estate sector. Furthermore, there was the proposal for Yanshun to transition from a resource-based city to one focused on industrial manufacturing, vigorously developing the automotive and electronics industries. Could Yanshun truly undertake such ambitious endeavors? Lin Yi attended the meeting as an observer, not engaging in the discussions but rather relishing the impact his document had on the assembly. In fact, even Xiao Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Had it been authored by another, it might not have made it to the government meeting, yet Lin Yi was different. Setting aside personal sentiments, he had garnered the recognition and admiration of 4 prominent figures during the dinner at the Jingxi Hotel in the capital. Moreover, he had heard from Su Shiming that Lin Yi was to write a confidential report to be conveyed to Zhong Boen, the executive deputy director of the Central Y Policy Research Office. If he could articulate the national economic development plans, surely the modest 5-year development plan for Yanshun would be well within his grasp. Thus, despite the bold and adventurous nature of the proposals within the development plan, which would undoubtedly face skepticism and various obstacles, Xiao Yuan was resolute in his determination to see it through, even willing to leverage his connections. These matters were no longer Lin Yi's concern. Early on Saturday morning, he boarded a train to the capital. Upon exiting the train station, Lin Yi hailed a taxi and headed straight for the lottery shop. "Wow, brother, you finally made it!" the lottery shop owner exclaimed with palpable excitement upon seeing Lin Yi. To be precise, he had been unable to sleep since watching the last match Lin Yi had bet on the previous night. It was astonishingly accurate. "Boss, you still remember me?" Lin Yi inquired with a smile. "Of course. You're the one who places the largest bets on single match scores and accumulative amounts in my shop. More importantly, you always win. How could I forget you? I was hasty that day." "You truly understand the game," the shop owner reminisced, feeling like a fool for doubting Lin Yi's abilities when he had initially advised him against betting, questioning whether he truly understood the sport. "Well, actually, I don't know much about football. I just dreamt of the scores," Lin Yi modestly replied. The shop owner, suddenly invigorated, exclaimed, "Brother, have you dreamt of any scores lately? I'll pay $100 for each score. I want to learn from you. Let's turn a bicycle into a motorcycle." Lin Yi responded. Lin Yi visited 4 lottery shops, spending the entire morning claiming his winnings. After taxes, he found himself with nearly 5 million in his account. Once the formalities were completed, he casually sought out a noodle shop to savor the capital's signature fried sauce noodles before recalling his agreement with Su Shiming. He was to call her upon his arrival in the capital. Previously, he had faced her ire for not reaching out, and he had learned from that experience. This time, he proactively dialed Su Shiming's number. "Shiming, I've arrived in the capital." "Is that true?" "Indeed. Want you and Xiaogu just here to wrap up a project." "Why are you back so soon?" "Well, when I was here last week, I happened to win a lottery ticket, so I came to collect my prize. I'll treat you to dinner tonight," Lin Yi said, half-truthfully. "You come to the capital to treat me to dinner? Who do you think you're looking down on?" Su Shiming retorted playfully before adding, "I have an important article to write this afternoon. Once I finish, I'll call you and come pick you up for dinner." "All right," Lin Yi agreed, then added, "By the way, Shiming, I'll be bringing my sister along for dinner. Is that okay? Your sister is also in the capital?" Su Shiming asked, somewhat surprised. She had heard from Xiao Yuan that Lin Yi had a sister studying at the Shanghai International Studies University. Lin Yi glanced at the time. "My sister is flying in from Shanghai. She'll arrive in 2 hours. Where are you right now? I'll drive over to pick you up." "Weren't you just saying you had to write this afternoon? Why are you coming to find me now?" "Your sister is in the capital. I have to take her around." Su Shiming countered. She placed significant importance on Lin Yi's sister's visit. An hour later, Lin Yi stood outside the fried sauce noodle shop, waiting for Su Shiming. Today, she wore exquisite makeup and a low-cut, form-fitting black dress, her fair neck and alluring collarbone presenting a captivating sight. Her long, slender legs were strikingly beautiful, enticing one to reach out and touch them. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that your sister was coming? I could have prepared in advance. I didn't even do my hair," Su Shiming lamented as she swiftly started the car, pouting in annoyance. Although not a perfectionist and typically unconcerned with her appearance, she was particularly self-conscious today. After receiving Lin Yi's call, she had rushed to shower, dry her hair, apply makeup, then change clothes, arriving here in a hurry. "I think your hair looks lovely cascading over your shoulders." "It's natural and beautiful," Lin Yi remarked, turning to admire the enchanting Su Shiming. "Really?" Su Shiming beamed with delight. Seizing the opportunity at a red light, she glanced at herself in the rearview mirror, then turned to Lin Yi with a playful smile. "Lin Yi, I didn't expect you to be so smooth with your words. You must say such sweet nothings to other girls often, right?" "On my honor, this is my first time saying it," Lin Yi replied earnestly, almost swearing an oath. "Pfft." Su Shiming burst into laughter, her smile resembling a tulip blooming unexpectedly, utterly charming. An hour later, Su Shiming drove Lin Yi to the capital's airport. After parking in the garage, they waited in the arrival hall for Lin Chen. 20 minutes later, Lin Chen finally appeared. With her hair tied in a ponytail, she wore a long white t-shirt and light blue jeans, paired with sneakers and carrying a backpack. Unlike the meticulously dressed Su Shiming, Lin Chen sported no makeup and dressed quite simply. The only new item was the t-shirt she had purchased recently. Her jeans had faded from frequent washing, and her sneakers looked somewhat worn. The backpack was a birthday gift from Lin Yi, worn for 3 years. Brother. Lin Chen spotted Lin Yi from afar, her excitement evident as she dashed towards him. Shao Qian. Lin Yi stepped forward to greet her, with Su Shiming trailing behind. Brother, who is this beautiful sister? Lin Qian asked, standing before Lin Yi and stealing a glance at Su Shiming. She couldn't help but inquire. Upon first seeing Lin Yi, she had noticed Su Shiming beside him. At that moment, Su Shiming's beauty and elegance had left Lin Chen in awe. However, her joy at reuniting with her brother had momentarily overshadowed her admiration. Hello, Shao Qian, I'm Su Shiming, your brother's friend. Su Shiming introduced herself with a smile, extending her fair hand before Lin Yi could speak. Hello, Lin Chen stammered as she shook Su Shiming's hand, her face reflecting her nervousness and an unmistakable sense of inferiority. On one hand, Su Shiming shone like a brilliant star against the night sky. On the other, Lin Chen, raised in a small county, despite having studied at university in Shanghai for 2 years, felt a tinge of inadequacy when faced with the polished city girls. Shao Qian, no need to be so formal. I am a very good friend of your brother's, just call me Shiming Jie. Su Shiming, perceiving Lin Qian's tension and self-consciousness, smiled warmly and gently linked arms with her, creating a sense of intimacy. Okay, Shiming Jie, Lin Qian replied, visibly relaxing as a shy smile graced her face. What a clever woman she was. Lin Yi observed all of this with quiet admiration for Su Shiming's emotional intelligence. He also made a silent vow to expose his sister to more of the world. Girls raised in small towns can easily become dazzled and confused by the allure of a bustling city, potentially leading them astray. However, if they are introduced to a broader world early on, such pitfalls can be avoided. In his previous life, Lin Yi lacked the opportunity and ability to care for and protect his sister, proving to be an inadequate brother. This time around, he was determined to provide her with the best stage in life. Chapter 58. Does your father know how much you love to show off? As Lin Chen arrived in the capital in the afternoon, there was no time for sightseeing. Su Shadong proposed that they go shopping today and visit the Forbidden City and the Great Wall tomorrow. The three of them spent the entire afternoon shopping. Aside from Lin Yi purchasing a mobile phone and a laptop for Lin Chen, Su Shadong also took her to buy 2 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, the expenses for which she graciously covered, declaring it a welcoming gift for her sister, insisting Lin Yi should not interfere. At 6:30, Su Shadong led Lin Yi and Lin Ying to a private dining establishment. This restaurant was nestled within a traditional courtyard, offering both intimacy and an exquisite ambience. Lin Yi, Shao Qian, I usually dine here with a group of childhood friends, never having invited anyone out to eat before, so I'm unsure where the best food is. However, I believe this restaurant serves the most delectable dishes I have ever tasted, Su Shadong admitted somewhat bashfully. Once seated, Lin Yi was taken aback. Shadong, is this truly your first time inviting someone to dine? What would I gain from deceiving you? Su Shadong responded, then playfully teased, flattering her beautiful eyes, but you needn't be too proud. Today, I primarily invited Shao Qian for dinner. You, like me, are merely a freeloader. Lin Yi was left speechless, recalling that she hadn't mentioned this before. Meanwhile, Lin Chen stifled a laugh, her curiosity piqued as she observed Su Shadong. The sensitivity innate to young women led her to sense that Su Shadong and her brother's relationship might transcend mere friendship. Just as Su Shadong began ordering, an unwelcome guest approached the trio. Zhao Tianming, having been invited to dine here, he entered only to spot the radiant Su Shadong, instantly attaching himself like a stubborn adhesive. Shadong, what a coincidence, you are dining here too. Zhao Tianming approached with a smile. Upon noticing Lin Yi, his eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost in broad daylight. Lin, what are you doing here? I invited Lin Yi to dine here. Is there a problem? Su Shadong frowned at Zhao Tianming, akin to swatting away an annoying fly. What, you invited him for dinner? Zhao Tianming was taken aback. In his recollection, the illustrious Su family princess, revered as the most beautiful in their circle, had never invited a peer of the opposite sex to dine. In fact, many scions of esteemed families had persistently sought her company, only to be ignored by Su Shadong. Consequently, an unspoken wager circulated among them: whoever could secure a dinner with the Su princess would be deemed the victor. And now, the winner was a mere county bumpkin. Moreover, it was Su Shadong who had initiated the invitation. This was utterly astounding. After recovering from his shock, Zhao Tianming appeared bewildered. Shadong, how could you possibly invite him for dinner? What does that have to do with you? Su Shadong retorted coldly, catching Zhao Tianming off guard. His expression darkened, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. He redirected his ire towards Lin Yi. You don't think that just because Xiao Yuan brought you into this circle, you belong here. Take a good look in the mirror and stop dreaming of a toad eating a swan's meat. Zhao Tianming, do you enjoy putting on airs so much that your father is aware? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, directly confronting Zhao Tianming. What did you just say? Zhao Tianming was taken aback, questioning his own hearing. Lin Yi replied coldly, without the Zhao family's influence, you are nothing but a worthless fool. Spare us your pretentiousness. In all my years, no one has ever dared speak to me in such a manner. You are the first. Do you think you are invincible? Zhao Tianming laughed in anger. Su Shadong discerned the threat veiled in Zhao Tianming's words and coldly interjected. Zhao Tianming, are you instructing my boyfriend on how to behave? Boyfriend. Stunned by Su Shadong's declaration, Zhao Tianming's smirk faltered, his fury replaced by shock. The fact that Su Shadong invited Lin Yi for dinner had already left him speechless, and now she claimed Lin Yi was her boyfriend. It was common knowledge that Su Shadong was a woman many, including Zhao Tianming, dreamt of marrying. This was a devastating blow to him. Shadong, are you certain he is your boyfriend? After a full 10 seconds, Zhao Tianming regained his composure, staring incredulously at Su Shadong. Su Shadong grimaced in disdain. Xiao Qian, I am not familiar with you. Please refrain from calling me Shadong, as it makes me nauseous, and don't buzz around like a fly, disturbing my dinner with my boyfriend and sister-in-law. You, Zhao Tianming was losing his composure. Before he could utter another word, Lin Qian interjected, my sister-in-law has already asked you to leave us alone. Why are you still lingering here? How thick-skinned can you be? Lin Qian was unaware of Zhao Tianming's true identity. Previously, she sensed that Su Shadong and her brother shared a unique bond. Upon hearing Su Shadong's words, she suddenly realized, deducing that Zhao Tianming must be her brother's rival, and thus sprang to defend her brother's love and protect her sister-in-law. If he were ever to step through the doors of your Su family, I'd take his surname. Hearing Lin Qian's words, Zhao Tianming mistakenly believed that Su Shadong was secretly involved with Lin Yi, feeling as though a flower had been placed amidst dung. Fool, just get lost. Observing Zhao Tianming's persistence, Lin Yi unleashed a colorful retort. You've got guts. Zhao Tianming, infuriated, cast a chilling glare at Lin Yi for a few seconds before turning to leave. Su Shadong's expression soured. I apologize, Lin Yi. I didn't anticipate encountering him here and causing you trouble. It's no problem. I've long since had a feud with him. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. That day, he had firmly declared at the Yunshun Beijing office that he would ensure the Gao brothers faced legal consequences, thereby irrevocably offending Zhao Tianming. Even without today's incident, Zhao Tianming would have sought an opportunity to retaliate against Lin Yi. Su Shadong was a perceptive woman. She picked up on Lin Yi's underlying message and refrained from commenting further, her gaze flickering as though lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Qian hesitated before asking Su Shadong, Sister Shadong, do your family members disapprove of your relationship with my brother? Xiao Qian, Shadong is not my girlfriend. Lin Yi instinctively began to clarify, intending to explain that Su Shadong was merely pretending to be his girlfriend to fend off Zhao Tianming. Before Lin Yi could finish, Su Shadong shot him a disapproving glance. Lin Yi, is it so shameful to be my boyfriend? Shadong, what are you implying? Lin Yi, let us make a bet, shall we? Su Shadong gazed intently at Lin Yi's resolute face, speaking impulsively. Lin Yi was taken aback. What kind of bet? If your insider information can impress the central authorities, I will be your girlfriend. Su Shadong's heart raced. To mask her nervousness and shyness, she feigned a mischievous grin. You don't believe in my capabilities? Just wait to lose. Lin Yi assumed Su Shadong was jesting and responded with a chuckle. Chapter 059. A dog's eye sees law. Our family is not lacking in such trivial matters. The following day, Su Shameng took on the role of a guide, leading the Lin siblings, Lin Yi and Lin Qian, on a tour of the Forbidden City and the Great Wall. Later that night, the two siblings boarded a train back to Qinghe County. Xiao Yi, Xiao Qian, why have you both returned together? What has happened? Lin Zhongguang and Feng Lun, upon seeing Lin Yi and Lin Qian, were first taken aback and then filled with concern. After all, Lin Ying was attending university in the bustling metropolis. It was highly unlikely that they would return home without a significant reason. Dad, Mom, my brother won the lottery and plans to buy you a house. Lin Chen exclaimed joyfully, winning the lottery, buying a house. Upon hearing this news, Lin Zhangguang and Feng Lon were utterly astonished. Xiao Yi, did you win the double color ball, 5 million? In his shock, Lin Zhangguang gazed at Lin Yi with excitement. He had never bought a lottery ticket but was aware that some of the younger folks at work participated. Lin Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. The average citizen, upon hearing about a lottery win, instinctively thinks of the double color ball, unaware of how exceedingly rare it is to hit the jackpot. Subsequently, Lin Yi shared the details of his victory in sports betting with his parents, concerned that his parents might struggle to cope with the news, and worried that the matter might attract undue attention. He told them he had only won a little over 1 million. Xiao Yi, your filial piety is appreciated by both your mother and me. It's just the two of us, there is no need to change houses. You should consider purchasing a place for yourself in the city. As for the money you wish to give us, we will save it for Xiao Qian as her dowry, Lin Zhangguang said, regaining his composure after the initial excitement. Feng Lon nodded in agreement. Like countless parents across China, they prioritized their children's needs over their own, believing that no matter how difficult it became, they must not deprive their children, especially in terms of education. This mindset was prevalent among parents of that era. However, years later, degrees became devalued at an alarming rate, leading to a surge of unemployed graduates. Dad, Mom, please trust my judgment in this matter. You need not worry about the finances. I previously mentioned that my university classmate is making significant returns on investments. I plan to increase my investment soon, then once I earn more, I will consider buying a house. My future employment is uncertain, and I am still unsure which city I will be in. Moreover, our family will no longer fret about money, so you need not worry about Xiao Qian's dowry. I will ensure she is well provided for, Lin Yi declared decisively. Lin Chen supported him, saying, Dad, Mom, just listen to my brother. Very well. Lin Zhangguang and Feng Lon exchanged glances and ultimately acquiesced, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Their children had grown up, achieved success, and began to repay their nurturing kindness. The next morning, the Lin family arrived at a community called Qinghe Bay. Additionally, Lin Yi's uncle, Lin Jingjun, and aunt, Lin Jingying, also came along. For ordinary families, purchasing a house is a significant event, often prompting the entire family to be involved. After experiencing a significant drop in property prices in 2007, the price per square meter in Yunshun had fallen from 700 to 500. In Qinghe County, prices hovered just above 3,000 per square meter. However, Qinghe Bay was the finest community in Qinghe County, with prices exceeding 4,000 per square meter, nearing those in Yunshun's urban area. Upon arriving at the sales office of Qinghe Bay, Lin Yi received a phone call and instructed Lin Zhangguang and the others to enter and view the properties first. However, as Lin Zhangguang and the others entered the sales office, the saleswoman displayed an indifferent demeanor. Hello, we are here to look at properties. Could you please provide us with some information about the development? Lin Chen greeted the saleswoman proactively. Why bother looking if you're not going to buy? The saleswoman shot Lin Chen a disdainful glance, her contempt unmistakable. Although Su Shameng had bought Lin Chen 2 new outfits in the capital, she had refrained from wearing them, opting instead for her old clothes. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and replied, Who says we're not buying? The price per square meter in Qinghe Bay is over 4,000, with a unit costing more than 400,000. Do you think you can afford that? The saleswoman crossed her arms and looked down her nose at Lin Chen and the others, then continued without waiting for a response. These properties are for wealthy buyers, not for people like you. Don't waste my time, go look at other developments. How can you be so rude? Lin Chen was infuriated. Lin Zhangguang, Feng Lon, Lin Jingjun, and Lin Jingying also were displeased expressions. Among them, Lin Jingying stepped forward to confront the saleswoman, but Lin Zhangguang stopped her. Walking to the front, Lin Zhangguang politely said, Miss, we indeed do not have the funds to purchase a house here, but my son intends to buy one for us, so we would appreciate your assistance in providing information. Where is your son? Does he have the money? The saleswoman dismissed him outright, unable to fathom that Lin Zhangguang's son could be wealthy given their humble appearance. How do you know what we can afford? At that moment, Lin Yi, having finished his phone call, walked in and frowned at the saleswoman, saying, Furthermore, regardless of whether we can afford to buy or not, isn't it your job as a saleswoman to introduce properties to potential clients? Heck, if you want me to introduce the properties, show me your bank account balance to prove you can afford it. The saleswoman scoffed. Lin Yi's shirt appeared slightly yellowed, hardly resembling that of a wealthy individual. Lin Yi was left speechless. After 2016, it had become common for high-end real estate in first and second-tier cities to require clients to verify their finances, yet he never expected such a practice to emerge fast in Qinghe County. What is going on? Just then, a group of individuals entered the sales office. The leader, a rotund man with a prosperous appearance, was clutching a leather bag, followed by several staff members from the sales office. Mr. Su, they aren't buying a house and are insisting that I introduce the properties. The saleswoman quickly approached, her face plastered with a sycophantic smile, but her words were entirely misleading. The man she referred to as Mr. Su was Su In, the head of the property development company. Upon hearing this, Su In glanced at Lin Zhongguang and the others, noting their shabby attire, his brow furrowing. Just as he was about to speak, he spotted Lin Yi among the crowd. The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning, and his pupils dilated. Lin Yi was not only a rising star in the Yunshan political arena but also a prominent figure in Qinghe County. The visits from Xiao Yuan and the county leaders to see Lin Zhongguang, or Lin Yi sending Qinghe's big brother Zhongsheng to the sewing machine, had caused quite a stir in Qinghe. Although Su In had never interacted with Lin Yi directly, he was familiar with him and had seen Lin Yi's photograph on others' phones. At that moment, he recognized Lin Yi instantly. Director Lin, what brings you here? In his shock, Su In's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and a fawning smile replaced his authoritative expression as he approached Lin Yi, bowing slightly. Lin Yi replied flatly, and you are? I am Su In from Yunshan Kaisheng Real Estate Company. I had the privilege of seeing you at a meeting once. You may not remember me, Su In said, bending slightly at the waist, introducing himself. He then inquired, by the way, Director Lin, are you looking to purchase a property? I came with my family to buy a house, but your employee insisted that we provide proof of funds to receive any information about the properties. Lin Yi responded coldly. Absurd, who gave you the audacity and authority? Su In trembled with fear, his heart racing as he reprimanded the saleswoman furiously. This was no trivial matter. The individual before him was a significant figure in Yunshan's political landscape. The mayor, the county party secretary, and the county head had all visited Lin Yi's father, and yet she dared to insult him. Did she think her father was a provincial secretary? Or did she think he was so comfortable in life that he wished to be humiliated in front of his superiors? Mr. Su, the saleswoman was taken aback. She had never anticipated that she had inadvertently offended someone of such stature, someone whom even Su In would treat with caution. She instinctively wanted to defend herself but found herself at a loss for words. To be precise, she had no way to explain. After all, everything Lin Yi had stated was factual. Su In, however, offered her no chance to explain and made an immediate decision. You are fired. Go to the finance department to settle your wages. Mr. Su, I was wrong. The saleswoman trembled, her face pale as tears streamed down her cheeks. She hastily bowed to Lin Yi and his family, apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, leader, it was my lowly perspective. Get out, Su In said darkly, waving his hand in irritation. The saleswoman attempted to say something further but was pulled away by other staff members. Because of her disdainful attitude, she had lost her job, and once the news spread, it would be nearly impossible for her to find a similar position in Qinghe or Yunshan. Director Lin, today's incident has exposed issues within our company regarding recruitment and training. On behalf of the company, I apologize to you and your family. Additionally, to express our regret, we will offer you a 30% discount on any property you choose. After dismissing the saleswoman, Su In's demeanor shifted dramatically, akin to a performer in a Sichuan opera, instantly transforming from a stern figure to a humble one. Lin Yi replied, expressionless, there is no need for a discount. We will purchase at market price. Our family is not lacking in such trifles. Chapter 060. This child is remarkable. Although the saleswoman at Qinghe Bay left Lin Yi feeling quite displeased, he ultimately decided to purchase a property there for his parents. This was because, in terms of geographical location, community environment, and layout, Qinghe Bay offered the finest residences in the county. After finalizing the property purchase, Lin Yi transferred 500,000 to his uncle Lin Jingjun as startup capital for a restaurant. Lin Jingjun indicated that the restaurant would essentially belong to Lin Yi, and he would merely require a salary. However, Lin Yi declined this arrangement, citing that public servants are prohibited from establishing businesses. Reluctantly, Lin Jingjun accepted it as a loan from Lin Yi, promising to repay him as soon as the restaurant began to generate profit. Lin Yi had no objections to this. His intention was to teach his uncle to fish. As long as the restaurant thrived, profits would naturally follow. Having settled family matters, Lin Yi accompanied his sister Lin Qian to the train station before promptly returning to his workplace. In the following days, thanks to Xiao Yuan's efforts, Lin Yi's development plan for Yunshan's future over the next 5 years successfully passed through the municipal government's executive meeting and the standing committee of the municipal party committee, garnering robust support from the provincial level. This was not merely because the leaders endorsed the plan, but rather as a favor to Xiao Yuan. For Wang Haifeng, the secretary of the Yunshan Municipal Committee, there was an undeniable responsibility on his part for the near-fatal incident involving Xiao Yuan and the ensuing investigation by the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, which targeted a group that included the notorious figure Gao Hu. In light of this, if he did not cultivate a good relationship with Xiao Yuan, his hold on the secretary position could be jeopardized, especially considering Xiao Yuan's significant backing. As for Liang Yumen, the secretary of the Dongjiang Provincial Committee, since learning the truth about Xiao Yuan's case and his actual background, he had been unable to sleep soundly. Particularly haunting was the remark made by the matriarch of the Su family, advising him never to return to the capital, although he was aware that Xiao Yuan ultimately faced no repercussions and that the Su family along with the 4 prominent families would not take action against him. There was undoubtedly lingering tension. Consequently, it would be challenging for him to secure the support of these families during his next advancement. Recently, he had been contemplating ways to mend fences with Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan's submission of the development plan for Yunshan to the provincial level, seeking their support, was akin to receiving a pillow when one was drowsy. How could it be declined? Not only did he not refuse, but he also expressed high praise for the plan at the provincial standing committee meeting, urging relevant departments to provide substantial support for Yunshan's transformation and development. With the approval of the development plan, Lin Yi's workload became increasingly demanding. He accompanied Xiao Yuan on visits to 4 enterprises: BOE Technology Group, BYD, Fuyao Glass, and Kong Cement. The order of visits was proposed by Lin Yi, and he coordinated the arrangements. Furthermore, when negotiating with these companies to invest in Yunshan, Lin Yi exerted considerable effort. The introduction of BOE technology was the most seamless. At that time, BOE was experiencing significant difficulties, having previously sought investment opportunities in Pengcheng and Sacheng, only to be thwarted by Japanese companies. This was also a primary reason why Lucheng had successfully attracted BOE in Lin Yi's previous life. Now, under Lin Yi's intervention, Yunshan offered even greater support to BOE, complemented by its port and convenient transportation, facilitating future product exports. Negotiations with BYD also progressed smoothly, although BYD would later emerge as a giant in the domestic automotive industry and gain international recognition. It was still an inconspicuous company at this time. The acronym BYD was subject to various jests online, with many deeming it too mundane and lacking prestige due to its unrecognized brand and subpar vehicle quality. BYD struggled with sales and faced financial challenges. In pursuit of funding, BYD had previously engaged in discussions with the American investment mogul Warren Buffett, who expressed interest in investing in the company. However, with Yunshan's intervention, the investment deal between Buffett and BYD was abruptly disrupted. The agreed investment of $18 billion was directly doubled by Yunshan. Should Buffett consider increasing his investment, Yunshan would match it with even more. Ultimately, Buffett left in frustration, having lost a significant investment opportunity. Xiao Yi, your contributions to successfully attracting BYD and BOE to Yunshan are the most substantial. On this day, Xiao Yuan praised Lin Yi in his office. In less than a month, Lin Yi had led the municipal government's investment team to introduce 2 major enterprises, and Fuyao Glass also signed a strategic cooperation agreement explicitly stating that they would follow suit as soon as BYD agreed to invest in a factory. As for Kong Cement, they would only invest once the real estate company in Yunshan was established and began acquiring land as discussed at the investment conference. Lin Yi humbly replied, "Xiao Gu, I merely offered suggestions. The key factor lies in your negotiation skills. Stop being modest in front of me." The willingness of these 2 companies to come to Yunshan is attributable to various factors, including the policies and financial support provided by Yunshan itself. A significant reason is your assertion that the nation will inevitably develop the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei economic circle alongside the Yangtze River Delta and Pearl River Delta, forming the 3 largest urban agglomerations in the country. The leaders of both companies found this perspective highly agreeable. Xiao Yuan rolled his eyes. His younger brother had many admirable qualities, yet he was excessively humble, to the point where Xiao Yuan felt like giving him a good-natured knock on the head. Lin Yi merely smiled in silence. Both the automotive and electronics industries require a supporting industrial chain. If these 2 companies only established production lines in Yunshan without the backing of an industrial chain, their development would be hindered. However, with the inclusion of the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei concept, the situation would be entirely different. The integration of Beijing, Tianjin, and Hebei was a national strategy formulated years later. By the way, Xiao Yi, how is your report on national development suggestions coming along? Xiao Yuan suddenly remembered that Su Hongrui had set a submission deadline for Lin Yi in just over a week and quickly inquired. Lin Yi smiled and replied, Xiao Gu, I have already completed the report and submitted it to Shameng. You finished it? Xiao Yuan was taken aback. Initially, he intended for Lin Yi to dedicate the next week solely to completing the report, but hearing Lin Yi's words left him astonished. During this time, Lin Yi had been accompanying Xiao Yuan on investment trips, constantly on the move, leaving little time or energy for report writing, especially for a report of this nature, which required various data and supporting materials. It demanded undivided focus. Yes, Xiao Gu. If all goes well, the report should already be with Uncle Su. Lin Yi nodded, his expression radiating anticipation. Yanjing. Su family residence. Su Shiming and his father Su Hongrui entered the study together. Inside the study, the patriarch of the Su family sat at the desk, wearing reading glasses, reviewing a document adorned with a red header. Once a central figure in authority, the elder had since retired but still wielded significant influence, serving as the stabilizing force of the Su family. Dad, grandfather. Upon entering, Su Hongrui and Su Shiming greeted the elder with respect. Hongrui, why have you suddenly returned without a meeting these past few days, and brought Shiming along? Is there something amiss? The elder set aside the document, removed his glasses, and regarded them with curiosity. Dad, I would like your assistance in reviewing an internal reference. Su Hongrui replied, retrieving a printed report from his briefcase and handing it to the elder. Internal reference, with your heavy workload in Jiangnan, you still have the time to compile this. The elder expressed some skepticism, yet accepted the report, donning his glasses once more to read attentively. Su Hongrui did not rush to explain that the report was authored by Lin Yi. Instead, he settled onto the sofa, waiting for the elder's assessment. Meanwhile, Su Shiming stood by the desk, anxiously observing her grandfather. Before long, both Su Hongrui and Su Shiming discerned a look of astonishment spreading across the elder's face. As time progressed, that astonishment gradually morphed into sheer shock. Hongrui, this suggestion report not only aligns with the domestic realities but also takes into account global development trends. It is well-reasoned, forward-thinking, and exceptionally well done. Particularly, presenting such a report before the meeting carries profound significance. After perusing the document, the elder exhibited rare excitement, offering high praise. Lin Yi had indeed succeeded. Hearing his grandfather's words and witnessing his animated demeanor, Su Shiming felt a surge of joy, her heart swelling with pride. Su Hongrui, however, managed a wry smile as he clarified, Dad, this suggestion report was not penned by me, it was written by a young man. A young man wrote this. The elder's disbelief was palpable, as he felt his son must be jesting. The automotive industry was poised to leap ahead through the advent of new energy vehicles. Energy independence was ensured through renewable power generation. Self-sufficiency in chips would prevent Western nations from exerting control. Infrastructure and real estate had become the new engines of the domestic economy. The mobile internet was leading global internet development. Upgrading manufacturing across all industrial sectors established the nation as the world's factory. Strengthening national defense was crucial in facing unprecedented changes on the horizon. Could such insights truly be articulated by a young person? Which young individual possessed such extensive knowledge and strategic foresight? Grandfather, the author of this suggestion report is Lin Yi, Secretary Xiao Yuan's assistant. Su Shiming could no longer contain herself and interjected. The elder was momentarily dumbfounded. The secretary's assistant could produce such a report. The elder felt as if he were listening to a fairy tale. Su Shiming continued, Grandfather, my father intends to submit this report to Uncle Zhang, so we brought it to you for your approval first. Do you believe this report will gain recognition from the central authorities? Shiming, allow your grandfather to take a sip of water to steady himself. The elder lifted his teacup, taking a few sips to regain composure before turning to Su Hongrui and inquiring, Hongrui, what Shiming just said, is it true? This suggestion report was indeed written by Xiao Yuan's assistant. Yes, Dad. This child is remarkable. The elder remained silent for a moment before slowly articulating his thoughts. Just 7 words uttered by this once powerful figure conveyed his high regard for Lin Yi. Chapter 061 The confidential report shocks the celestial court. A week later, Lin Yi finally received a call from Su Shiming. Lin Yi, have you decided which restaurant to take me to for Qinghe cuisine? Once you arrive, we shall indulge in every delightful Qinghe restaurant, one by one, Lin Yi replied with a smile, knowing that his confidential report had garnered the approval of influential figures. You don't even ask about your report. It seems you are quite confident, Su Shiming teased, her gaze reflecting admiration for an ordinary person. This was a chance to alter their destiny, yet, in the past week, Lin Yi had refrained from calling Su Shiming to inquire about any developments. At this moment, when he received her call, he did not rush to ask about the report. Such composure was truly remarkable. Since you are asking me where to dine, that indicates stability. Besides, I have faith in my own capabilities, Lin Yi responded with a grin. Confidence. Su Shiming's heart stirred, instantly recalling Lin Yi's similar remarks in the capital that day. She also remembered their wager. If Lin Yi's report could stir the higher-ups, she would become his girlfriend. This thought made her heart race, and her face flushed slightly. Just keep being narcissistic. Su Shiming retorted, her cheeks tinged with color. She continued, your proposal report first astonished my father and grandfather, and then it caused a tremendous uproar within the Policy Research Office. In fact, a high-ranking official even mentioned your report in a meeting, and the leaders engaged in discussions about it. Did the officials endorse it? Lin Yi inquired. Although he felt assured about his report, many of the developmental concepts and suggestions within it were rather avant-garde, even conflicting with some existing policies. Given the circumstances, do you think they would not endorse it? Su Shiming assumed Lin Yi was merely showing off and retorted, then added without waiting for his response, not only did they endorse your report, but they also instructed the Zhongwei Policy Research Office to disseminate it to various ministries for review and feedback. Ultimately, the Policy Research Office will compile these opinions, conduct evaluations, and if consensus is reached, it will be considered for inclusion in the report for the October meeting, allowing participants to engage in discussions. At this point, even Su Shiming, the princess of the Su family, felt a surge of excitement. The content of Lin Yi's report might be included in a significant meeting's report. What an honor that would be. Upon hearing Su Shiming's words, Lin Yi silently exhaled, finally at ease. Before he could speak, Su Shiming revealed another vital piece of information. Additionally, Grandpa Qian has decided to conduct research in Dongjiang province soon, with your Yunshan being the second stop. Moreover, he specifically requested to meet you to discuss the contents of your report in person. What unexpected joy! Lin Yi felt a rush of exhilaration. The Grandpa Qian Su Shiming referred to was one of the big shots. He had considered that his report gaining recognition would greatly benefit his career, but he had never anticipated that Elder Qian would come specifically to Yunshan and request to see him. Shiming, thank you. Overcome with emotion, Lin Yi sincerely expressed his gratitude to Su Shiming. He understood that without her assistance, even if his report was substantial, it would not have achieved this level of impact. It could have ended up in one of two scenarios. Either shelved by the provincial or municipal policy research offices, gathering dust in a corner, or recognized by a discerning leader who would practice utilitarianism without any connection to Lin Yi. Verbal thanks lack sincerity. I shall judge your performance when I visit Yunshan. Su Shiming huffed, her expression quite complex. During the call, she appeared relaxed, but in reality, she was quite anxious. What would she do if Lin Yi brought up their wager? Yet, throughout the conversation, Lin Yi never mentioned it, leaving her feeling a bit disappointed. It felt akin to a young girl in her first love, both fearing he may not come and worrying about what he might do. A week later, Elder Qian arrived in Dongjiang for research, accompanied by the province's principal leaders. Throughout the visit, after a day of inspections in the provincial capital, Elder Qian came to Yunshan, bypassing the municipal government and heading straight to the Yunshan Development Zone. The secretary of the Yunshan Municipal Committee, Wang Haifeng, then Mayor Xiao Yuan, had long been awaiting his arrival, and Lin Yi, serving as the mayor's secretary, was also part of the welcoming team. When Elder Qian stepped down from the specially designed van, everyone, including Lin Yi, applauded in welcome. Elder Qian smiled and nodded, his gaze scanning the crowd, first lingering on Xiao Yuan, then shifting to Lin Yi, and in that moment, the smile on Elder Qian's face brightened even further. Did Elder Qian just look at Lin Yi? Moreover, did he seem genuinely pleased to see him? Many in the crowd keenly sensed the shift in Elder Qian's attention and expression, their hearts filled with astonishment. However, before the excitement could settle, another wave of shock hit. During lunch, Liang Yumen specifically called for Lin Yi to sit at Elder Qian's table. This left all the Yunshan officials in a state of disbelief. That table was reserved not only for Elder Qian and his entourage but also for the principal leaders of Dongjiang province, along with Secretary Wang Haifeng and Mayor Xiao Yuan. Not to mention the other officials from Yunshan, even the vice-provincial leaders from Dongjiang lacked the qualification to sit there. Was it possible that Elder Qian knew Lin Yi? In an instant, various speculations began to swirl among the Yunshan officials. Comrade Lin Yi, both I and our colleagues from various ministries along with Secretary Yu Min and Governor Zhang Tongbin hold your report in high regard. Truly, the young hero emerges. Elder Qian remarked with a smile as Lin Yi took his seat. Upon hearing Elder Qian's words, both Liang Yu Min and Zhang Tongbin were expressions of delight. Elder Qian's praise of Lin Yi reflected well on them as well. As for Xiao Yuan, he could hardly contain his excitement, his smile almost breaking into a grin that could not be suppressed. What report? Wang Haifeng looked at Lin Yi, utterly perplexed. He had yet to see Lin Yi's confidential report and was completely in the dark. Thank you, esteemed leaders, for your recognition. Lin Yi noticed Wang Haifeng's confusion, but at that moment there was no opportunity for explanation. He could only rise and bow in gratitude to Elder Qian and the others. Comrade Lin Yi, I just informed Secretary Yu Min that you will also participate in the afternoon seminar. Prepare your remarks well and tell us all about the contents of your report and the process of its creation. Understood, sir. Lin Yi promptly acknowledged the command. Chapter 062, the youngest executive vice-county mayor in the province. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a symposium was held in the grand auditorium of the Municipal Party Committee. Lin Yi was the only cadre from Yunshan, aside from the leaders of the Municipal Party Committee, to attend the meeting. During the symposium, in accordance with Elder Qian's request, Lin Yi discussed the content of his internal reference report and the methodologies he employed during its creation, as well as the domestic policy documents and foreign literature he drew upon for reference. Whether it was domestic policy documents or foreign literature, and even various industrial technology data, Lin Yi spoke with remarkable familiarity, astonishing everyone present. Comrades, I cannot speak for you, but after listening to Comrade Lin Yi's address, I am left profoundly moved. Following Lin Yi's speech, Elder Qian provided his commentary, generously praising Lin Yi and even describing his presentation as shocking. After the commentary concluded, Elder Qian turned his attention to Provincial Secretary Liang Yu Min, reminding him, Comrade Yu Min, you must value and make full use of talent. Young cadres like Comrade Lin Yi, who are diligent in their work while continuously striving for self-improvement during their spare time and possess innovative thinking, should be utilized in unconventional ways, boldly given opportunities for practice and development. Understood, Chief. The East River Provincial Committee will, as per your instructions, devise a reasonable and feasible talent management plan in the shortest time possible to provide young cadres like Comrade Lin Yi with opportunities for practical experience. Provincial Secretary Liang Yu Min responded promptly while taking notes. The following day, Elder Qian and his entourage concluded their research in East River Province. The organization department of the Yunshan Municipal Party Committee announced an appointment. Comrade Lin Yi was appointed as a member of the Qinghe County Party Committee, a standing member, and the executive vice-county mayor. At the age of 28, just a month after his last promotion, Lin Yi parachuted into his hometown of Qinghe County, becoming the youngest executive vice-county mayor in the province. The announcement sent shockwaves through Yunshan and the entire East River political arena. Upon hearing the news of Lin Yi's exceptional promotion, Liu Guoquan, the deputy director of the Municipal Construction Committee, felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but call his daughter Lili, find a way to coax Lin Yi back. Dad, it's not like I'm unwanted by anyone else. Why are you so fixated on Lin Yi? Liuli lamented, regretting her past decisions but maintaining a facade of indifference for the sake of pride. Liu Guoquan retorted, the useless suitors currently pursuing you can't possibly compare to Lin Yi. The city has just released the appointment notice, and he has been exceptionally promoted to become the youngest executive vice-county mayor in the province. What? Liuli exclaimed in shock, her coffee cup shattering on the floor, yet she paid it no mind, standing there in disbelief. Lin Yi had just been promoted to a proper rank, and now he had ascended again, and as the youngest executive vice-county mayor in the province, this was simply preposterous. At that moment, Lin Yi sat in his office, his phone vibrating incessantly with a flood of congratulatory messages. Soon after, he received a call from Xiao Yuan and made his way to Xiao Yuan's office. Along the way, he encountered numerous people, each greeting him with expressions of undisguised envy. At 28, serving as an executive vice-county mayor, it was as if his ancestors were sending smoke signals from the grave. In the mayor's office, upon seeing Lin Yi enter, Xiao Yuan personally brewed him a cup of tea, smiling as he said, Xiao Yi, congratulations on becoming the youngest executive vice-county mayor in the province. I look forward to seeing you continue to showcase your talents in your new position and make outstanding contributions to the development of Qinghe and Yunshan. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, his words carrying a double meaning. He was thankful for Xiao Yuan's kind words as well as for the assistance he had provided. Without Xiao Yuan, Lin Yi would not have met Su Shameng, nor would he have had the opportunity to deliver the internal reference directly to the higher authorities, leading to his current exceptional promotion. Xiao Yi, I haven't really helped with this matter, so don't thank me. You should thank Shameng and Uncle Su, Xiao Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. Your new role in Qinghe comes with significant responsibilities. As a pilot project, the success of Qinghe's economic transformation will impact the economic transformation efforts of the entire Yunshun region. Moreover, this is also a test from above. If you pass, demonstrating the practical validation of theory, you will undoubtedly gain the favor of the central leadership, propelling your future development into limitless potential. Brother Xiao, I understand, and I will strive to excel in my responsibilities in Qinghe for the development of my hometown. Lin Yi nodded resolutely, silently clenching his fists. After his rebirth and relentless efforts, he had finally arrived at the threshold of fulfilling his ambitions, and he was determined to seize this opportunity. Xiao Yi, your capabilities are unquestionable, and your talents are enviable even to me, but I must caution you that the examination in Qinghe will not be easy. Xiao Yuan advised. First, you have been working in the municipal government office as my secretary, lacking experience in leadership and grassroots work. Second, the discussions at Elder Qian's symposium in Yunshun were strictly confidential. This means that neither the revelation of your internal reference shaking the central government nor Elder Qian's explicit recommendation for the province to utilize you will be disclosed. The reason for your promotion from the municipal committee will be framed as a response to the provincial directive on strengthening the cultivation and utilization of young cadres. Consequently, if you wish to gain the respect of the Qinghe cadre, you must demonstrate real competence. Brother Xiao, I am confident. Lin Yi declared with unwavering assurance. Although the true circumstances of his promotion were concealed, leading others to mistakenly believe he had risen through connections with Xiao Yuan, he felt no pressure, buoyed by his foresight and Xiao Yuan's support. Xiao Yi, I believe you will undoubtedly excel in your work in Qinghe. Next Monday, you will assume your duties there. Come over for dinner this weekend, we can discuss matters further. Also, be sure to invite Ho Tianming along. Xiao Yuan, seeing that Lin Yi understood his intentions, chose not to elaborate further. All right, Brother Xiao, Lin Yi nodded, rising to leave, fully aware that Xiao Yuan's suggestion to invite Ho Tianming was aimed at fostering a good relationship. This was particularly pertinent as the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team in East River had completed its task in Yunshun, and the Deputy Secretary of the East River Provincial Committee and Secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, Chen Guangming, was under investigation. The so-called East River Gang had been dismantled, with its primary members all subjected to disciplinary action. Upon returning to his office, just as Lin Yi was about to call Ho Tianming, the latter called him fast. Brother, congratulations on becoming the youngest executive vice-county mayor in the province. Thank you, Brother Ho. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude before continuing. Brother Ho, Mayor Xiao is hosting a gathering this weekend and asked me to invite you. Are you available? I must make time, even if I'm busy. I must be there to see you off as you take up your post in Qinghe. Ho Tianming chuckled, understanding Xiao Yuan's intentions but primarily wanting to support Lin Yi. As they spoke, Ho Tianming recalled something and added, by the way, once you are in Qinghe, if there is anything you need, just let Lu Ming handle it. If he doesn't do a good job, I'll have words with him. Brother Ho, Lu Gu and I have fought side by side before. When I go to Qinghe, we will certainly support each other, Lin Yi replied with a smile. Lu Ming was the director of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau and had previously collaborated with Lin Yi to imprison Zhong Sheng, the leader of the largest criminal syndicate in Qinghe, who happened to be Lin Yi's high school classmate, thus forging a bond of camaraderie between them. As the conversation concluded, Lin Yi's expression grew serious as he pondered. Brother Ho, I have a small request. Don't be so formal with me, just say what you need, Ho Tianming replied. I would like to transfer Chu Chu to Qinghe County as the Deputy Director of the Public Security Bureau. Lin Yi thought of Shen Chuchu's tragic childhood and wished to bring her to Qinghe to confront local bullies, helping her overcome her past traumas. Not a problem. Ho Tianming did not inquire about Lin Yi's motives and readily agreed, then asked, Brother, is there anything else you need from me? Brother Ho, if anything else comes up, I will give you a call. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude before ending the call. He rose and walked to the window, gazing in the direction of Qinghe County, resolute in his determination. He was determined to pass the significant test in Qinghe, earning the favor of the central leadership once and for all. Chapter 063 Soaring High. Taking the first step into office, on Monday morning at 9 o'clock, Lin Yi, accompanied by Hu Shilei, the Minister of the Municipal Organization Department, and several staff members, arrived by car at the courtyard of the Qinghe County Party Committee and Government. The county party committee and government not only operated within the same compound but also occupied a single office building. In front of the building, the county mayor, He Hua, along with members of the Qingha County Party Committee and the chairman of the Political Consultative Conference, awaited the arrival of Hu Zhilei and Lin Yi. As the car came to a halt, He Hua noticed Lin Yi and Minister Hu Zhilei disembarking. He quickly approached them, his entourage in tow. The gazes directed at Lin Yi were rife with envy and jealousy. At the tender age of 28, he had been exceptionally promoted to become the youngest executive vice-county mayor in the province. Such fortunate circumstances, who would not covet them? Minister Hu, Comrade Lin Yi. Secretary Zhou has gone to the provincial party school for further study. He has entrusted me to assist the municipal organization department in successfully convening today's meeting. Chairman Zhou and the members of the county party committee are present, while other officials at the division. Following Hu Zhilei, Lin Yi also shook hands with each member of the Qingha County leadership, all of whom displayed courteous demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Hu Zhilei and Lin Yi, accompanied by the crowd, entered the auditorium. Clap. Clap. The audience, who had been waiting eagerly in the auditorium, rose to their feet, applauding in welcome. As is customary at such appointments, Hu Zhilei announced the municipal party committee's decision regarding Lin Yi's appointment and laid out certain expectations for the Qingha County Party Committee. County Mayor He Hua spoke on behalf of the committee, assuring support for Lin Yi's work, among other matters. Finally, Lin Yi took the stage to speak, or perhaps, to express his stance would be a more accurate description. I am deeply grateful for the trust and support bestowed upon me by the organization. Contributing to the development of my hometown is one of my foremost goals upon assuming this position. I am both delighted and honored to return to Qingha for work, yet I am also acutely aware of the heavy responsibilities that lie ahead. I vow not to disappoint the expectations of the organization and hope for your continued support in my endeavors. Thank you. Lin Yi's remarks were succinct, yet the auditorium erupted in thunderous applause, albeit largely perfunctory. Few believed that Lin Yi's tenure would usher in any significant transformation for Qingha County, as many held the view that his lack of grassroots experience meant he had been elevated through the connections of Xiao Yuan, with limited capability, merely seeking to adorn his credentials. Lin Yi could sense the skepticism and even disdain emanating from the crowd, yet he had mentally prepared himself for such scrutiny, maintaining a calm demeanor akin to still waters. He resolved to respond to the doubts cast upon him through tangible actions. In the course of his work. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Lin Yi accompanied County Mayor He Hua and Minister Hu Zhilei for a brief discussion in the office, followed by a shared lunch. County Mayor Lin Yi, we will convene a regular meeting of the county government at 3 o'clock this afternoon to delineate everyone's work responsibilities, and it will also provide you an opportunity to familiarize yourself with the members of the county government leadership, He Hua informed Lin Yi after lunch, before inquiring, do you usually take a midday rest? Mayor, I generally do not take a nap at noon. Please feel free to rest, Lin Yi replied. He Hua chuckled, saying, I am not feeling drowsy today either. Since you do not nap, would you care to join me for tea in my office? Certainly, Lin Yi nodded, understanding that He Hua intended to have a private discussion under the guise of tea. 20 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at He Hua's office. County Mayor Lin Yi, last night, Mayor Xiao called me to discuss your appointment in Qingha. The city is planning to establish Qingha as a pilot for economic transformation in Yunshun City. You are young and capable, with progressive ideas, which is why the organization has entrusted you with this responsibility. Would you be willing to share your thoughts and plans with me? He Hua said, pouring Lin Yi a cup of tea with a smile. Lin Yi responded, Mayor, I would like to take this opportunity to report on my preliminary ideas. My initial plan is to leverage the successful introduction of the renowned private enterprises BYD and BOE by the city to attract external investment in Qingha. The focus of our investment attraction will primarily be on upstream enterprises in the automotive and electronics industries. Once we succeed in attracting investments, we can gradually shut down small coal mines, thereby achieving industrial transformation. County Mayor Lin Yi, coal mining is the backbone industry of our county. Our GDP and tax revenues rely heavily on it. Shutting down small coal mines would pose a significant challenge to our finances. If our finances become strained, we may struggle not only to promote construction in the county but also to guarantee civil servant salaries. Moreover, closing small coal mines would lead to widespread unemployment among miners, potentially inciting social unrest. He Hua began cautiously, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Yi. Of course, I support you, but I cannot speak for Secretary Zhou and the other committee members. I understand that, Mayor, Lin Yi acknowledged with a nod. He Hua lit a cigarette, took a puff, and casually inquired, County Mayor Lin Yi, I have heard that Secretary Zhou may be reassigned after his studies at the party school. Have you heard anything about this? Mayor, I am unaware of such matters. If it is true, I believe you are very likely to succeed Secretary Zhou in his position. Lin Yi gently shook his head before expressing his perspective. He had discerned the subtext in He Hua's words, realizing that He Hua sought to use his support for Lin Yi's work to establish connections with Xiao Yuan. This way, should Zhou Hongjian be reassigned, Xiao Yuan might consider or even support He Hua as a candidate for the position of Secretary of the Qinghe County Party Committee. The County Party Secretary is a provincial cadre, and the cadre's appointments fall under the jurisdiction of the Municipal Party Secretary. Normally, Xiao Yuan's influence would be limited, yet he wielded significant clout due to his formidable background. Furthermore, the provincial party of Dongjiang was ardently backing the economic development transformation of Yunshun City, with Qinghe County serving as a pilot, thus enhancing Xiao Yuan's voice within the Qinghe County leadership far beyond what appeared on the surface. He Hua's heart leapt with joy as he confirmed with Lin Yi, County Mayor Lin, do you truly believe that? Indeed, Mayor. I will seek an appropriate opportunity to suggest this to Mayor Xiao, Lin Yi affirmed, proactively presenting a significant gesture of goodwill to He Hua. He understood that for his work in Qinghe County to proceed smoothly, he required He Hua's backing. Now that He Hua was taking the initiative to cultivate rapport and subtly expressed his inclination to align with Xiao Yuan, Lin Yi naturally felt compelled to reciprocate. My brother, regardless of the outcome of this matter, I will resolutely support your work. He Hua felt a surge of excitement, even changing his address for Lin Yi. He believed Lin Yi to be an unequivocal confidant of Xiao Yuan, having been parachuted into Qinghe and exceptionally promoted to Executive Vice County Mayor, tasked with shouldering the responsibilities of economic transformation in Qinghe County. If Lin Yi were to recommend to Xiao Yuan, He Hua's chances of becoming the county party secretary would significantly increase. Brother He, I believe there is a high probability that this will come to fruition. Lin Yi smiled slightly, also altering his form of address toward He Hua, successfully taking the first step in his new role in Qinghe. Chapter 064 Since you are so eager to court disaster, I shall indulge your wishes. Upon leaving He Hua's office, Lin Yi felt a considerable weight lifted from his shoulders, yet he remained vigilant. He understood that in order to propel the economic transformation of Qinghe County, he would inevitably have to disrupt the local coal mining industry, which would undoubtedly encounter formidable resistance. Forming an alliance with He Hua was merely the first step in a long march. The subsequent execution of his plans would require profound contemplation. That afternoon, County Chief He Hua convened an executive meeting of the county government, during which he reallocated responsibilities. As the Deputy Secretary of the County Government and the Executive Vice County Chief, Lin Yi was tasked with overseeing the routine affairs of the county government, as well as managing development and reform, finance, taxation, investment promotion, and banking. The following morning, while He Hua attended a meeting in the city, Lin Yi, accompanied by the Deputy Director of the County Government Office, familiarized himself with the workings of the county administration. He prepared to conduct field research in the afternoon, intending to grasp the overall situation in Qinghe before formulating his work plan. However, at 10 o'clock, Lin Yi unexpectedly received a phone call from County Chief He Hua. He Hua's tone was grave. County Chief Lin, I just received a call from County Chief Yongchan, who oversees safety. He informed me that there has been a collapse at the Shaten coal mine. He is already en route with the county's Safety Supervision Bureau Chief, Ma Rue. You need to go there and manage the situation, ensuring the utmost effort in rescuing the injured while also preventing secondary incidents and thoroughly investigating the specifics of the accident. Understood, County Chief. Lin Yi acknowledged, his brow furrowing. He had intended to develop his work plan for Qinghe after his research, but now an urgent incident had arisen before he could even begin his investigation. Moreover, the site of the accident was in Shen Chuchu's hometown, Shaten village. The Shaten coal mine was predominantly controlled by the Shaten Mining Company, a local enterprise, with the mine overseen by Ding Shusheng's younger brother, Ding Yonggang, who was also the village secretary. In his previous life, a collapse had occurred at the Shaten coal mine in September, resulting in 5 fatalities, yet this information was concealed from the authorities. Neither Ding Shusheng, as the village secretary, nor Ding Yonggang, as the mine manager, faced any repercussions, continuing to evade justice. Nearly a decade later, the Ding brothers were finally brought down during a crackdown on organized crime. According to reports from the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission and the Procuratorate, Ding Shusheng had engaged in corruption and embezzlement while serving as the village secretary, severely violating laws and regulations. His brother, Ding Yonggang, was a notorious local bully, exerting control over village elections, running illegal gambling operations, and hoarding firearms. His misdeeds knew no bounds. The tragic childhood of Shen Chuchu stemmed from the actions of the Ding brothers. Her brother had suffered brain damage while trying to protect her from Ding Shusheng's son, rendering him nearly a fool. Shen Chuchu's parents, too fearful to confront the Ding brothers, unjustly directed their frustrations towards her, believing her to be a harbinger of misfortune, leading to a cycle of abuse. I had initially planned to let Chuchu deal with you herself, but since you are so intent on self-destruction, I shall grant your wish. Lin Yi mused, narrowing his eyes at the thought of Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang. Determined to seize the opportunity presented by the Shatan coal mine incident, Lin Yi resolved to dismantle the Ding brothers' influence, deliver justice for the people, and assist Shen Chuchu in reclaiming her dignity, all while signaling the commencement of Qinghe County's economic transformation. Having made his decision, Lin Yi called the deputy director of his office, Long Zhen, instructing him to arrange for a vehicle to accompany him to Shatan village. Once in the car, Lin Yi dialed the county's Safety Supervision Bureau chief, Ma Rue. Director Ma, there has been a collapse at the Shatan coal mine. What is the current situation? Are there any casualties? County Chief Lin, I am on my way to the accident site with County Chief Chong, Ma Rue reported. According to Village Secretary Ding Shusheng, due to inadequate safety measures, miners experienced a collapse while working. 5 miners have been injured and have already been transported to the county hospital. Lin Yi inquired, Director Ma, are the injuries of the 5 workers severe? Are their lives in danger? I am not certain at this moment, County Chief Lin, Ma Rue replied, caught off guard by Lin Yi's detailed questioning. Director Ma, you must immediately ascertain this information. In 5 minutes, if you have not clarified the specific conditions of the 5 workers, you may as well resign from your position as County Safety Supervision Bureau Chief. Lin Yi admonished coldly. With Hihua in the city attending a meeting, Lin Yi was temporarily overseeing the county government's operations. Given the incident at the Shatan coal mine, neither Bureau Chief Ma Rue nor Deputy County Chief Chong Yongchan had reported the matter to Lin Yi, treating him as if he were inconsequential, an affront that warranted rectification. I understand, County Chief Lin. Ma Rue acquiesced, albeit with a subdued tone. A few minutes later, Ma Rue returned Lin Yi's call, reporting again, County Chief Lin, Ding Shusheng has stated that the injuries of the 5 miners are primarily to their arms, legs, and backs, and there is no immediate threat to their lives. I see, Lin Yi responded, ending the call while furrowing his brow. In his previous life, 5 lives had been lost in the Shatan coal mine collapse, with the Ding brothers opting to conceal the truth. This time, had the accident occurred earlier without any fatalities reported. Was that plausible? At the Shatan coal mine, Deputy County Chief Chong Yongchan, Bureau Chief Ma Rue, Longsha Town Party Secretary Sha Zhong, Town Mayor Feng Zhe, along with Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang, stood a short distance from the site of the collapse, smoking. Secretary Sha casually inquired, Director Ma, how long until County Chief Lin arrives? Secretary Sha, are you joking? Would I dare inquire about the leaders? I nearly faced dismissal for not reporting the situation in detail. Ma Rue's expression soured. He was quite displeased with Lin Yi's veiled threat of demotion during the phone call. Deputy County Chief Chong Yongchan interjected. Director Ma, County Chief Lin is quite young, it is only natural for him to seek to make a mark. We should support his efforts and avoid harboring negative sentiments. Understood, Deputy County Chief Chong, Ma Rue acknowledged, realizing that Chong Yongchan was cautioning him against speaking too freely and landing himself in trouble. Ding Secretary, everything has been handled properly, correct? Chong Yongchan asked, casting a concerned glance at Village Secretary Ding Shusheng. The collapse had resulted in 3 fatalities, the fact known to Chong Yongchan, Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, and Feng Zhe. However, by the time they arrived at the scene, the Ding brothers had already taken care of everything. Consequently, they would classify the incident as having no fatalities for the purposes of reporting and handling, thanks to the generous gifts Ding Shusheng had bestowed upon them over the years. Each holiday, he ensured the delivery of his gifts was more punctual than the welfare provisions from their own agency. Moreover, should the truth of the incident be disclosed, all 4 of them would face accountability, risking disciplinary action or even losing their positions. By proceeding with the current handling of the situation, even if future issues arose, the responsibility would fall on the village and the Shatan coal mine for the concealment of the fatalities, sparing them from blame. Rest assured, County Chief, everything has been taken care of. Ding Shusheng replied with a broad smile, exhibiting a demeanor as casual as if discussing the death of 3 chickens, utterly unfazed. Ma Rue cautioned, Ding Secretary, Deputy County Chief Chong just mentioned that County Chief Lin, being newly appointed, will likely seek to assert himself. Have you considered how to respond if he insists on a thorough investigation? Haha, Director Ma, there is no need for concern. Since I assert that there were no fatalities, the villagers and workers will undoubtedly align with my narrative. If County Chief Lin pursues an in-depth investigation, the mine will have to cease operations, and the villagers will surely object. Ding Shusheng said with a faint smile, exuding an air of invulnerability, as though he regarded himself as the local sovereign of Shaten village, with the fiercely independent villagers as his loyal subjects and his greatest support. Chapter 065 I do not acknowledge your meeting's decision. While Ding Shusheng and others were discussing Lin Yi, he sat in the car, contemplating how to address the incident that had prematurely occurred in Shaten village. Lost in thought, the vehicle arrived at Shaten village, nestled among mountains on three sides. The coal mine lay atop the hills behind the village. Thus, Lin Yi instructed the driver to navigate through the village directly to the Shaten mine. As they passed through, Lin Yi observed the village's topography, a slight frown creasing his brow. There were only two routes into Shaten village, a narrow path and a broad one. In his previous life, the police had undertaken 3 operations to eliminate the village bully, Ding Shusheng, and his brother Ding Yonggang. The first time, the police were blocked at the village entrance and could not enter. The second time, a clash erupted between the villagers and the police, resulting in a police car being overturned and 2 officers injured, which sent shockwaves through the Yunshun City Committee. For the third attempt, the police dispatched an anti-explosion squad and called for support from the armed police, which finally subdued the rebellious villagers and apprehended the Ding brothers. As these memories flashed through his mind, Lin Yi retrieved his phone and dialed the county police chief, Lu Ming. Director Lu, this is Lin Yi. County Head Lin, what instructions do you have? Lu Ming responded, somewhat surprised by Lin Yi's formal address, instantly realizing that Lin Yi was in an official capacity or in the presence of others. A collapse has occurred at the Shaten coal mine, and I have arrived in Shaten village. To prevent a mass incident, have Director Shen bring the anti-explosion team over. Lin Yi stated. What? Hearing Lin Yi's words, Long Zhen, the deputy director of the county government office, stood momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, County Head Lin, I am on my way to the municipal bureau. There is a meeting at the bureau today. Shall I take a leave and personally lead the team over? No need, just have Shen Chuchu lead the team. Understood, County Head Lin. Lu Ming replied promptly. Lin Yi did not elaborate further, ending the call, his mind already formulating a complete plan. A little over 10 minutes later, the car reached the Shaten coal mine situated on the mountain behind Shaten village, and Lin Yi instructed the driver to head directly to the site of the incident. County Head Lin, Deputy County Head Chong Yongchan greeted as Lin Yi disembarked, joined by a crowd of others. Lin Yi, his expression impassive, inquired, Deputy County Head Chong, what is the current situation? County Head Lin, according to reports from Village Secretary Ding Shusheng, the collapse occurred due to inadequate safety measures during coal mining, resulting in injuries to 5 miners. The injured miners have been sent to the county hospital for emergency treatment, but the outcomes are yet to be determined. Taken aback by Lin Yi's direct questioning, Chong Yongchan hesitated for a moment, then furrowed his brow slightly. Lin Yi continued, Deputy County Head Chong, did you, Director Ma, Secretary Sha, and Mayor Fong merely listen to Ding Shusheng's report without verifying the situation on site? This time, Chong Yongchan remained silent, his face darkening. As a native of Qingshui, he had been deeply rooted in the county since his employment. If it were not for his fear of Lin Yi's powerful backer, Xiao Yuan, he would have been unable to restrain himself from retorting. What do you, a mere novice, think you're doing in front of me? Sha Zhong, the party secretary of Chongsha town, noticing Chong Yongchan's irritation, quickly interjected, County Head Lin, we have all verified the situation. It aligns with what Secretary Ding reported. County Head Lin, before your arrival, I provided a detailed account of the incident to the leaders, and they investigated the site for verification, Sha Zhong added. As his words settled, Ding Shusheng, the village committee secretary, spoke up as well. Lin Yi cast a glance at Ding Shusheng and, feigning ignorance, asked, Secretary Ding, where is the person in charge of the Shaten coal mine today? County Head Lin, I am Ding Yonggang, the mine's manager. Ding Yonggang stepped forward. Lin Yi fixed a cold stare on Ding Yonggang, call forth the team leader on duty today, and ensure he brings the miners' roster. County Head Lin, the miners on duty today are not here. We do not have the roster, Ding Yonggang retorted defiantly. Ding Shusheng interjected, playing the conciliator. County Head Lin, I inquired about this matter with Manager Ding. He said the miners were frightened by the incident and worried about psychological trauma, so they were given leave to recuperate and would return when ready. 3 people died this morning. Before Ding Shusheng could finish, a voice rang out from the distant hilltop. The sudden announcement caused everyone to change their expressions, instinctively turning toward the sound. In the distance, Lin Yi spotted a simple-minded young man, Shen Chuha, brother of Shen Chuchu. County head Lin, that is our village's simpleton, Shen Chuha. He suffered a brain injury in childhood and has been behaving erratically ever since, babbling nonsense, Ding Shusheng remarked with a calm demeanor, having relaxed his previously furrowed brow upon seeing Shen Chuha. Shen Chuha's mental condition was documented, and he had been treated at a psychiatric hospital multiple times. Who would take the words of such a mentally ill person seriously? Hearing Ding Shusheng's comment, Chang Yongchan and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yi did not respond to Ding Shusheng but instead turned his gaze to Ma Rue, the head of the county's Safety Supervision Bureau, and inquired, Director Ma, what is your bureau's plan for addressing the collapse at the Shaten coal mine? County Head Lin, before your arrival, Deputy County Head Chong organized an impromptu meeting on site. The meeting decided to prioritize the treatment of the 5 injured workers. If their conditions are critical, we will consider transferring them to the municipal hospital, with expenses handled as work-related injuries. Additionally, the mine must learn from this incident, enhance safety measures, and ensure adequate protection before allowing workers to resume operations. Ma Rue replied. Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, glancing at Chang Yongchan. Deputy County Head Chang, is this your proposed course of action? County Head Lin, this is the consensus we reached during the meeting. I wonder if you have any insights to share. Chang Yongchan could not help but retort toward Lin Yi. I received a call from the county head instructing me to take charge of the Shaten coal mine's collapse incident. Although you held a meeting previously, I believe it was far too superficial, lacking a thorough analysis of the causes of the incident and failing to draw comprehensive lessons from it as well as to formulate earnest corrective measures. In light of this, I believe the county's Safety Supervision Bureau must convene a meeting to reevaluate the incident investigation. Following this meeting, the Shaten coal mine must rectify the issues identified according to the corrective measures approved. Lin Yi stated firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt, and as he concluded, his gaze turned toward Ding Shusheng. Until all issues are resolved, the Shaten coal mine must cease operations. County Head Lin, the Shaten coal mine is controlled by the Shaten Mining Company, and the village's income relies entirely on the mine. If operations halt, it will significantly impact their livelihoods, and the villagers are likely to voice their discontent. Ding Shusheng raised an eyebrow and remarked. Lin Yi retorted coldly, Secretary Ding, safety in production is paramount. If the villagers are dissatisfied, you, as their secretary, should engage in some public relations work. Very well, Ding Shusheng replied nonchalantly. Lin Yi then turned to Ma Rue, issuing directives. Director Ma, you are responsible for organizing an accident investigation and analysis meeting at the County Safety Supervision Bureau, with all present, including myself, in attendance. Furthermore, your bureau must promptly issue a safety rectification notice to the Shaten coal mine, forbidding any production activities until all issues are resolved. Understood, County Head Lin. Director Ma, allow me to remind you, if the Shaten village continues operations before all issues are rectified, you shall submit your resignation to the county head. Lin Yi coldly declared before turning to step back into the car. Ma Rue trembled in anger, fists clenched, feeling an overwhelming urge to chase after Lin Yi and give him a piece of his mind. Director Ma, do not let your anger affect your health. It is not worth it to become enraged with him, Ding Shusheng said, patting Ma Rue on the shoulder and glancing at Ding Yonggang knowingly. Ding Yonggang immediately understood and took out his phone to send a text message. A little while later, Lin Yi's vehicle was halted. Over 100 villagers from Shaten village had blocked the road leading down the mountain, creating an impenetrable barrier. Chapter 066. Foreseeing the future, prepared in advance. Inside the automobile, both the driver and the office deputy director, Long Zhen, were expressions of sheer astonishment. In stark contrast, Lin Yi maintained an air of calmness, as serene as still water, seemingly unfazed by the unfolding events. He gazed through the windshield, absorbing the situation ahead with keen observation. A dozen elderly individuals sat in a row on the roadway, while over 100 young adults stood behind them, their faces etched with indignation, exuding an aura that suggested they might at any moment overturn the vehicle Lin Yi occupied. His gaze swept across the crowd until it settled upon a particular figure, a young man with dyed blonde hair, clad in a floral shirt, a cigarette dangling from his lips, with his hands tucked into his pockets. Trailing behind him were over 20 menacing youths, exuding an air of intimidation. This was Ding Chong, the son of Ding Shusheng, the village secretary of Shaten village, who was revered by the younger villagers as Brother Chong. Lin Yi instantly recognized Ding Chong, and the reason for his vivid recollection lay in the events of his previous life, where Ding Shusheng and his brother Ding Yonggang met their demise, with Ding Chong playing a pivotal role in that saga. County Chief Lin, I shall step out to assess the situation, the driver proposed, turning to Lin E for approval. Proceed, Lin E replied with a slight nod. The driver exited the vehicle and swiftly approached the villagers, stating, Dear townsfolk, you are obstructing the road, making it impossible for our vehicle to pass. Kindly make way. You aim to shut down our coal mine and expect us to step aside. Our coal mine is our lifeline. Shutting down Shatan coal mine equates to taking our lives. If the coal mine ceases operations, how shall we sustain ourselves? Will the government provide for us? The villagers' emotions surged, their voices booming and reverberating through the air. Among them, the youth surrounding Ding Chong were the first to speak, their demeanor brazen and confrontational. Meanwhile, the elderly and middle-aged individuals behind them voiced concerns regarding their livelihoods and survival. County Chief Lin, should I engage with the townsfolk? Long John inquired, having overheard their grievances. No need. Let Ding Shusheng handle it, Lin Yi declined, shaking his head through the rearview mirror. He observed the arrival of Chang Yongchan, Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, and Feng Zhe's vehicles. Hey, isn't he supposed to be so capable? Why doesn't he step out to resolve the issue? Is he afraid of being attacked by the villagers? Ma Rue remarked after exiting his vehicle, noticing Lin Yi's reluctance to do the same. He felt a sense of satisfaction and discreetly gave Ding Shusheng a thumbs up. Secretary Mo, it's all thanks to you. Director Mo, let us not speak carelessly. The villagers blocking the road has nothing to do with me, Ding Shusheng replied with a faint smile, casually strolling towards Lin Yi's vehicle as if unperturbed. Upon seeing Ding Shusheng approach, Longzhen hurriedly exited the car, exclaiming, Secretary Ding, the villagers are obstructing County Chief Lin's vehicle. You must address this promptly. Understood. Ding Shusheng nodded, casting a glance towards the car only to find Lin Yi entirely ignoring him, as though he were invisible. He smirked inwardly, thinking, let us see how long you can maintain this pretense. Ding Shusheng stepped forward and deliberately raised his voice, addressing the crowd. Townsfolk, what is the reason for blocking County Chief Lin's vehicle? He intends to shut down our coal mine, severing our source of income, leaving us without food. A young man beside Ding Chang recited his lines, already prepared. Preposterous. When has County Chief Lin ever stated he would shut down the coal mine? He merely indicated that operations would cease temporarily until the incident is resolved and the issues rectified before resuming production. Ding Shusheng reprimanded theatrically, that is unacceptable. Indeed, how much will we lose if the coal mine halts production for even a few days? That represents our village's revenue. Village chief, your words are unnecessary. We refuse to agree. If he insists on halting production, we shall not budge. Ding Shusheng's attempts at persuasion not only failed to sway the villagers but also intensified their agitation. Sensing he had achieved his desired outcome, he retreated to the side of the vehicle. At that moment, Chang Yongchan, Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, and Feng Zhe approached. Lin Yi, observing the gathering, opened the car door and stepped out. Ding Shusheng, feigning difficulty, reported, County Chief Lin, County Chief Chang, Director Ma, Secretary Sha, and Town Chief Feng, the villagers have been misinformed about the coal mine's closure and have obstructed the road. Their demands center on maintaining production. I have attempted to reason with them, but they remain unyielding. Ding Shusheng, listen closely. Shatan coal mine shall not resume operations until the accident investigation and issue rectification are thoroughly completed. If you cannot persuade the villagers, we will consider appointing someone else as village secretary, Lin Yi replied coldly. Today marked just the second day of his official tenure, and with the county chief absent, he was temporarily overseeing the county government's operations. In light of this, reversing his newly issued directive immediately would jeopardize future operations. Would anyone heed his instructions thereafter, they would undoubtedly dismiss his words as inconsequential. Then County Chief Lin may as well remove me and allow the villagers to elect a new secretary. Ding Shusheng retorted defiantly. He had served as both secretary and village chief in Shatan village for many years. Although there had been considerations for his replacement, it had proven impossible. Who among the villagers would dare to vote against him? Those who attempted would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Even if someone conspired to elect another in secret, the outcome would still result in him regaining his position by invalidating any opposing votes until he was re-elected. County Chief Lin, Ding Shusheng has been serving as both secretary and village chief for a considerable duration, and has performed well. We cannot simply dismiss him over this minor issue. Furthermore, as leaders, we must not merely shift pressure onto grassroots officials without addressing the underlying problems. Such a working style is not commendable. Chang Yongchan seized the moment to interject, simultaneously defending Ding Shusheng and casting aspersions on Lin Yi's work ethic. County Chief Chang, the villagers are obstructing the road and presenting reasonable demands, which is acceptable. However, when they make unreasonable requests and threaten our government with violations if we do not permit the coal mine to continue operations, that is utterly unacceptable and far from a trivial matter. Moreover, Ding Shusheng, as both secretary and village chief, has failed to engage with the community and fulfill the role of the grassroots party organization. Does that not constitute a serious dereliction of duty? Lin Yi responded gravely to Chong Yong-chan, articulating each word with precision. As for resolving the situation, I have already dispatched officers from the County Police Bureau to this location. County Chief Lin, I do not endorse your approach. After all, deploying law enforcement to exert pressure on the populace could incite mass disturbances, with potentially dire consequences. Upon hearing Lin Yi's intention to involve the police, Chong Yong-chan was momentarily taken aback, then hastily cautioned. Naturally, he did not wish for the situation to escalate. Similarly, Ma Rue, the head of the County Safety Supervision Bureau, appeared alarmed. His expression shifted, and he quickly concurred. County Chief Lin, I too advise against involving the police to handle this matter, as it will only exacerbate tensions and could lead to uncontrollable chaos. Indeed, County Chief Lin echoed Sha Zhong, the secretary of Chongsha Town, and Feng Zhe, the town chief, both voicing their support for Chong Yong-chan and Ma Rue's recommendations. Their unified stance signified their position. Consequently, if a confrontation arose between the villagers and the police, any subsequent accountability would rest squarely on Lin Yi's shoulders. It would be Lin Yi's unilateral decision that led to such actions. Yet, just as Lin Yi prepared to respond, a piercing siren shattered the atmosphere as police vehicles approached rapidly, wailing in the distance, "Why are the police here?" The arrival of law enforcement stirred a wave of unrest among the villagers. So soon, concurrently, Chong Yong-chan, Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, Feng Zhe, and Ding Shusheng were all taken aback. None of them had anticipated the police would arrive so swiftly. Amid their astonishment, a singular thought simultaneously flickered through their minds. Lin Yi did not contact the County Police Bureau after the villagers obstructed the road. Rather, he had preemptively dispatched officers to this location. As this realization dawned upon them, they collectively turned their gazes towards Lin Yi. What exactly are his intentions? Chapter 067, Breaking the Chains. Shocking the audience before Chong Yong-chan and the others could come up with an answer, 5 police cars came to a halt in succession. Shen Chuchu, who had just taken office as the deputy director of the Qingha County Public Security Bureau, emerged from the first vehicle. Following her, fully armed officers and auxiliary police from the county's anti-explosion team disembarked, brandishing shields and batons. They formed a square formation, awaiting Shen Chuchu's orders. It was indeed the anti-explosion team. Could it be that Lin Yi had anticipated the villagers would cause trouble? Upon witnessing the deployment of the anti-explosion team by the county police, the thought flickered once again in the minds of Chong Yong-chan, Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, and Feng Zhe. Meanwhile, after initially being taken aback, Ding Shusheng's lips curled into a cold smile as he glanced at Ding Chong in the crowd. Ding Chong, understanding the unspoken cue, promptly kicked the young ruffian beside him. The ruffian, realizing the implication, immediately shouted, "So what if the police are here? With the coal mine shut down, we have no income and no security for our livelihoods. We will never agree." "Exactly. We won't budge. Do the police dare to lay a finger on us? If you want to get through, just run us over with your cars." The crowd erupted into chaos once more. The young men were agitated, while the elderly lay down on the ground, playing the part of the defiant. Meanwhile, Ding Chong spat out his cigarette, shaking his head as he berated Shen Chuchu. "Shen Chuchu, you are from Shaten village. It would be one thing if you chose not to help your village, but how can you assist outsiders in shutting down our coal mine? If production ceases, your family will also be affected. We'll all be left to suffer. Chuchu, how can you turn your back on your own? Indeed, are you no longer one of us from Shaten village?" With Ding Chong leading the charge, the villagers quickly rallied behind him. In their eyes, Shen Chuchu's refusal to assist Shaten village was nothing short of treachery and ingratitude. As the villagers' words echoed in his ears and he observed their impassioned jabs at Shen Chuchu's spine, Lin Yi remained silent. This scene had long been anticipated by him. He had already sent a text message to Shen Chuchu from the car, advising her on how to handle the situation. To overcome her inner demons, she must face this challenge. Addressing the villagers blocking the road was the starting point for the downfall of the village tyrants Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang, as well as Lin Yi's first test of authority in Qingha County. He believed Shen Chuchu would not disappoint him. Under the scorching sun, confronted with the villagers' accusations, Shen Chuchu's expression darkened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and strode directly toward them. "Dear villagers, County Head Lin has requested that the Shaten coal mine address the accident and eliminate safety hazards before resuming operations. This is in accordance with safety production regulations and is a matter of life safety for all workers. By blocking County Head Lin's vehicle and preventing his departure, you are not resolving the issue. In fact, you are acting unlawfully. I am stopping you for your own good. As Shen Chuchu walked, she articulated the stakes to the villagers. Unlawful. The vast majority of the villagers, upon hearing this term, displayed surprise. They were completely ignorant of the law. Shen Chuchu, your words sound sweeter than music. What do you mean by for our own good? You haven't considered the extent of our losses in Shaten village. You only wish to assist your superiors in resolving their problems to climb the ranks. Ding Chang interrupted with a mocking laugh. If you truly cared for us, you would plead with your leaders not to shut down the coal mine. Yes, Chuchu, speak to the leaders. Convince them not to close the mine. The villagers echoed Ding Chang's call. Shen Chuchu raised an eyebrow, her gaze icy as it swept across Ding Chang. Unfazed, Ding Chang continued to jeer her. Shen Chuchu, you claim to act in our best interests, yet you lack the courage to convey our grievances to your leaders. What a pretender you are. Not only is Shen Chuchu pretending to be virtuous, but that foolish brother of hers is no better. He even spread rumors before the leaders, claiming 3 people died in this morning's accident. Just as Ding Chang's words fell, a Baliman emerged from the crowd, dragging Shen Chuchu's brother Shen Chuha along with him. Shen Chuha's face was bruised, and shoe prints marred his body, evidently having been beaten moments ago. Chuha. Shen Chuchu's expression shifted upon seeing her brother. She had long lost hope in that family, yet she had always cared for her brother. This was also the reason she had been weeping by the roadside that night. Bang! A dull thud responded to Shen Chuchu. Shen Chuha fell to his knees in public, terrified as he kowtowed and pleaded, Leader. I am a fool, why speak without thinking? No one died this morning, not a single person. Chuha. Shen Chuchu, what are you waiting for? Hurry and save Chuha. At that moment, Shen Chuchu's parents rushed over. Seeing Chuha kneeling on the ground, they were overwhelmed with anguish. Ding Chang sneered, Shen-san, your son has caused trouble, leading to the coal mine's shutdown. You better have your daughter persuade the leaders to retract the order, or your family will be the sinners of Shaten village. If Shen Chuchu doesn't stand with the village, let her family be expelled from Shaten village. Yes, let them be driven out of Shaten village. The crowd stirred once more, the villagers' emotions appearing even more volatile than before. Chuchu, do you really intend to have our family expelled from Shaten village? Hurry and speak to the leaders. Shen Chuchu's mother became frantic. To her, everything was Shen Chuchu's fault. The blame lay with her, not with her son Shen Chuha or the villagers. Shen Chuchu, what the hell are you waiting for? Didn't you hear what the villagers said? I swear I'll beat you to a pulp, you useless thing. Shen Chuchu's father was even more excessive. Not only did he routinely berate her, but he also approached Shen Chuchu as he spoke, appearing ready to slap her in public. Observing the unfolding events aligning perfectly with his expectations, Ding Shusheng's lips curled into a smirk, secretly pleased with his understanding of human nature and his adeptness at manipulation. He successfully shifted the villagers' animosity toward Shen Chuchu, creating a rift between the villagers and Lin Yi. Should Shen Chuchu dare to order a forceful suppression of the villagers, it would evoke a sense of betrayal among them. This would greatly exacerbate their emotions, potentially triggering a collective incident. As he reveled in his success, Ding Shusheng cast a derisive glance at Lin Yi's back, inwardly mocking. Do you think the police can suppress the villagers? I dare you, with tenfold courage. Bang! In the next moment, a gunshot pierced the air. Shen Chuchu took a deep breath, drawing her service weapon in public, disengaging the safety, and decisively pulling the trigger toward the sky. The entire process was seamless. In an instant, the scene fell into a profound silence. Aside from Lin Yi, everyone else stood with wide eyes, staring in shock at Shen Chuchu. With this shot, Shen Chuchu shattered the chains within her heart, responding not only to her parents but also warning the villagers of Shaten, led by Ding Shusheng. She was no longer the discarded child of the Shen family, nor was she the ineffectual weakling of Shaten village. She was the director Shen of the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau. If you intend to make things difficult for County Head Lin, I, along with the Qinghe County Public Security Bureau, shall never acquiesce. Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction, preparing to close the net. Chapter 68 The Disruption on the Road. The justification for Lin Yi to wield the sword of law. Aside from Lin Yi, everyone was taken aback by the sudden gunfire. Could she truly be Shen Chuchu? All the villagers of Shaten village, including Ding Chong, gazed at Shen Chuchu with disbelief. It was as if they could not fathom that the once timid and ineffectual Shen Chuchu would audaciously sound the alarm before the villagers. Even her parents were in a state of disbelief. At that moment, they strained their eyes, yet could not reconcile the striking figure before them with the frail image of their daughter. She had actually fired a warning shot. Simultaneously, Chang Yongchan, Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, Feng Zhe, and Ding Shusheng were equally stunned. They had never anticipated that Shen Chuchu would issue a warning shot without prior consultation. The villagers of Shatan, your disruptive behavior constitutes a violation of the law. If you persist in your obstinacy, the county's explosive control team will apprehend the ringleaders. As if to respond to the crowd, Shen Chuchu maintained her stance with the firearm, her voice steady and authoritative. The explosive control team, prepare for action. Understood. The captain of the explosive control team, along with police officers and auxiliary officers, responded in unison. With that, they brandished their shields and batons, charging towards Shen Chuchu in perfect formation, reminiscent of soldiers storming the battlefield. Their presence imposing. This scene thoroughly intimidated the ordinary villagers of Shatan. Though they were not well versed in the law, witnessing Shen Chuchu's warning shot and the police's intent to make arrests instilled a sense of fear within them. Even Ding Chang and the rowdy individuals behind him felt a twinge of panic, instinctively turning their gaze towards Ding Shusheng. Ding Shusheng awakened from his stupor, his expression darkening considerably. Just as he was about to signal his son Ding Chang, he suddenly caught Lin Yi's gaze directed at him. This realization sent a jolt through Ding Shusheng, prompting him to quickly avert his eyes. Lin Yi coldly fixed his stare upon Ding Shusheng, maintaining his gaze until the latter felt uncomfortable, before slowly uttering, "Ding Shusheng, how does it feel to be the mastermind behind the scenes?" Lin. County Chief, what are you talking about? What mastermind? Ding Shusheng's heart raced, yet he chose to feign ignorance. How could he possibly admit to Lin Yi that he had secretly incited the villagers to cause a disruption? Ding Shusheng, I have a good rapport with Li Guotao, the captain of the Yunchang Armed Police. I have personally commanded the armed police to join forces with the police in dismantling the notorious Gao Hu who has plagued Yunchang for years. Lin Yi spoke again, his tone as frigid as ice. I now offer you two choices. First, you persuade the villagers to disperse and accompany me to the county for an accident investigation meeting. Once the investigation into the Shatan coal mine collapse is concluded and safety issues rectified, production will resume. Second, I will call Captain Li Guofeng and request him to dispatch the armed police unit from Qinghe County to collaborate with the Qinghe Public Security Bureau for a drill on handling mass incidents. County Chief, the villagers' disruption was not instigated by me. It has nothing to do with me, Ding Shusheng attempted to argue. Lin Yi interrupted coldly, tell me your choice. I will go and persuade the villagers. Ding Shusheng hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to cease resistance. Reason told him that the formerly timid Shen Chuchu had suddenly transformed into a formidable presence, issuing a warning shot before the villagers, undoubtedly a strategy orchestrated by Lin Yi. This showcased Lin Yi's assertive style. The dismantling of Gao Hu's criminal organization had caused quite a stir in Yuncheng, especially on that day, when the armed police were deployed. The spectacle was nothing short of awe-inspiring, and the tales grew increasingly exaggerated among the populace. At this moment, Lin Yi claimed that he had commanded that operation and was even prepared to mobilize the armed police. This was a significant intimidation for Ding Shusheng. He could distinctly sense the decisiveness and authority in Lin Yi's tone. Lin Yi was not jesting, he genuinely had the audacity to act. With that, Ding Shusheng once again approached the crowd ahead. As before, he signaled his son Ding Chang, but this time, his gesture was one of retreat. Fellow villagers, Director Shen was not trying to scare you. Your actions in blocking the road and threatening county officials are indeed unlawful. Listen to me, all of you should return home. Regarding the coal mine suspension for rectification, I will strive to negotiate with the leadership and relevant departments to minimize our village's losses. Ding Shusheng addressed the crowd once more, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation, now embodying the image of a good cadre of the party. Village Chief, since you are asking us to return, we shall comply. A voice rang out, immediately followed by Ding Chang's voice. However, this time, Ding Chang hid behind the crowd, no longer daring to brazenly shout. Village Chief, we will heed your words. Trust in the Village Chief, he knows best. Let's disperse. As Ding Chang spoke, the rascals following him echoed in agreement. Once his words fell, they began to scatter, making their way back to the village. The able-bodied men of the village, witnessing Ding Chang's retreat and the fully armed explosive control team, no longer dared to make a scene, stepping forward to assist the elderly and gradually dispersing. Only Shen Chuchu and her family remained. Sister, you are so amazing. Shen Chuha exclaimed, rising to his feet with joy. Meanwhile, Shen Chuchu's parents gazed at her in a daze, feeling as though the recent events had been a dream. Shen Chuchu cast a gentle glance at her brother Shen Chuha, then strode directly to Lin Yi, saluting. County Chief Lin, Deputy Director of the County Public Security Bureau. Shen Chuchu, leading the explosive control team in accordance with your directives, has successfully completed the task. Please provide your further instructions. Thank you for your hard work. The mission is concluded. You may return. Yes. Shen Chuchu saluted in acknowledgement, then walked over to her brother Shen Chuha, brushing the dust off his clothes, assuring him, Chuha, I promise you, no one will bully you again. Okay, sister. Shen Chuha replied with a silly grin, inadvertently pulling at the wound on his lip, causing him to wince in pain. Shen Chuchu's parents remained in stunned silence, unsure of what to say. Return to base. Shen Chuchu glanced at her parents, said nothing, and led the explosive control team back. Lin Yi remained silent as he walked towards the vehicle. Observing Lin Yi's retreating figure, Chang Yongchan, Ma Rui, Sha Zhong, and Feng Ze were still somewhat shaken. Lin Yi's assertiveness and decisiveness surpassed their expectations. Ding Shusheng, on the other hand, wore a dismal expression. He had intended to intimidate Lin Yi, hoping to dissuade him from relentlessly pursuing the collapse incident, only to find himself in a predicament, especially when recalling Lin Yi's question, Ding Shusheng, how does it feel to be the mastermind behind the scenes? Unease flooded Ding Shusheng's mind. Had Lin Yi uncovered something? Had he stirred up trouble for himself? Ding Shusheng silently questioned himself, then observed the departing figures of the villagers and the sun-drenched Shaten village. His unease swiftly dissipated from the masses to the masses. If Lin Yi wished to deal with him, he must first ascertain whether the people of Shaten village were willing. Half an hour later, the vehicle carrying Lin Yi distanced itself from Shaten village. Lin Yi instructed the driver to pull over, exited the car, and dialed the county chief Hihua. County Chief, Lin Yi initially briefed Hihua on the collapse incident, the village's disruption, and his method of handling the situation. The disruption in Shaten village is indeed alarming. Fortunately, you acted decisively, otherwise, a mass incident could have resulted in dire consequences. Hihua felt a wave of trepidation upon hearing Lin Yi's report. With the county party secretary Zhou Hongjian attending a training session at the party school, Hihua was fully responsible for the county's affairs. He had directed Lin Yi to manage the Shaten coal mine collapse, and if something truly went awry, the responsibility would rest squarely on his shoulders. County Chief, I believe the village's disruption was instigated by Ding Shusheng. Although he outwardly appears opposed to the coal mine suspension for rectification, his true intention is to conceal the truth of the incident and obstruct the investigation, an utterly lawless act. Shaten village is not Ding Shusheng's self-proclaimed fiefdom, nor is it a lawless territory. It is a village within Qinghe County and part of the Republic's territory. I recommend that the county's Discipline Inspection Commission investigate Ding Shusheng. Lin Yi spoke in a grave tone. He analyzed Ding Shusheng's modus operandi based on his recollections of the case, deliberately insisting in front of Chang Yongchan and others that the coal mine cease operations, resolutely pursuing a thorough investigation into the collapse incident. This was not only to adhere to safety regulations but also to provoke Ding Shusheng into inciting public unrest. After all, in a previous life, when the police investigated Ding Shusheng and his brother Ding Yonggang, they had not even entered the village on their first 2 tries. The villagers' disruption in Shaten was the very rationale for Lin Yi to wield the sword of law against Ding Shusheng. County Chief, whether I act on my own behalf, yours, or on behalf of the Qinghe County Committee to address the Shaten coal mine collapse, Ding Shusheng's lawlessness must be thoroughly investigated. Chapter 069 County Chief Lin establishes authority with thunderous measures. County Chief Lin, might it be somewhat hasty to directly investigate Ding Shusheng without concrete evidence? Hihua discerned Lin Yi's intentions and sensed his determination, yet he remained somewhat apprehensive. For he was acutely aware of Ding Shusheng's influence in Shaten village. The near occurrence of a mass incident today served as a compelling testament to this. Such incidents are anathema to leadership. Should matters escalate and public opinion ferment, the consequences could be dire. County Chief, I have received reports from the populace alleging that Ding Shusheng, during his tenure as the secretary of Shaten village, is suspected of serious violations of discipline and law, accompanied by relevant clues and evidence. Lin Yi unveiled his trump card. Then we shall investigate thoroughly. I will consult with Secretary Shou, and subsequently, I will have Secretary Taizhon arrange for personnel to investigate Ding Shusheng. Hihua instantly felt reassured and concurred with Lin Yi's proposal. He had heard tales of Lin Yi's adeptness in handling cases based on clues provided by the public during his time with the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection. Thank you, County Chief. Lin Yi expressed his gratitude, simultaneously breathing a sigh of relief. Although he had the backing of Xiao Yuan and had formed an alliance with County Chief He Hua upon arriving in Qinghe, he understood that investigating Ding Shusheng would not be a simple matter. Firstly, Ding Shusheng had been the local despot of Shaten village for many years, wielding considerable power. Secondly, Ding Shusheng's unchecked behavior over the years undoubtedly implicated various departments and some leaders. This implied that investigating him would affect a number of individuals. Moreover, County Party Secretary Zhou Hongjian, after training at the party school, might soon be transferred. At this critical juncture, he certainly would not desire any complications. To this end, Lin Yi endeavored to create a trap for Ding Shusheng, compelling him to leap into it under the pretext of public unrest instigated by the villagers of Shaten village. Ultimately, he communicated that he possessed evidence of Ding Shusheng's misconduct, thereby alleviating He Hua's concerns and securing his agreement to Lin Yi's proposal. Step by step, each move was meticulously calculated. Lin Yi was confident that as long as He Hua steadfastly supported him, the resistance from Secretary Zhou Hongjian would be minimal. After all, Zhou Hongjian was preoccupied with his studies at the party school, while He Hua was temporarily responsible for all county affairs. Furthermore, Zhou Hongjian would have to consider the implications of Lin Yi's ally, Xiao Yuan, and the power of public reports. Facts soon validated Lin Yi's judgment. 10 minutes later, He Hua returned Lin Yi's call, indicating that Zhou Hongjian had consented to investigate Ding Shusheng but cautioned against creating a significant uproar. He then instructed Lin Yi to contact Zhang Taizhong, the Deputy Secretary of the Qinghe County Committee and Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, to discuss specific plans. After concluding his conversation with He Hua, Lin Yi promptly dialed Zhang Taizhong's number. Secretary Taizhong, this is Lin Yi. County Chief Lin, both Secretary Zhou and County Chief He just called me to discuss the investigation into Ding Shusheng, the village committee secretary of Shaten village. What are your thoughts on this matter? Secretary Zhang, my suggestion is. Lin Yi articulated his plan without hesitation. Zhang Taizhong acquiesced. Though he felt Lin Yi's reach was somewhat extensive, he could only implement what had been agreed upon by both the secretary and the county chief. 40 minutes later, Lin Yi arrived at the County Safety Supervision Bureau's compound. In the conference room, the vice-county chief in charge of safety, Chang Yongchan, Bureau Chief Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, the party secretary of Chongsha Town, Town Mayor Feng Zei, and Ding Shusheng were all present, awaiting Lin Yi's arrival. The meeting could not commence without Lin Yi's presence. That was the protocol. Upon entering the conference room, Lin Yi surveyed the attendees before silently taking his place at the head of the table. County Chief Lin, all participants are present. Shall we commence the meeting? Ma Rue, the bureau chief, inquired as Lin Yi settled down. With an impassive expression, Lin Yi replied, "Why has Ding Yonggang, the mine manager of Shaten coal mine, not arrived?" County Chief Lin, Manager Ding Yonggang has gone to the county hospital to attend to injured workers. The deputy mine manager responsible for safety is present. Furthermore, I will promptly relay the meeting's resolutions to Manager Ding. Ding Shusheng, I fear you may not be able to convey the meeting's resolutions. Lin Yi shot a cold glance at Ding Shusheng. Ding Shusheng raised an eyebrow. Why? The comrades from the County Discipline Inspection Commission wish to speak with you. Lin Yi responded icily. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Ding Shusheng's complexion instantly changed. Although he had sensed prior to attending the meeting that he might have stirred up trouble, the sudden investigation by the County Discipline Inspection Commission still left him in shock. This astonishment was shared by Chong Yongchan, Ma Rue, Sha Zhong, and Feng Zei, who gazed at Lin Yi in disbelief. Lin Yi had only just assumed office in Qinghe yesterday, and now he sought to take action against someone. As the crowd remained in shock, Luo Chan, the deputy secretary of the County Discipline Inspection Commission, entered with 2 staff members. County Chief Lin, County Chief Chong, I apologize for interrupting your meeting. Luo Chan first offered a courteous nod to Lin Yi and Chang Yongchan, then turned to Ding Shusheng with a blank expression. Ding Shusheng, the County Discipline Inspection Commission needs to discuss some matters with you. Please cooperate. Okay, Secretary Luo. Ding Shusheng's voice trembled slightly, half due to fear and half due to anger. He had merely instructed the villagers to block Lin Yi's vehicle, and now Lin Yi sought to ruin him. Luo Chan wasted no time on pleasantries, gesturing for the 2 staff members to approach. They grasped Ding Shusheng's shoulders, one on each side. Ding Shusheng turned his head, casting a venomous glare at Lin Yi, as if to convey, "You wish to destroy me, but it won't be that simple." Lin Yi met Ding Shusheng's gaze without flinching, fully aware of his bitterness and fury, and that he would undoubtedly retaliate in a bid for self-preservation. As Ding Shusheng was escorted away by the Discipline Inspection Commission staff, the conference room fell into a profound silence, including Chang Yongchan. Everyone lowered their heads, unable to meet Lin Yi's eyes. They had initially believed that Lin Yi's arrival in Qinghao was merely for the sake of embellishing his resume. This was also the reason why Ma Ruoe and Chang Yongchan had refrained from reporting to Lin Yi following the collapse at Shaten coal mine. They had not regarded Lin Yi as a serious figure, yet now, Lin Yi's formidable measures had prompted the County Discipline Inspection Commission to investigate the local tyrant Ding Shusheng of Shaten village, leaving them in a state of trepidation. It even caused beads of cold sweat to form on Ma Ruoe's forehead. Lin Yi sensed Ma Ruoe's anxiety and coldly inquired, "Director Ma, has the Safety Supervision Bureau issued a safety rectification notice to Shaten coal mine?" County Chief Lin, we are in the process of drafting the safety rectification notice and will send it out shortly. Ma Ruoe replied, trembling with fear, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his shirt soaked through, all prior dissatisfaction and disdain for Lin Yi having vanished into thin air. At this moment, all that filled his heart was reverence. Not only him, but Vice County Chief Chang Yongchan felt the same. He instantly shifted his attitude towards Lin Yi and took decisive action, addressing Ma Ruoe direct. Ma Ruoe wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, eagerly nodding, "Yes, County Chief Chang. Now, let us commence the meeting." Lin Yi observed the reactions of both Chang Yongchan and Ma Ruoe, maintaining his composure as he spoke. In an instant, all attendees swiftly opened their notebooks, attentively listening and meticulously taking notes. On the second day of his tenure, Lin Yi firmly established his authority through the investigation of Ding Shusheng, the village committee secretary of Shaten village. Chapter 070 Let the bullets fly. For a while during the midst of the investigation and analysis meeting regarding the Shaten coal mine accident, Long Zhen, the deputy director of the county government office, unexpectedly entered the conference room. He had accompanied Lin Yi to the County Safety Supervision Bureau but did not participate in the meeting, instead acting in the capacity of a secretary. Upon seeing Long Zhen enter, the attendees in the meeting room instinctively ceased their discussions. Long Zhen quickly made his way to the front of the room, leaned close to Lin Yi, and lowered his voice to report, "County Head Lin, I have something of utmost importance to convey to you." "Director Chang, please continue with the meeting," Lin Yi replied with a slight nod, offering a few words of reassurance to Chang Yongchan and others before rising to leave the room. Before long, Lin Yi arrived at Ma Ruoe's office, settled onto the sofa, and inquired, "Director Long, what is it?" "County Head Lin, hundreds of villagers from Shaten are gathered at the entrance of the county committee and government, holding banners and protesting, demanding the release of Ding Shusheng and the resumption of operations at the Shaten coal mine. Moreover, this situation, along with previous incidents in Shaten village, has been photographed and posted online, showing signs of escalating public opinion." Long Zhen reported, his expression grave. The gathering of the masses in protest was a significant issue. If mishandled, the consequences could be dire. However, to Long Zhen's astonishment, upon hearing this report, Lin Yi's expression remained as calm as still water, seemingly unfazed. What was going on? Long Zhen was utterly bewildered. Even if Lin Yi possessed exceptional psychological resilience and composure, he should still exhibit some reaction, shouldn't he? Buzz, buzz. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone vibrated. "Director Long, I am aware." Lin Yi glanced at the caller ID and saw it was a call from County Head He Hua, then nodded slightly at Long Zhen. Long Zhen promptly turned to exit the office, closing the door behind him to allow Lin Yi to take the call in peace. Once Long Zhen left, Lin Yi answered the phone. "County Head Lin Yi, the villagers from Shaten are causing a ruckus at the county committee and government when public sentiment online is escalating. Are you aware?" "Brother He, I am aware of the situation. Let the bullets fly for a while," Lin Yi replied, changing his address for He Hua, his tone light and self-assured. He Hua was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Brother He, I anticipated that the villagers of Shaten would protest at the county committee and government prior to the Discipline Inspection Commission taking Ding Shusheng away, and I have prepared a response plan in advance. Rest assured, I will handle it properly." Lin Yi explained. Upon hearing Lin Yi's words again, He Hua felt considerably more at ease. "Brother, since you say so, I am relieved. Just remember, it is imperative to manage this situation well. Otherwise, we will all face consequences." "Understood, Brother He," Lin Yi replied calmly, and after He Hua hung up, he put away his phone and returned to the conference room. Inside the conference room, the attendees, who had been conversing in hushed tones, immediately fell silent like mice spotting a cat upon seeing Lin Yi enter. Lin Yi then took his place at the head of the table, prepared to resume the meeting. This left all present in a state of shock. They had just learned of the villagers' protest at the county committee and government, as well as the escalating online discourse. Given the gravity of the situation, shouldn't Lin Yi have rushed back to address it? How could he still be focused on the meeting? Was it possible that Lin Yi felt invincible due to his connection with Mayor Shao? In Yunshan City, Xiao Yuan received a call from the municipal party secretary, Wang Haifeng, and promptly arrived at Wang Haifeng's office. "Secretary, you called for me." "Mayor Xiao, please sit down," Wang Haifeng said after Xiao Yuan took a seat. "There is a public disturbance at the Qinghe County Committee and Government, and online sentiment is brewing. Yunshan has only just stabilized after previous unrest. If this matter is not handled appropriately at this critical juncture, provincial leaders will certainly express their discontent with us." "Yes, Secretary, I will give Lin Yi a call." Xiao Yuan nodded in agreement, proactively suggesting that he reach out to Lin Yi. Although he trusted Lin Yi's capabilities and believed that he could manage the situation in Shatan village without issue, he also recognized that Wang Haifeng summoning him was indicative of his concerns regarding Lin Yi, albeit without directly contacting him. Once this was said, Xiao Yuan dialed Lin Yi's number in Wang Haifeng's presence, activating the speakerphone. "County head Lin, I am currently with Secretary Wang. He is quite concerned about the public incident at the Qinghe County Committee and Government. You must address this swiftly to prevent further escalation. Mayor Xiao, please reassure Secretary Wang that I will resolve this matter before the end of the workday and quell the negative sentiment online," Lin Yi asserted resolutely. "County head Lin, both Secretary Wang and I have heard you. Please proceed at once," Xiao Yuan replied before hanging up, his curiosity piqued. While Lin Yi should be capable of managing the public incident effectively, how would he quell the online discourse? Was he planning to seek assistance from Shameng? At that moment, Su Shameng had arrived at the number 1 villa of the Jiangnan Provincial Party Committee. She was on a business trip to Jiangnan and had specifically arranged to meet with her father, Su Hongrui. "Shameng, your visit, is it regarding the situation in Qinghe?" Su Hongrui asked directly upon seeing his daughter, having already discerned her interest in Lin Yi. He feigned ignorance, refraining from interference, recognizing both Lin Yi's previous commendable performance and seeking to give him an opportunity. Lin Yi's appointment in Qinghe was not only a major test from the organization but also a trial set forth by Su Hongrui and his family. Now, with Lin Yi having encountered trouble in Qinghe, his daughter's visit was a source of concern for him. "Dad, I just finished my business trip and wanted to see you," Su Shameng replied, rolling her eyes at her father before curiously asking, "Have you heard about Lin Yi's situation? It may not end well." "Dad, do you think it's possible that Lin Yi is leveraging this situation to strategize for the economic transformation pilot work in Qinghe?" Su Shameng smiled slightly. She had just exchanged messages with Lin Yi and knew him to be remarkably composed, and hearing her father's commentary made her want to showcase her insights. "Is that really possible?" Su Hongrui was momentarily taken aback. One must possess foresight and a broad perspective to navigate the complexities of governance. For a 28-year-old to exhibit such vision would indeed be extraordinary. Chapter 071, luring the snake out of its hole, capturing all in one net. At the entrance of the Qinghe County Committee and County Government, a yellow-haired man named Ding Chong, accompanied by dozens of village ruffians, obstructed the entrance. Behind them stood over 100 villagers from Shatan village, comprising men, women, and children, all seething with indignation. They brandished banners that proclaimed Executive Deputy County Head Lin Yi, abusing power. Police firing upon the common people, disregarding human life. The government neglects the lives of the people, where is the justice? In addition, Ding Chong led the band of ruffians, raising their arms and shouting, "Please return Secretary Ding to us, grant Shatan village a chance at survival." Inside the county committee and county government office building, the staff wore solemn expressions, sensing that a grave incident was imminent. Personnel from the Letters and Visits Bureau had arrived at the scene, attempting to negotiate, but to no avail. A considerable crowd had gathered nearby, with many capturing the unfolding events on their mobile phones, snapping photos and recording videos. 2 streets away, at the Qinghe Grand Hotel. In a penthouse suite, Ding Yonggang, the manager of the Shatan coal mine and the Shatan Ore Industry Company, stood by the window, peering through binoculars at the scene outside the county committee and county government. Following the departure of Ding Shusheng, who had been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission staff, Ding Yonggang received the news and orchestrated this dramatic power play. This had been premeditated by Ding Shusheng. Before leaving Shatan village, he specifically instructed his brother Ding Yonggang that in the event of his misfortune, he should have Ding Chong lead the people to create a ruckus at the county committee and county government to exert pressure on the authorities to ensure his safety. Uncle Chang Ji has been causing a commotion at the county committee and county government for half an hour now, yet neither the county leaders nor the police have appeared. Something seems amiss. A bold young man beside Ding Yonggang could no longer contain himself. He was a younger relative of Ding Yonggang, sharp-witted, and had gained Ding Yonggang's trust, currently serving as his driver. There is indeed something off, Din Yonggang acknowledged. Under normal circumstances, such a commotion would have already sent the county leaders into a panic, particularly as this matter had begun to gain traction online, creating public pressure. As he spoke, Din Yonggang set down the binoculars, walked to the lounge area, sat on the sofa, and picked up the phone on the table, preparing to call Ding Chong to intensify their efforts. However, before Din Yonggang could dial, a voice called from outside the door. Clang. With a soft sound, the door swung open. Don't move, put your hands on your head and crouch down. A dozen fully armed criminal police officers burst into the room like tigers descending from the mountains, their weapons trained on Din Yonggang and the bald young man. The sudden turn of events startled both Din Yonggang and the young man. The young man, terrified, dropped to the ground, hands clasped on his head. Din Yonggang, bolder, raised his hands and questioned, What are you doing? Din Yonggang, you are suspected of numerous illegal activities. Come with us for an investigation. At that moment, Shen Chuchu, clad in police uniform, emerged from the crowd, brandishing an arrest warrant. Upon hearing Shen Chuchu's words and gazing at her commanding figure, Din Yonggang was momentarily dazed. This morning, when Shen Chuchu had fired a warning shot in Shaten village, Din Yonggang was not present. Afterward, upon hearing of the incident, his initial reaction had been disbelief. How could that inept fool suddenly exhibit such courage? Even at this moment, he could not believe that Shen Chuchu would personally lead the arrest against him. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Din Yonggang forced himself to regain composure and shouted, Shen Chuchu, you must be mistaken. I have never engaged in any illegal activities. I warn you, without evidence, you cannot arbitrarily arrest people, otherwise, I will sue you. Take him away. Shen Chuchu coldly interrupted Din Yonggang. With that command, the criminal police swiftly pinned Din Yonggang and the bald young man to the ground, handcuffing them before escorting them from the room. Shen Chuchu took out her phone and sent a message to County Public Security Bureau Chief Lu Ming, Director. The arrest operation was successfully completed. Lu Ming quickly replied, received. Shen Chuchu contemplated inquiring about the progress of Lu Ming's operation but ultimately decided against it. At that moment, Lu Ming and his team of criminal police, dressed in plain clothes and traveling in ordinary vehicles, had arrived at Shaten village. Since Ding Chong had taken all the village ruffians away, there was no one left to keep watch in Shaten village. Lu Ming and his team entered the village without incident. Before long, they surrounded a small courtyard, weapons in hand. Lu Ming signaled, and a criminal officer scaled the wall into the yard. Woof, woof. The guard dog in the yard barked furiously. The officer paid it no mind and swiftly opened the large iron gate. A flood of criminal police poured into the courtyard. Meanwhile, another team of officers remained stationed around the perimeter to prevent any escapes. 10 minutes later, all the individuals in the courtyard were apprehended, and the police discovered several firearms and knives. This courtyard was a gambling den that Din Yonggang had established, featuring the oldest dice games as well as popular baccarat and other gambling apparatus. Coal bosses often visited this place to gamble when conducting business or affairs related to the Shaten mine. In addition to this courtyard, Din Yonggang had also opened a gaming room at the opposite end of the village, filled with gambling machines, catering to the local villagers and miners. When miners received their wages or villagers collected their coal mine dividends, they would eagerly flock to the gaming room to line Din Yonggang's pockets. In Din Yonggang's words, every penny from Shaten village belongs to the Ding family. After the arrest operation concluded, Lu Ming led 4 criminal officers to Din Yonggang's villa, uncovering a significant cache of cash, gold bars, and a sniper rifle. To think there really is a sniper rifle, Director Lin, is quite remarkable. Lu Ming marveled, his heart racing as he beheld the sniper rifle in his subordinate's hands. The operation by the County Public Security Bureau was orchestrated by Lin Yi, luring the snake out of its hole, capturing all in one net. Utilizing the Discipline Inspection Commission's dual regulation of Ding Shusheng, they seized the opportunity while Din Yonggang was preoccupied with causing a stir at the county committee and county government, effectively cutting off the Ding brothers' stronghold. Lin Yi had instructed Lu Ming not only to dismantle Din Yonggang's 2 gambling dens but also to search his home, claiming that Din Yonggang had hidden a sniper rifle there. Everything Lin Yi had stated became reality, leaving Lu Ming in awe. After expressing his admiration, Lu Ming took out his phone to message Lin Yi. Director Lin, the operation was successfully completed. He then sent Lin Yi some photos of their actions alongside Shen Chuchu. At that moment, Lin Yi was en route back to the county committee and county government, seated in his vehicle. Upon receiving Lu Ming's message, he replied succinctly, Director Lu, thank you for your hard work. Please expedite the release of the public report. Immediately, Lin Yi forwarded the photos to Lao He and dialed his number. Lao He, I've sent you the photos, please reverse the public narrative as swiftly as possible. Understood, brother. Lao He responded. Lin Yi hung up, opened the news portal, and awaited Lao He's results. 10 minutes later, Lao He, demonstrating exceptional leadership, directed an online army to shift the narrative using the photos provided by Lin Yi. The reasoning was straightforward. Ding Yonggang, the manager of Shatan coal mine and brother of village secretary Ding Shusheng, had illegally operated gambling establishments and hoarded firearms, being heavily involved in organized crime. Meanwhile, Lin Yi's vehicle arrived at the entrance of the county committee and county government, coming to a halt. It was he who sent people to arrest the secretary. Stop him, do not let him escape. The moment Lin Yi stepped out of the car, he was spotted. Ding Chong, leading a group of village ruffians, bellowed as he charged toward Lin Yi. The villagers of Shatan village nearly revered Ding Chong's words as divine decree, swiftly surrounding Lin Yi. Witnessing this scene, Deputy Director Longzhen of the county government office felt a surge of trepidation. The staff within the county committee and county government office building were equally anxious for Lin Yi's safety. Lin Yi maintained an air of calm, allowing the villagers from Shatan to encircle him. And the next moment, just as Ding Chong and his ruffians were about to pounce on Lin Yi, intending to strike, Lin Yi called out sharply, Ding Chong, your uncle Ding Yonggang is suspected of serious crimes and has already been arrested. Do you want to join him in prison? Ding Yonggang has been arrested. The shock of Lin Yi's proclamation reverberated through the minds of both Ding Chong and the other villagers from Shatan, leaving them astounded. The brothers Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang played their roles in Shatan village like a theatrical duo, one the local tyrant and the other the feared executioner. Crossing either of them meant dire consequences. My uncle could not possibly be arrested. Everyone, do not listen to his nonsense. After a moment of shock, Ding Chong regained his composure and shouted defiantly. Lin Yi coldly retorted, Ding Chong, news of your uncle's arrest is already circulating online. Would you like to check? Who do you think you're fooling? Ding Chong instinctively retorted, yet he still pulled out his phone to search for relevant information. This is impossible. Before long, Ding Chong stumbled upon the news of Ding Yonggang. This revelation left him frozen in place, utterly speechless. Chapter 072. Is County Chief Lin really that incredible? Chong-gu, Uncle Ding has really been arrested. Chong-gu, what should we do? Beside Ding Chong, the village ruffians, having accessed the news about Ding Yonggang's arrest through their mobile phones, were immediately engulfed in panic. Although they usually followed Ding Chong, they were, in truth, subordinates of Ding Yonggang, assisting him in his affairs. In their minds, Ding Yonggang held an almost divine status. Now that the police had apprehended him, it felt akin to the slaughter of their god. How could they not be alarmed? Was Ding Yonggang truly apprehended? Upon hearing Ding Chong and the village ruffians' words and witnessing their expressions of sheer terror, the villagers of Shatan were left bewildered. Calm down. Ding Chong, awakening from his stupor, glared at Lin Yi with a face full of hatred, convinced that the troubles befalling his father, Ding Shusheng, and uncle, Ding Yonggang, were orchestrated by Lin Yi. Simultaneously, he recalled Ding Yonggang's admonition before he had brought his men to stir up trouble at the county committee. Shao Chong, your father said that the more ruckus you create, the greater the pressure on the government and the safer your father will be. With this thought in mind, Ding Chong steeled himself, preparing to incite the villagers to take action against Lin Yi. He may not have been well versed in the law, but he remembered 4 words, the law does not punish the many. However, before Ding Chong could put his plan into motion, a soft sound abruptly shattered the silence. Ping. Ding Chong's phone chimed with a text message notification. Ding Chong, if you wish to uncover the secrets of your wife and child, meet me in the office. Lin Yi. Ding Chong instinctively glanced at the message on his phone, his eyes widening in horror. He looked at Lin Yi with a face full of disbelief. Ever since his child was born, he had suspected that the child bore little resemblance to him, and as time passed, the resemblance faded even further. This led him to suspect that his wife had once been unfaithful, and that the child was fathered by the neighbor, old Wang. He had once violently confronted his wife in a drunken rage, but she had vehemently denied it. He had even conducted clandestine investigations, yet found no evidence. Over time, this matter had become a burden on his mind, yet also a closely guarded secret. The fact that Lin Yi knew his secret, the shock was unimaginable. Come, Ding Shusheng's son, let us discuss matters in the office. Lin Yi observed the shifts in Ding Chong's expression, having obtained Ding Chong's mobile number through Lu Ming. Before getting out of the car, he had composed this message and sent it just now. Ding Chong had played a significant role in the previous life, where he had stood against his father, Ding Shusheng, and uncle, Ding Yonggang, during the investigation. Naturally, Lin Yi intended to leverage this to his advantage. Wait for me a moment, I will go in and see what he has to say. Ding Chong's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on Lin Yi, his expression shifting like that of a chameleon before ultimately deciding to follow Lin Yi for a discussion. His desire to know the secrets regarding his wife and child was overwhelming. This matter could not be discussed in front of others. Should the child truly be old Wang's, how could he possibly maintain his standing in Shaten village? As Ding Chong's voice fell, the crowd parted, creating a pathway. Lin Yi said nothing further and proceeded directly towards the courtyard of the county committee and government. Ding Chong followed closely behind with a sullen expression. Soon, Lin Yi led Ding Chong into his office. What do you know? Ding Chong exclaimed impatiently as soon as he entered. Do you not fear being overheard with such a loud voice? Close the door and sit down, let us speak calmly. Lin Yi, seated at his desk, retrieved a thermos, customary for officials, and took a sip of tea, speaking in a leisurely manner. Ding Chong, like an ant on a hot pan, was desperate, yet upon hearing Lin Yi's words, he felt compelled to comply, turning to close the office door before taking a seat on the sofa. I know that your uncle, Ding Yonggang, has been operating illegal gambling, hoarding firearms, and has, upon 2 occasions during the election of the village secretary and the sale of shares in the Shaten coal mine, incited the murder of 2 villagers. Lin Yi set down his thermos and spoke in a low voice. Ding Chong's expression shifted once more. The information regarding Ding Yonggang's gambling and firearms was known to many, even mentioned in the news of his arrest. However, the knowledge that Ding Yonggang had orchestrated the deaths of villagers was known to only a select few. How did Lin Yi come to know this? Additionally, Ding Yonggang and your father, Ding Shusheng, sold 49% of the shares of the Shaten coal mine to a certain enterprise, reaping enormous profits, resulting in significant asset losses for the collective enterprises of Shaten village. Lin Yi continued. These were all details recorded in the case involving Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang in the previous life. Ding Chong was utterly dumbfounded. This matter was not even fully known to Ding Chong himself. He merely sensed that something was amiss, yet Lin Yi was aware of every detail. This was truly beyond belief. I did not inquire about these matters. What do you know about the secrets of my wife and child? After a full half-minute, Ding Chong finally snapped out of his profound shock, disregarding Lin Yi's earlier statements and pressing for information regarding his wife and child. Lin Yi replied bluntly, your child is not your biological offspring. Then whose child is he? Ding Chong, having long harbored doubts about this matter, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, believed without hesitation and quickly pressed for more information. He is your brother. Lin Yi gazed at Ding Chong with pity, indirectly providing the answer. Ding Chong was momentarily stunned, then comprehended the implication, his vision darkening as he nearly fainted. He had indeed suspected that his wife had been unfaithful with old Wang next door and had borne a child. However, he never imagined that old Wang would turn out to be his own father. This sudden revelation shattered all of his psychological defenses, leaving him dizzy and overwhelmed, collapsing onto the sofa. This cannot be true. This is absolutely not true. You are lying to me. I will kill you. Moments later, Ding Chong suddenly erupted, his face contorted in rage, shaking his head violently, unwilling to accept the truth, and prepared to lash out at Lin Yi. Unfazed by Ding Chong's sudden outburst, Lin Yi remained composed. I have a video of your father and your wife engaged in such activities wherein your son, oh, no, your brother, is mentioned. Would you care to take a look? If it is false, I will kill you. Ding Chong halted before Lin Yi, his eyes bloodshot as he glared, his entire being on the brink of collapse. Lin Yi ceased further discussion, directly opening his laptop, connecting to the internet, and downloading a video from his email. This video had been retrieved by the disciplinary committee staff from Ding Shusheng's phone before being sent to him. Lin Yi downloaded the video, adjusted the volume, and clicked play, turning the screen towards Ding Chong.I, and the next moment, under Ding Chong's furious gaze, the computer screen displayed the figures of his wife, Zhou Mei, and his father, Ding Shusheng. The two conversed candidly, without reservation. Crack. Witnessing this scene, Ding Chong's fists clenched tightly, his entire body trembling with rage. At that moment, the dialogue echoed, our son is being bullied by classmates, and the teacher has not reprimanded the little brat who tormented him. I am going to the kindergarten tomorrow to slap that teacher across the face. Like this. In the video, upon hearing Zhou Mei's words, Ding Shusheng grinned mischievously and slapped Zhou Mei on the backside. Those two wretched beings, I will kill them. All of them. Ding Chong lost all rationality, roaring in fury as he smashed his fist into the laptop, shattering its screen. As his voice fell, Ding Chong's right hand was lacerated by the shards of the laptop screen, blood pouring forth as he gasped for breath, feeling on the verge of collapse. You need not take. He has committed a crime, and the court will sentence him to death. Lin Yi, observing Ding Chong's emotional state stabilize somewhat, finally spoke. Ding Chong, with bloodshot eyes, stared at Lin Yi and said, "I know you are revealing this to sow discord, to compel me to provide evidence against that beast. But I had no involvement in the coal mine operations, nor in my uncle Ding Yonggong's gambling activities. I am completely unaware. You need not concern yourself with these matters. Your cousin Ding Shui manages the finances at the Shatan coal mine. She possesses evidence of Ding Shusheng's crimes. I can simply approach her." Lin Yi gently shook his head, then articulated his objective. "I share this secret with you to make you realize that Ding Shusheng has never cared for you as a son. Otherwise, he would not engage in such despicable acts, nor would he exclude you from the coal mine's affairs. Is it worth it for you to incite the villagers in an attempt to save him, only to end up imprisoned? Or do you intend to sit in jail while your wife uses your money to raise your brother and then seeks out other men for pleasure, bearing them children? Enough." Ding Chong, overwhelmed, sank to the ground in despair. "Go now. Return to the villagers and cease the disturbances. I will disperse the villagers, but you must promise me to delete that video and keep my wife's matters confidential." After a moment of silence, Ding Chong rose and addressed Lin Yi. "The computer is destroyed. The video cannot be preserved. I assure you I will not disclose your wife's affairs." Lin Yi nodded in agreement. Ding Chong said nothing further and exited the office. Lin Yi moved to the window and waited in silence. A few minutes later, Ding Chong emerged from the county committee and government building, saying a few words to the village ruffians and villagers, after which the crowd dispersed. Is that all it takes to resolve this? County Chief Lin is truly impressive. Simultaneously, the individuals within the county committee and government office witnessed this scene, all equally astonished. Chapter 073 The People's Good County Chief. Upon witnessing Ding Chong departing with the villagers, Lin Yi withdrew his gaze and turned back to his desk. Before long, his phone chimed with an incoming call from Lu Ming, the director of the county police department. "County Chief Lin, we have apprehended Ding Chong. How shall we proceed?" Although Ding Chong was not involved in the cases of Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang, and his actions do not constitute grave evil, he has incited public disturbances and frequently bullied others in the village. It is necessary to detain him for a time to provide proper education, Lin Yi instructed. Whether it was to stand up for Shen Chuchu's brother, Shen Chuha, or to prevent further unrest among the villagers of Shatan, it was essential for Ding Chong to temporarily reside in the detention center for some reflection. "Understood, County Chief Lin." Lu Ming acknowledged promptly. Lin Yi ended the call, set down his phone, and murmured, "Chuchu's final operation should also be nearing its conclusion, shouldn't it?" At the entrance of the Yanshun Expressway, Shen Chuchu, accompanied by the county economic investigation team, had set up a roadblock ostensibly to inspect all vehicles, though the checks were merely a formality. She awaited the arrival of Ding Yonggong's daughter, Ding Shui. Utilizing technical surveillance, the police had pinpointed Ding Shui's mobile phone location, confirming that she was en route to leave Yanshun. Soon, as Shen Chuchu stood waiting, a white Audi A4 approached slowly. Taking the initiative, she stepped forward to intercept the vehicle. "Why are you stopping my car?" Ding Shui asked, her expression betraying a hint of panic upon seeing Shen Chuchu in full police uniform. She was already aware that her uncle, Ding Shusheng, had been taken away for investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission, and that her father, Ding Yonggang, had been arrested by the police. She planned to drive to the provincial capital of Dongjiang, Xiamen, to elope with her online boyfriend. "Ding Shui, you are suspected of committing a crime in office. Please cooperate with our investigation." Shen Chuchu presented her credentials and arrest warrant firmly. As her words rang out, she gestured for her subordinates to swiftly approach and escort Ding Shui from the vehicle, placing handcuffs on her and guiding her to the police car. Taking in the scene, Shen Chuchu exhaled deeply, shedding the burdens she had carried. For her, apprehending Ding Shui was not only the final task entrusted to her by Lin Yi but also a crucial step in bringing Ding Shusheng to justice. Only through the evidence in Ding Shui's possession could Ding Shusheng be convicted. After instructing her subordinates to take Ding Shui back to the county police station, Shen Chuchu stepped aside, pulled out her phone, and dialed Lin Yi. "Report to County Chief Lin, the operation to apprehend Ding Shui has been successfully completed. Chuchu, you have worked hard." "It was nothing." "Lin Yi, thank you." Upon hearing Lin Yi address her in such a familiar manner, Shen Chuchu was momentarily taken aback, then understanding that he was alone, she expressed her gratitude. As she spoke, a gentle breeze ruffled her hair, causing some dust to blow into her eyes. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Yi had allowed her to prove herself before the villagers and her parents, enabling her to actively participate in the dismantling of the two village bullies, Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang, and helping her dispel her inner demons. You're welcome. Chuchu, let us leave it at that for now. I need to call County Chief He to report the situation. All right. Shen Chuchu took a deep breath, striving to keep her tone steady. After Lin Yi concluded the call, he immediately dialed County Chief Hihua. Chief, the situation in Shaten village has been resolved. Following the county's Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation of village head Ding Shusheng, the county police have lawfully arrested Ding Yonggang, the head of the Shaten coal mine, and Ding Shui, the financial officer. The villagers gathered at the entrance of the county committee and government have also dispersed. However, just as Lin Yi was halfway through his report, Hihua interrupted him. Brother, I already know. I just saw the announcement from the county's Discipline Inspection Commission and the police online. Public opinion has completely reversed. Netizens no longer question or criticize our county government, but rather praise it. Especially you are being hailed as the good county chief by everyone. Higu, the true good county chief is you, your leadership is commendable. Lin Yi responded with a smile. This statement was part flattery, part truth. If Hihua had not resolutely supported Lin Yi, it would have been a formidable challenge to root out Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang in such a short span of time. Haha, Hihua laughed heartily before saying, all right, brother, I won't keep you any longer. I need to report this matter to Mayor Shao. Sure, Higu. Lin Yi replied with a smile, understanding that Hihua's report was both a means of taking credit and an opportunity to strengthen his ties with Shao Yuan. Whether Hihua would openly declare allegiance to Shao Yuan was beyond Lin Yi's foresight. Unexpectedly, just as Lin Yi finished his call with Hihua, he received a call from Shao Yuan. Lin Yi answered, Mayor Shao. Shao Yi, I just returned to my office from Secretary Wang's office and couldn't resist giving you a call for a chat, Shao Yuan said cheerfully, indicating that he was alone and that this was a casual conversation. He paused for a moment, not waiting for Lin Yi to respond, and continued excitedly, you have no idea how much Secretary Wang praised you. Shao Gu, I imagine Secretary Wang must have wished to dismiss me at one point. Lin Yi, realizing Shao Yuan was alone, shifted his tone and made a light-hearted joke. Ha ha ha, Shao Yuan chuckled, saying, Secretary Wang was indeed quite concerned about the situation in Qinghe, but to say he wanted to dismiss you would be an exaggeration. He merely asked me to get in touch with you to inquire about the situation and understand how things were being handled on your end, wanting to have some clarity. Thank you, Shao Gu. Lin Yi felt a surge of gratitude. He had not previously received a call from Shao Yuan. This indicated that Shao Yuan had undoubtedly stood up for him in front of the municipal secretary, Wang Haifeng. No need to thank me. I did nothing. It was all your own doing. Shao Yuan replied, feeling a sense of pride, although he knew that if Lin Yi mishandled the situation in Qinghe, not only would Lin Yi face repercussions, but he would also be affected. He chose to trust Lin Yi unconditionally. And Lin Yi did not disappoint him, delivering a satisfactory outcome to both him and the municipal committee of Yunshan. By the way, Shao Yi, both Secretary Wang and I are quite concerned about how you intend to handle the follow-up issues regarding the Shaten coal mine. After praising Lin Yi, Shao Yuan expressed his worries. Although Lin Yi had lawfully dealt with the Ding brothers, the Shaten coal mine was a village-controlled enterprise, with both the village head and the mine manager absent. How would the coal mine's operations proceed? Who would take responsibility? These were pressing issues that required careful resolution. Shao Gu, I was just about to report on this matter. Lin Yi had already contemplated this issue and promptly articulated his plan. My proposal is to have a state-owned coal enterprise acquire the Shaten coal mine or to restructure it. For instance, Shaten village could retain a stake, but the production and operation of the coal mine would be entirely entrusted to the state-owned enterprise, with Shaten village merely responsible for collecting dividends annually. Your proposal is excellent. However, there lies a crucial issue. After the acquisition or restructuring of the Shaten coal mine, the interests of the villagers must be safeguarded, and their income should ideally exceed what they currently receive. Only then can the restructuring and acquisition proceed smoothly, Shao Yuan pointed out incisively. Lin Yi smiled and replied, Shao Gu, I have already considered this and even calculated the figures. The Ding brothers mismanaged the coal mine, engaged in illicit operations to sell shares, and significantly encroached upon the villagers' interests, causing them severe losses. Now that Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang have been brought to justice, with a state-owned enterprise managing the Shaten coal mine, production efficiency will improve, ensuring the villagers' interests are safeguarded, with dividends surely surpassing previous amounts. What would Su and his associates think if they knew the truth behind this matter? Chapter 074 Who agrees and who disagrees, in the family compound of the Gyeongshan Provincial Committee, Villa No. 1. After finishing dinner with her father, Su Hongrue, Su Shiming stepped outside for a stroll. Dad, this afternoon I called brother Xiao Yuan, and he informed me that from the moment the coal mine collapse incident occurred, Lin Yi had already devised an entire plan for handling it, laying the groundwork for the economic transformation pilot work in Qingha County, Su Shiming said proudly, lifting her fair chin as she addressed Su Hongrue. Su Hongrue felt a slight shock in his heart but maintained a composed demeanor as he inquired, "Oh, what sort of layout are you referring to?" Lin Yi took advantage of the coal mine collapse incident to eliminate the two village bullies, Ding Shusheng and Ding Yonggang. He then used this opportunity to reform and reorganize the coal mine, planning for a state-owned coal enterprise from Dongjiang province to invest and take controlling shares in the coal mine. In the future, the state-owned coal enterprise will be responsible for production operations, while the coal village enterprises will retain their equity and enjoy annual dividends. Furthermore, the reorganization of the coal mine will serve as a template for the reform of other small coal mines in Qingha County, facilitating the economic transformation efforts. Su Shiming exclaimed rapidly, as if presenting a treasure to her father. If what you say is true, then he has handled this matter exceptionally well, Su Hongrue could not help but praise. Su Shiming huffed, "Humph, you weren't saying that before. On the contrary, you misunderstood me when I sought your help, thinking I wanted to assist Lin Yi. Now you owe me an apology." Shiming, considering that I previously helped you pass on insider information to Lin Yi, let us just let the apology slide, shall we? Su Hongrue's face flashed slightly as he spoke with a bold demeanor. "Humph, the state is currently guiding and promoting reforms in coal enterprises, and the successful reorganization of the coal mine can serve as a successful case study. Shiming, tell me honestly, is there something more than friendship motivating your assistance to him?" Su Hongrue halted his steps, gazing intently at his little cotton-padded jacket as if guarding against a thief. "Of course not." Su Shiming hastily denied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. "Ha ha." Su Hongrue chuckled coldly, as if to say, "I believe you, or should I believe I am Su Fu reincarnated?" Su Shiming, feeling the intensity of Su Hongrue's gaze, quickly shifted the topic. "Dad, you still haven't answered my question." "I do not recommend it." Su Hongrue provided his answer first, then explained his reasoning. Lin Yi's insider report has shaken the central authorities. Even Elder Qian made a special trip to Yunshan and personally praised him at the symposium. He has garnered significant attention and has been promoted to the executive vice-county chief of Qingha County. Although he handled the coal mine situation exceptionally well, and his subsequent work aligns closely with the directives from above regarding coal work, there is little significance in promoting him widely at this moment. Why not? Whether in Qingha or Yunshan, the higher-ups are observing closely. Dad, I understand now. I will wait until Lin Yi has thoroughly completed the pilot work for Qingha County's economic transformation before conducting the interview. Su Shiming grasped the essence of the matter, her face filled with yearning, as if she could hardly wait to witness Lin Yi's success. Su Hongrue, observing her reaction, recalled certain whispers he had heard from above and hesitated momentarily, ultimately choosing not to divulge them to Su Shiming, for he knew that if Su Shiming learned of them, she would immediately relay the information to Lin Yi. After returning home from work and having dinner, Lin Yi went back to the room he shared with his sister, Lin Chen. He took out the newly purchased laptop from the afternoon and began drafting a plan to address the issues faced by the coal mine. The reformation and reorganization of the coal mine were crucial for the stability of Shatan village and pivotal for the pilot work of Qingha County's economic transformation, marking the initiation of a significant endeavor. Lin Yi attached great importance to it and did not dare to be negligent, laboring through the night to finalize the plan. The next morning, Lin Yi presented the plan to He Hua, indicating that he had consulted Xiao Yuan and received strong support from him. Upon hearing this, He Hua glanced over the document briefly and agreed. After all, when he had reported to Xiao Yuan the previous day, he had signified his stance and had become a member of Xiao Yuan's faction. If Xiao Yuan approved Lin Yi's plan, how could he possibly oppose it? In fact, He Hua even called County Party Secretary Zhou Hongjian in Lin Yi's presence. "Brother, Secretary Zhou has personally agreed to the plan you drafted regarding the coal mine and has requested that I organize a meeting of the Standing Committee of the County Party Committee for review." After concluding the call with Zhou Hongjian, He Hua smiled at Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi felt a surge of joy and remarked, "Since Secretary Zhou has agreed, the Standing Committee meeting should pose no issues. Brother, the key to this plan is not merely Secretary Zhou's agreement, but rather the fact that it was drafted by you." In other words, Secretary Shaw likely approved it without even reviewing the details because it was your work, Hihua said with a wry smile. The insider report Lin Yi authored had garnered high praise from the provincial leadership and central authorities. His proposal for Yunshun City's development over the next 5 years had received unanimous support in the Yunshun City Standing Committee meeting and had garnered robust backing from the provincial government. How could Zhou Hongjian possibly disagree with Lin Yi's plan regarding the coal mine? At 3 in the afternoon, Hihua convened a meeting of the Qinghe County Standing Committee. All members were present except for Secretary Zhou Hongjian, who was attending a training session at the party school. Comrades, the coal mine collapse has led to a series of subsequent events. Presently, operations at the coal mine have been temporarily halted due to the collapse. However, once the safety issues are rectified, production must resume. Additionally, the coal mine's manager, Ding Yonggang, has been arrested. First, the plan drafted by Comrade Lin Yi is not only aimed at resolving the issues at the coal mine but is also part of Qinghe County's economic transformation pilot work. Second, I have already reported this plan to Secretary Shaw, who has personally agreed to its contents but has requested that the Standing Committee review and approve it before implementation. Hihua added, casting a sweeping glance over the room as if to ask, who agrees, who disagrees? There was silence. The county committee members exchanged knowing smiles in their hearts. You and Secretary Shaw have both agreed. What objections could we possibly have? Moreover, this plan was drafted by County Chief Lin Yi. Who would dare to offend County Chief Lin Yi at this juncture? The plan drafted by Comrade Lin Yi is farsighted and profoundly insightful. During the subsequent discussion, all the county committee members, aside from Hihua, extolled Lin Yi's plan without reservation. 2 hours later, during the voting segment, Lin Yi's plan passed unanimously. Comrades, since there are no objections to the plan, it is officially approved. Next, I will personally lead a team, along with Comrade Lin Yi, to Yunshun City to report to the city leadership and seek their support, while also negotiating with Donghua Group regarding the coal mines reorganization. Hihua concluded the meeting, preparing to take charge of the initiative. Lin Yi, however, was not surprised by this development. For Hihua, expediting this project would constitute a remarkable achievement, bolstering his prospects of succeeding Zhou Hongjian as the county party secretary of Qinghe County. Should Hihua successfully assume the role of county party secretary, it would bode well for Lin Yi. At that point, he could fully unleash his efforts to advance Qinghe County's economic transformation plan. Chapter 075 A humble visit. Anticipating transformation from serpent to dragon. At 2:30 in the afternoon, just as the workday commenced, a knock echoed at the door of Lin Yi's office. "Come in," he responded, directing his gaze toward the entrance. The door soon creaked open, revealing Marue, the director of the county's Safety Supervision Bureau, who entered, carrying a briefcase and a bulging file bag. Upon entering, Marue stood at the threshold, wearing a sycophantic smile as he inquired, "County Head Lin, I wish to report on my work." "Not at all, Director Ma. Please, have a seat," Lin Yi replied, casting a contemplative glance at the swollen file bag in Marue's grasp, before gesturing towards the sofa. "Thank you, County Head Lin. Following your directives, our Safety Supervision Bureau has," Marue nodded with a smile, striding directly to the sofa, placing his briefcase and file bag upon it, and then ostentatiously began to report on the measures taken in response to the Shaten coal mine incident. "Director Ma, is there anything else?" Lin Yi inquired, slightly furrowing his brow after listening to Marue's insubstantial report. "County Head Lin, there is nothing further." "I shall not disturb you any longer," Marue replied, shaking his head before rising, briefcase in hand, and making his way toward the exit. However, the bulging file bag remained, abandoned in the corner of the sofa. Noticing this, Lin Yi's eyes glimmered with insight. "Director Ma, you have forgotten your file bag." "County Head Lin, that is a gift I have brought for you," Marue halted, turning back with a servile smile, then quickly attempted to leave once more. "Wait." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, calling Marue to a halt. He briskly approached the sofa, opened the file bag, and discovered it brimming with cash. Witnessing Lin Yi's actions, Marue's smile grew ever more ingratiating. "County Head Lin, this is merely a token of my appreciation. I hope you will provide me with guidance in my work moving forward." "Director Ma, this gift should not be presented to me, but rather to the Discipline Inspection Commission." Lin Yi coldly interrupted Marue's words. A chill coursed through Marue as Lin Yi's icy declaration resonated in his ears, causing his smile to freeze in place. Ever since the investigation into Ding Shusheng and Ding Yong commenced, Marue had been anxious about being implicated by their testimony. After much deliberation, he had resolved to offer a bribe to Lin Yi, hoping to curry favor and secure his position. Yet now, Lin Yi was insisting that he deliver the money to the Discipline Inspection Commission. This revelation sent a jolt of fear through Marue. I apologize, County Head Lin. I was foolish that day and spoke out of turn, causing you displeasure. From now on, I will diligently implement your directives. If you instruct me to go east, I shall not venture west, Marue stammered, his legs trembling and his body shaking with anxiety. Before he could finish, Lin Yi interjected, Marue, your transgression is not particularly severe. I recommend that you proactively approach the Discipline Inspection Commission to confess, as honesty may yield leniency, return the illicit funds, and you might still retain your position. County Head Lin Marue remained reluctant to concede. As the head of the Safety Supervision Bureau, his misdeeds were not particularly grave, and self-reporting could potentially safeguard his role, but he aspired to continue in his position and even advance further. Seeing Marue's hesitation, Lin Yi frowned and stated, if you cannot bring yourself to do it, I will be compelled to report you to the Discipline Inspection Commission. I will go myself, Marue conceded, shutting his eyes in resignation, ceasing his resistance and struggle, for he could sense that Lin Yi had shown no interest whatsoever in the cash within the file bag. Half an hour later, the news of Marue's voluntary confession to the county's Discipline Inspection Commission spread like wildfire throughout the county committee and government. Concurrently, Chang Yong-chan, the deputy county head in charge of safety, entered Lin Yi's office. County Head Lin, I hope my visit has not disrupted your work. Chang Yong-chan inquired politely upon entering, even employing the respectful form of address. Seeing Chang Yong-chan, Lin Yi nodded slightly. Deputy Head Chang, it has not, please have a seat. County Head Lin, I have brought a draft prepared by the office regarding the countywide safety inspection initiative. Please review it. Chang Yong-chan presented a document from his briefcase, extending it towards Lin Yi while displaying utmost respect. During the safety inspection, I will personally lead the team, visiting the Shatan coal mine daily to oversee the rectification of issues, ensuring all safety hazards are thoroughly addressed. Additionally, I will promote the county committee's plan for addressing the problems at the Shatan coal mine. Deputy Head Chang's approach is clear and his actions prompt, which is indeed commendable. Lin Yi discerned the underlying tones in Chang Yong-chan's words. Both the respectful address of you upon entering and his recent report were gestures of goodwill towards Lin Yi. Lin Yi decided to grant Chang Yong-chan an opportunity based on his past experiences. He recalled that Chang Yong-chan, aside from indulging in minor corruption such as accepting gifts and year-end bonuses, had committed no serious offenses, rendering his issues far less significant than those of Marue. To Lin Yi, bringing Chang Yong-chan into his fold held far greater value than dealing with him harshly. County Head Lin, I must learn from your magnanimity. Moving forward, I will resolutely obey your commands, implementing your directives to ensure the safety production work of the county is executed flawlessly. Chang Yong-chan felt a surge of excitement, quickly offering his loyalty. While his transgressions were minor, the potential consequences could vary greatly. Dismissal or reprimand hinged upon Lin Yi's attitude. To put it bluntly, his fate rested in Lin Yi's hands. Since Lin Yi had chosen to overlook past grievances and was prepared to extend an olive branch, Chang Yong-chan was determined to seize this opportunity. Deputy Head Chang, let us work together to serve the people well, Lin Yi reiterated, subtly reminding Chang Yong-chan that although he was not pursuing accountability at present, his performance would be closely monitored. Yes, County Head Lin. Chang Yong-chan promptly acknowledged the command and, noticing Lin Yi's gesture of pouring tea, took his leave from the office. Lin Yi approached the window, gazing out at the scenery of the county committee courtyard, unable to suppress a sense of wonder at the capricious nature of life. In his previous life, he had dreamed of benefiting his hometown, only to be thwarted by fate, ultimately squandering half his life. In this life, at the age of 28, he served as the executive deputy county head of Qinghe County, sailing smoothly through his endeavors. Amidst his reflections, the image of Su Shameng floated into his mind. This time around, his fortunes had turned, not only due to foresight and the rescue of Xiao Yuan but also thanks to Su Shameng's support. Recalling Su Shameng, Lin Yi approached his desk, retrieved his phone, and logged into QQ, discovering a message from her containing a photograph and a text. Lin Yi, I have launched a segment called Shameng's Appointment, focusing on current events, following your guidance. Lin Yi disregarded the text, his gaze fixating on the photo. It depicted a well-lit interview setting adorned with the words Shameng's Appointment. Su Shameng, clad in a beige professional ensemble, with her elegant legs encased in black stockings, sat poised, her smile radiant as a blooming flower. Graceful, intelligent, and beautiful, countless adjectives could be used to describe Su Shameng in this photograph, leaving Lin Yi momentarily entranced. After regaining his composure, Lin Yi responded, Shameng, you look stunning in this photo. Was it merely the photo I intended for you to see? I wanted you to recognize my strong execution capabilities. Su Shameng replied playfully, her smile becoming even more radiant, her mood exceedingly bright. She lifted her coffee cup, moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the bustling cityscape of the capital, softly murmuring, "County head Lin, you must also strive for excellence. I eagerly await the day you transform from serpent to dragon." Chapter 076 Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, the greater the turmoil, the pricier the fish. 2 days later, He Hua, accompanied by Lin Yi and the relevant officials from Qinghe County, traveled by car to the Yunshan Municipal Committee. There, they convened with Xiao Yuan, the vice mayor in charge of industry, and the director of the Yunshan State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, before jointly proceeding to the provincial capital, Xiamen. Xiao Yuan personally made a phone call to Zhou Wei, the general manager of the Donghua Group in Dongjiang Province, to arrange a meeting for the day to discuss the restructuring of the Shaten coal mine. The Donghua Group placed immense importance on this discussion, with all senior leaders of the group in attendance. This emphasis was ostensibly on the restructuring of the Shaten coal mine, but in reality, it was a mark of respect towards Xiao Yuan. Although the Donghua Group held a provincial-level status, Zhou Wei's administrative rank was equivalent to that of Xiao Yuan. However, in light of the anti-corruption storm in Dongjiang and the visit led by Qian Lao for research purposes, Zhou Wei was acutely aware that, across the entirety of Huaxia, few provincial-level officials. During the meeting, He Hua, the mayor of Qinghe County, presented the restructuring plan for the Shaten coal mine. The leaders of the Donghua Group, led by Zhou Wei, posed several inquiries, to which Lin Yi adeptly responded. With each answer, Lin Yi exhibited a remarkable fluency that garnered the admiration of the Donghua leaders and broadened their perspectives. Xiao Yuan, seated nearby, wore a constant smile. His satisfaction grew as Lin Yi showcased his exceptional capabilities. As the meeting reached its midpoint, Xiao Yuan's phone vibrated. Rather than dismissing the call as before, he gestured apologetically to the leaders of the Donghua Group and stepped briskly out of the conference room. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yuan returned, his previously cheerful demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow. What had transpired? Why did Xiao Gu appear so troubled? Lin Yi sensed Xiao Yuan's unease but suppressed his curiosity, opting to wait until after the meeting to inquire. As the meeting drew to a close, Xiao Yuan's expression returned to normal. He delivered a formal speech on behalf of the Yunshan municipal government, expressing gratitude for the Donghua Group's significant support for Yunshan's economic transformation, and expressing hope for a smooth collaboration moving forward. Zhou Wei, general manager of the Donghua Group, provided a concluding statement. Ultimately, a strategic cooperation agreement was signed between Yunshan City and the Donghua Group, with a deputy general manager from Donghua signing on one side and Vice Mayor Zhu Qingyun, who oversees industry, representing Yunshan. Everything proceeded smoothly, yet Lin Yi could distinctly perceive that Xiao Yuan's smile was forced. Such a facade would escape the notice of outsiders, but having served as Xiao Yuan's secretary for 3 years, Lin Yi could see right through it. After the meeting concluded, it was already afternoon. Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan chose not to return but instead checked into a hotel in the provincial capital. Once Lin Yi had registered and set down his luggage, he received a message from Xiao Yuan. "Xiao Yi, I'm in 1208. Come over." Intrigued about the trouble Xiao Yuan might be facing, Lin Yi hurried to room 1208. Xiao Gu, what happened? Lin Yi could not contain his curiosity upon entering. "Sit down, let us discuss slowly," Xiao Yuan replied gravely, inviting Lin Yi to the sofa in the living room. "During this afternoon's meeting, I received a call from Minister Tian of the Provincial Organization Department. He informed me that the leadership team of Yunshan is about to undergo an adjustment. Secretary Wang Haifeng will be reassigned to the Provincial Federation of Literature and Art as a first-level inspector." Xiao Gu, is the Provincial Party Committee dissatisfied with Secretary Wang's work? Lin Yi was taken aback. The Federation of Literature and Art is one of the least impactful units at the provincial level. The transfer from Secretary of the Municipal Committee to the Provincial Federation, without even assuming the role of party secretary there, effectively marks the end of Wang Haifeng's political career, leaving him with only the rank of a provincial-level official. "He is a sacrificial pawn." Xiao Yuan gently shook his head, then elaborated. "From a work perspective, he bore the responsibility for the Yunshan corruption case and the Gao brothers' organized crime case. From a political standpoint, he has endured the wrath of the Zhao family." Xiao Gu, the new secretary of Yunshan, want to be related to the Zhao family, will he? Lin Yi's expression changed as a sense of foreboding washed over him. "Whether related or not, it is complicated," Xiao Yuan offered a vague response, sighing. "The new secretary of Yunshan has been parachuted in from a ministerial position, a result of balancing various interests, with the Zhao family also participating in the power struggle." Balancing various interests, Lin Yi was at a loss. Xiao Yuan gazed at him with a complex expression, explaining. "Your internal reference, after being reviewed by the Central Y Policy Research Office and acknowledged by several leaders, was subsequently distributed to various ministries. Each ministry provided their opinions based on their respective responsibilities and circumstances, which were then compiled by the Central Y Policy Research Office. Consequently, many issues were raised, leading to widespread discussion and significant controversy. I see Lin E finally understood, where there are people, there exists a community, where there are interests, there is conflict. Reforms invariably disturb vested interests, inevitably encountering resistance. This is also why some policies formulated and introduced by higher-ups are sometimes poorly implemented. Although Lin Yi's internal reference was entirely based on the anticipated future development of the nation from his previous life, with some localized optimizations, certain ideas remained too advanced for this era, and many suggestions conflicted with existing policies. As the drafter of the internal reference, Lin Yi was merely a minor departmental official. In the eyes of those in power, he was hardly significant, even though Su Hongrui had assisted in submitting the internal reference and families like the Su, Wang, Zhong, Benchen clans provided certain support, then some central leaders acknowledged it. Universal backing was impossible. Once the opinions and issues from various ministries emerged, some suggested that the pace of reform should not be too rapid, specifically naming Yunshun, arguing that Yunshun's economic transformation requires a grounded approach and oversight. Seemingly validating Lin Yi's judgment, Xiao Yuan continued. Recently, Wang Haifeng had been very supportive of me due to the incident where Wu Jiqiang framed me, rarely opposing my opinions. The newly appointed secretary is here to oversee me and to apply the brakes on Yunshun's economic transformation. Lin Yi fell silent. In this matter, he felt powerless to effect any change or take action. Additionally, someone from above will be parachuted in to serve as the county party secretary of Qinghe County. Xiao Yuan observed Lin Yi's silence and continued, "This new county party secretary is entirely aimed at you." A member of the Zhao family, Lin Yi felt a jolt of realization. Xiao Yuan's tone grew complex. His name is Wei Dongqing, and he is Zhao Tianming's cousin. Lin Yi fell silent once more. After encountering Zhao Tianming in the capital, he had sensed that he might soon face Zhao Tianming's vengeance, or even pressure from the Zhao family. Perhaps sensing the oppressive atmosphere, Xiao Yuan smiled and asked, "Xiao Yi, are you afraid that Yunshun has inadvertently become the epicenter of various power struggles?" "Xiao Gu, I am not afraid." Lin Yi shook his head gently, offering a resolute response. "The greater the turmoil, the pricier the fish. I believe we will surely succeed." Chapter 077 Dominant and Overbearing, Are you going to hold it in? Lin Yi's words were imbued with unwavering confidence, for the tides of history are irreversible. According to the course of history, the Zhao family has already begun its decline from prosperity, and their glory will not last for many more years. His internal reference, aligning with the trends of the this sequence of events signifies that while the various ministries may express opinions and controversies, they cannot negate the fundamental truths. Similarly, Yunshun City, as an experimental field for the economic transformation of national resource cities, and Qinghe County, as a pilot for Yunshun's economic transition, may supervise but cannot overturn. If Lin Yi and Xiao Yuan can deliver a remarkable report despite the myriad challenges, its value will be immensely enhanced. In response to the sudden changes, that evening, Xiao Yuan visited Provincial Party Secretary Liang Yumin, Governor Zhang Tongbin, and Provincial Organization Minister Tian Zheng in succession. A day later, the newly appointed secretary of the Yunshun Municipal Party Committee, He Qingyun, assumed office. He Qingyun, a scion of the prestigious He family, boasts a rich resume, having worked at the grassroots level, governed a county-level city, and gained experience in ministerial work, making him a key reserve cadre nurtured by the Central Organization Department. Upon reviewing He Qingyun's background, Lin Yi immediately recalled Lu Liang, whom he had encountered in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection's investigation team. Lu Liang, having married a woman from the He family, leaped into the highest procuratorate, achieving a class ascension. Lu Liang is He Qingyun's brother-in-law. He Qingyun won't target me because of the minor conflicts I had with Lu Liang in the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection, will he? Lin Yi pondered thoughtfully after the figure of Lu Liang surfaced in his mind. On the second day of He Qingyun's appointment, Minister of the Municipal Organization Department, Hu Zhile, once again arrived in Qinghe County to convene a cadre meeting. During the meeting, Hu Zhile announced two appointments. Comrade Wei Dongqing was appointed as a member of the Qinghe County Committee, a standing committee member and secretary. Comrade Lu Ming was appointed as a member of the Qinghe County Committee, a standing committee member and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission, concurrently serving as the director of the Public Security Bureau. Lu Ming's promotion was a county committee standing committee position that Xiao Yuan actively sought to alleviate Lin Yi's pressure in Qinghe County, with Lin Yi suggesting the name. After attending the meeting, Lin Yi returned to his office and sent a message to Lu Ming. Secretary Lu, congratulations. Lu Ming quickly replied, "Brother, I know what's going on. No need for thanks. We won't return until we're drunk this weekend. Lin Yi smiled and refrained from responding further. Clearly, Ho Tian-ming, who held the position of standing committee member and secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission in Yunshun City, had revealed some information to Lu Ming. This Chen Yuan was the newly appointed director of the County Party Committee office, brought to Qinghe County specifically by Wei Dongqing, as Xiao Yuan had cautioned Lin Yi to remain vigilant. Chen Yuan got straight to the point, saying, County Mayor Lin Yi, Secretary Wei has asked me to inform you that a standing committee meeting of the county committee will be held at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Please be punctual. Director Chen, I understand. Lin Yi replied nonchalantly before hanging up the phone. How audacious. On the other end, Chen Yuan had intended to say, County Mayor Lin Yi, I won't disturb your work any longer, but before she could utter the words, the call was abruptly disconnected. This left her slightly frowning as she muttered under her breath. Meanwhile, Lin Yi also furrowed his brow, inwardly lamenting, Wei Dongqing just assumed office, and he is already convening a standing committee meeting. Is he eager to stir up trouble? At 2:55 in the afternoon, upon Lin Yi's arrival at the meeting room, he found that apart from County Party Secretary Wei Dongqing and County Mayor He Hua, the other standing committee members had already gathered. The director of the County Party Committee office, Chen Yuan, was also present. She began to scrutinize everyone's reactions as Lin Yi entered the venue. County Mayor Lin Yi. Once seated, Lu Ming and two vice-county heads greeted Lin Yi in succession. The Armed Forces Minister, Zhang Jun, who had previously shown goodwill towards Lin Yi in the county committee cafeteria, merely nodded slightly at him. Meanwhile, the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee and Secretary of the Discipline Inspection Commission, Zhang Taizhon, along with 4 others, made no acknowledgement whatsoever. Their attitudes contrasted sharply with those displayed during the county committee meeting presided over by He Hua just a few days prior. Lin Yi observed everything keenly, realizing that Zhang Taizhon and the others had likely caught wind of some rumors and were eager to gauge the new county party secretary Wei Dongqing's stance towards him. Wei Dongqing's attitude would dictate theirs. At 2:58, County Mayor He Hua entered the meeting room with a teacup and notebook in hand. Compared to Lin Yi, He Hua received a markedly warmer reception. Everyone proactively greeted him. At that moment, Director Chen Yuan stood up to distribute documents to each attendee. Upon glancing at the title of the document, Lin Yi was taken aback, for it was the proposed solutions regarding issues at the Shaten coal mine that he had drafted. This proposal had been reviewed and approved at the recent standing committee meeting and had now resurfaced as material for today's meeting. Mayor, hasn't this document already been discussed? Lin Yi, astonished, turned to He Hua and inquired. As the executive deputy mayor, he ranked 4th among the county committee members, sitting adjacent to He Hua. He Hua, equally astonished, replied, County Mayor Lin Yi, are you not aware of the theme of today's meeting? Director Chen only informed me that Secretary Wei organized a meeting, but did not mention the theme, Lin Yi explained, casting a glance at Chen Yuan. I apologize, County Mayor Lin Yi. I had the chance to mention it before you hung up. Chen Yuan expressed regret, yet her words bore no trace of an admission of fault and instead shifted the blame onto Lin Yi. This caused the expressions of everyone present to shift subtly, the newly appointed director of the County Party Committee office notifying the executive deputy mayor about the standing committee meeting without mentioning the theme, and when questioned, exhibiting defiance. If this were not done with the authorization of County Party Secretary Wei Dongqing, who would believe it? Lin Yi, above all, harbored his doubts. However, before Lin Yi could unleash his frustration, Wei Dongqing entered the meeting room. In that instant, all eyes, including Lin Yi's, turned towards Wei Dongqing standing at a modest height. Wei Dongqing walked with an imposing stride, his gaze sharp as a blade, exuding a formidable aura. In his 30s, he had ascended through the ranks from grassroots levels, having been recognized as an outstanding village secretary, township secretary, and county mayor. His work style was assertive, and he had grown accustomed to unilateral decision-making, which over time cultivated his commanding presence. As all eyes were fixed upon him, Wei Dongqing took his seat at the forefront of the meeting room, coldly scrutinizing Chen Yuan, the County Party Committee Office Director, and reprimanding her. Director Chen, County Mayor Lin Yi is a leader. It is entirely normal for him to hang up on you. Should you call him back or go directly to the office to report on the theme of today's standing committee meeting? I'm sorry, Secretary Wei. It was my negligence. You ought to apologize to County Mayor Lin Yi. Wei Dongqing's voice was icy as he interrupted. Chen Yuan quickly turned to Lin Yi. I apologize, County Mayor Lin Yi. It was my oversight. I will be more careful in the future. County Mayor Lin Yi, as a great man once said, acknowledging one's faults and making amends is of utmost importance. Director Chen has admitted her mistake and apologized. Will you grant her an opportunity for correction? As Chen Yuan's words concluded, Wei Dongqing smiled at Lin Yi, appearing to solicit his opinion while simultaneously conveying an unassailable authority. Forceful and domineering, at this moment, Wei Dongqing epitomized these two words perfectly. He commanded Chen Yuan to deliberately irritate and humiliate Lin Yi, indirectly informing all standing committee members in Qinghe County, I, the county party secretary, hold the final say. He then feigned concern, publicly reprimanding Chen Yuan, compelling her to apologize, and ultimately requesting Lin Yi's forgiveness for Chen Yuan. This was tantamount to delivering a public slap to Lin Yi's face, followed by the message, "If you are dissatisfied, then hold it in." Chapter 078. I shall fulfill your wishes. Let us engage in direct combat. Is Secretary Wei truly this forthright? In an instant, the county committee members, headed by He Hua, were left utterly astonished. Although they had heard rumors that the newly appointed county committee secretary, transferred from another region, might be targeting Lin Yi, none had anticipated that Wei Dongqing would so brazenly chastise and humiliate Lin Yi. Amidst their shock, Zhang Taizhong and the other 4 county committee members silently rejoiced that they had refrained from greeting Lin Yi earlier. Otherwise, should Chen Yuan have spotted them aligning themselves with Wei Dongqing, would not have been so straightforward. Indeed, prior to the commencement of today's meeting, they had carefully contemplated their alliances. Despite Lin Yi having the backing of Xiao Yuan, Wei Dongqing was, after all, the county committee secretary and hailed from the illustrious Wei family, rumored to be a leading figure among the younger generation of that clan. Such a status surely overshadowed Lin Yi's. Simultaneously, He Hua, Lu Ming, and the 2 deputy county heads felt the overwhelming dominance that Wei Dongqing exhibited, even as he unabashedly berated Lin Yi, causing their brows to furrow. Among them, He Hua and Lu Ming found themselves displeased with Wei Dongqing's actions. Meanwhile, the 2 deputy county heads began to feel a sense of unease. Was it truly wise to align themselves with Lin Yi and He Hua? The next moment, the quiet meeting room resonated with Lin Yi's robust voice. Secretary Wei, I have heard that Director Chen was brought in by you. Since Director Chen exhibits a lack of decorum, I would appreciate it if you could discipline her henceforth. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take matters into my own hands. In the face of Wei Dongqing's assertive reprimand and humiliation, Lin Yi retaliated with a powerful counterattack. He showed no signs of yielding. Upon learning from Xiao Yuan that Wei Dongqing had come to Qinghe with intentions directed at him, Lin Yi had been contemplating his strategy. Initially, he intended to observe Wei Dongqing's approach before responding, akin to the counterattacks in martial arts novels. However, on the very first day of Wei Dongqing's appointment, he sought to overturn the handling plan regarding issues at the Shaten coal mine, a plan that had already been approved at the county committee meeting. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the county committee meeting, Wei Dongqing and Chen Yuan had conspired to deliberately annoy and belittle Lin Yi. How could Lin Yi possibly endure such treatment? You wish to make your stance known, very well. I shall fulfill your wish. No need for veiled tactics. Let us engage in direct combat. As Lin Yi's assertive declaration echoed, that was the newly appointed county committee secretary, Wei Dongqing, the prominent figure among the younger generation of the Wei family. Yet, Lin Yi showed him no courtesy and confronted him head-on. He Hua and Lu Ming relaxed their furrowed brows, feeling a sense of relief. The 2 deputy county heads found their anxieties alleviated. For them, had Lin Yi chosen to retreat or displayed signs of fear, they would have been compelled to reconsider their allegiance to Lin Yi and He Hua. Now, with Lin Yi boldly taking action, their worries dissipated, for Lin Yi had, through his resolute actions, demonstrated the fortitude and resources to stand against Wei Dongqing. Perhaps taken aback by Lin Yi's unexpected aggression, Wei Dongqing stood frozen for several seconds, his expression darkening to an almost palpable degree. Present at the meeting, Chen Yuan, noticing Wei Dongqing's displeasure, addressed Lin Yi with evident annoyance. County head Lin, what do you mean by implying that I am Secretary Wei's subordinate? Is this how one conducts themselves? Your lack of respect is quite pronounced. Director Chen, you are merely an observer at today's meeting. Are you familiar with what it means to be an observer? If you are not, I suggest you familiarize yourself with the regulations. If you are, then kindly keep your silence. This is not your place to speak. Lin Yi retorted sharply. Previously, when Chen Yuan had obstinately clashed with him at Wei Dongqing's behest, Lin Yi had yearned to chastise her. Now, with Chen Yuan stepping forward to shield Wei Dongqing, Lin Yi showed no mercy, striking directly at her core. As expected, upon hearing Lin Yi's words, Chen Yuan's face turned ashen with indignation, yet she found herself unable to retort. According to the regulations, observers at meetings possess no formal right to speak. They are merely invited to listen or comprehend the meeting's content and cannot partake in the decision-making process. Even if observers possess profound insights into the meeting topics, they must seek permission from the chairperson to speak, and only with the chairperson's consent may they do so. Well done. He Hua and Lu Ming silently praised Lin Yi. A mere county committee office director audaciously challenging the executive deputy county head at a county committee meeting, how unaware of the gravity of the situation. County head Lin, has the meeting commenced? At that moment, Wei Dongqing fixed his gaze upon Lin Yi, akin to a predator locking onto its prey, his eyes menacing. In response to Wei Dongqing's inquiry, Lin Yi leisurely lifted his teacup, took a sip to moisten his throat, and then replied with deliberate calmness, Secretary Wei, even if the meeting has not yet started, what does it signify when she interrupts our dialogue? Does she possess any awareness of decorum? Can she truly represent your views? The authority of county head Lin is quite formidable. However, I understand, at the age of 28, it is common for young executive deputy county heads to become somewhat conceited. Moreover, county head Lin has been closely associated with the leadership, lacking any grassroots experience. Wei Dongqing sneered, simultaneously mocking Lin Yi and deftly shifting the topic. With his words concluded, he afforded Lin Yi no opportunity to respond, continuing, all right, let us proceed with the meeting. Upon hearing, his sudden silence struck Wei Dongqing as if his punch had landed upon cotton. It also garnered quiet admiration from He Hua, Lu Ming, and the two deputy county heads, for if Wei Dongqing, as the meeting's chair, announced the commencement and Lin Yi persisted in clinging to Aliamat, a glimmer of realization flickered in Zhong Tai's horn and the other's eyes. They suddenly recognized that Lin Yi was not merely brash but also possessed an understanding of when to advance and when to retreat. Today marks my inaugural day in Qinghe. I have convened this county committee meeting with two objectives. First, to facilitate mutual understanding and deepen our connections, thereby benefiting the county committee's future endeavors. Wei Dongqing observed Lin Yi's silence, the hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before he continued to chair the meeting. At this juncture, he turned his gaze back to Lin Yi, adding, second, regarding the situation in Shaten village, it has garnered considerable attention online, been citing significant public sentiment. I believe that to ensure stability in Shaten village and prevent any further mass incidents, we must reconsider the restructuring of the Shaten coal mine. Furthermore, the position of the village committee secretary and the coal mine director cannot remain vacant for long. We need to expedite the election process and swiftly restore coal production operations. In light of these reasons, I propose that the county committee reconvene to reassess the handling plan regarding issues at the Shaten coal mine. Secretary Wei, the restructuring proposal for the Shaten coal mine has already been approved by the county committee and submitted to the municipal committee, receiving their support. In fact, Mayor Shao personally led a delegation to negotiate with the Donghua Group regarding the restructuring of the Shaten coal mine. The Donghua Group has signed a strategic cooperation agreement with the city. Under such circumstances, is it truly appropriate for us to reconvene the county committee to discuss the proposal? As soon as Wei Dongqing finished speaking, He Hua furrowed his brow, voicing his skepticism. The last county committee meeting had been chaired by him, and Wei Dongqing's call for a reassessment of the proposal effectively negated his work and demonstrated a lack of respect for Xiao Yuan. Having already aligned himself with Xiao Yuan, how could he possibly agree to Wei Dongqing's suggestion? Moreover, having witnessed Wei Dongqing's earlier reprimand of Lin Yi, he naturally felt compelled to express his support for Lin Yi. County head He, I am fully aware of the circumstances you outlined. While the support from the municipal committee and the Donghua Group is indeed commendable, we must also consider the issue of stability. Wei Dongqing's tone turned cold, his authority unquestionable. He Hua's brow tightened. Stability is the foundation of all work. With Wei Dongqing serving as county committee secretary, he could not easily refute the point about stability. Just then, Lin Yi interjected once more. Secretary Wei, Shaten village is currently quite stable. The villagers are in agreement with the restructuring of the Shaten coal mine. If your intention behind convening the county committee is to reassess the proposal for this reason, it is entirely unnecessary. Who informed you that Shaten village is stable? Who told you that the villagers are in favor of the coal mines restructuring? Have you conducted any research? Wei Dongqing countered with three-pointed questions. My apologies, but I conducted research in Shaten village just yesterday. Lin Yi replied with a cold smirk, then posed a soul-searching question. Secretary Wei, has it not been said that without research, one has no right to speak? You have not conducted any research, do not grasp the actual situation, yet you blindly propose to reconvene the county committee to negate the proposal previously approved by the committee. Is it the courage bestowed upon you by Liang Jingru that emboldens you? Chapter 079 The brave prevail in adversity. Is the fool actually oneself? In the hushed confines of the conference room, Lin Yi's voice reverberated like the thunderous roar of a tempest, lingering in the air. What a magnificent retort, the county head, He Hua, felt a surge of exhilaration as he witnessed this exchange. Moments earlier, he had contemplated supporting Lin Yi, only to be rebuffed by Wei Dongqing under the pretext of maintaining stability, leaving him pondering his next course of action. Yet, at this juncture, Lin Yi boldly confronted Wei Dongqing head-on. Are you concerned about stability? The situation in Shatan village is quite stable. Indeed, have you conducted any research? I have. How about you? If you haven't researched, what's there to discuss? Lin Yi's audacity was nothing short of remarkable. Lu Ming was equally stirred by the turn of events. In his eyes, Lin Yi's rebuttal not only echoed Wei Dongqing's sentiments but did so with compelling logic, rendering it seamlessly flawless. The two standing committee vice-county heads shared similar sentiments, their worries dissipating following county head Lin was tantamount to aligning with Mayor Shao, the decision beyond reproach. As for Zhong Taizhong and the other four, they were utterly flabbergasted. One could hardly imagine a mere executive vice-county head, let alone a county head, daring to confront the county party secretary in such a manner during a standing committee meeting. This Lin Yi was no ordinary figure. Chen Yuan, who was attending the meeting, furrowed her brow. Initially, she perceived Lin Yi's earlier outburst directed at her, openly challenging Wei Dongqing, as a rather foolish act. After all, regardless of his backing, in the political landscape of Qinghai County, Wei Dongqing wielded undeniable authority. However, she now realized that the fool was, in fact, herself. Lin Yi's previous remarks were merely an appetizer. The main course had just been served, and this main course was indeed a bitter pill for Wei Dongqing to swallow. As anticipated, under the relentless barrage of Lin Yi's words, Wei Dongqing's countenance darkened, resembling the call from Shatan village. He tactically sipped his tea, attempting to regain his composure before coldly remarking, "County Head Lin, I hope you understand that we are convening the county standing committee meeting, not engaging in a market dispute. Please be mindful of your language. Secretary Wei, I implore you to heed your own work ethic, to be pragmatic and democratic, and to avoid a monologue. The proposal passed prior to this standing committee meeting cannot simply be dismissed by your solitary decree." Lin Yi retorted without reservation. This time, before Wei Dongqing could respond, the Deputy County Secretary and Discipline Inspection Secretary, Zhang Taijun, interjected, "County Head Lin, your statement lacks foundation." Secretary Wei's suggestion to reconvene the Standing Committee for a review of the proposal does not equate to outright negation. Where is the monologue in that? Zhang Taijun, previously aligned with former County Secretary Zhou Hongjian, had once assisted Zhou in resisting He Hua. Recently, rumors had circulated about Zhou's impending reassignment and He Hua's potential ascendancy to County Secretary, leaving Zhang Taijun in a state of emotional turmoil. He yearned to foster a good rapport with He Hua, yet feared the repercussions of He Hua's eventual promotion on his own circumstances. Lin Yi's unilateral actions, leveraging the support of County Secretary Zhou Hongjian and County Head He Hua to investigate Ding Shusheng, had encroached upon the jurisdiction of the Discipline Inspection Commission, causing Zhang Taijun some discontent. In this context, with the arrival of the new Secretary Wei Dongqing, Zhang Taijun naturally sought to ingratiate himself with him. This moment presented what he perceived as the perfect opportunity. Indeed, Secretary Wei has never suggested dismissing the proposal. He merely requested a renewed discussion. Ultimately, whether the proposal is approved hinges on a collective vote, chimed in Liang Chao, the county party organization minister. He was responsible for organizational matters and stood firmly with Wei Dongqing, making his stance almost obligatory. Meanwhile, the ministers of United Front Work and Publicity, in a display of tacit understanding, simultaneously raised their teacups for a tactical sip. The battle between both sides had reached an impasse. They were in no rush to declare their allegiances. Zhang Jun, the Armed Forces Minister, found himself in a quandary. Logically, Wei Dongqing's faction should hold the upper hand, yet the prevailing circumstances indicated that Lin Yi's combat effectiveness had surged, overpowering Wei Dongqing. Secretary Wei, prior to your arrival in Qinghai County, I was entrusted by Secretary Zhou to convene the Standing Committee to discuss and deliberate on this proposal. Therefore, I propose we omit the discussion phase and proceed directly to a vote. What do you think? As Zhang Taizhong and Liang Chao voiced their support for Wei Dongqing, He Hua swiftly suggested a vote. In his estimation, with Lin Yi, Lu Ming, and the two vice-county heads on his side, 5 votes were secured. Conversely, Wei Dongqing could only guarantee 3. As long as one among the Publicity Minister, United Front Minister, or Armed Forces Minister sided with him, the proposal would pass, boasting a high probability of success. Should the vote result in the proposal's approval, it would signify Lin Yi's triumph in this confrontation. Such an outcome would deliver a devastating blow to Wei Dongqing's authority, effectively shooting himself in the foot, not only failing to under. Consequently, in the future, would any department within the county dare to disregard Lin Yi's directives, this would hold monumental significance for Lin Yi's efforts to smoothly advance the economic transformation pilot work in Qinghe County. Wei Dongqing was acutely aware of this reality. He suddenly realized he had acted rather hastily, underestimating Lin Yi's capabilities and his influence within the Qinghe County Party Committee. In that moment, he felt akin to a swordsman encountering an adversary in a narrow gorge. In such a confrontation, the brave would prevail. The opponent had drawn their sword fast. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Advancing held no guarantee of victory, while retreating would tarnish his reputation. Secretary Tais Hon, what is your perspective? After a brief silence, Wei Dongqing shifted his gaze toward Zhang Tais Hon, the Deputy County Secretary and Discipline Inspection Secretary, showcasing his seasoned experience in political maneuvering by allowing others to speak fast, thereby granting himself time for reflection and maneuvering. Secretary Wei, I personally recommend that we postpone the vote on the proposal for addressing issues at Shaten Coal Mine until after this meeting. We should task the relevant departments with conducting a public opinion survey in Shaten village to ascertain the villagers' sentiments. If the villagers support the restructuring, we can refine the previous proposal and coordinate with Donghua Group to expedite the restructuring process, ensuring stability in Shaten village. Conversely, if the villagers oppose the restructuring, we must carefully consider the feasibility of the proposal and report to the Municipal Committee for Alternative Solutions. Zhang Tais, they had observed long enough, it was time to take a stand. Their current expressions would neither offend either side but rather provide an exit for both. Then we shall not discuss or deliberate on the proposal for addressing issues at Shaten Coal Mine in today's meeting. With Zhang Tais Hon and others speaking up, Wei Dongqing's expression softened as he regained control of the meeting's proceedings. This time, neither he nor Lin Yi opposed the decision. After all, the meeting was presided over by Wei Dongqing, and the agenda was his own proposal. There was no justification for them to insist on a discussion or a vote. More importantly, Lin Yi's research was genuine. The restructuring of the coal mine reflected the villagers' true aspirations. Should the public opinion data be accurate, Wei Dongqing would align with the people's will, albeit at the cost of his authority. Conversely, should the data be fabricated, he would stand against the populace, undermining his own position. In this confrontation, Lin Yi stood invincible. Chapter 080 Wei Dongqing, you must learn from Comrade Lin Yi's work style. The county committee's standing committee meeting concluded in an unpleasant atmosphere. Wei Dongqing's attempt to reprimand Lin Yi during the meeting ultimately failed, which only served to bolster the confidence of those in the county who supported Lin Yi. After work, Lin Yi received an unexpected call from Chang Yongchan. Mayor Lin, is this a convenient time for you to speak? Yes, Mayor Chang, please go ahead. Lin Yi's heart stirred as he sensed the underlying purpose of Chang Yongchan's call. The county committee had decided to conduct a public opinion survey in Shaten village, a task that, in theory, should fall to Lin Yi. However, Wei Dongqing was certain to obstruct Lin Yi's involvement. This left Chang Yongchan, the deputy county head responsible for production safety, as one of the few viable candidates. First, the series of events in Shaten village stemmed from the collapse of the Shaten coal mine, making Chang Yongchan's involvement justifiable. Second, while there had been previous conflicts between Chang Yongchan and Lin Yi that circulated within the county committee and government, unbeknownst to them, Chang Yongchan had secretly aligned himself with Lin Yi, leaving Wei Dongqing in the dark and hoping to exploit the rift between Lin Yi and Chang Yongchan. Mayor Lin, Secretary Wei spoke to me before leaving for the day and instructed me to take charge of the public opinion survey in Shaten village. As anticipated, Chang Yongchan's statement confirmed Lin Yi's suspicions. Lin Yi maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, "What are your plans, Mayor Chang?" "Mayor Lin, I called to seek your guidance on how to proceed. What do you deem appropriate?" "Mayor Chang, I believe this matter pertains to the well-being of the populace and must be approached with utmost sincerity. We cannot afford any errors. Mayor Lin, I will diligently implement your directives to ensure the accuracy of the survey data. I look forward to your results, Mayor Chang." Lin Yi smiled subtly. If he had initially harbored doubts regarding Chang Yongchan's loyalty and the purpose of his call, he could now be assured that Chang Yongchan was indeed playing along, remaining loyal to Lin Yi while outwardly appearing to be with Wei Dongqing. Lin Yi understood that Chang Yongchan's choice was influenced not only by Lin Yi's earlier act of leniency towards him but also by Lin Yi's assertive performance in the county committee meeting that afternoon. 3 days later, Chang Yongchan successfully completed the task assigned by Wei Dongqing, organizing a vote among the entire Shaten village community regarding the reorganization of the Shaten coal mine. Over 90% of the villagers agreed to transfer the coal mine to Donghua Group, granting them responsibility for its production and operations. Upon the release of the survey results, Wei Dongqing's mood soured considerably. He had yet to devise a strategy for the second county committee meeting when he received a call from the municipal government office with an announcement. Mayor Xiao Yuan planned to visit the Shaten coal mine for research that day. Simultaneously, Lin Yi received a call from Hihua. Brother, I just heard from Mayor Zhao's secretary, Lu Xian, that Mayor Xiao intends to visit the coal mine today. This wouldn't happen to be your doing, would it? Lin Yi replied, Brother this is entirely Mayor Zhao's decision. After learning the results of the Shaten village survey, he wishes to conduct research at the coal mine. Hihua chuckled, Brother, this isn't merely a research visit, it's clearly a show of support for you. Brother let me clarify. Mayor Xiao is extending support for us, safeguarding the economic transformation pilot work in Qinghe County. Haha, well said. Hihua laughed heartily. 83 o'clock in the afternoon, Wei Dongqing accompanied Mayor Xiao Yuan to conduct research at the Shaten coal mine, accompanied by members of the county committee. After inspecting the site of the coal mine accident, Mayor Xiao convened a working meeting on site. Secretary Wei, please provide a report on the handling of the coal mine accident and the progress of the reorganization efforts. Mayor Xiao directly called upon Wei Dongqing to present the report as the meeting commenced. Certainly, Mayor Xiao. Wei Dongqing nodded, his demeanor lacking the usual assertiveness, replaced instead by a grave seriousness. Hihua discerned that Mayor Xiao was there to support Lin Yi. Wei Dongqing could not possibly be oblivious to this fact. Mayor, since my arrival in Qinghe, I have been deeply concerned about the Shaten coal mine. Under the scrutiny and commanding presence of Mayor Xiao, Wei Dongqing proceeded with his report. The materials were drafted by the county committee office, closely resembling those prepared by the county government office, albeit with certain omissions, notably excluding the details of Wei Dongqing's call for a re-examination of the reorganization plan and his directives for the related departments to conduct. Wei Dongqing's face darkened. Mayor, I acted out of a concern for stability. Have the survey results been released? Mayor Xiao coldly interrupted, dismissing any further explanation from Wei Dongqing. With his head bowed, Wei Dongqing replied, Mayor, the survey indicates that over 90% of the villagers in Shaten agree to the reorganization of the Shaten coal mine by Donghua Group. Secretary Wei, do you believe this survey result will ensure stability in Shaten village? Mayor Xiao inquired again. This time, Wei Dongqing remained silent, gripping his pen tightly, his head lowered. Wei Dongqing, prior to your appointment, the Qinghe County Committee had already convened to review and approve the reorganization plan for the Shaten coal mine. Furthermore, County Head he represented the Qinghe County Committee in reporting to the Municipal Party Committee and Government. The Yuncheng Municipal Government and Donghua Group had engaged in discussions, negotiations, and signed a strategic cooperation agreement regarding this matter. Yet, following your appointment, you insist on having the Qinghe County Committee reevaluate the plan. What are your intentions? To showcase your capabilities, is it? Mayor Xiao asserted, directly addressing Wei Dongqing by name and publicly reprimanding him. Wei Dongqing's complexion turned ashen as he responded, I apologize, Mayor Xiao, I will reflect on my actions and acknowledge my lack of practicality in work. Is your only shortcoming a lack of practicality? Mayor Xiao retorted, then continued his scathing rebuke, in my view, you disregard democratic principles, aiming to establish a unilateral authority in Qinghe County. Moreover, you have shown a complete disregard for the work of the Municipal Party Committee and Government, neglecting the greater picture and demonstrating a total lack of political decorum. With a resounding bang, as Mayor Zhao's words concluded, Wei Dongqing could no longer contain himself. His blood pressure skyrocketed in anger, and he snapped the carbon pen in his hand. The weight of Mayor Zhao's accusations was far too grave for him to bear. Despite the myriad of grievances and frustrations he felt within, he could only clench his teeth and swallow his pride. In terms of position, Mayor Xiao was his superior. In terms of influence, the four prominent families backing Mayor Xiao could easily crush the Wei family. More crucially, Mayor Xiao embodied righteousness and justice. Wei Dongqing found himself utterly defenseless, instantly rendered powerless. Though he felt deeply aggrieved, he silently clenched his fists, reminding himself to endure for the sake of tranquility. At that moment, Mayor Xiao spoke again, delivering a devastating blow. Secretary Wei, I personally suggest that you learn from this experience and seek to emulate the exemplary work style of your esteemed colleague, Lin Yi, who possesses a broad vision and a grounded approach to his work. Yes, Mayor Xiao. Wei Dongqing responded, lowering his head, his blood pressure surging uncontrollably, causing him to feel dizzy. Meanwhile, Lin Yi sat silently observing the spectacle, noticing that many gazes directed at him had shifted. Chapter 081 Awaiting the opportunity, full of vigor, after concluding his research at the coal mine, Xiao Yuan directly returned to the urban area of Yunshan City. He had purposely come down today, ostensibly for an investigation, but in reality, it was to support Lin Yi and to admonish Wei Dongqing. Once Xiao Yuan departed, Wei Dongqing left with a sullen expression, without uttering a word. Although he discerned that Xiao Yuan's sudden visit was aimed at him, the intensity of Xiao Yuan's reprimand exceeded his expectations, particularly the two accusations leveled against him and the demand that he learn from Lin Yi struck Wei Dongqing hard, leaving him with an unshakable discomfort in his chest as he departed. Director Lin, re-establishing his authority will not be an easy task, He Hua remarked with a smile as he watched Wei Dongqing's vehicle pull away. Lin Yi merely smiled in response, remaining silent. As He Hua had anticipated, news of Xiao Yuan's investigation at the coal mine quickly spread throughout the county committee and government. When county committee and government staff encountered Wei Dongqing, their respect was merely superficial. In stark contrast, upon seeing Lin Yi, they greeted him with utmost enthusiasm, their smiles radiant. Wei Dongqing observed the change in the staff's demeanor but took no action. 2 days later, he set out for various towns accompanied by Chen Yuan, the director of the county committee office, and his secretary. Before anyone realized, a week had passed. On the following Monday, after attending the county government's executive meeting, Lin Yi visited He Hua's office. Wei Dongqing has been conspicuously absent lately. Could it be that he is using the guise of research to postpone the county committee's standing meeting? Lin Yi stated directly, voicing his suspicions. Initially, he believed Wei Dongqing wanted to retreat for a couple of days due to a bruised ego. However, as time passed, Lin Yi sensed something amiss, coupled with an ominous premonition. He had completed the draft for the proposal for advancing the economic transition pilot work in Qinghe County, which required deliberation and approval from the county committee's standing meeting. Given Lin Yi's performance in the last standing meeting and Xiao Yuan's support, his morale was high, and he was sure to garner the backing of the majority of the committee members. Yet, prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen consequences. If Wei Dongqing continued to avoid convening the standing meeting, who knew what might follow? I'll give him a call. He Hua concurred that something was indeed amiss and decided to reach out to Wei Dongqing. Without hesitation, He Hua dialed Wei Dongqing's number in front of Lin Yi. Hello, Secretary Wei, this is He Hua. Is Director He looking for me regarding something? Secretary Wei, the proposal drafted by Director Lin regarding the advancement of the economic transition pilot work is complete and requires discussion at the standing meeting. When do you plan to convene it? Director He, I have been busy conducting research to understand the situation in various towns. We can discuss the standing meeting once my research concludes. Secretary Wei, when do you expect your research to conclude? Director He, are you expecting me to report my work to you? Wei Dongqing snapped coldly at He Hua, then, without waiting for a response, hung up the phone. Brother, you are right. He knows his authority has been undermined and that he has lost control over the standing committee, thus deliberately delaying the meeting, He Hua said, his expression grim yet puzzled. But one can evade the 11th but not the 15th. The standing meeting will eventually take place. What purpose does this serve? He must be awaiting an opportunity, Lin Yi mused thoughtfully. He Hua was taken aback. An opportunity. He is waiting for a chance to re-establish his authority and regain control over the standing committee. Are you suggesting he is waiting for the city party secretary He Qinyun to come down and support him? He Hua's mind raced with connections. That seems likely, Lin Yi nodded slightly, arriving at the same conclusion he had just contemplated. Indeed, Lin Yi's assessment proved accurate. On Tuesday, both Lin Yi and He Hua received a call from Chen Yuan, the director of the county committee office, informing them that city party secretary He Qinyun would be visiting the coal mine for research. Then Wei Dongqing requested that Lin Yi and He Hua accompany him. An ominous feeling washed over both Lin Yi and He Hua as they received the notification, prompting them to hasten to the coal mine. 83 In the afternoon, Secretary He Qinyun, along with Executive Vice Mayor Zheng Jie, Vice Mayor Hong Guoguang in charge of industry, Deputy Secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and Director of the Office Xie Hui, and Director of the Municipal Development and Reform Commission Qin Haiyang, arrived at the coal mine. The delegation accompanying He Qinyun was considerably larger than that of Xiao Yuan, including 2 standing vice mayors and the director of the Development and Reform Commission. This development made Lin Yi uneasy, fearing that Xiao Yuan might be sidelined. Similar to Xiao Yuan, He Qinyun led an inspection of the coal mine's accident rectification efforts, inquiring about the progress of the coal mine's restructuring, and subsequently convened an on-site office meeting. As the county party secretary, Wei Dongqing was the first to report a secretary he, esteemed leaders, not long ago, Mayor Shao came down for research and criticized my lack of practical work, accusing me of blindly initiating operations without conducting research post-assumption of office. Recently, I have conducted investigations across all towns in Qinghe County. Wei Dongqing's report made no mention of the coal mine matters, focusing instead on the issues he had discovered during his investigations, asserting that the coal industry was the backbone of Qinghe County's GDP and the primary source of its fiscal revenue, thus of paramount importance. Director He, please report on the progress of the coal mines restructuring and the advancement of the economic transition pilot work in Qinghe County. He Qinyun nodded slightly to Wei Dongqing before turning his gaze toward He Hua. Secretary He, with the vigorous support of Donghua Group, the restructuring of the coal mine is progressing smoothly. He Hua began by reporting on the restructuring progress, then mentioned the proposal for advancing the economic transition pilot work in Qinghe County, which was ready for the standing committee's deliberation. He Qinyun offered no comments. Instead of allowing Lin Yi, the executive vice county mayor, to report, he directly called upon executive vice mayor Zheng Jie, vice mayor Hong Guoguang, and director of the Development and Reform Commission Qin Haiyang to speak. Comrades, you have all discussed Qinghe County's work. Now I will address 3 points. He Qinyun summarized. First, the restructuring of the coal mine must not only pursue efficiency but also adequately safeguard the rights and interests of the villagers in Shatan, ensuring stability. Second, the recent standing meeting of the Qinghe County Committee revealed issues of disunity within the committee. I urge the members to engage in self-criticism to resolve any discrepancies in thought and to eliminate the phenomenon of shirking responsibility in our work. The party leads all. The comrades in Qinghe County must fully comply with the leadership. The Qinghe County Committee must prioritize this task as the foremost responsibility in the present and near future, unifying thought, seeking progress amidst stability, and ensuring that the economic transition occurs in a stable manner before any breakdown. Thank you, Secretary He and esteemed leaders, for your concern and support for Qinghe. The Qinghe County Committee will earnestly study the spirit of Secretary He's speech and ensure its implementation. As He Qinyun concluded his remarks, Wei Dongqing immediately expressed his stance, irradiating confidence throughout the process. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and He Hua wore furrowed brows. He Qinyun's repeated emphasis on the party's leadership underscored the secretary's core position and authority, which not only bolstered Wei Dongqing but also indirectly reinforced his own stature. In Yunshan City, my word as secretary is the law. Furthermore, He Qinyun's clear assertion that the economic transition work in Qinghe must prioritize stability confirmed Xiao Yuan's previous speculation. He Qinyun aimed to apply the brakes. After the on-site office meeting concluded, He Qinyun and his entourage departed. Throughout the entire visit, He Qinyun had not once glanced at Lin Yi, treating him as though he were invisible. In that moment, He Qinyun could not have foreseen the profound impact his disregard for Lin Yi would have on his future. Today, you ignore me, but tomorrow, I will ensure you find it impossible to reach me. Chapter 082. If fate cannot be defied, trends cannot be reversed, we await the wind. After He Qinyun departed, Wei Dongqing emulated his example, completely disregarding Lin Yi as if he were invisible, and smiled at He Hua, saying, County Head He, have you not been eager to convene the county committee's standing meeting? Let us hold it tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Very well, He Hua replied, his expression darkening. Prior to today, Wei Dongqing had lost control over the county committee's standing meeting, unable to prevent the proposal drafted by Lin Yi from passing. However, the situation had dramatically shifted. Wei Dongqing, bolstered by He Qinyun's support, was poised to reclaim authority over the standing committee. Noticing He Hua's silence, Wei Dongqing chuckled mockingly before turning towards his official vehicle. Just as he was about to enter the car, he suddenly halted and whispered something to Chen Yuan, the director of the county committee office. Following his instructions, Chen Yuan immediately approached Lin Yi, her demeanor haughty, and declared, County Head Lin, Secretary Wei has asked me to inform you of 2 matters. What are they? Lin Yi inquired. First, Secretary Wei has stated that you need not attend the dinner tonight honoring Secretary He. He advises you to return and thoroughly study Secretary He's speech. Chen Yuan smirked. Secondly, Secretary Wei specifically instructed me to inform you in person that tomorrow's county committee standing meeting will address 2 topics. One is to study and convey the essence of Secretary He's speech, and the other is to review your drafted proposal for advancing economic transformation in Qinghe County. Before Lin Yi could respond, He Hua, feeling quite displeased, coldly interjected, Director Chen, did Secretary Wei also instruct me to return and study Secretary He's speech? County Head He, Secretary Wei has invited you and County Head Chong to attend tonight's dinner. Chen Yuan smiled slightly, then turned, swaying her hips gracefully as she departed. Chang Yongchun's expression shifted, and he hurriedly explained, County Head Lin. However, his words were interrupted by the ringing of Lin Yi's phone. Lin Yi checked his phone and saw it was a call from Xiao Yuan. After a moment's thought, he answered in front of Yihua and Chang Yongchun, Brother Xiao. Xiao Yi, I just heard about He Qinyun convening a site meeting at the Shatan coal mine. You need not worry or feel afraid. With me around, you can proceed with confidence. Brother Xiao, I have never been worried, nor have I ever feared. I firmly believe that fate cannot be defied, and trends cannot be reversed. Lin Yi replied slowly, seemingly addressing Xiao Yuan but also conveying to Yihua and Chang Yongchun, the economic transformation of Yanxuan is destined to succeed, and it will indeed succeed. Haha, Xiao Yi, I was initially concerned that today's meeting would dishearten you, but it seems I was overly anxious. Xiao Yuan chuckled before ending the call. Lin Yi, too, felt he had worried unnecessarily. Since Xiao Yuan could learn the content of the meeting so swiftly, it indicated that he had not been sidelined. The executive deputy mayor Zheng Jie, the vice mayor in charge of industry Hong Guoguang, and the director, they understood that Lin Yi's notion of fate was not to be taken literally. If what Lin Yi claimed was true, then both County Party Secretary Wei Dongqing and City Party Secretary He Qinyun were merely overreaching. The following day, at 3 in the afternoon, Wei Dongqing presided over the second standing committee meeting since taking office. During the meeting, he personally conveyed the spirit of City Party Secretary He Qinyun's speech, urging all members to study it earnestly. Moreover, he implemented Secretary He's directives, calling for the committee members to engage in criticism and self-criticism. Together with Deputy Secretary and Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhong Taizhon, he launched a fierce critique against Lin Yi, accusing him of disregarding political decorum and vehemently attacking Wei Dongqing at the previous standing meeting. Ultimately, the Standing Committee deliberated on the proposal for advancing economic transformation in Qinghe County. The outcome was a rejection. The reasoning was that, per Secretary He's instructions, economic transformation in Qinghe County must proceed cautiously, requiring Lin Yi to first attract a sufficient number of enterprises before the proposal could be reviewed. In this meeting, Wei Dongqing emerged triumphant. Wei Dongqing has become insufferably arrogant now that he has gained power. After the meeting, County Head Yihua expressed his dissatisfaction and curiously asked, Brother, how did you endure that? Brother, Wei Dongqing enjoys the backing of City Party Secretary He Qinyun and is currently riding high. To oppose him now would yield no benefits and would not alter the meeting's outcome. What do you plan to do next? Yihua thought highly of Lin Yi, recognizing that he was not as brash as he appeared but rather possessed the wisdom to assess the situation and act accordingly. He was also curious about Lin Yi's next steps. Brother, let the bullets fly for a while. Lin Yi smiled gently before leaving Yihua's office. Upon returning to his own office, Lin Yi sipped some tea and then called Xiao Yuan to report the outcome of the meeting candidly. Xiao Yuan replied, irate, Xiao Yi, you have been wronged. Brother Xiao, the political arena is inherently a trial, requiring various temperings. This hardly constitutes a grievance, Lin Yi said with a smile. In his past life, he had been relegated to a remote area to guard a reservoir, leading a mediocre existence for most of his life. In this life, he had been reborn in this era, armed with foresight, stepping onto the stage of time, yet lacking practical experience. For him, this confrontation with Wei Dongqing was an excellent opportunity for growth. Xiao Yi, you are remarkably young and possess such a steady mindset. It astonishes and reassures me, Xiao Yuan said, feeling relieved. He then shifted the topic. However, I must share some unfortunate news with you. What is it? I personally contacted the CEOs of BOE Technology. Only upon the successful establishment of BOE and BYD in Yanxuan could he hope to attract upstream and downstream enterprises to Qinghe County. More importantly, the establishment of these two enterprises was pivotal to Yanxuan's economic transformation. If the investment from these two companies fell through, the economic transformation plan for Yanxuan would be effectively nullified. Both CEOs are not ordinary individuals. They have caught wind of the situation and learned that Yanxuan is a pilot for the economic transformation of resource-based cities nationwide. They wish to avoid getting embroiled in conflicts and prefer to observe for a while. Xiao Yuan sighed, adding, from their perspective, it is understandable. After all, winning is advantageous for them, but losing could spell disaster. Brother Xiao, if that is the case, we can only patiently await the right opportunity. Lin Yi concurred with Xiao Yuan's assessment but remained undeterred. Understanding Lin Yi's sentiment, Xiao Yuan said, indeed, we await the wind. 3 days later, Lin Yi did not encounter the wind that Xiao Yuan had mentioned, but he did receive a call from Su Shameng. County Head Lin, I have heard that you are facing difficulties. Are you feeling quite dejected? As soon as the call connected, Su Shameng teased with a smile. Lin Yi laughed in response. If one were to feel dejected upon encountering problems, then what purpose would work serve? It would be better to return home and plant sweet potatoes. Hihi, Lin Yi, I admire your confident and optimistic demeanor, as if the world's heroes are beneath your notice. Su Shameng chuckled at Lin Yi's words, but as soon as she spoke, she realized it was inappropriate and quickly amended. County Head Lin, may I ask where your confidence stems from? True gold fears no fire. I have faith in my internal reference proposal, and I also trust the judgment of the central leaders. Lin Yi declared confidently. Darn it, you've managed to impress me again. Su Shameng felt a lack of accomplishment from making this call and sighed. My father informed me that in 3 days, the ZZ Bureau will convene a meeting. Several of your suggestions in the internal reference have been included in the discussion agenda. Should the Bureau members reach a consensus, they will be incorporated into the top-level design and documented for the October meeting. At that point, you and Brother Shao will face no further obstacles, and all those who hinder Yanshun and Qingha's economic transformation will be akin to ants trying to stop a chariot. Shameng, thank you, and please extend my gratitude to Uncle Su. Lin Yi expressed his thanks, feeling a sense of relief. The wind arrived sooner than he had anticipated. Chapter 083, The one who truly needs to reflect is you. 3 days later, a meeting convened at the ZZ Bureau, where participants deliberated on pertinent issues, unified their thoughts, and reached a consensus to set the tone for the significant meeting in October. On the day the meeting concluded, Lin Yi awaited the official media release of the meeting's communique in his office. However, instead of receiving the anticipated communique, he received a call from Chen Yuan, the director of the County Party Committee Office. County Mayor Lin, Secretary Wei will be visiting the county industry. You are to accompany him. Chen Yuan conveyed Wei Dongqing's order, yet her tone resembled a direct command to Lin Yi, brimming with arrogance. Ever since the city party secretary He Qinyun supported Wei Dongqing in Qingha, Wei had been riding high, and even his secretary and Chen Yuan had begun to exhibit an air of superiority. Lin Yi scoffed quietly. Director Chen, are you instructing me to perform my duties? County Mayor Lin, this is not my intention, it is Secretary Wei's directive, Chen Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback and displeased. Understood, Lin Yi responded coldly, fully aware that Wei Dongqing's sudden summons for him to accompany the inspection was far from innocent. Typically, Lin Yi might have found an excuse to decline, but today was the day the official media would release the ZZ Bureau meeting communique, signaling the end of Wei Dongqing's good fortune. At 2:50 in the afternoon, Lin Yi arrived at the Qingha County Industrial Park. The park secretary, Wang Cheng, and the county director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, Lu Qi, were already waiting at the entrance. County Mayor Lin, Wang Cheng and Lu Qi exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Lin Yi disembark. They hadn't expected him to participate in today's inspection. After their initial astonishment, they promptly approached Lin Yi, extending their greetings, despite knowing that Lin Yi and Wei Dongqing were at odds and that Just as Wang Cheng and Lu Qi began to speak, they noticed the county committee's official vehicle approaching and quickly swallowed their words. Simultaneously, they instinctively distanced themselves from Lin Yi, as if fearing that Wei Dongqing might misinterpret their proximity. Lin Yi observed this behavior without concern. It is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm, a fundamental principle for self-preservation in the political arena. Soon, Wei Dongqing's Audi A6, bearing the county committee's No. 1 license plate, came to a halt in front of the industrial park. Wei's secretary, Zhou Da, promptly exited the vehicle and opened the door. Wei Dongqing and Chen Yuan stepped out. Secretary Wei, Wang Cheng and Lu Qi immediately gathered around, respectfully greeting Wei while simultaneously smiling at Zhou Da and Chen Yuan. Lin Yi stood a short distance away, isolated, like an oasis in a desert, appearing out of place. Is everyone here? Wei Dongqing inquired, slightly nodding before discreetly addressing Chen Yuan behind him. Secretary, everyone is present, including County Mayor Lin, Chen Yuan responded, her voice deliberately raised, as if ensuring Lin Yi would hear her. As her words fell, everyone except Wei Dongqing instinctively glanced at Lin Yi. Lin Yi strode towards the group but did not initiate a greeting with Wei Dongqing. Wei, in turn, ignored Lin Yi and led the others into the industrial park. Lin Yi followed silently beside them. Upon entering the industrial park, it was evident that the area was quite desolate, with hardly a soul in sight. Lin Yi was well aware of these circumstances. When drafting the work plan for Qingha County's economic transformation pilot project, he had previously conducted research in the industrial park and analyzed the underlying causes. The industrial foundation of Qingha County was weak, and the number of enterprises in the park was already limited. The impact of the American financial crisis led to the closure of many businesses. Wei Dongqing and his entourage conducted a cursory inspection of the industrial park, taking numerous photographs. Subsequently, Wei presided over an on-site meeting in the park's office building. As the meeting commenced, Wei Dongqing immediately targeted Lin Yi without allowing Wang Cheng or Lu Qi to present their reports. County Mayor Lin, you have just witnessed the situation in the industrial park. What are your thoughts? Secretary Wei, the industrial park has few enterprises and appears quite desolate, Lin Yi replied with a calm demeanor. Wei Dongqing sneered, County Mayor Lin, you are aware of the park's desolation. At the last County Committee Standing Committee meeting, I instructed you to expedite investment promotion efforts, yet you have remained inactive for so long, merely sitting in your office sipping tea. Do you believe enterprises will approach you to settle in the park? Lin Yi remained silent. He had refrained from investment promotion as the production plans for BYD and BOE in Yunshun had not materialized yet. They had only signed a broad strategic cooperation agreement, with specific details still pending. Such an agreement was merely indicative and could be rendered void at any moment. In this context, leading a team for investment promotion would be futile and a waste of time. County Mayor Lin, economic development is not a matter of whimsical decision-making. It requires a pragmatic approach, considering local circumstances. The weak industrial foundation of Qinghe County has been a long-standing issue, not one that has arisen overnight. Given Qinghe County's situation, how do you propose we achieve economic transformation? By merely boasting about attracting a batch of enterprises or by dreaming up fantasies in your writings? Wei Dongqing continued his tirade against Lin Yi. Lin Yi responded firmly, the economic transformation of Qinghe County relies on the trends of the times and support from national policies. After the founding of our nation, China's industrial foundation was also weak, yet it has since developed. The southern city of Pengcheng was once a small fishing village, yet it transformed into a metropolis by leveraging the policies of reform and opening up. Pengcheng is backed by the southern port, possessing inherent geographical advantages and serving as a testing ground for reform and opening up, bolstered by national support for its development. What does Qinghe County have? How can it possibly compare to Pengcheng? You incessantly proclaim that Qinghe County is a pilot for economic transformation in Yunshun, but has the national government provided policy support? Has the provincial government allocated funding? There is nothing but empty rhetoric from you, while not a single enterprise has been attracted, and you dare to speak of the trends of the times. You have only been in society for a few years. How can you predict the trends of the times? If you are so capable, why don't you ascend to the heavens? Wei Dongqing derided Lin Yi, turning the on-site meeting into a personal denouncement. This blatant display of aggression surprised Wang Cheng, the secretary of the industrial park, then Lu Qi, the director of the Investment Promotion Bureau. They were aware of the discord between Wei Dongqing and Lin Yi, yet they had not anticipated such a brutal public shaming of Lin Yi. Chen Yuan looked at Lin Yi with mockery, as if to say, Lin Yi, weren't you quite arrogant? Why the sudden humility now? Buzz. At that moment, Lin Yi's phone on the table vibrated. He glanced at it and saw a QQ message from Su Shameng containing the link to the ZZ Bureau meeting communique. This discovery sparked a glimmer of hope in Lin Yi's eyes, and he quickly opened the link. Seeing this, Wei Dongqing furrowed his brow and reprimanded, Lin Yi, we are in a meeting, I am speaking with you, and you are playing with your phone. What does this signify about your work ethic? Disorganized and undisciplined, at the next Democratic Life meeting, you must reflect on your work style. Wei Dongqing, do you recall the Qinghe County Economic Transformation Work Promotion Plan? Lin Yi addressed Wei directly, his voice cold. Wei Dongqing's expression turned frosty. What do you mean by that? Just now, the ZZ Bureau meeting communique was released, mentioning the need to intensify macroeconomic regulation, adopt proactive fiscal policies, strengthen investment in infrastructure and real estate, support independent technological innovation, and accelerate manufacturing upgrades. The Yangtze River Delta, Pearl River Delta, and Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei regions are to develop in an integrated manner, supporting innovative development in these three areas and leading a new round of reform. Lin Yi held up his phone, publicly reading the contents of the ZZ Bureau meeting communique, then coldly confronted Wei Dongqing. Wei Dongqing, do you not find the content I just read familiar? Have you not seen it in the Qinghe County Economic Pilot Work Promotion Plan? Now, do you think I understand the trends of the times? Wei Dongqing was rendered speechless. The answer was evident. Lin Yi pressed on, you just stated that Qinghe County's industrial foundation is weak and lacks national policy support, implying your dissent towards Qinghe County's economic transformation. How do you reconcile that now? Wei Dongqing remained silent. Lin Yi scolded Wei Dongqing, "Since your appointment as the secretary of the Qingha County Committee, you have consistently opposed and obstructed the economic transformation pilot work in Qingha County. Not only have you failed to implement the directives from the provincial and municipal party committees, but you have also diverged from the central government's stance, acting as a stumbling block to Qingha's economic transformation, a sinner of reform." Wei Dongqing trembled with rage, his heart constricted in pain, his face as pale as a sheet. The labels of diverging from the central government and being a sinner of reform were unbearable for him to accept. Wei Dongqing, the one who truly needs to reflect at the Democratic Life meeting is you. I even suggest you take responsibility and resign. Lin Yi seized the moment, delivering a decisive blow to Wei Dongqing's heart. A fatal strike, Chapter 084. Lin Yi triumphs. The words of Lin Yi echoed in Wei Dongqing's ears, causing him to tremble with rage, his blood pressure skyrocketing, and his vision darkening. Initially, he had intended to seize the opportunity of a research trip to the industrial park to reprimand Lin Yi for not engaging in investment promotion, and subsequently demand a self-critique from him at the Democratic Life meeting, thoroughly subjugating him. However, Lin Yi utilized the contents of the ZZ Bureau meeting's official document to launch a counterattack, catching Wei Dongqing utterly off guard and leaving him bewildered. How could he possibly have anticipated national policies and future developmental trends? Even with the backing of powerful allies, it seemed implausible. This was utterly bizarre, yet Wei Dongqing realized that the meeting could not proceed, given the current circumstances. Continuing would only lead to him being mercilessly criticized by Lin Yi to the point of questioning his own existence. His dizziness indicated that his blood pressure had reached a terrifying level, and further provocation might even induce a cerebral hemorrhage, sending him to join his great-grandmother in the afterlife. What was intended to be a meeting to chastise Lin Yi ultimately resulted in Lin Yi's counterkill against Wei Dongqing, bringing a premature conclusion to the gathering. Wei Dongqing, who organized the meeting, was so infuriated that he had to be hospitalized. This incident swiftly spread throughout the Qingha County Party Committee and government. What was happening? How had County Head Lin suddenly gained the upper hand? Upon hearing the news, everyone was initially filled with confusion, only to be astounded upon learning the actual circumstances. The Economic Transformation Pilot Work Recommendation proposal drafted by Lin Yi had accurately predicted future development trends and national policies, while also proposing a direction for Qingha County's development based on local realities. Lin Yi's foresight aligned almost perfectly with certain contents of the ZZ Bureau meeting's official documents. More importantly, the top-level design for the integrated development of the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region was aimed at supporting innovative development and spearheading a new round of reforms. Dongjiang is part of the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region. Yunshan City is a pilot for economic transformation in Dongjiang, and Qingha County is a pilot for Yunshan City. This signified that Qingha County's economic transformation efforts would receive robust support from national policies, granting Lin Yi a powerful mandate. The first strike was to eliminate Wei Dongqing. After the meeting, Lin Yi received a call from Xiao Yuan. "Xiao Yi, the wind is blowing in our favor. Your predictions were entirely accurate, and some of your suggestions have been incorporated into the top-level design. Congratulations." Xiao Yuan conveyed his excitement over the phone, fully aware of the immense boost this would provide to Yunshan City's economic transformation and its significant implications for Lin Yi's future development. Lin Yi replied with a smile, "Brother Xiao, from now on, no one will obstruct us. We can pursue our ambitions wholeheartedly." "Exactly." Xiao Yuan concurred, adding, "After the release of the ZZ Bureau meeting's official document, I received calls from the CEOs of both BOE and BYD. They are coming to Yunshan tomorrow for a symposium, and afterwards, they will directly sign specific cooperation agreements with the city. They have been waiting for the results, so this is not surprising." Lin Yi understood that if it weren't for the various power plays from above, the investment from BOE and BYD in Yunshan would have already materialized. Xiao Yuan continued, "Xiao Yi, tomorrow, Secretary Liang from the Provincial Party Committee and Governor Zhang will both attend the meeting. I just had the city government office issue a notice for you and He Hua to participate." "All right, Brother Xiao," I eagerly anticipate witnessing He Qinyun's splendid expression. Lin Yi felt a wave of satisfaction. Just days prior, City Party Secretary He Qinyun had led a large group to investigate the Shaten coal mine, staunchly supporting Wei Dongqing and treating Lin Yi as if he were invisible. Yet now, he was about to be publicly humiliated. That evening, Lin Yi and He Hua arrived in Yunshan City and had a modest celebration at Xiao Yuan's villa. The following day at 3 p.m., the Yunshan City Investment Promotion Symposium convened in the conference room of the Yunshan City Party Committee. Lin Yi and He Hua, representing Qingha County, attended the meeting, while Wei Dongqing, who was also supposed to attend, took leave citing health issues. Clearly, Wei Dongqing was aware that this meeting would serve as a grand occasion for him to be publicly shamed. He Chin-yun, despite his desire to avoid the meeting, had no choice but to attend, as he was one of the main figures presiding over the gathering. Upon entering the venue, Lin Yi noticed that He Chin-yun looked quite unwell, with puffy eyes and heavy dark circles, clearly a sign of a restless night. The meeting commenced with speeches from Leung Yu-min, the secretary of the Dongjiang Provincial Committee, and Zhang Tongbin, the governor. The third speaker was Lu, the CEO of BOE. Respected leaders, Mr. Wang, good afternoon. I am delighted to participate in today's symposium. Liu began with his opening remarks before formally addressing the assembly. Several months ago, we at BOE engaged in discussions with the governments of Pengcheng and Sacheng regarding investment matters. Due to various reasons, we were unable to reach a cooperative agreement. At this juncture, Mayor Xiao Yuan of Yunshun led a delegation to BOE, seeking to encourage us to invest in production lines in Yunshun. We engaged in in-depth and candid discussions. The Yunshun team, represented by Mayor Xiao, demonstrated tremendous sincerity and offered excellent policy support. However, we still had reservations. These concerns stemmed from the insufficient industrial support surrounding Yunshun. At this point, Liu glanced at Lin Yi, who was present at the meeting, and continued, "It was during this time that Secretary Zhao Secretary, Mr. Lin Yi, informed me that the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region would undergo integrated development, creating the largest economic belt in the north, alleviating my concerns regarding the industrial chain." Instantly, everyone in attendance, including Secretary Leung Yu-min, turned their gaze towards Lin Yi in unison. They had all seen the official document from the previous day's ZZ Bureau meeting, which elevated the integrated development of the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region to the level of national strategy, and Lin Yi had predicted this over a month ago. To be honest, when Mr. Lin Yi proposed the concept of integrated development for the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region, it left me and the BOE team utterly astonished and intrigued. If integrated development occurs, the industrial complementary nature would eliminate the concerns about the industrial chain that BOE had. Now, with this integrated development recognized as a national strategy, BOE is eager to come to Yunshun and expedite our collaboration. I wish to express my gratitude to the Dongjiang Province and Yunshun City for their trust and support, and to Mr. Lin Yi for his insightful concept of integrated development, which alleviated our concerns and solidified our decision to invest in Yunshun. I firmly believe that with the robust support of Dongjiang Province and Yunshun City, under the leadership of such a wise Mayor Xiao and the outstanding talents like Mr. Lin Yi, BOE's development in Yunshun will undoubtedly flourish, resulting in a win-win for both BOE and Yunshun City. Thank you. As Liu's words concluded, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. Everyone applauded Liu's speech, but the majority of their gazes were fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi's foresight regarding the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei integrated development strategy, which facilitated Yunshun's successful introduction of BOE, and receiving individual gratitude from Liu was a tremendous honor. Respected leaders, Mr. Liu, good afternoon. Once the applause subsided, Wang, the CEO of BYD, began to speak. What Mr. Liu just mentioned aligns with my own sentiments today. The situation at BYD mirrors that of BOE to some extent. As you all know, we have been negotiating financing with Mr. Buffett from the United States recently, but Mayor Xiao's visit to BYD, along with their sincerity, Yunshun's policy support, and Mr. Lin Yi's farsightedness, convinced us to choose Yunshun. Lin Yi had also played a pivotal role in negotiating BYD's investment in Yunshun. Moreover, did CEO Wang just refer to Lin Yi's perspective as farsighted? Everyone present, including Secretary Leung Yu-min and Governor Zhang Tongbin, was once again left speechless. Mr. Lin Yi not only mentioned the concept of integrated development for the Beijing-Tianjin-Hebei region during our negotiations, but he also said something that remains etched in my memory. Mr. Wang, BYD is destined to become one of the greatest automotive enterprises in China and even globally. Why would you hand over the opportunity to invest and profit to foreign entities? Just as the crowd was in shock, CEO Wang continued, on that day, BYD chose to invest in Yunshun City. Today, we are here in Yunshun to participate in the symposium and sign the cooperation agreement. In the future, with Mr. Lin Yi's auspicious words and the strong support from Dongjiang Province and Yunshun City. Lin Yi, I have heard that you are no longer serving as secretary for Mayor Xiao and are now the executive deputy county head in Qinghe County. Indeed, Mr. Wang, Lin Yi nodded. Originally, he was merely an attendee and had no qualification to speak, but since Wang addressed him publicly, he felt compelled to respond. Simultaneously, he wondered why CEO Wang was asking him this. In the next moment, the answer became clear. CEO Wang smiled slightly and said, County Head Lin, to express our gratitude, BYD has decided to establish a portion of its production lines in Qinghe County to support your work. BOE will do the same. Liu, the CEO of BOE, quickly activated his microphone, publicly affirming the decision,